In the shadows, Silo awoke from a beautiful dream. He shook his head, braced his front claws against the ground, pushed off with his hind limbs, and slowly rose to his feet. He raised one right claw, gazing at the fine azure scales densely covering it, and gently flexed it in the air. As he felt the power within, he looked forward. Azure Dragon Wormling. Level 3 Elite. Status good. He gazed at the 3 lines of virtual text floating before him. Silo could not help but sigh softly. I've really come to another world, and I've become a dragon. But why is it completely different from what the government's announcement said? Within Silo's azure vertical pupils burned total confusion. Before becoming the wormling he now was, Silo had been an ordinary young man from the Blue Star planet. Or rather, an unlucky young man. At the age of 18, while driving out with his parents to celebrate their car, was struck by a drunk female driver in a Maserati. His parents died on the spot, and he was left with crippled legs, condemned to a life of disability from that day forth. He had thought his life would remain that way forever. But he never expected that a week before he became a wormling, a text message arrived on his phone. Greetings. Dear citizens of the Great Xia Nation, we hereby inform you the Blue Star Alliance has been fortunate enough to establish contact with deities from another world, and after more than a month of friendly exchanges, the deities sincerely invite the citizens of Great Xia to descend upon the other world and experience its local customs and culture. Those who are interested may purchase the astral helmets to be released 1 week from now. These helmets can carry you to the other world through the power of the deities. Silo had assumed it was a scam text, and even replied with mockery. Even something like, I am Qin Shi Huang. Send money, would have been far more believable than this nonsense. But then, under the onslaught of ubiquitous advertisements and various experts and court officials speaking out, he finally confirmed it was real. The entire Blue Star Alliance had made contact with deities from another world and obtained the qualification to allow citizens to descend upon that world. But as the price, they had to purchase an astral helmet costing 50,000 yuan and choose one deity to believe in from among all the deities. Only after a deity confirmed one's faith would they help create a body for you in the other world. The entire world went mad with excitement, especially those who already suffered physical disabilities or impairments. Silo was no exception, swept into this tide. After a week of research, like most others, he chose a deity and prayed daily with devotion, waiting only for the moment the helmet would arrive in his hands. He still remembered the moment he put it on. His head spun, and he found himself beneath a starry sky, where he saw a monstrous skeleton, so vast its edges were invisible, submerged in an ocean. He stood quietly upon the ocean's surface, endless ripples spreading from beneath his feet. A line of pitch-black great text appeared. Descend. You have successfully descended into the astral realm. Reward 20 achievement points. Now you may select the talent ability you require from the following options. This will make you stronger in the journey ahead. Rapid growth accelerates your growth. You will mature faster and develop a larger body. Cost 20 achievement points. Breath enhancement. Your breath attack is more powerful and has greater range. Cost 20 achievement points. High-speed healing. After taking damage, wounds heal more quickly. Cost 20 achievement points. Shen Shi's mind was not entirely clear, still half-dazed, and without detailed thought, he selected breath enhancement. Perhaps in his subconscious he felt this one was the strangest, and it caught his attention the most. Then he awoke. He discovered he had become a newly hatched Azure Dragon Wormling, and he received the so-called Dragon Heritage memories. Thus he learned his full name, Silo Utilize. His original name, Shen Shi, was slowly buried in the depths of memory. He did not know whether the others who had descended into this world by believing in deities had become humans, or like him inexplicably become non-human. But he knew that at this moment he was fortunate. Dragons in this world undoubtedly belonged at the top of the food chain. They possessed powerful bodies, magic, and lifespans beyond the reach of ordinary creatures. They were perfect beings. Although within the dragon heritage there were many powerful humans among mankind, even capable of slaying great dragons. But such powerful beings among humanity might number one in tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions. But dragons, as long as one peacefully reached adulthood, they would all gain power sufficient to slaughter entire towns. The gap between the two sides' lower limits was simply too vast. He was fortunate, but he had one single regret. His grandmother, who had always cared for him before his transmigration. He wondered how she was doing now. He had already been in this world for 3 years. Roar, 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 roar. Die, stupid Abel. You think you can beat me? Not in 100 years. It is you who shall die. Damn greenscales. Bow before the might of the thunder wings. Roar. Two somewhat shrill youthful roars reached Silo's ears, causing him to frown slightly, as the fine scales on his brow ridge furrowed. He curled his lips slightly. Silo slowly crawled out of his earthen den. After 3 years he had long since grown accustomed to this body, stepping out with the graceful light gait of a cat. Outside, towering lush green trees stood in abundance, dappled sunlight filtering through the dense canopy and falling upon a group of leopard-sized wormlings. They gathered together, necks held high, tails lashing constantly, appearing extremely excited. Roar, go Abel. Go for it. You carry blue dragon blood. If you lose to a green dragon, don't ever call yourself a blue dragon again. We blue dragons cannot afford to lose this face. Kellerman, prove it to all dragons. Green dragons are the true rulers of the greenwood. Roar, Roar roar. Go Kellerman. Alicia is watching you. The wormlings roared on one side, cheering for their champions, while venting their own abundant energy. Silo slowly walked over, casually shoving aside a black dragon and a white dragon along the way, and looked toward the center. The two displaced wormlings opened their mouths as if to roar in anger, but upon turning their heads and seeing it was Silo, they quickly lowered their heads and pretended nothing had happened. At the center, a blue dragon wormling and a green dragon wormling were locked in fierce combat, using every weapon at their disposal: claws, bodies, jaws, tails, attacking each other relentlessly. Occasionally, they would even unleash their breath weapons or cast one or two minor spells against each other, their attacks truly brutal. Both sides' scales were already stained with blood, yet they continued to fight desperately. Silo watched them carefully, and soon he saw virtual text floating above both wormlings' heads. Azure Dragon Wormling. Level 3 Elite. Status extremely poor bleeding. Green Dragon Wormling. Level 3 Elite. Status poor bleeding. Kellerman. Abel. You two idiots. Have you forgotten Watcher Barbara's warning? How dare you strike with such severity? Seeing their conditions, Silo slightly raised his fine brow ridge, unable to refrain from speaking out to scold them. The two dragons in their white-hot battle paid him no heed, continuing to fight fiercely. Several scales were even shattering off. However, the green wormling beside Silo, separated from him by one dragon, tall and slender with scales finer and brighter than ordinary green dragons, glanced at him. Silo, who do you think will win? Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying a comfortable warmth to it. Is now really the time to discuss this? When Lady Barbara returns, she will have a thornbeast leg. If you guessed correctly, I'll give you my half portion today. The green wormling did not wait for Silo's words to fade before speaking again. Of course Kellerman will win. The forest is a green dragon's home ground. This guy awakened the spell Nature Vine before his last hibernation. His victory is inevitable. Silo quickly changed his tune. A dragon's strength is generally composed of their body's physical toughness plus spell power and breath intensity. Among the 5-colored dragons, although ranked by power, the order is generally red, blue, green, black, and white in sequence. Blue dragons do hold an advantage in confrontation against green dragons. But considering the green dragon's environment, the spell he recently awakened, and being half a year older, he truly has no small advantage. Not bad. Kellerman may be a bit stupid normally, but his strength is still impressive. The green wormling beside him smiled with the corner of her mouth. Although Kellerman is impressive compared to the one who bears the title Emerald Star Heir Alicia, she is still a step behind. In the future, our generation should unite under Big Sister Alicia as our leader. The thin black wormling beside the green wormling laughed and spoke. Her voice was similarly clear and delicate, obviously also female. Emerald Star, Silo murmured. This title belonged to Balier, the ruler of the Greenwood, known as the Dragon Matriarch. She was a mature green dragon with tremendously powerful strength and spell ability and ambitions that knew no bounds. Even after dominating the Greenwood, she remained unsatisfied. She even mobilized her subordinates to collect dragon eggs everywhere in recent years, all for the purpose of building a dragon army that would one day conquer all directions for her. And Silo and these wormlings were the dragon army that Balier was currently raising. All the wormlings, whether sincerely or by force, had to respect this dragon matriarch. Of course, when it came to respect, only the green dragons of the same species would truly revere the dragon matriarch, even viewing her as an idol and dreaming of becoming as imposing as she was one day. Alicia was one such green wormling. Leader. Putting aside whether Silo recognizes it, Gordon never takes me seriously. Alicia's young dragon face visibly darkened, her dragon eyes narrowing slightly. That damned red scale. He only knows how to look down his nose at dragons. He doesn't even respect the great successor of the Jade Star. So arrogant and foolish. The female black dragon wormling spoke again, sounding irritated and angry. That guy has nothing but muscles in his head. He doesn't understand reverence or unity at all. Relying on being a year older and stronger than us, he looks down on every dragon. Only you, Shilua. He might actually give a proper glance. If I had your support, guys like Gordon might actually change. The little green dragon Alicia wore a melancholic expression, sighing while glancing at Shilua from time to time. At this, Shilua also cast a glance back at the little green dragon, internally cursing those two scheming betches. Truly the most two-faced green and black dragons, always forming cliques and oppressing outsiders. They actually want him to be their subordinate to deal with that red scale brat. Do a green scale and a black scale even qualify? Shilua thought dismissively. Aloud he said softly, I don't have that kind of influence. To subdue Gordon, there's only one way, a one-on-one defeat. As the three wormlings chatted softly, the central battle had already entered its white-hot phase. The blue wormling Abel had been beaten badly, his strength nearly exhausted. He summoned his remaining strength to raise his head, opened his mouth. Countless tiny currents of electricity flickered within. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly turned toward the green wormling Kellerman, intending to finish him with a final breath. But Kellerman seemed prepared. The instant the other opened his mouth, a green vine had already crept up around Abel's hind leg. With a sharp yank, Abel's stance faltered. He stumbled, nearly falling. Before he could steady himself, Kellerman had already lunged forward, slamming him to the ground, and viciously slamming a claw onto his forehead. Abel cried out in pain, his head dizzy. The lightning in his mouth crackled upward toward the sky, then exploded into a string of beautiful blue arcing currents. Thud, 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 thud. Then came Kellerman, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Abel's head until the latter completely blacked out. He won. Kellerman won. I knew it. The victory belongs to us green dragons. Ha ha ha. Foolish blue dragons. Now you know who the true king of the Greenwood is. You only deserve to bow beneath the mighty wings of the great green dragons. That damned Abel. That fool. He doesn't deserve to be a blue dragon. A group of wormlings watched the outcome decided. Some cheered loudly while others cursed angrily. Although they all belonged to the Green Dragon Matriarch Balier's domain, different color breeds and personalities had divided them into many factions. Roar. Victorious Kellerman raised his head and roared at the sky. He was immensely proud. He vented his joy, displaying his valor and might to the surrounding dragons. The corner of his eye secretly glanced to one side. There a slender figure cloaked entirely in emerald with fine, densely packed scales stood upon the green grass. Oh, my dearest Alicia, the noble and beautiful pearl like jade and agate. Did you see? This is the power of Kellerman Caesar. Come, look at me with eyes full of worship and reverence. He looked toward Alicia, and the excitement on his entire dragon face slowly froze. Alicia, what are you doing? Why aren't you admiring my heroic display properly? Flirting with that damned blue scale bastard. These blue scales. Nothing but a bunch of weaklings who should only whimper beneath me and look up at my mighty power. They have no right to stand beside you. The little wormling Kellerman was consumed by jealousy. His desire for battle, never extinguished, burned again, nearly scorching away his reason. His gaze locked dead onto Shiloh, and he roared at the top of his lungs, Shiloh, come and settle this. Let's see who is the strongest dragon. Roar. After roaring, little Kellerman charged toward Shiloh, who was still 20 to 30 meters away, like a bristling cat. Huh. Shiloh, who had been chatting with Alicia, was bewildered by this roar, but seeing Kellerman charging at him, his gaze turned cold. He inhaled with extreme speed. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and spat. Crackle. A bolt of azure lightning flashed out. Kellerman, charging toward him, was struck head-on. Countless arcs of electricity danced across his body, traveling along his blood into his cracked wounds, making the little wormling jump on the spot, in a shocked, spasmodic dance. Roar. Shiloh roared again. This time he took a deep breath directly his chest, and belly swelling, and blue arcs of light danced wildly in his mouth, making the surroundings within several meters brighter by more than a measure. The surrounding wormlings watched with expressions of shock and fear. Here it comes. Shiloh's lightning breath is coming. Wait. Shiloh, what are you trying to do? Have you forgotten Lady Barbara's instructions? Quick, get out of the way. Be careful of the blast. That taste is not pleasant at all. A group of wormlings shrieked, scrambling to flee in all directions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanied by a series of sharp, irregular screeches. A dazzling azure lightning sphere condensed from Shiloh's mouth. At this moment, the somewhat stunned Kellerman seemed to sober up considerably. His body jolted again, sweat began to pour from beneath the scales on his back, and a look of terror crossed his young dragon face. He wanted to move, but the paralysis from the previous lightning hadn't fully worn off, and his body was still stiff. Panicking, he hurriedly shouted, Wait. Shiloh, I was just blinded by fighting spirit earlier. Actually, But before he could finish speaking, Shiloh suddenly spat out the lightning sphere. Screech. The lightning sphere cut through the air with a sharp shriek, traveling at a speed the wormlings couldn't react to, passing just a dozen centimeters to the right of Kellerman's head. Then, boom, crackle. A strange sound rang out from behind. The wormlings turned to look. They saw a giant tree behind Kellerman, thick enough for two people to embrace. A concave crater about 5 feet in diameter appeared. The bark within the crater had long since vanished, the inner trunk charred black, as if carbonized, billowing thick smoke. As saved, Kellerman's body went limp, collapsing to the earth. The other wormlings also swallowed hard at the sight. This kind of power is way too abnormal. Even an adult dragon's breath wouldn't have this much power. Just what special breath training method does this guy have? If I could achieve this level 2 even in the forest, I wouldn't fear those greenscale bastards. A group of wormlings chattered excitedly, appearing greatly impressed. We're all wormlings, so why are you the only one who can be so outstanding? Shiloh gazed at the charred layer on the trees and nodded gently. Overall, the power was rather impressive. If it struck Corman, the green dragon, whelp from earlier head-on, this one attack might directly severely injure him. Or even kill him. Of course, that was also because the opponent had already suffered no small amount of damage. But even if it had been unharmed, taking such a hit would likely strip away most of its combat ability in an instant. Shiloh's breath attack was far beyond the level of his current age group. It was a winning trick that could decide the outcome in a single blow when fighting at the same level. According to the memories within the dragon inheritance, even many young blue dragons could not reach such a level. Unfortunately, the consumption was equally enormous. With his current stamina and mana, spitting it 2 or 3 times would nearly drain all his mana. Moreover, the breath attack required a long time to unleash, and its hit rate at long range was also a problem. To that end, he had even improved his breath, dividing it into a complete version and a swift version. Needless to say, the complete version took a long time, but it had overwhelming power and could decide the battle in one strike. The swift version was the breath Shalaw had used to hit Corman at the very beginning. It took only half as long as the complete version and used the paralytic nature of lightning to paralyze the opponent. Then he could look for an opportunity to strike or continue with the complete version of his breath. The two complemented each other. They were Shilaw's current winning trump card and the weapon that had established his present standing. As expected of the strongest breath, this power is truly worthy of the name. Even someone like Gordon would definitely not get any advantage if he took a hit. Between Gordon and Shilawa, who in the end is the strongest among us? Of course it's Gordon. That guy is the only red dragon among us. I really don't want to admit it, but a muscle monster has too much of an advantage at this young age. How I think Shilawa is stronger. As long as he lands one hit, even Gordon can't withstand it. Why isn't anyone talking about Alicia? I think she's pretty strong. The whelps buzzed with discussion. The strongest? Of course it's me, Gordon Kenneth. Shilawa, come over here and duel me. I'll prove it to all the dragons. I'm the strongest. A roar, youthful, yet immensely resounding, burst out, and the whelps all turned their eyes toward it. They saw a red dragon whelp whose body was a full circle larger than the other whelps stalk over with a swaggering, arrogant air. Every other dragon along his path hurriedly got out of the way. He was none other than the red dragon Gordon. Shilawa's gaze rested deeply on this whelp. Red dragon whelp. Level 4 elite. Status good. Gordon, a red dragon whelp who was 4 years old and 1 year older than most dragons present, possessed level 4 strength. Although it was only one level higher, it still crushed the other dragons. Normally, even if two dragons attacked together, they would hardly be a match for him. This red dragon whelp used his frightening physical power to beat the other dragon brats until they fled, covering their heads and running away. Even Shilawa had not managed to pull away from the other dragons in level. Only he had. He was the only level 4 whelp. Even with breath enhancement, Shilawa knew he would be hard-pressed to be his match. When dragons were still young, physical strength truly mattered too much. More than once, Shilawa had thought that perhaps when he first descended, he should have chosen the talent rapid growth. If he had chosen that talent back, then between his present self and Gordon, that red dragon whelp, who would be stronger? Don't say such boring things. I don't want to disobey Lady Barbara's advice, Shilawa refused casually. Earlier you already used the age gap as an excuse to refuse a one-on-one duel with me. Now you keep bringing up Barbara. You coward. How long are you going to run away? Gordon walked slowly up to Shilawa and glared at him viciously. Thick hot air blasted from his nostrils, making the green grass on the ground sway without pause. Shilawa felt a putrid fishy stench surge into his face, giving him the urge to turn his head away. Aren't you already a year older than me? Do you know how huge the gap of that single year is? It's almost like a young dragon beating a whelp. Is that the kind of victory you long for? If that's the case, then I admit that you're the stronger one right now, Shilawa said, enduring the stench with an annoyed expression. Roar? Then you tell me. When exactly are you going to duel me? Gordon roared angrily. At least wait until we reach the juvenile dragon stage. Only then will this 1 year gap not seem so important. Roar. Juvenile dragon stage. Fine. You said it. When that time comes, I will defeat you in front of all the dragons and prove how strong I am. Roar. Now, you're going to play with me for a good while. Gordon yelled, turned his head toward a fairly sturdy blue dragon whelp, and charged over with a furious roar. You. Don't come any closer. I'm not fighting you. Help. Lady Barbara, save me. The blue dragon whelp that had been targeted shrieked in terror, turned around and ran, but Gordon quickly caught up, pressed it down, and rained down a brutal beating. Unlike Shilawa, who had revealed immense power and been acknowledged by every dragon as a strong one, Gordon paid no attention to the pleas or opinions of ordinary dragons. He cared only about Shilawa, the opponent he acknowledged. Long ago, Gordon had sensed a threat from Shilawa's breath, and for that reason, he had always regarded him as a rival. An opponent like this had to be fought at full strength. Only by defeating each other at their peaks would a dragon feel pleasure and satisfaction. The other whelps were nothing more than tools for him to abuse at will and to display his power. The unfortunate blue dragon whelp was beaten into loud howls, its miserable screams tearing through the green woods. Seeing this, the other whelps showed expressions of pity and barely concealed glee. What an arrogant, rude, crude, and self-important muscle-bound idiot. Alicia stared at Gordon's red back, her face filled with disdain. The little black dragon girl beside her chimed in with repeated agreement. Shilawa grinned, not very interested in this. Just as he was about to turn and leave. Roar. All of you stop right now. You bunch of fools. A huge dragon roar came down from the sky together with fierce wind, and in the next instant the entire ground trembled. A massive figure at least 50 feet long and covered in verdant green crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. The colossal beast raised a forepaw, seized Gordon, who had been insufferably arrogant just moments ago, by the scruff of his neck like a kitten, and lifted him off the ground. The arrogance on Gordon's face vanished completely, his entire body went limp, and his expression became blank. Facing this enormous green dragon, the other whelps each displayed respectful expressions. Shilawa stared at this green dragon. Young green dragon. Level 12 elite. Status good. This level, 12 green dragon was the highest level monster Shilawa had encountered in the 3 years since arriving. According to his memories, this level was already an extremely formidable existence. It had the ability to wipe out the forces of weak noble houses all by itself. It was also an existence that some mortal warriors could not defeat in all their lives. To overcome a monster of this level, only a powerful spellcaster or knights and warriors who wielded holy power could do so. In the dragon heritage memories of Shillua, pure warrior class professions were extremely weak. Although they could use certain secret arts to enhance their bodily functions and gain power beyond mortal comprehension. Yet this was far from the mystical feats described in the fantasy novels Shillua had read in his past life. Breaking steels and splitting rocks was possible, but kneading iron into steel was out of the question. To move at a speed comparable to a speeding automobile was simply impossible. To pit a body weighing 100 or even several hundred pounds against monsters whose bodies were tens or hundreds of times heavier in a contest of strength was utterly unwinnable. Warrior class practitioners bound by their physiological limits had never once in recorded history defeated a monster of level 10 or above, even after honing their so-called martial arts to the pinnacle. Only spellcasters and holy class professions were true, transcendent beings. The spells and holy arts they wielded compared with warriors' techniques were like firearms against cold steel, devastatingly lethal, while also enabling them to unleash physical capabilities beyond their limits. Only such creatures were the true enemies of dragons. The young green dragon lifted the red wormling in her claws before her face, her enormous eyes fixed fiercely on the tiny creature, her visage savage and terrifying. Baring her fangs, she snarled, "Good done. You imbecile. How dare you disregard my orders? You. Very well, very well." The young green dragon's voice was somewhat shrill as she abruptly hurled "Good done" from her claws into the sky. Then vines on the surrounding trees grew wildly, shooting out the instant Good done fell and binding the wormling's limbs firmly. "Babala, what are you trying to do? Hey, let me go. I'm the future strongest of the Dragon Legion." Startled, the wormling Good done couldn't help roaring as he struggled ceaselessly. But immediately more vines wound along his body and wrapped completely around his mouth, leaving him able to make only muffled whimpering sounds. Good done, the red wormling, was bound solidly in midair until in the end only his nostrils and eyeballs were exposed, his whole body unable to move in the slightest. Having done all this, the young green dragon called Babala cast a glance at the unconscious blue wormling Aber on the ground and the battered green wormling Kellerman. Her expression darkened once more as she swept a vicious look over the other wormlings. "Who started it?" she roared. "It was Aber. This one provoked us green dragons. I just wanted to teach him a lesson." Kellerman hastily explained. "I wasn't asking you." Babala glared, causing Kellerman to shrink his neck in fear. They both attacked together. One yelled that green dragons were the strongest and smartest, while the other shouted that blue dragons were. Neither would yield, so they fought. A small black dragon said softly. Babala's face darkened as she waved her claws slightly. From the surrounding trees, another mass of vines sprouted, wrapped around the two wormlings who had just fought, and mercilessly bound them in midair. "You bunch of energetic idiots. You have no sense of restraint. Aren't you afraid of becoming the next Iloan?" Babala roared again, clearly furious. Hearing this, the wormlings all turned to look at a large tree in the distance where a thin, small white dragon lay alone beneath it, looking utterly lonely. Shillua stared at him. White dragon wormling level 2 status, good. Crippled 5-colored dragons were vicious, bellicose, greedy, and cunning by nature. Creatures whose very genes were engraved with the mandate to be villains. Gathering such vicious creatures together, one could tell with a single glance. Vicious incidents were inevitable. Insulting other dragon species daily and brawling were practically routine. As a young green dragon and a general under the Dragon Matriarch, Babala's current main job was to watch over the wormlings. She had originally believed that scuffles among evil dragons were nothing, and she was even pleased to see them. But 3 months ago an accident happened. This white dragon wormling named Iluan, in a fight with a black dragon wormling, had his forelimbs broken. 5-colored dragons were not skilled in healing spells. Thus this poor little white dragon had been permanently damaged. Even if his forelimbs recovered, it could not change the reality that he would become a crippled dragon. Now he walked with a limp, greatly affecting his combat power. Because of this, the Dragon Matriarch was enraged. Of course it wasn't because she cared for the little white dragon Iluan, but because she was distressed over the loss of her property. Her Dragon Legion, not yet complete, already had a cripple. A factor affecting combat strength had appeared. If in the future there were a few more cripples, or even more severe casualties, then what would the Dragon Legion she had poured her heart into building become? A Dragon Disability Association. A place specially sheltering and raising the disabled members of dragonkind. Our great Dragon Matriarch becoming a paragon of virtue, even kinder than a metallic dragon. How ridiculous. The wormlings looked at the little white dragon Iluan with varied expressions, silent, not knowing what they were thinking. Shillua secretly observed the wormlings' faces and could clearly see their contemptuous indifference. Evil dragons were evil dragons. Relying on reasoning to make them restrain their base instincts was almost impossible. None of them thought they would be as unlucky as the little white dragon or as weak. In their minds they could only think, "Oh, look at that waste. He actually got his leg broken by a black dragon bastard. What a waste. If it were me, I could absolutely twist that black dragon whelp's neck off." Babala cursed at the wormlings for a long time. Finally, after another round of warnings, she ordered that no one was allowed to let Gadun and the other two down. They were to be left suspended for 3 days and starved for 3 days. Then she slowly flew to a nearby giant tree. This was Babbala's lair, a special giant tree nurtured by nature magic. Its width was so massive that dozens of people holding hands could not encircle it. The top was a dense interweaving of branches and vines, forming a platform large enough for a young green dragon to lie comfortably upon and observe every move of the wormlings. She squinted as she watched the wormlings slowly disperse, feeling mentally tired and lamenting her own bad luck. As a green dragon who had entered the young adult stage more than a decade ago and was still climbing toward her peak, she should have been soaring freely in the sky, plundering passing travelers and merchant caravans, and commanding vast evil armies to display her power. But what happened? She had been assigned by the Dragon Matriarch to this place, becoming a keeper of a bunch of wormlings. A babysitter. Every day she had to watch this bunch of stupid things. Free time was scarce. She had barely left for 2 days to have a rendezvous with Kiki at the nearby town of Huajin, only to come back and find that another incident nearly occurred. These damned idiots. Could those brainless things not spare her a moment of peace? Babbala cursed continuously. Suddenly, she felt a rustling sound from the tree below. She frowned slightly, stretched out her long neck, and looked down at the base of the tree. A cerulean blue wormling whose dragon wings were not yet fully grown was struggling to climb upward with all 4 limbs. Watching this young figure, Babbala blinked. She waited until the little wormling climbed up before showing a hint of recognition. I remember you. Shilowa Utalaxisai. Your breath is very special, stronger than an ordinary blue dragon's. It is my honor to be remembered by a lady as elegant and powerful as Barbara. The blue hatchling Ciro, who had just climbed onto the tree, curved his lips into a faint smile and replied with respect. Up close, the contrast between the tiny whelp and the great green dragon was like that of a house cat facing a tiger. What do you want by coming to see me? Barbara gazed at the little blue dragon. Despite them both being dragons, this one seemed different from the other fools. He never provoked other dragons, and even when battles occurred, he maintained restraint. Recently, because of Alan's matters, he had frequently urged caution upon the others. He was a truly well-behaved and sensible creature. Barbara preserved a rare kind expression for such a child. Does Lady Barbara worry over our belligerent nature? Ciro asked softly. If the other dragons were as clever and sensible as you, I would have far fewer troubles, Barbara sighed. That was the virtue of a good child. He could perceive her suffering at a single glance. Why were those fools below unable to see it? Why could they not learn from Ciro? I wish to aid Lady Barbara. Your time should not be squandered on our meaningless conflicts. Oh, Barbara glanced at Ciro with a hint of surprise. Aid me? Interesting. Let me hear your proposal. The young green dragon was inwardly pleased, yet still somewhat dismissive. She knew well the true nature of chromatic dragons. Even if she punished the unruly, the constraint against harming the Dragon Matriarch's brood rendered her unable to truly discipline these wicked whelps. Even a wise and elegant young dragon like herself could not solve it, let alone a hatchling. Still, the child had good intentions, and Barbara felt a touch of comfort. Lady Barbara, the battles among chromatic dragons are merely displays of power and outlets for excess vitality. If we allow them to prove their strength and release that energy through other means, we need not fear their endless conflicts. Barbara froze, looking at the hatchling with astonishment. She actually felt there was some sense in his words. But how do you guarantee both? How do you keep the hatchlings from harming one another? To prove strength, they must fight, and fighting inevitably leads to injury. No. Lady Barbara, conflict itself can be divided into many forms. Direct combat can be considered physical contest. Though it is the most direct display of strength, it is far too dangerous for hatchlings. In my view, there is another way, what might be called a contest of wits, and it is far more suitable. What is a contest of wits? Barbara asked, curious. What determines victory is ultimately our strength, speed, breath, and mastery of magic. Since that is so, why not display these qualities through different means? That is exactly what a contest of wits is. We can simply arrange for the hatchlings to display pure strength, speed, breath, and magical prowess, and compare them against one another. This could be as simple as arm wrestling, or perhaps. Ciro spoke at length, and Barbara gradually shifted from her earlier dismissiveness to sitting up straight, until at last her eyes gleamed as she fixed them on him. When Ciro finished, Barbara could not help but lightly clap her foreclaws together, producing a series of sounds. Well spoken. Ciro Eutalysis. You truly are different from those fools. This is an excellent method. With 4 trials, the one with the best overall results is naturally the strongest. By the same reasoning, every dragon can easily be ranked. And even if some refuse to accept it with proper guidance, they will devote themselves to improving their performance, thereby expending all that excess energy. Excellent. Truly excellent. You are wonderful. Barbara's spirits soared as she showered Ciro with praise. Ciro, for his part, merely smiled. After a long while, once Barbara's excitement had settled, she looked Ciro up and down and said, You have done me no small favor. Speak then, what reward do you desire? Aside from gold and gems, anything I can give I shall give. I wish to study magic under Lady Barbara. Ciro did not conceal his intentions, speaking directly. Study magic? You slumbered once before. What spell did you awaken? Cleaning spell. Zero replied while the skin of his youthful dragon face gave a faint twitch. Cleaning spell? How absurd. Barbara's mouth twitched as she wanted to laugh, but feared hurting the clever little dragon's feelings, so she restrained herself, and said, even though every slumber of a true dragon unlocks some draconic inheritance and grants fragments of magical knowledge. It seems you cannot wait that long. That is fine. I can teach you magic. Yet judging by the worth of your proposal, it merits only a single 4th tier spell, or 2 spells below the 4th tier. Think carefully about what you truly need. Only worth so little. What a stingy female dragon. Zero silently ridiculed the young green dragon, yet his face remained composed as he said, I thank you for your generosity, Lady Barbara. As for spells, I require Earthen Armor and Electric Discharge. Earthen Armor is a 3rd tier earth defense spell. It can cover your draconic body with a layer of earth, and combined with our natural scales, it is quite passable. Electric Discharge, though only a 2nd tier spell, can leverage your blue dragon affinity for lightning to paralyze foes in close combat. But if you use both together, the Electric Discharge effect will be weakened by the earth layer of Earthen Armor. Are you certain you want these spells? Barbara was somewhat surprised by Zero's choices, but patiently explained. I am certain. Zero affirmed. Very well, then listen closely. Barbara nodded, and without further ado, began to explain the secrets of the 2 spells. Zero listened quietly. Unlike spells awakened through bloodline inheritance, learning magic on one's own was extraordinarily difficult. Ordinary humans were not even qualified to learn it, much less master it. In Zero's eyes, this difficulty was comparable to entering prestigious universities such as 985 or 211 institutions back on Earth. Fortunately, dragons, being natural magical beings with far more developed minds than humans, could master even these highly demanding spells with relative ease. Zero remained by Barbara's side. His unusual behavior had already drawn the notice of the other hatchlings beneath the tree. Alicia and her attendant, a small black dragon named Martha, watched the dragon figures upon the distant great tree. That Zero has been alone with Lady Barbara for so long. Is he trying to fawn over her like those lizard folk? What a disgusting creature. He should know his place. The greenwood belongs to the green dragons. It belongs to you, Alicia. The black hatchling Martha snarled with rage. On the side, Alicia's expression darkened. It seems Shilua has ultimately developed inappropriate thoughts. This fellow is far too overconfident. He's actually begun to lose sight of who he is. What a pathetic creature. Next time, I must properly teach him a lesson. The 2 young dragons growled, turning hostile toward Shilua. They discussed how to find an opportunity when the other couldn't unleash their breath attack, so as to properly teach them a lesson. The other young dragons also had stirring thoughts. They waited until dark. A group of lizard men carrying a giant spiny beast weighing at least 1,000 pounds appeared, and only then did Shilua descend from the treetop. He had already committed all the spells to memory. He only needed to practice more going forward. All the young dragons gathered around the enormous spiny beast. This creature resembled a grotesquely enlarged hedgehog, its meat rich in nutrients and firm in texture, making it an excellent source of food. Dragons held a particular fondness for this prey. The leg meat in particular was considered the most delicious. As the young dragons began to eat, most of them fixated on the leg portions, but only the strongest few had the privilege to taste them. Previously, with powerful young dragons like Gordon among them, even Shilua found it troublesome to get a taste of the leg meat due to his weaker physique. Now that several of the strong young dragons were gone, he lay on a hind leg portion and devoured it, heartily, no longer in need of Alicia's earlier promises. Mid-bite, Shilua sensed something amiss and turned his head to the side. To his astonishment, he discovered that Alicia and Martha, the 2 young female dragons, were not eating at all. They simply stared fixedly at him with inexplicably strange expressions. He was somewhat puzzled. He blinked once, thinking to himself, although I have transformed into a cute and handsome male blue dragon, my body has not yet fully developed. How could I have attracted young female dragons already? Do these female dragons mature and reach sexual maturity faster than males? This is absurd. He paused, still bewildered, furrowed his brows, and returned to his meal. The 3 young dragons bound in midair also noticed their companions feasting. Hearing the crunching sounds, they whimpered, desperately struggling, endlessly displaying profound agony and regret. Though the young dragons were only as large as leopards, their appetites were enormous. Each could consume nearly 100 pounds of meat. After all the dragons had eaten their fill before they could even rest, Baba atop the giant tree spread her dragon wings and slowly descended from the sky, accompanied by the trembling of the earth. No words were needed. The young dragons all turned their gaze toward the young green dragon, awaiting her decree. You should have all witnessed just now the lengthy discussion Shilua and I had in the tree. He is unlike you all. Though equally young, he already possesses remarkable wisdom, whereas you fools can only determine superiority through constant infighting. He has even devised a brilliant plan. You wish to display your strength, to prove your prowess. It is simple. Merely compete earnestly in the upcoming 4-item trials. Whoever achieves the highest overall ranking shall be deemed the strongest dragon, shall become the future leader of the Dragon Legion. I will not only acknowledge your strength, but also report the results to the Dragon Matriarch, and let all creatures of the Green Forest know your prowess. Become the true first dragon of the Green Forest. Inform the Dragon Matriarch and all the creatures of the Green Forest. The first dragon of the Green Forest. Upon hearing this, the young dragons shuddered with excitement, their eyes gleaming. Was this not precisely what they had dreamed of? The supreme dragon standing above a dozen young dragons. The future leader of the Dragon Legion. Recognized by the Dragon Matriarch. A powerful dragon revered and feared by all creatures of the Green Forest. And the first dragon of the Green Forest. This is simply too magnificent. So what are the 4 trials? How shall they be conducted? Xia spoke up immediately, and the other young dragons gazed expectantly at Baba, each brimming with anticipation. It is very simple. The so-called 4 trials. They shall test strength, speed, breath power, and the mastery and potency of magical spells. For the strength trial, 2 dragons form a pair standing together within a circle, locking arms, competing in pure physical power. Whoever is pushed out of the circle first loses. The victor continues to face opponents until the last one standing is declared the strongest in power. For the speed trial, all dragons compete together, racing 1 kilometer simultaneously. First to finish takes first place. Breath power. Baba recounted the methods she had previously discussed with Shiloh one by one. The young dragons displayed expressions of astonishment, experiencing a profound sense of revelation that competition could be conducted in such ways. Many young dragons voiced their admiration, their spirits lifted as they rubbed their claws, eager to prove themselves in the upcoming contests. At the periphery of the group, the little white dragon Alan raised his neck, his gaze toward Shiloh, carrying a hint of something unusual. Xia and Martha, the 2 young female dragons, exchanged glances. This Shiloh, he actually managed to devise such a method to resolve the conflicts among the young dragons. He has helped Miss Baba solve a troublesome problem. What a dragon who knows how to flatter. But fortunately, the final leader position must still be determined by strength. Just wait. Shiloh, I will thoroughly crush you in the upcoming trials. Make you abandon your inappropriate thoughts. But then again, what benefit did this Shiloh gain from helping Baba solve her troubles? Could it be gold coins and gems? Yes, it must be gold coins and gems. When none of the young dragons could possibly obtain such treasures, acquiring them from Baba. You must feel quite proud of yourself, don't you? Proud that you accomplished what other young dragons could not, proud that you surpassed your peers. Damn it, I have been surpassed in this regard. The innate baseness stemming from dragon genes drove the 2 young female dragons to an extreme jealousy at the mere thought. Very well, that concludes what I wish to say. The first trial shall be held 1 month from now. Until then, those who wish to achieve good results must train diligently. Whoever engages in reckless fighting, I will revoke their qualification. I shall make them finish last. I shall make them the weakest dragon in all the Green Forest. After finishing her words, Baba glared viciously at all the young dragons before taking flight once more. Seeing the sky darken, the young dragons gradually returned to their respective nests. Shiloh had just returned to his nest and was lying down to rest when he felt something outside the cave gazing at him and immediately crawled out. To his surprise, he saw Xia and Martha, the 2 young female dragons, stationed not far from his nest, staring intently at it. These 2 female dragons, aren't they actually captivated by me? But I haven't even developed properly. Shiloh was both startled and bewildered, looking at his scale-covered, underdeveloped form with a strange expression. The 2 young dragons in the distance stood silent, locking gazes with Shiloh across the distance for a long while before slowly departing. Strange female dragons. Shiloh murmured, returned to his nest, and quickly fell asleep. His consciousness in a trance-like state began to sink continuously. Suddenly, he found himself once again beneath that starry expanse, and over that vast ocean from before his rebirth as a dragon. That enormously large skeletal frame floated upon the sea, still stretching beyond the horizon. But today seemed somewhat different from previous visits. Beside that colossal skull, something appeared to have manifested. Shiloh gazed intently, his vision continuously zooming closer until he could finally see clearly. An extremely youthful white dragon phantom in a prostrate posture, symbolizing submission within the dragon race, faced the enormous skull. Upon its body hung a slender chain linking the 2 together. Between these 2 there seemed to exist a subtle connection. Between the phantom and the skull, an inexplicable bond appeared to resonate. This discovery filled Shiloh with wonder and intrigue, his mind racing with possibilities as he pondered the meaning behind this mysterious vision. The connection between these 2 entities seemed to hold secrets far beyond his current understanding, whispering promises of revelations yet to come. Shiloh stared in slight astonishment at the white dragon apparition. Compared to his first arrival in this mysterious sea region, his mind and awareness had become much clearer. Is this Alan Ambrose? That lame little white dragon? Why would this fellow's apparition appear here, and what does it represent? Shiloh was even capable of pondering such complex questions. But before he could figure it out, the sea beneath him suddenly churned and ripples spread across its surface. In the void, a line of familiar, yet unfamiliar bold black text appeared. Leader, a wormling worships you from the bottom of its heart and regards you as its leader. Reward 10 achievement points. Current achievement points 10. Below was a menu-like list of talent abilities. Rapid growth accelerates your growth, allowing you to mature faster and possess a more massive body. Cost 20 achievement points. High-speed healing. After taking damage, you can heal wounds faster. Cost 20 achievement points. Sturdy. You will become stronger and more powerful. Cost 10 achievement points. What is this? Unlock achievements. Earn achievement points. Then use achievement points to purchase the desired talent abilities. Could this be my golden finger? Leader. A wormling worships me from the bottom of its heart. Who is this wormling? Shiloah thought to himself while involuntarily turning his gaze to the white dragon apparition. Is it him? Alan Ambrose. Why would this guy suddenly worship me? And why would his apparition appear in this sea area? Too strange. Shiloah's mind was firmly captivated by the newly appeared text, and he couldn't help pondering. The mystery of the white dragon apparition remained unsolved, but the benefits leader had brought him were real. He couldn't help once again looking down at the 3 talents below. When I first descended into this world, I clearly remember the 3 talents: rapid growth, breath enhancement, and high-speed healing. Yet now breath enhancement has turned into sturdy. Is it because breath enhancement has already been redeemed by me? Among these 3 talents, the only one I can currently redeem is sturdy, so there seems to be nothing to hesitate about. Shiloah pondered inwardly and fixed his gaze on the last talent, sturdy. As his consciousness focused on it, the text before him changed once again. Current achievement points 0. Current talents. Breath enhancement. Sturdy. Afterward, everything before him began to twist. Shiloah suddenly woke with a start from his dream. Inside the nest, it was pitch black with only his pair of dragon eyes emitting an eerie green glow. He had been awakened by hunger. The meat he had eaten just a few hours earlier had actually already been completely consumed. His stomach let out a gurgling growl. Hungry and flustered, he stood up and began gnawing on the tree wall beside him. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Wood shavings flew through the air. Shiloah kept swallowing the awful-tasting wood. A dragon's digestive system was extremely powerful. They could eat almost anything, whether it was soil or various ores. Their stomachs could digest it. But under normal circumstances, they would never eat dirt or trees, because the taste was too terrible. At the same time, eating such things would make a dragon feel ashamed. But Shiloah was famished and couldn't worry about that. Also, because of the golden finger, he didn't want other dragons to know about this sudden anomaly, so naturally, he could only secretly gnaw on the tree by himself. Who knew how long had passed? By the time he had nearly gnawed hollow the entire root section, his hunger finally disappeared. At this moment, he could even see rays of sunlight spilling into view from outside the once pitch-black nest. Dawn was almost breaking. He had been gnawing on tree roots for at least several hours. Shiloah's dragon eyes narrowed slightly as he stared straight ahead. Sturdy blue dragon wormling. Level 3 elite. Status good. The prefix has changed. Although the level still hasn't changed, a plus sign has appeared after elite. No doubt about it. I've become stronger. Shiloah reared up on his hind legs and slowly raised his right arm. Dragons were higher life forms. All dragons, except black dragons, a special breed, were like fierce tigers. Even those raised in captivity, eating after sleeping and sleeping after eating all day with no exercise, possessed rather sturdy muscles. This was the result of natural physical development. It was like what an ordinary human would achieve through half a year or even a full year of normal growth. But Shiloah, at this moment, was different. His muscle mass was clearly 1 or 2 sizes larger than before. Compared with normal dragons, he looked more like one that had been on steroids. Of course, only a little. But even so, his body had gained a fair amount of weight. When he gently clenched his claws, he could feel surging power. At this moment, he was confident that in terms of pure strength alone, he was the strongest aside from Gordon the Red Dragon. In addition, even the mana within his body seemed to have strengthened considerably. Sensing it carefully, it had increased by about 1/15. Was this also a change brought by Sturdy? Or was it the white dragon apparition? No matter what, it was a good thing. Shiloah grinned. He lay back down to sleep. Only when the racket outside started up again did he crawl out of his nest. Day had just begun to break. A bunch of dragon whelps were already roaring with boundless energy. Compared with yesterday, however, today's whelps were all standing upright, foreclaws gripping each other's bodies and hind legs pushing hard, trying to force the opponent backward. These guys had already begun preparing for the competition a month away. For honor, and to show themselves off, they really were working hard. He had just stepped out of the nest when a green wormling rushed toward him impatiently and roared. Shiloah, you're finally awake. Come on, spar with me. Let's see whose strength is greater. Following at his side were Alicia and Martha, 2 young female dragons. Sorry, I don't have time right now. I have other things to attend to. Shiloah had no intention of paying attention to the dragon. He turned and walked away. The 3 whelps behind him were taken aback. Martha stared at Shiloah's retreating figure with a strange sneer. He actually dodged the challenge. That Shiloah guy really only has his breath attack to show for himself. In this competition, he probably won't make the top 5. The competition was his suggestion. In the end, he only hurt himself. What a fool. Huh. See that, Alicia? This is my true strength. When it comes to strength, even Shiloah knows he is no match for me. In the competition a month from now, I'll be number 1. The green wormling who had just challenged Shiloah proudly growled at Alicia, his tail continually swishing behind him like a puppy craving praise. Alicia, however, fixedly watched Shiloah's distant figure, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Does that guy Shiloah seem a lot sturdier than yesterday, or is it my imagination? Shiloah slowly left the noisy area. He needed to find a quiet place to fully master the 2 spells he had learned from Barbara. As he left, his gaze couldn't help drifting toward a tree cave entrance. There, a tiny white dragon lay there all alone, its eyes fixed on him. The instant their gazes met, it immediately turned its head and looked away. Seeing this, Shiloah wore a thoughtful expression. He did not approach it, but slowly left to do what he needed to do. And so a month passed quickly. Roar! A fierce yet youthful bellow echoed through the emerald forest. Within a vast circular arena, the red dragon, Hatchling Gdoin, hoisted a green rival overhead and hurled him beyond the boundary. Amidst a thunderous crash and the green dragon's pained wails, Gdoin unleashed a triumphant roar before the astonished gaze of his peers, venting his exhilaration and showcasing his formidable prowess. That muscle-bound monster Gdoin. We stand no chance against him in a contest of raw strength. His strength is merely his sole advantage. In the trials to come, I shall reveal to him what true might entails. Amidst a thunderous crash and the green dragon's pained wails, Gdoin unleashed a triumphant roar before the astonished gaze of his peers, venting his exhilaration and showcasing his formidable prowess. Aside from Barbara, a green dragon marginally larger than her now occupied the boughs. Shiloah fixed his gaze upon the newcomer. Young green dragon. Level 12 elite. Status favorable. A young green dragon akin to Barbara, bearing the same rank though male. He was named Cato Wrigley's. Another green dragon sworn to the Dragon Matriarch, this youth commanded the Greenwood's hunting pack. The 2 young dragons now lay coiled atop the great tree, their piercing gazes fixed upon the hatchlings clash below. Having witnessed Gdoin dispatch a rival from the ring with effortless precision, young green dragon Cato's lips curled into a wry smile, his interest piqued. The disparity is staggering. That red whelp's strength would not fall short of several juvenile dragons. It appears first place in this trial is virtually his for the taking. Were we to judge solely by strength, Gdoin would indeed reign supreme. Yet this trial measures strength, speed, breath, and arcane arts. When all are weighed, securing first place will prove no trivial feat for him. In matters of speed, the gaunt black dragon holds the clear advantage. As for breath, the blue dragon stands unrivaled. And in arcane arts, Elysiasi draws upon the crown lineage renowned masters within dragonkind. Even upon her initial awakening, this young female has already commandeered 3 distinct incantations. Barbara slowly swayed her colossal head, delivering her dissent. Even granting that the black dragon's supremacy in speed, the blue dragon's preeminence in breath, and Elysiasi's mastery of spells seem insufficient to secure outstanding marks in the remaining disciplines. Gdoin, however, is a different matter entirely. In strength, he will undoubtedly claim victory. Should he falter against the specialists in other categories, he shall still firmly occupy the second echelon. Upon holistic assessment, the laurels will ultimately still crown him. Though my nature revolts against such brutish red dragon whelps during their hatchling phase, their inherent advantages are simply too overwhelming. Cato remarked with nonchalance. You presume Gdoin shall claim ultimate victory. I harbor my doubts. Why not stake a wager upon the outcome? Barbara turned her gaze toward Cato, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Upon hearing this, Cato could not suppress a chuckle. So this is the very reason you summoned me to witness the spectacle. You dare set your sights upon my coin purse. Barbara, you possess a remarkable audacity. Nevertheless, that Gdoin shall triumph is beyond question. Since you insist upon wagering, I shall humor you. What sum do you propose for this wager? 50 gold pieces, eh? 50. You wager rather heavily. Pray tell that you lack the means, eh? Did you suppose I dwelled in poverty, as you do, eternally chaperoning these dragon whelps? As commander of the hunting pack, my horde defies your comprehension. Cato sneered derisively. Barbara's scaled visage instantly drained from vibrant emerald to a sullen murky green. To serve as mere custodian to the hatchlings day in and day out yielded absolutely no profit. She had scarcely seen surplus gold in nearly 3 long years. Cato, however, commanded the hunting pack. Should any surplus provisions arise, he invariably entrusted nearby trading caravans to dispose of them. Though the margin was modest, his existence was far more comfortable than her own. Memories of days long past surfaced. She, Barbara, had once been the guardian dragon of the Greenwood, commanding over 300 dread retainers. The monthly tributes once affluent enough to make her wake with laughter in her sleep. But those days were but dust upon the wind. The mere recollection brought her acute anguish, her features twisting into a grimace. A somber smile touched her lips as she spat forth a length of parchment. Then let it be done. Affix your mark to this accord, and our wager shall be sealed in perpetuity. You had this calculated all along, even preparing the contract beforehand. Cato bared a mouthful of ivory daggers, casting a sidelong glance at the document. The terms inscribed therein appeared decidedly unfavorable to my interests. Pray explain. Only if Gdoin prevails shall I claim victory. Any other dragon's triumph constitutes my defeat. Then let us alter the terms. You shall select one, and I shall select one. We shall alternate until every hatchling is chosen, and behold, which dragon's champion emerges victorious. A sound proposition. Let me commence. Naturally, my first selection shall be that red dragon whelp. Then I shall claim Shiloah Eutraxis as my inaugural choice. Shiloah Eutraxis. The name rings a bell. Did he not propose this very contest? I have heard whispers that his breath weapon carries considerable potency, rivaling that of a juvenile dragon. Kato paused, his scales rustling before continuing. Even granting that he trails Geduin by a full year's growth, beyond his breath, he possesses no remarkable virtues. He holds no advantage over his kin in strength or speed. You would stake your fortune upon such a one. Did you instruct him in additional incantations, seeking to elevate his standing in the magical disciplines as well? Kato appeared to divine her stratagem. Yet even if his breath and arcane arts rank supreme, his physical prowess shall inevitably falter. I accept your wager. The turn reverts to me. I claim Elysiasi. Abel. Kellerman. The two young green dragons deferred their claw marks upon the parchment until the final hatchling had been chosen. Both radiated unshakable confidence in their selections. Their gazes returned to the skirmishing hatchlings below. Instantly Barbara's eyes locked with Shilua's, offering a barely perceptible nod. It appears the scheme unfolds precisely as intended. Though Kato may suspect my designs, his faith in Geduin, a colossus of overall prowess, remains absolute, for he is undeniably the favorite. 50 gold coins equates to the annual tribute of a frontier baron. For two dragons forced to languish under the Dragon Matriarch's thumb, it constitutes a formidable sum. Barbara shall rejoice at such windfall, and from it I shall obtain precisely what I desire. Shilua, cease your reverie, your trial commences now. Geduin's low growl pierced Shilua's thoughts, drawing him back to the present. He turned his head to regard the red dragon whelp. His countenance now burned with the flush of an effortless triumph, radiating unbridled arrogance. Advance, Shilua. Manifest your true might. First place in this contest is inherently mine, yet ensure you do not surrender second position to another. I will. Shilua gave a slight nod and slowly stepped into the circle. He cast a glance across. It was actually Kellerman, that green whelp. As soon as Shilua looked at him, the whelp flashed a toothy grin. Hee hee. Shilua, finally we can have a proper showdown. I admit your breath attack is formidable. Last time your sneak attack caught me off guard and got me injured. It truly gave me a scare. But this time is different. This is purely a contest of strength. I'll crush you completely. I'll make you see the might of a green dragon. The green whelp arched his neck high, brimming with battle spirit, while his peripheral gaze flickered toward Alexia. Just now his beloved Alexia had said that if he decisively defeated Shilua, she would be willing to spend an entire day alone with him. No matter what, he could not afford to lose to that Shilua this time. I swear by the name of the Kaisa clan. Shilua, however, felt not the slightest aversion to these whelps. Watching these little ones, with their strange head-to-body proportions, make expressions either fierce or ingratiating, he found it all quite comical. Interacting with these little whelps was like an adult facing a group of elementary school students. Oh, why would he ever genuinely take them to heart? He merely smiled. Then the two whelps slowly moved toward each other, reached out their foreclaws, and clasped each other's dragon arms, ready to begin the contest. No sooner had they grasped than a flash of astonishment appeared on Kellerman's dragon face. He blinked hard. He looked at his own dragon arm, then at Shilua's. A striking contrast stood between the two. Wait a moment. Why were Shilua's dragon arms so thick and stout? His forearm alone is almost as thick as my upper arm. What is going on with this guy? Don't we all normally eat thornspike beast meat? Why are you so sturdy? Could this blue-scaled, single-horned bastard have eaten something else? Shilua, you. Bewildered and confused, he had just opened his mouth to ask. In that instant, a tremendous force surged from in front of him. He instinctively tried to resist, only to hear a furious roar. The next moment, his whole body felt weightless. After a dizzying spin, pain exploded in his head. Dazed, he looked up at the dense foliage overhead and the azure sky. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing just now? Why am I gazing at the sky? He was dumbfounded. Shilua won. How is that possible? Why is this guy's strength so overwhelming? A blue dragon's strength should hardly hold much advantage over a green dragon's. Besides, Kellerman is more than half a year older than Shilua. How could this be? Is Kellerman really that weak, or is Shilua just that strong? Bursts of exclamation erupted around them, gradually pulling Kellerman back to his senses. He turned his head toward his beloved Alexia. The beautiful little female dragon was now looking at him with a face full of disappointment. The surrounding dragons cast glances at him filled with contempt, astonishment, and mockery. Kellerman felt his blood surging through him, his green face flushing slightly as he remembered the bold words he had spoken to Shilua at the beginning and how brimming with confidence he had been. Shame and irritation surged through him all the more. He wanted to explain, but had no idea where to begin. So he twisted his neck to one side, closed his eyes, and played dead. After who knows how long, he was finally dragged out of the circle by another dragon pulling his tail. Having bested Kellerman, Shilua walked out of the circle, nodding to himself. Empowered by the sturdy enhancement, his strength was truly formidable. When he erupted with his full power, he could actually lift a dragon and slam it to the ground, just like Geduin. This strength already constituted absolute supremacy over other dragons of the same age, red dragons excepted. Slap. Shilua felt something pat his foreleg. Turning his head, he saw it was Geduin, that red whelp. He stared at Shilua with blazing eyes, his face alight with excitement. As expected of you, Shilua, in addition to a mighty breath, you actually possess such physical power. Only thus are you worthy of being my rival. Shilua, This time let us have a proper contest to decide the victor. At these words Shiloh nodded, then glanced at Alexia. The little female dragon kept snorting through her nostrils, her mood seemingly far from pleasant. Atop the giant tree, Katawa stared at Shiloh with a dumbfounded expression and said incredulously, "What did you do to this blue dragon? How can he possess such strength? Even compared with a red dragon of the same age, he wouldn't be weaker, would he? This is what it means to be extraordinarily gifted. If he didn't have this strength, do you think the other dragons would regard him as a match for that red whelp Gudwin solely on the basis of his breath? Do you think I would have made such a confident wager with you, and even conceded Gudwin, who clearly had champion potential, to you?" Babala smiled, looking utterly delighted. Katawa's expression immediately turned grim. He felt as though the 50 gold coins in his grasp were about to fly away. This made him fall somewhat silent. Had he been duped by Babala? That damned female dragon had actually set such a trap for him. Beneath the tree the strength contest continued. Alexia quickly took the stage as well. Her opponent was a male green dragon. Shiloh had originally assumed that the male was bound to win. Yet after the two dragons locked together, Alexia merely murmured a few words and actually shoved the male green dragon out of the circle, leaving Shiloh utterly bewildered. Abayer, the little blue dragon who had been defeated by Kelaman, displayed remarkable prowess in the strength matchups. Along with Gudwin, Shiloh, and Alexia, he cut his way through one rival after another. In the end, only Gudwin and Shiloh entered the finals. A red whelp and one whose physique had been reinforced by a golden finger were obviously not on the same level as the other hatchlings. Two dragons faced off. The red whelp Gudwin waited in the circle, bursting with fighting spirit, and growled low at Shiloh. As expected, the final battle comes down to you and me after all. The other dragons are nothing before you and me. Come on, Shiloh. Step into the circle. Let us have a proper fight. Let these other weaklings see what true power is. The other whelps grumbled curses at Gudwin's words. Still they also showed considerable interest, as if eager to watch a great battle. But then, Shiloh simply blinked, raised his right claw, and said, "Sorry, I choose to surrender." "Sir." "Surrender? Shiloh, what sort of joke is this? You coward. Are you trying to escape again? In front of every dragon here. Get up here if you are still a 5-colored dragon. If you still possess the pride of dragonkind, get up here." Gudwin roared in fury, his eyes practically spitting fire. How could the showdown he had been anticipating from the very start end before it even began? The other dragons buzzed with discussion. What does Shiloh intend to do? He managed to reach the finals, and now he surrenders. Why doesn't he have even a shred of fighting spirit? Strange fellow. What on earth is going on in his head? Gudwin, in terms of pure strength, I am no match for you. I am well aware of that, and you should be as well. That being the case, why should we fight a battle I already know I am doomed to lose? Doing so would merely waste my energy. I should conserve my strength for the trials that lie ahead. Only in this way can I possibly have a chance to overcome you. It is precisely because I acknowledge you as my greatest rival that I must act this way. Shiloh explained unhurriedly. And indeed, such was the truth. Although the sturdy enhancement was exceptionally effective through round after round of combat, before the final, he could readily tell that his strength was still inferior to that red whelp's. If they had been the same age, he might have had a chance to win, but the 1-year gap was decisive. Hearing this, the red whelp's anger dissipated at once. He blinked, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. I see. Indeed. When it comes to strength, I am undefeated. With your wisdom, Shiloh, you naturally see this point with ease. You intend to perform well in the other 3 trials to come. A very wise choice. Worthy of the rival, I acknowledge. Truly your intelligence is outstanding. As he spoke, he nodded repeatedly, expressing profound approval of Shiloh's words. When the strength contest finally concluded, Gudwin placed first, Shiloh second, and Abayer third. A black dragon named Khaled, the one who had previously crippled the leg of the little white dragon Iloin, came in fourth. This black dragon was a bit more robust than an average black dragon, but by ordinary reasoning, he should not have been a match for a normal blue or green dragon. Yet this fellow appeared to have obtained some draconic combat arts from his inherited memories. Through peculiar techniques of exerting force, he bested many powerful enemies and secured 4th place. Alexia could only rank 5th, and even that position was achieved through repeated little tricks. Many dragons were taken aback by this result. Shortly afterward, the contests of breath attacks and spellcasting began. In the breath attack competition, Shiloh claimed 1st place without the slightest doubt. Shiloh was somewhat surprised by the 2nd place. He had expected it to be another blue dragon. Instead, it turned out to be that red dragon, whelp Gudwin. His flame breath was deeper in color, more intense, and capable of incinerating objects with remarkable speed when sustained. Then came the blue dragons. This time Shiloh failed to shake off that dragon, whelp Gudwin, in the rankings. The next event was the spell competition. As expected, Alexia claimed 1st place. This little female dragon had awakened 3 decent spells during her first awakening. Kelaman secured 2nd, followed by a series of green and blue dragons. Shiloh and Gudwin ranked 7th and 8th respectively. Shiloh's awakened cleaning spell was useless. He hadn't yet learned rock armor from Babala, and discharge was the only spell he had mastered, his sole impressive spell. Naturally, his score wasn't high. After all three events, the overall first place went to Shilua, second to Gaduin, third to Alexia, and fourth to Abir. The overall scores among the top four were not far apart. If anyone performed exceptionally in the final speed event, even Abir could claim the top spot. Of course, that required Shilua and Gaduin to perform poorly. The dragon whelps began to encourage themselves. Gaduin kept staring at Shilua with burning eyes. Alexia, the little female dragon, gathered several green dragons, and Masha whispering among themselves, as if plotting something. Shilua frowned, sensing that this little female dragon was up to no good. Shilua, your plan seems to have hit an unexpected snag. Babbala's voice echoed in Shilua's mind. She was using a psychic spell, the effect of a mental link. Though she still watched from the treetop, this young green dragon felt anxious. It's indeed unexpected. A normal red dragon's breath shouldn't surpass a blue dragon's. That Gaduin is peculiar and has disrupted my plans. Shilua replied in his mind, and couldn't help asking, Lady Babbala, do you know why? Gaduin is indeed strange. He might have the bloodline of a lava dragon. His flames are too thick, and during the strength contest he felt stronger than a typical red dragon. Lava dragon. Shilua was taken aback. A lava dragon is a variant of the red dragon. Over their millennia-long lives, dragons sometimes undergo mutations due to special circumstances. Mutations could either weaken or strengthen them. This was a powerful mutation. A lava dragon typically arises from a red dragon that has long devoured magma and fire-attributed crystals to purify its bloodline. It possesses stronger flame strength and defensive capabilities than a red dragon. Thinking this, Shilua turned to glance at the red dragon, whelp staring at him with burning eyes. Examining the creature's scales closely, he noticed that some patches on its body were dark red, unlike those of a normal red dragon. So it's a mutant after all. Shilua's eyes flickered. Not far away, Gaduin noticed Shilua looking at him, and immediately snorted, spraying a burst of hot air in a provocative gesture. Rest assured, Lady Babbala, even if he has the blood of a lava dragon, victory will still be ours. I will not disappoint you. You just prepare to claim Mr. Katawa's 50 gold coins. Shilua said in his mind. Your confidence is good. But I warn you, if you fail this time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Babbala warned again. After Shilua repeatedly assured her, the young green dragon severed the mental link. Atop the tree, Katawa glanced at the female dragon beside him and grinned. Babbala, you look anxious. It seems Gaduin's performance caught you off guard. Are you regretting the bet you made with me? I, Babbala, never regret my actions. Katawa, you don't think you've already won, do you? Shilua, that little one did well in the strength contest, thanks to his powerful muscles. But that very trait will be his downfall in the speed event. Gaduin, on the other hand, is larger and naturally has an advantage in running. I simply can't see how Shilua can defeat him. If you can't think of it, just watch. That dragon whelp Shilua is not so simple. As the two young green dragons spoke, the competition below was about to begin. A dozen dragon whelps lined up behind a long black line. They lowered their bodies, eyes fixed ahead. After the lizardman referee let out a loud shout, the dragon whelps dashed forward like mad dogs. Dragons are fast. Despite their wings, long necks, and tails, their bodies seem to defy natural laws. But if one were to compare a dragon to a real-world animal, it would be the feline, specifically the pantherine. Many of them are large, yet their bodies are far lighter than they appear, possessing an unexpected grace. Even as whelps, they could match the speed of hounds. 3 small black dragons led the pack. Their skeletal frames made them extremely light, and their limbs propelled them ahead, leaving the others behind. Gaduin followed. This dragon was the largest with long strides, so he ran fast. Then came the green dragons, blue dragons, and white dragons. The gaps among this group were narrow. However, Shilua surprisingly lagged at the rear. The 2 young dragons watching from afar were stunned. Babbala, is this the Shilua you said not to underestimate? If I'm not mistaken, he's last now, while Gaduin is 4th. Katawa said, delighted by the sprinting whelps. Babbala frowned and couldn't help re-establishing a mental link, roaring, what are you doing? Is this the guaranteed victory you promised me? Look at your position. You're second to last. Gaduin is right behind the 3 black dragons. At this rate, how can you win? Are you trying to fool me? Lady Babbala, please don't rush. This speed event is a full kilometer long. The previous strength, breath, and spell contests have drained their stamina and mana. If they don't pace themselves, they won't last. Just trust me. Shilua explained quickly in his mind. At that moment, a sudden change occurred among the running dragons. The 3 black dragons in front, along with a group of blue and white dragons, all fell. Some unlucky ones rolled and crashed into trees, letting out cries of pain. Only Gaduin managed to steady himself after stumbling. A green vine was flung off his hind leg. A group of green dragons seized the chance to join the leading pack, running alongside Gaduin. Only Shilua and the lame white dragon Iluan escaped unscathed. Shilua stared in disbelief as the green dragons overtook them. Damn green dragons. Damn Kellerman. Have you lost your minds? Attacking us during the contest. Lady Babbala is watching. Bastards. Despicable. I'll smash you all. The overtaken dragons roared. Some scrambled up and chased while others opened their mouths to breathe fire at the green dragons. The race became chaotic. Then a loud roar echoed from above. Katawa descended, grabbed 2 green whelps who had just used spells and dangled them in the air, quelling the disturbance. Keep running. The race must continue. You will decide a winner. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, I'll throw them into the lizardman's cesspit. Katawa bellowed. The whelps fell silent, scrambled up, and rejoined the track. But thanks to the Green Dragon's interference, the leaders were now only Alexia Gaduin and the little black dragon Masha, who had been pacing herself. Shiloah followed. As he ran, he glanced at Katawa, and then at Babala, who had also descended. The expressions on the two dragons were different. Katawa was furious, yet relieved. Babala wore a look of regret. If Gaduin had also tripped, Shiloah would have almost secured the overall first place. Babala, you incompetent creature. Look what you've taught these little ones. They dare to pull such tricks right in front of us. Katawa glared at the female dragon, scolding her. Then let's call off the bet. Babala replied flatly. Don't even think about it. Katawa snorted in refusal. At that moment, Gaduin once again overtook Alexia and Masha. The two female dragons were exhausted, their speed dropping sharply. But this red dragon whelp showed remarkable endurance, maintaining his speed even as he sprinted. Only the final 300 meters remained. Shiloah was still about 400 meters from the finish. In his mind, Babala's anxious urging echoed again. Almost there. Gaduin is really tenacious, but first place won't change because of this. Shiloah took a deep breath. A flash of blue lightning coursed over his body, and the green grass beneath him sizzled with smoke. Is that discharge? What is this whelp doing with discharge now? Causing trouble. Attacking Gaduin. But discharge is a close-range spell. Using it now will only drain his stamina and mana faster. Katawa watched Shiloah's strange behavior with surprise. Tiny bolts of lightning flickered on the blue whelp's body and gradually faded. Then a glow appeared beneath his scales. Bang! The blue whelp's forelegs slammed heavily into the ground. Crackle! The air emitted strange sounds. Shiloah shot forward like lightning. So fast. Katawa's pupils contracted as he watched. Shiloah's speed had doubled. Like a cheetah, each leap covered nearly 6 or 7 meters. In an instant, he overtook Alexia. Under her astonished gaze, he trailed a series of small arcs of lightning and passed Masha. Then he charged straight at Gaduin. The pounding sounds grew closer, startling Gaduin, who was just 200 meters from the finish and celebrating his expected victory. Who's approaching me? Alexia or Masha? Are these two fools trying to overtake me now? Foolish. Even if they do, what difference does it make? According to the overall score, I'll be first no matter what. He remained calm, even slightly contemptuous of the two female dragons. While running, he took the time to glance behind him. When he saw who it was, Gaduin was startled. Shiloah. Damn. How could it be him? He couldn't believe it. How could this whelp, who had been barely faster than the lame dragon, burst out with such speed? Gaduin was dumbfounded. In the next breath, Shiloah's figure flashed past him, and under his gaze crossed the finish line in a few strides. Lost. Gaduin stood frozen, no longer running. He let the two female dragons and others pass him by still rooted to the spot. Damn. This is cheating. That whelp used a spell. The bet is invalid. Katawa roared in fury as he watched Shiloah cross the line. Babala glanced at him disdainfully. Katawa, the rules I set only forbid using spells to interfere with other dragons, not casting beneficial spells on oneself. If you had studied the rules properly, you wouldn't try to renege now. Under the power of the contract, you can't do that. You wretched female dragon, you schemed against me. Katawa was so angry that smoke billowed from his nostrils, mixed with the green dragon's natural poison, wilting many flowers and plants around him. He angrily spat out 50 gold coins, then turned and flew away. With first place in breath, first in speed, and second in strength. Even if his spell performance was mediocre, Shiloah's overall score secured him the top spot. A group of dragon whelps gathered around Shiloah with mixed expressions. Some flattered him. I knew it. Shiloah is the strongest among us. Whether in strength, speed, or breath, he's outstanding. He's a role model for our generation. Huh. See that? This is the power of us blue dragons. Besides breath, our strength and speed are top-notch. Blue dragons are the strongest of the chromatic dragons. A blue whelp cheered. Alexia wore an awkward smile. Congratulations, the strongest whelp of the Greenwood. Damn it. A furious roar cut through the flattery, jarringly loud. The whelps surrounding Shiloah were shoved aside. Gaduin glared at Shiloah, unconvinced. You won this time, but only because you used a speed-boosting spell. If it were a pure speed contest, I would have won. The rules don't forbid using enhancement spells, Gaduin. Don't be so angry. I know you're strong, no weaker than any dragon. Shiloah stood on his hind legs and patted the red whelp's right foreleg. Don't be discouraged by not getting first this time. This competition will be held every year. I'm sure with your abilities you'll win next time. He sounded sincere. The red whelp's expression immediately improved. He snorted proudly. Once a year. That's not bad. Wait for me, Shiloah. I'll also learn a speed-boosting spell. Next time, first place will be mine. I think so too. Shiloah continued to console him, trying to pat his head, but Gaduin dodged. The whelps chattered among themselves. Heavy footsteps approached. Babala, the young green dragon, came over. She looked at the whelps seriously. As Shiloah said, winning first place this year only proves he's the strongest this year. Who will be the strongest next year? Only the competition will tell. If any of you want to win next year, work hard. Now, Shiloah, come with me for a moment. After encouraging the whelps, Babala left with Shiloah. The two dragons, one large, one small, walked away to a secluded area. Babala handed 5 gold coins to Shiloh. As agreed, this is yours. Thank you for your generosity, Lady Babala. Shiloh's face lit up with joy. He took the coins and swallowed them directly into a dragon's specialized stomach pouch for storing treasures, wearing a satisfied expression. That final spell, was it a hidden awakened spell? What's its name? Babala asked. It's called Lightning Flash. A spell that uses lightning to stimulate the body, granting a brief burst of explosive speed. It's an improvement based on discharge. Shiloh replied. I see. The principle is simple, but only a blue dragon could easily attempt it. Any other dragon would suffer severe stimulation damage gaining a brief burst, but at too great a cost. As a level 12 young green dragon who had lived at least 50, even 100 years, Babala possessed extensive magical knowledge. She immediately understood the spell's principle and nodded lightly. By the way, you helped me scheme against Katawa like this. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? Babala asked, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. She recalled the Shiloh who had approached her half a month ago offering to help her earn gold coins. This whelp, though young, showed an extreme obsession with coins and a sharp mind far beyond ordinary whelps. It surprised her. Afraid? If I were alone, of course I'd be afraid. But I have your protection, Lady Babala. Shiloh replied with a smile. Heh, you're a clever whelp, but I don't dislike it. You've earned me a good amount of gold. I'll take good care of you. Now go rest. Today has been tiring. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet the Dragon Matriarch. With that, the young green dragon flapped her wings and flew away. If I could avoid it, I wouldn't want to offend Katawa, but if I can't get gold from him, I'll have to take it from you. Between the two, I had to choose the lesser evil, so poor Katawa had to be the one. Shiloh smiled bitterly as he watched her retreating figure. The day's competition had exhausted the whelps. Many returned to their nests and rested directly. Shiloh was no exception. He even felt a sense of anticipation. No sooner had he closed his eyes than he found himself once again in that mysterious sea, gazing at the familiar colossal skeleton. A string of black text appeared before him. Strongest whelp of the Greenwood, you have achieved first place overall in the 4 events of strength, speed, breath, and spells. All whelps acknowledge your strength and consider you the strongest whelp in the Greenwood. Reward 10 achievement points. First pot of gold, you have earned the first wealth of your dragon life. Reward 10 achievement points. Current achievement points 20. Indeed, my golden finger is tied to achievements. The first time I obtained a gold coin unlocking that achievement came as no surprise. It was worth offending Kato, that young green dragon. After all, if I had remained under the Dragon Matriarch's command, I might not have gotten even a single gold coin even after 10 or 20 years. Winning the 4 contests I proposed, becoming the so-called strongest wormling of the Greenwood, had only given me a faint premonition of earning an achievement. I never expected that it would actually come true. What a pleasant surprise. Standing in the mysterious sea, Shiloh gazed at the black characters, a hint of joy stirring within him. He felt that the recent days had not been wasted. After a long while, he turned his gaze downward. Rapid growth accelerates your maturation, allowing you to develop faster and possess a larger body. Consumes 20 achievement points. High-speed healing, after taking damage, wounds heal more quickly. Consumes 20 achievement points. Sharp claws and fangs, your claws and teeth become stronger and sharper. Consumes 10 achievement points. The familiar rapid growth and high-speed healing. Strong had been replaced with sharp claws and fangs since it was already redeemed. Sharp claws and fangs. Combined with strong, it's not bad, but isn't this purely a melee build? The warrior profession in this world has no future, whether for humans or other creatures. Shiloh instinctively felt some resistance towards sharp claws and fangs. According to the memories in the dragon inheritance, even red dragons, the strongest of the chromatic dragons, could not enter the ranks of legend by relying solely on physical prowess. Only spells, divine magic, and various extraordinary abilities were the true foundations of power for the creatures of this world. The great strength of the dragon race largely stemmed from their superior talent for learning spells and their greater magical reserves. Physical strength was merely a bonus. This was akin to ordinary humans on Blue Star. No matter how much they trained their muscles, how could they contend with those wielding guns and cannons? And in this world, high-level spells and divine magic were like the guns, missiles, and so forth of Blue Star. Among them, the strongest legendary spells could even rival nuclear weapons. Under such terrifying output, even the body of a dragon could not resist. The red dragon, hailed as the strongest of the chromatic dragons, relied on its body and brute force during the wormling stage. After reaching adulthood, their larger size compared to normal dragons brought them a greater amount of magical power. This was the true reason for their strength. Sharp claws and fangs only cost 10 achievement points, but there's no need to choose it between rapid growth and high-speed healing. High-speed healing has an unknown healing speed effect. Rapid growth might grant me a higher growth rate, giving me greater strength, endurance, magic, and so on, a comprehensive enhancement. If this allows me to level up 1 or 2 grades higher than before, then combat would become a crush, far more cost-effective than high-speed healing. With this thought, Shiloh turned his gaze to rapid growth. Soon the interface displayed new changes. Current achievements 0. Current talents: breath enhancement, strong, rapid growth. Then the mysterious sea twisted. When Shiloh woke again, it was midnight. He stared ahead. Strong blue dragon wormling. Level 3 elite. Status good. No changes in attributes or status. because rapid growth is a continuous gradual effect. Shilua pondered for a moment, then lay back down in his nest and slept. The next morning, he followed Barbara to meet the Dragon Matriarch. It was a dragon coiled upon a massive throne of vines with a very different appearance from ordinary green dragons. Beneath its nose hung several long, emerald whiskers, its body entwined with green vines. The exposed scales gleamed like gems, and atop its head rested a crown of emeralds. In one massive claw, it held a vine scepter exuding an air of elegance and nobility with a natural beauty flowing from its entire being. Its body length was a full 80 feet or so. By dragon standards, it was a rare beauty. Using his golden finger, Shilua obtained the data. Mutated adult green dragon. Level 18 superior. Status good. A mutated dragon. First time seeing one. Shilua guessed that it might possess a richer strain of exotic blood than Gordon. And the superior mark following its level was likely a rank higher than his elite. No wonder this green dragon could dominate a region, become the lord of the Greenwood, and even form a dragon legion. Its own strength was formidable enough. When the Dragon Matriarch received Shilua, she was not particularly warm. After all, in her eyes, he was merely a blue dragon wormling. Even the strongest blue dragon wormling was still just a wormling. The gap between him and the Dragon Matriarch was as vast as heaven and earth. She simply uttered a few words of praise and expressed her regard for him, then had Barbara take him away. Shilua received no reward for winning the contest. He felt no dissatisfaction. After all, he was under the Dragon Matriarch's roof. She provided food and drink and, more importantly, protection for the wormlings and young dragons. What more could he ask for? Dragons were intelligent creatures. Even in the egg, they received dragon inheritance as prenatal education. From birth, they knew many things. This included memories of how irresponsible their parents were. Generally, female dragons laid eggs, and males would not care. Females would at most raise the young to the juvenile stage, then leave to enjoy their own freedom once they deemed the wormling capable of survival. Compared to that, the batch of wormlings taken in by the Dragon Matriarch were fortunate. Thus, most of them did not resent the dragon legion she formed. Of course, once they matured and grew full wings, they would inevitably choose to leave the Dragon Matriarch. But that would take nearly a century, and that was enough time for the Dragon Matriarch to gain much of what she needed from the young dragon legion. The relationship between the wormlings and the Dragon Matriarch was more like a silent cooperation. Returning to his nest, Shilua resumed his daily routine as a wormling. He began learning earthen armor, which he had not yet mastered. The other wormlings trained vigorously to become the next first dragon of the Greenwood. Some even exercised frantically from early morning, roaring incessantly. The green dragon whelps gathered together, exchanging spells. A few blue dragon whelps tried to join their exchange, but were excluded, left to communicate only among themselves. Shilua sometimes joined the group of blue dragon whelps. He noticed that their attitude toward him had changed significantly. They now showed a hint of respected treatment he had never received, even when he demonstrated his powerful breath. The white dragons and black dragons, both weaker groups, also huddled together for exchange, except for the black dragon Martha, who mingled in the green dragon circle. The red dragon whelp was somewhat lonely, proud, arrogant, and with no other red dragons around, almost no wormling was willing to play with him. He always trained alone in solitude. Sometimes he would sneak peeks at other wormlings practicing spells. Shilua, however, held no prejudice against the red dragon whelp and often sought him out to exchange spells and grow stronger together. Thus a year passed swiftly. The second round of the 4 events arrived once again. Without a doubt, Shilua remained in first place. With second in strength, first in breath, third in magic, and first in speed, he successfully retained his overall championship title. Although he had taught the other blue dragons the lightning flash, his proficiency and control over it far surpassed theirs. Shilua suspected that the breath enhancement not only amplified the power and range of his breath, but also significantly improved his command over lightning, giving him an advantage that no other blue dragon could match. Furthermore, the use of lightning flash could not be sustained for too long. This intense stimulation of the body already penetrated to the cellular level, constituting internal self-damage. Even ordinary blue dragons had to stop after maintaining it for merely 7 or 8 seconds, requiring several hours of rest before they could employ it again. However, Shilua was different. He could currently sustain the stimulus for approximately 15 seconds, an advantage derived from his robust physique. Nevertheless, even though the other blue dragons could not compare with Shilua, they still held a considerable edge over the other dragon species. Even second place belonged to a blue dragon. It belonged to Abel. Only third place went to Gaduin. This enraged the young red dragon so much that his nose seemed crooked. Since then he had been scowling every day as if everyone owed him dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. The young blue dragons, their tails practically reaching the sky, began looking down their noses at the others. And so 2 more months passed. In the green forest, a group of young dragons sat together in a circle. The sound of crunching continued relentlessly. These dragon cubs were savoring their delicious meal. Before them on wooden serving trays lay fresh meat, dairy products, bones, and more. No less than 100 pounds in total, appearing quite lavish. A blue dragon cub, noticeably larger than the others, shoved the last bone into his mouth, crunched it down, and swallowed before raising his expressionless head to gaze at the other cubs around him. The young dragons felt a shiver run through them as they sensed his gaze quickly protecting their food, while eyeing the larger blue dragon cub warily showing, "Although you taught us lightning flash, which helped us achieve decent rankings in the competition, but we earned that through exchanging other spells with you. We owe you nothing. Don't even think about looking at our food. I won't share a single bite with you." One young blue dragon, clutching his food, scooted backward on his hindquarters. "Shillua, you already get more food than us by allocation, so stop eyeing ours. If you're really that hungry, go eat tree bark and chew grass." Shillua, if you need it, I can share some of my food with you." Amidst the chorus of young dragons accusing Shillua, a different voice emerged. The increasingly massive and muscular Shillua cast his gaze toward the source. There a small white dragon softly whispered as she pushed a portion of meat from her tray toward him. "Thank you for your kindness, Alan, but you should eat it yourself. For the past few months you've been sharing your food with me when you haven't even had enough for yourself." Shillua sighed and extended his claw to gently stop the little white dragon's gesture. "But if you don't eat, you'll starve. I don't mind eating tree bark and grass. When frozen, the taste isn't so different," the little white dragon said softly. "Look at you, you're getting as thin as a black dragon. Eat it yourself, be good. I'll figure something out." Shillua shook his head and refused once more. Seeing his resolute stance, the little white dragon beside him obediently complied. "Shillua, you bastard. Can you stop using us as metaphors? What do you mean thin as a black dragon? We call this slim, having bone structure. It's completely different from Alan looking starved. Do you have any idea? Among humans, many consider thinness beautiful." A young black dragon retorted indignantly, glaring at Shillua. Of course he would only dare to glare if he actually tried to fight Shillua. He wouldn't dare, even with 10 times the courage. Shillua paid no mind to the young black dragon. Instead, his gaze turned somewhat profound as he looked toward the sky. The current situation had likely begun half a year ago. Due to rapid growth and strong, while his body was growing at an accelerated pace, it also demanded greater nutritional supplementation. Shillua consequently discovered that his appetite was increasing significantly, recently surpassing even the young red dragons to become the champion glutton among the hatchlings. Each meal consumed twice the food of a normal blue dragon, nearly 300 pounds of provisions per sitting. In the beginning, before food was distributed evenly, he could rely on his formidable strength to recklessly claim enough for himself. But the other hatchlings suffered from food shortages and went hungry because of it. Afterward, the young dragons jointly protested to Barbara, who then divided the food equally. Shillua had begun his ordeal of starvation. He had pleaded with Barbara to increase the rations, but the hunting parties refused to provide more. Shillua understood this was the consequence of having offended Kato before. That stingy young green dragon had lost a full 50 gold coins because of him. Once she discovered his enormous appetite, she began exacting revenge through this method. While the Dragon Matriarch was aware she would not intervene in such trivial matters. While gnawing on trees and eating more grass was feasible, his physical development would suffer. Trees and grass cannot provide the meat-based nutrition that dragons require. Blue Dragon Hatchling level 4 elite status good malnourished. This was his current condition. But a month ago his stats read. Strong Blue Dragon Hatchling level 4 elite status good. These were his former attributes. Now, the strong prefix had vanished and the sign after elite had disappeared. This was the consequence of his constant grass eating and tree barking, resulting in malnutrition. His once muscular frame was nearly gone. Although his talent strong still existed, he would need to consume more meat and engage in proper exercise to restore it. He couldn't continue like this. He had to find a solution. Otherwise starvation would kill him. Shillua gazed continuously at the sky, sighing in silence. He waited until the following day. Then an idea struck him. He sought out Barbara and obtained an iron ingot from the young green dragon. With the iron ingot in hand, he found Geduin, another young dragon, and after a whispered conversation, both dragons vanished from sight. Days later they finally reappeared. That day the lizard folk brought their food as usual, placing it before the young dragons. Just as all the hatchlings prepared to savor the feast, Shillua suddenly gagged and spat out a gleaming coin. Under the sunlight, the coin reflected a captivating halo and luster, instantly drawing all the young dragons' attention. This is a gold coin. Good heavens. Where did you get this gold coin, Shillua? So beautiful. This luster, this brightness. It's simply magnificent. Shillua, tell us where you got this gold coin. Tell us. The young dragons immediately abandoned their food, crowding around him with their dragon eyes fixed on the coin, faces filled with longing. Some of the young dragons even extended their claws, yearning to touch them and satiate their cravings. The result was a swift swat from Shillua. With a restrained smile he asked, "Do you want them?" As he spoke, Shillua gently swayed the gold coins in his claws, their golden sheen nearly blinding the young dragon's eyes. "In all my life I have never seen gold coins before. Damn it. When will we ever possess our own treasure? Why can this fellow Shillua have such beautiful gold coins? Why, oi? Shillua, what do you mean by asking that? Just because we wish for them, would you give us the coins?" A group of young dragons cried out, their expressions varying wildly, their eyes filled with envy and resentment, heavy breathing echoing all around. "Ha ha ha. Of course I won't give you the coins. These were obtained through great effort from Lady Babala. However, I can offer you a chance to win the coins from my claws. Shiloh smiled, carrying an air of wickedness in the shadows where sunlight could not reach. What do you mean by that? You know of gambling in the human world, don't you? My dragon heritage contains records of it. It is a game many humans enjoy playing. You are saying you want to gamble with us? Huh, exactly. Let us make a wager. If you win, I will hand over my gold coins. But if you lose, you must give me your food. Fair enough, right? Shiloh laughed heartily, speaking with extraordinary generosity. The young dragons exchanged glances and nodded in unison. No problem. We accept your wager. Very well. But before we begin, I must explain the rules first. First, the value and rarity of my gold coins far exceed your food. Therefore, you cannot receive the coins after winning just once. You must accumulate 5 wins. Additionally, the game we are playing is called Big or Small, and we will use this. As Shiloh spoke, he spread open his claw, revealing a single die and a dice cup resting within. We will play Big or Small. I will only gamble with one dragon at a time. You guess whether the total will be big or small. If you guess correctly, you win a point. If you guess wrong, I win, and your food becomes mine. Once you accumulate 5 points, the gold coins are yours. Shiloh wore a full smile. Agreed. Let us proceed. I will go first. Why should you go first? No, I must go first. I am going first. I am. The young dragons erupted into noisy contention, their voices growing louder and louder. For the sake of gold coins, they even pressed their heads against one another on the verge of coming to blows. Finally, Shiloh could no longer bear to watch and roared, "Enough! Come and you come." Upon hearing this, Kelman's face immediately lit up with joy. "Me? Ha ha ha. Shiloh, as expected, you see me as your true rival." He radiated smugness. Just as he was about to step forward, Alicia grabbed his forelimb with her claw and softly said, "Kelman, let me go first." All right. If you need to go first, Alicia, I will yield." Kelman immediately replied with an ingratiating smile. "Thank you, Kelman. I knew you were the best." The young female dragon offered a gentle smile that nearly enchanted Kelman's very soul, leaving him grinning foolishly. Alicia slowly walked to the opposite side of Shiloh and took her seat. The other young dragons displayed expressions of regret. However, they did not disperse, but instead gathered around, watching the 2 young dragons squatting face to face. Shiloh once again wore a kind smile, placed the die into the dice cup, and began to shake it vigorously. The sound of the die striking the cup echoed through the air. A crowd of young dragons stared intently. After a long while, he set down the dice cup. "All right, guess. 1, 2, 3, small. 4, 5, 6, big. Everyone has an equal chance, only 50-50. Let us see whether Lady Luck favors you more, or I do." Lady Luck will naturally favor Alicia. She is the dragon bearing the title star of Emerald, the most beautiful green dragon, Kelman said with a devoted expression. Alicia's eyes locked onto the dice cup for a long moment before she finally spoke. "I choose 4, 5, 6, big." Shiloh nodded gently upon hearing this. "Then it is settled. 4, 5, 6, big. Watch carefully. Let us see what lies within." He let out a low roar, his voice resonant. The moment his dragon claw lifted the dice cup, it tapped the cup imperceptibly. A trace of minuscule electricity flashed, undetectable to any observer. Then he slowly revealed the dice cup. On the top face of the die, 2 circles were clearly engraved. What a pity, Alicia. It is only 2 points. But do not be discouraged. After all, everyone has an equal 50-50 chance. I believe next time you will win." Shiloh feigned regret while remembering to offer encouragement. It seems Lady Luck favors you more this time. What a shame." Alicia shook her head with a hint of regret and pushed her food toward Shiloh. It was merely a portion of food. Having lost meant losing, and she would never consider reneging on her word. However, Alicia's face carried a trace of melancholy as her gaze slowly turned toward Kelman. Kelman shivered all over. He immediately pushed his food toward Alicia. "Alicia, this is for you." "For me? Then perhaps it is best not to. If I take it, what will you do?" Alicia gently shook her head. "I am fine. I am a male dragon. Going hungry for 1 or 2 meals is nothing." Kelman wore an eagerly pleasing expression. "No, that will not do. You would starve, and I cannot accept that." "Oh, it is quite all right. I actually enjoy eating grass and chewing on tree bark. These are very nutritious. Besides, they even help me comprehend natural magic better." Kelman wore another earnest expression. In the end, Alicia reluctantly accepted it. Watching these 2 dragons' behavior, Shiloh silently shook his head. In his past life, he had seen countless bootlickers, but in this life, encountering dragons so skilled at sycophancy was truly a first. The other dragons paid no mind to these 2 green dragons. They immediately jostled forward, eager to partake in the gambling themselves. However, Shiloh, who already had plenty of food, declined and announced that the next round would begin in 5 days. The young dragons expressed their regret and reluctantly dispersed. Shiloh, having received 2 portions of food, shared a part with Gaduin. "This is what I promised you earlier. As long as you help me refine the dice, I will share a portion with you every time I win. Your food supplies must be running low. No. You actually had the guts to gamble with real gold coins. What if you lost 5 times in a row and really intended to hand those coins over to those good-for-nothings?" Gaduin took the food without hesitation, stuffing it into his mouth as he chewed, and asked, "Of course, one must accept the outcome of a wager. If they can win, I will surely pay up. The premise is simply that they must be able to win." Shiloah smiled, the corners of his mouth curling exceptionally wide. The little white dragon Alan watched Shiloah from the side with an expression of deep admiration. No matter what, Shiloah was truly unmatched. On the high platform atop the giant tree, the young green dragon Babala witnessed the entire scene from above, a peculiar smile forming on her lips as she murmured softly, "Truly a sinister little blue dragon cub." He completely magnetized the iron dice, and relying on his extraordinarily powerful lightning sense, he can effortlessly sense the number of pips on the dice within the cup and control them at will. Hee. Although the young dragons possess decent intelligence, their experience remains limited, and their knowledge of magical arts is far from substantial. If they cannot see through this, they will simply be played like puppets by this little cub Shiloah. Under the tree, Shiloah, who was savoring the delicious food with great relish, seemed to sense a gaze and looked up toward the top of a nearby giant tree. Upon seeing Barbara, he winked at her playfully. "I originally thought he was just a clever little dragon whelp. Now his physical growth has also shown peculiarities. Even if he were to engage in a real contest with Kaduin, I'm afraid he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. How far will he grow in the future? Truly something to look forward to. This dragon legion," Barbara murmured softly. Over the next month, every 5 days, Shiloah would engage in dice gambling with different dragons. He could win every round. But to avoid arousing suspicion among the hatchlings, he deliberately lost to Kellerman once. In his plan, he could lose to each dragon 4 times, then stop completely, never losing even once, so as to swindle the most food. But unfortunately, these dragon whelps weren't fools either. After discovering that Shiloah kept changing his gambling targets, the dragon whelps began to unite. They pooled their cumulative victories, intending to let one dragon win the gold coins, and then split them equally among the others. Seeing this, Shiloah naturally refused, but these cunning creatures were stubborn. If he didn't agree, they wouldn't gamble. Faced with this, Shiloah had no choice but to compromise. At the same time, he sighed, inwardly marveling at how these 5-colored dragons, even at such a young age, were all crafty and sly. A trick that could easily fool humans didn't even work on a bunch of 4- or 5-year-old whelps. These wretched little whelps. Did they have any idea how much effort he had put into devising this plan? Shiloah fumed with resentment and unwillingness. But he could only keep probing the limits of these hatchlings, letting them win just one round before they were about to back off. However, this way his gold coins were truly lost one after another. 2 years passed quickly. Over these 2 years, constantly deceiving the dragon whelps earned him an achievement, Young Dragon Trickster. Young Dragon Trickster successfully deceived over a dozen young dragons, rewarded with 5 achievement points. Similarly, during these 2 years, in the 3rd round of the 4 competitions, Kaduin claimed first place. This red dragon whelp, with his tenacious will and persistent heart, also learned Shiloah's lightning flash, directly taking first place in the speed competition. But the red dragon whelp was not happy about it. Instead, he was furious. It was only because Shiloah didn't participate in this competition. This made him feel no joy of victory whatsoever. For this reason, he found Shiloah and roared at him for a long while. The reason Shiloah didn't participate was that after discovering that winning first place a second time gave no achievement reward, he lost interest. Thus the blue dragon whelps were somewhat disdainful of the first place Kaduin had picked up. In their hearts, first place would always belong to the blue dragons, to Shiloah. Some meddlesome blue dragon whelps even gave Shiloah a nickname, the Eternal King of Greenwood. The name clanged loudly, making even Shiloah, who was usually thick-skinned, blush. Unfortunately, such a resounding title did not unlock a new achievement for him. Obviously, only a handful of blue dragon whelps acknowledged this nickname. The Greenwood Meadow. By now, the dragon whelps, having entered the young dragon stage, had all undergone significant changes in size. They had grown from the size of leopards to that of lions and tigers. With their elongated necks and tails, their body length reached about 13 feet, already beginning to show the majesty of true dragons. Their heads were no longer as disproportionately large as in the hatchling stage. Among these dragon whelps, 2 young dragons stood out as even more robust and massive. One red dragon was nearly 17 feet long, its body as large as a grown pony. Another blue dragon, though slightly shorter at about 16 feet, was even more muscular than the red one. These 2 young dragons were exceptionally conspicuous compared to the others. The young dragons were now sitting orderly on the green grass. The lizardmen pushed carts of food for 5 days, slowly arriving to distribute rations to all the young dragons. Compared to 2 years ago, the food was now more abundant. Besides dairy products, fresh meat, and bones, there were also soft animal entrails totaling around 200 pounds. The young dragons, their mouths watering, were eager to start eating right away. The huge blue young dragon, seeing this, smiled and jingled the shiny gold coin in his claw. "Dear fellow kin, don't rush to eat yet. Come on, just one more win and you'll reach 5 in total. This gold coin will be yours. Actions speak louder than words. Why not bet one more round?" "Shiloah, shut your mouth. I've heard that line at least 50 or 60 times in this past year. We won't trust you anymore. You liar." A green dragon glared at Shiloah with indignation. "You must have cheated, right? How could anyone win 40 or 50 times in a row normally?" Another dragon said angrily. "Cheating? How could I possibly cheat? By the heavens. I swear by the gods. Don't you know me by now? If I had cheated, would I have let you win the previous 4 gold coins? Trust me, it's just pure luck. Next round." Just one more round and you might win. Don't give up, Shiloah said with a serious face, encouraging the dragon whelps. Bok. Kellerman spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground, the green dragon's innate poison causing the grass to sizzle. This dragon whelp glared at Shiloah with intense fury. You bastard. If we keep believing you, we'd be complete fools. No gambling. Absolutely no gambling. That's right. We are irreconcilable with gambling. The dragon whelps roared in unison, unmoved. Come on. It's really just the last time. Think about it. Losing is just a meal problem, isn't it? Bear with it, gnaw on some bark, eat some grass, and it'll pass. But if you win, you'll get a gold coin again. Gold coins. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't get such a treasure for at least 10 or 20 years. Shiloah persisted, trying to encourage them. Shut up. You've experienced eating grass and bark yourself, haven't you? How long have we suffered that disgusting food? In the last year, as you and Geduin's appetites grew, we starved. Look at all of us dragons. Which one hasn't lost weight? Look at these black dragons. They were already thin, and now they have hardly any meat on their bones. Do you want to kill them? The young dragon roared furiously, his voice hoarse. The black dragons, upon hearing this, twitched their faces uncontrollably. Could they please not be used as examples? They've said it before. This is a lean beauty. It's a kind of beauty. You ignorant idiots, don't you understand? Sigh. You lot. How can you be so lacking in perseverance and persistence? Is that all? No wonder you can't win first place in the 4 competitions. You'll never have any future. Shiloah cursed and grumbled, a look of utter exasperation on his face. Shiloah, how about? I bet with you. The little white dragon Alan spoke cautiously. Shiloah's face twitched and he cast a sidelong glance at the whelp. Mind your own business. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. Over the past 2 years, Shiloah had been completely certain of what the phantom of the little white dragon Alan represented in the mysterious sea. The other must have already fully recognized him as their leader, and the leader achievement was obviously unlocked for this reason. As for why the other would recognize him as leader, it seemed to be because he had proposed the 4 competitions back then. Thinking carefully, this dragon whelp was often bullied due to his weak strength, even losing a leg because of it, and his personality was also timid, which perhaps made him detest conflict. And after Shiloah proposed his suggestion, the disputes among the young dragons were completely resolved. Added to that, Shiloah's own formidable strength had sparked feelings of admiration in the little white dragon. Everything seemed clear now. In terms of the little white dragon's current behavior, he was quite obedient. Shiloah fully regarded him as his subordinate. He wouldn't embezzle his subordinate's rations, causing the other to starve and weaken significantly. He truly couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Of course, if the situation became critical, he would still choose to do so, but clearly it hadn't reached that point yet. He stared carefully at the little white dragon for a while. White Dragon Wimp level 4 status good disabled. The just 6-year-old White Dragon Whelp had already reached level 4 prowess, though due to his crippled leg, he didn't even qualify as elite. But overall, over these years, because of the competitions Shiloah initiated, the dragons had also exchanged spells frequently, and their individual growth was quite decent. As his only subordinate, Shiloah still valued this White Dragon Whelp quite a bit. Then, Shiloah, wouldn't you be the one going hungry? The little White Dragon lowered his head and said softly, It's all that bastard Kato's fault. The food distributed is absolutely not enough to fill our stomachs. Truly detestable. If I get the chance in the future, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Beside Shiloah, the red dragon whelp Gordon crouched on the ground, his face full of irritation, his tail slightly longer than Shiloah's, slapping the ground with crisp sounds. Currently, if ordinary young dragons needed 200 pounds of food every 5 days, then Gordon would need 400 pounds and Shiloah would need nearly 600 pounds. If it weren't for Shiloah's continuous support over the past 2 years, the red dragon whelp affected by Kato would have starved horribly. Seeing the food shortage again, the red dragon whelp was naturally anxious and angry, cursing incessantly. Shiloah glanced at him. Mutated young red dragon level 6 elite status good, then he looked straight ahead. Strong young blue dragon level 6 elite status good. This was the current attribute of Gordon and Shiloah themselves. Even though he was a year younger than Gordon, he relied on the spells he had learned and his innate abilities to match Gordon's level. 2 young dragons, one only 6 years old, and the other 7 had already reached level 6, which could be considered extremely outstanding and was no inferior to ordinary dragons entering their juvenile stage. This was thanks to the young dragons constantly pushing themselves to train for the 4 competitions, each becoming much stronger than normal young dragons. Putting aside Shiloah and Gordon as 2 exceptions, several excellent green dragons and blue dragons like Elysia Coleman and Abel had also reached the level of 5. The other dragons were mostly at level 4, at least 1 level higher than the normal standard. Their own strength inadvertently gave Shiloah more ideas, and these were thoughts Shiloah would never have dared to entertain in the previous 2 years. He looked at Gordon and Alan and opened his mouth to say, "Those young dragons are unreliable. In the end, we must rely on ourselves." He sighed slightly. So what do you plan to do? Upon hearing this, the red dragon whelp's body trembled, and he narrowed his eyes to look at him. Having been close to Shiloah for 2 years, the red dragon whelp clearly understood that Shiloah was a dragon with strong opinions and intelligence, often coming up with solutions that other dragons couldn't think of. Just like betting with dice more than 2 years ago. although it seemed somewhat cunning to him and didn't fit the identity of a mighty dragon. But at least it benefited him. Let's go hunting, Shilua said calmly with a determined expression. Hunting? Us? We're only 6 or 7 years old. It's dangerous outside. According to dragon heritage, the most suitable age should be when we enter the young dragon stage. Besides, Lady Barbara wouldn't let us go out anyway. Alan was somewhat panicked and afraid, his two front paws tightly clasped together, twisting incessantly. I'll go persuade Lady Barbara. If we can't get food from Kato, do they really plan to starve us to death? Shilua said. Hunting is great. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Now that you've brought it up, Shilua, let's have a competition. Let's see who can hunt prey first. Who hunts more? Gordon the red dragon whelp suddenly became excited, landing his front limbs and roaring with excitement, ready to act. The nearby young dragons, upon hearing this, couldn't help but turn their gaze over. Elysia even walked over directly, frowning and saying, What did you just say? Hunting? You're preparing to go out hunting? Yes, do you want to join us? Let's form a dragon hunting team together. Shilua responded gently. Join you? Don't be ridiculous. We have no interest in joining a liar's hunting team. You two go hungry on your own. Figure it out yourselves. Elysia said contemptuously without any hesitation. TCH. Shilua, what stupid things are you saying? This is a competition between you and me. Where's the place for a useless green dragon like you to interfere? The red dragon whelp's face darkened, and he merely glanced at the female green dragon from the corner of his eye. That attitude of completely disregarding her made Elysia extremely angry. Gordon, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think you're the strongest among us? Is this attitude of yours wanting to declare war on all of us young dragons? Elysia growled in extreme anger, her entire dragon body tensing up, entering a combat-ready state. Kalaman on the side, seeing this, immediately entered a combat-ready state, as well, baring his teeth and growling. Damn, Gordon. I won't allow you to look down on Elysia. Look down on us. Two useless ones. Want to fight me? Are you two even worthy? The red dragon whelp continued to provoke, but also crouched down his body. You're provoking all of us young dragons. Elysia roared. So what if I'm provoking? The strongest are only me and Shilua, the rest are just useless. Bring however many you want, it doesn't matter. The red dragon whelp showed no fear whatsoever and conveniently dragged Shilua into it as well. Shilua, who was listening on the side, twitched his face. This little runt, is it really wise to be so arrogant? Alright, let's stop arguing. You're all young dragons now. Haven't you grown at all since your hatchling days? Elysia, if you don't want to come, so be it. But don't envy the prey we catch later. Silo quickly jumped in to mediate. Yet this little female dragon seemed unwilling to appreciate the gesture. She turned her head and glared at him, eyes wide. Silo, shut your mouth. This is between us and Gordon. You have no right to interfere. That damned red dragon is far too arrogant, too dismissive of us all. He needs to be taught a lesson. I was going to let you off for Silo's sake, but it seems you're the one asking for death. Worthless. Let me show you what true power really is. The red dragon whelp snorted out thick plumes of smoke and sparks, clearly excited. Silo's expression darkened instantly as the female dragon refused to show him any respect. He slowly shifted from a crouching stance onto all fours. Elysia, you've grown bolder and bolder lately. Have I become someone beneath your notice as well? He let out a low growl, blue arcs of electricity crackling across his body. A ferocious aura erupted, bearing down upon the female dragon ahead of him. It was his draconic might. Dragon might is an innate ability shared by all true dragons, essentially a form of overwhelming presence that generally only affects lesser creatures. Its strength was tied to one's own power, will, and magical capacity. Yet Silo had long built up his dominance among the whelps, though he was usually amiable and good-natured. But every young dragon knew he was the strongest of them all. Over 80% of the whelps acknowledged this. As early as 2 years ago, Silo had made a name for himself through his powerful breath, strength, and speed. Although he skipped the 4 trials afterward, allowing Gordon to claim first place, Silo's growth since then, his ever-expanding frame now rivaling the red whelps, was unmistakable proof to every dragon. He had only grown stronger. Even in raw power, he might now be Gordon's equal. This well-established image of Silo's might, combined with the fierce display before her now, made Elysia, the little female dragon who had lived her life surrounded by flattery, jump in fright. Her heart pounded wildly, and faint sweat began to bead on her brow. She instinctively took a step back. Bastard. Silo, don't you dare be so arrogant. If you want to bully Elysia, Corman will be the first to stop you. The green whelp Corman immediately placed himself before the green female dragon, his face twisted with fury as he roared. You want to fight me too? Silo's expression remained blank, yet the electricity surging across his body grew ever more violent. Between the flashing arcs came the sharp crackling pop of discharging energy. The grass beneath his path was scorched into black, char-white smoke curling upward. His draconic might surged with equal ferocity. Ugh! Corman was instantly intimidated, as well, retreating a step despite himself. But as he stepped back, he felt Elysia behind him. He halted at once, resolve hardening on his face. Silo, no matter how powerful you truly are, you can never defeat all of us. Don't be so smug. The young dragon's mind finally seemed to click, and he dragged the other whelps into the conflict. But the other young dragons didn't exactly back him up. especially the blue dragons. These whelps might have been tricked badly by Silo before, but they were kin after all, and thanks to the lightning flash technique, their performance in the 4 trials had consistently outclassed the green dragons. As such, their attitude towards Silo was considerably warmer than the greens. That was why Abel jumped out, glaring disdainfully at Corman. All of us. No. Please don't count me in. I'm not in the same league as you greenscales. That's right. Since when were we blue dragons ever allied with greenscales? Still dreaming in broad daylight. Another blue dragon chimed in. At that, Corman's face began to crack. He shouted in fury, "You blue-scaled bastards. Even after all this, you still side with Silo. You're hopelessly stupid." Crackle crackle. Silo grew closer and closer to Corman. Wait. Silo, don't be rash. Lady Barbara said so. Young dragons must not fight among themselves. Do you dare defy Lady Barbara's orders? Corman, buckling under the pressure, screamed in terror, his head darting repeatedly toward the distant treetop. Don't worry. I'm not some fool who would give Lady Barbara cause for concern. Silo growled low, yet he kept advancing. Corman's fear deepened. Beside him, green blades of grass knotted together, then grew, forming vines that crept silently toward Silo. Corman, if your vines so much as enter my discharge field, I'll take it as an act of provocation against me. Another low, menacing rumble sounded. It froze Corman completely. Silo kept walking until he stood before him. The blue whelp arched his neck high, looking down upon the green whelp, who went rigid all over. The blue whelp slowly raised a claw and lightly touched it to the green whelp's neck, making him tremble violently. Corman, you see. When you play the hero, you need to recognize the gap in strength between yourself and your enemy. Otherwise, that's not courage. That's suicide. That's overestimating yourself. The moment those words left the blue whelp's mouth, his claw suddenly clamped down. Whoa. The green whelp let out a pained whimper. Silo, what are you trying to do? Cried the green female dragon behind Corman in alarm. Slap. In response, Silo swept his claw. The green whelp, who weighed at least several hundred pounds, was sent flying several meters away. What am I trying to do? With Corman no longer blocking him, Silo advanced on the female green dragon. I'm simply giving you a piece of advice. Relying on cheap tricks alone won't work among dragons. Knowing your own strength is what you should focus on right now. You're weak. And when you're weak, the last thing you should do is bare your fangs and provoke those stronger than you. Understand? The green female dragon kept backing away, her expression growing darker with every step. Only when she was pressed against a tree with nowhere left to retreat did Silo let his final words fall. Then he brushed past her and walked away. Damn bastard. The green female dragon stared at Silo's retreating back, shaken and afraid. Having her weakness so ruthlessly exposed dealt a heavy blow to her pride. If Silo and Gordon were true level 6 beings, then the green female dragon had only just crossed the threshold of level 5. The gap between them remained vast. Corman, who had been hurled aside, remained utterly silent. The blue dragons watching from the sidelines meanwhile were beaming. That's Silo for you. The strongest blue dragon. That dragon might just scared the witless greenscales out of their minds. Silo, you've really gotten stronger these past 2 years. When are we going to have a real duel? I'm curious to know which of us is truly stronger now. The red dragon whelp watched Silo stride past, his expression one of eager anticipation. So amazing, Silo. The little white dragon murmured, his face full of admiration. Let's talk about the duel another time. What matters now is the hunt. I'll go and ask Lady Barbara first. Shiloah deftly changed the subject, then arrived beneath the giant tree and began to climb. The young dragon, who had been so fierce moments ago, now cut a slightly comical and bedraggled figure, for his wings were not yet fully grown. He slowly clambered to the top of the giant tree. The young female green dragon looked at him with a knowing half smile. What happened just now? From the look of you, you nearly came to blows with Alicia. I merely shattered Alicia's unrealistic fantasies. Ha. That little one does have a certain cleverness. She gets along swimmingly among the green dragons, and even Martha, that black dragon, supports her. Perhaps that was exactly what gave her the delusion that she could compare with you and Gordon. What a pity. But compared with the two of you, she is still far behind. The young female green dragon gave a soft, knowing sigh. Clearly she had taken in everything that just happened below. Lady Barbara, I imagine you already know why I've come to see you this time. Shiloah asked with a broad smile. It is a pity, though. In the end, they still saw through your little tricks. That was only a matter of time. I was prepared for it. Shiloah, do you regret helping me deal with Carter? After he retaliated against you like that, the 5 gold coins you worked so hard to earn were almost all spent on food. Barbara let out a faint sigh, her huge dragon eyes fixed on the little dragon beside her. Of course I don't regret it. I have always been grateful to you, Lady Barbara. All of this is Sir Carter's fault. I never expected Sir Carter to be such a stingy dragon. That was my miscalculation. But even so, I can still survive perfectly well. I believe that with the strength of the 3 of us, Gordon, Allen, and me, there will be no problem at all in hunting outside. Shiloah said with great confidence. That is true enough. After all, compared with ordinary adolescent dragons, the strength of you and Gordon is hardly lacking. Barbara gave a slight nod and cast a glance at the red dragon whelp not far from the foot of the tree. You may go out to hunt, but remember this. Do not go more than 5 kilometers from the greenwood. It is best to stay within the greenwood itself. Only then will you be safe. You are still young and have a long road ahead. There is no need to take risks. Even geniuses need time to grow. Understand? Of course, no problem. Thank you for your advice, Lady Barbara. Shiloh nodded. He knew that the 5-kilometer radius was the range that outside powers generally recognized as the Greenwood's territory. Other factions seldom came near it. After exchanging a few more words with Barbara, Shiloh took his leave and departed with the 2 dragon whelps, Gordon and Alan. Shiloh failed to notice. Just as his silhouette was about to disappear, the young green dragon's massive body shifted and transformed into a small, delicate bird, which flapped its wings and quietly followed after them. Rustle, rustle. The 3 young dragons advanced slowly through the greenwood, their claws brushing against the green grass and producing faint sounds. 3 pairs of dragon eyes scanned the gradually opening woodland with excitement, fervor, novelty, and nervousness. At this moment, they could even see the broad green grassland beyond the forest. Are we really going to leave the greenwood and hunt outside? That will make it all too easy to run into troublesome enemies. Now that the moment had arrived, the little white dragon could not help but worry. What? If you won't go to the grassland beyond, do you still want to hunt in this greenwood? Shiloh cast a glance at the little white dragon. Well, if everyone stays in the greenwood, it would be much safer, wouldn't it? Safe? Huh. With the strength of Shiloh and me, why do we need to worry about that? No matter where we are, we can catch prey. You useless waste. If you're scared, then get lost. Gordon sneered at the little white dragon and cursed with utter contempt. He could not understand why Shiloh would let that useless white dragon tag along. Being around such a weakling, aren't you ashamed? Gordon walked on Shiloh's right side, doing his best to keep as far as possible from the little white dragon. You too. Can't you think things through a little more? Although the Greenwood is safe, the Dragon Matriarch has stationed over 1,000 servants and soldiers here. Such a large force may not occupy the entire forest or leave other creatures with no living space at all. Still, it has frightened away most of the prey. Large prey is almost impossible to find in the Greenwood, and as for small prey, how much time and effort would that take? It is simply not worth the cost. The grassland outside is different, boundless and rich in resources. Even if it is somewhat more dangerous than the Greenwood, it is far more worthy of our hunt. Shiloh patiently explained to the 2 young dragons. At that moment, the 3 dragons finally made their way through the greenwood and reached the grassland. Without the dense foliage to block it, sunlight spilled fully over them, filling them with a strange and wonderful sensation. The sky was clear blue and a few birds danced in the air. So this is what lies beyond the greenwood. The sky is so vast and blue. Unfortunately, we are still too young, and our dragon wings have not fully developed enough for us to fly. Gordon looked up at the sky with a regretful expression. The little white dragon Alan also gazed at the sky, unable to hide the longing in his eyes. Shiloh, on the other hand, simply wrapped himself around a large tree and began to climb. At nearly 5 meters in length with a body as large as a full-grown pony, he was exceptionally nimble. What are you doing? Gordon noticed his movements and asked in puzzlement. Looking for prey, of course. Shiloh quickly climbed to the top of the tree. It had to be said that every tree in the greenwood was extremely tall, averaging at least 60 or 70 meters in height. Standing at the top, Shiloh stretched out his long, slender neck and peered into the distance. Nearly everything within several kilometers came into view. The grassland was not nearly as flat as he had imagined. Farther away, range after range of peaks stretched toward the horizon, and the scenery was quite lovely. Yet he did not find even a single prey animal. This made him frown. Sharp-eyed Gordon could not help asking, "What did you see? Why do you look so unhappy?" "It's not what I expected. I thought that from a high spot I would find prey easily, but I never imagined there wouldn't be even one. This is a real problem." "Then what should we do?" Gordon frowned, as well sensing that something was off. "We can't find any nearby, probably, because we're too close to the greenwood. For those prey animals, this place is too dangerous. The smarter ones won't come anywhere near it. But that doesn't matter. Isn't it simple to find prey? Water is the source of life. As long as we find a water source, we are certain to find prey." Shiloh said this while slowly climbing down from the tree, using all 4 limbs with practiced ease and reaching the ground in no time. But the problem is finding a water source isn't easy either, is it? After all, we can't even fly yet. Gordon had a headache coming on and gloom all over his face. This requires Alan's power. This fellow is a white dragon, possessing the power of frost. Although he cannot create water directly, sensing waters rich in water elements should still be within his capability. As Shiloh spoke, he patted the little white dragon's head. This dragon cub was nearly the smallest in size among all dragons. His body length was not even up to 4 meters, probably only about 3.5 meters. Compared to Shiloh, he did not look like he was from the same age group. Furthermore, this white dragon cub was timid and kept his head lowered so Shiloh could easily reach his head. Then, it requires some distance, perhaps 1 kilometer, perhaps 2 kilometers. The little white dragon narrowed his eyes and answered obediently. "I see. No wonder you brought this useless creature along. You must have considered this." Goten's expression changed to understanding, and his gaze toward the little white dragon shifted slightly. "All right, let's go. From now on, we'll search for prey and water sources simultaneously." Shiloh waved his front claw and led the 2 young dragons forward. They traveled north for about 4 kilometers. Only then did the little white dragon Alan speak up. "I've sensed it. To the west. There's a dense concentration of water elements. It must be a substantial body of water. Excellent. We'll head west now. Shiloh quickly relayed the information. All three young dragons immediately changed course. After another kilometer or so, they spotted a sizable stretch of water a few hundred meters away, where several animals were scattered in small groups drinking and playing. Goten's face lit up with excitement, and he tensed his limbs ready to dash forward. Fortunately, Shiloh moved swiftly, grabbing him by the tail. This made Goten glare at him with a mix of annoyance and confusion. What are you doing? Shill, keep it down. Didn't your inherited memories teach you how to hunt? You need to approach quietly, then strike suddenly. If you charge at them directly like that, the prey would have fled long ago. My inherited memories only taught me how to fight, how to become stronger. Hunting, that's completely unnecessary. Once I learn to fly, catching prey will be a breeze. Goten snorted disdainfully, wearing an expression of pride. We can't fly yet. Shiloh replied irritably. You two stay here. Leave this hunt to me. Shiloh decided to handle this alone, unwilling to let these two idiots slow him down, so he began crawling forward. The grass on the grassland was quite tall, almost completely concealing even Shiloh's body as he advanced slowly. When he was approximately 200 meters from his prey, a deer-like animal suddenly spotted Shiloh and let out a loud neigh, causing all the animals to turn and flee. At this moment, Shiloh was dumbfounded. He didn't give chase because he knew that even using lightning flash he wouldn't be able to catch them from this distance. He could only stand there frozen. Goten and Alan caught up from behind. The red dragon cub looked at him with contempt. Is this the hunting technique you awakened? He. Even if I hadn't awakened, I could do the same as you. This annoying little red dragon. Mocking dragons again. Shiloh's face darkened as he cursed inwardly. The red dragon's mouth was truly foul. If it weren't for your capability and my desire to recruit you as a subordinate, I'd teach you a lesson. Things are not looking good. These prey animals are too alert. Perhaps it's precisely this vigilance that has helped them survive so long near the green forest. Shiloh lamented. At this moment the prey had already fled far away, but a few remained at a distance, staring intently at them. Shiloh knew that the opportunity had been completely lost. However, he wasn't too discouraged, instead leading the two young dragons to the waterside. This body of water covered roughly over 1,000 square meters. A mass of green vegetation floated on the lake's surface, and beneath the water numerous fish could be seen, though none appeared particularly large. Shiloh, being no picky eater, leaped into the water and caught several fish to satisfy his hunger, then resumed hunting for prey. As they walked along, the little white dragon suddenly halted and headed east. Shiloh noticed his unusual behavior and stopped as well, watching him walk dozens of meters before coming to a stop himself. Only then did the little white dragon look toward Shiloh, bellowing excitedly, Shiloh, Goten, come quickly. Look at what I've found. My. Shiloh was somewhat surprised, but still approached, with Goten following close behind. The two young dragons focused their gaze near the little white dragon's claw. A hole in the ground about 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter came into view. Swish, swish. Some faint sounds echoed from within the hole. Shiloh's eyes lit up. Goten also showed delight. Is there prey inside? Of course. Shiloh nodded, then instructed the two young dragons. Creatures dwelling underground typically won't have just this one entrance. There must be another exit nearby. Alan, you stay and guard here. Goten and I will search the nearby area. Once we find it, we'll immediately block that entrance. Understood. No problem. The two dragon cubs nodded. Shiloh and Goten began searching the vicinity and soon located two additional entrances, which they promptly sealed. The three young dragons reconvened at the original entrance. Goten glanced at Alan. It's your turn now. Hurry and go in to retrieve the prey inside. The creatures inside are unknown. Recklessly adventuring is hardly wise. The main issue is that the hole is too narrow. Once inside, we'd be completely unable to maneuver our bodies. Even as dragons, we shouldn't take such reckless risks. Shiloh rejected Goten's suggestion. He began pulling handfuls of green grass from the hole's entrance. After gathering a pile, he stuffed some of the grass into the hole. Then, pointing at the opening toward Goten, he said, Come, breathe fire right here. What are you doing? Goten blinked in confusion. PhD. Shiloh forcefully exhaled a stream of air, crackling with electric arcs from his nostrils, glaring at the red dragon cub with exasperation. These fellows truly have no common sense without their inherited memories as expected. This matter is quite complex. Even with your intelligence, it would be difficult for me to explain this to you in a short time. But, just do as I say. I guarantee you'll have a hearty meal later. Come on, open wide, breathe fire. Be good, Shiloh said patiently. Goten frowned. Why does your speech sound strange? He couldn't help but ask. No, you're overthinking it. Don't you know what kind of dragon I am? Come on, hurry. Don't you want another satisfying feast? Shiloh urged the red dragon cub with a serious expression. The red dragon cub felt something was off about Shiloh's attitude, but seeing the other's amiable demeanor and the promise of a full meal, he still opened his mouth and breathed fire. Thick flames erupted across the hole's entrance. The green grass ignited, sending dense smoke rising. Shiloh repeatedly flapped his dragon wings toward the opening, driving a fierce wind that forced all the white smoke into the hole. Goo, 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 goo. Restless cries immediately echoed from within the hole, followed by the sounds fading into the distance. They were likely trying to escape through another hole entrance, but unfortunately, it was blocked. Jrrrr. The prey's cries grew louder, until at the cave entrance a massive head emerged. A creature resembling a warthog burst out of the cave, trying to escape. At this moment, Gudun, who had been waiting at the cave entrance for a long time, without waiting for Shiluo to speak, swiftly reached out his claw, slapped it onto the prey's head, and then slammed it forcefully into the ground. Jrrrr. The prey let out a miserable scream. Its limbs flailed wildly as it struggled desperately. This prey was not small, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, but in the claws of Gudun the red dragon whelp it was somewhat insignificant. Then the red dragon whelp grabbed it by the forelimbs and slowly lifted it into the air, leaving it only able to let out miserable howls desperately. Ha ha ha. Got it. I caught it. Shiluo, did you see that? I caught the prey before you. It seems in hunting I have a greater talent than you. The red dragon whelp roared excitedly. Jrrrr. Shiluo did not respond to the red dragon whelp, his gaze still fixed on the cave entrance. From the sounds coming from inside, he could deduce that there were still many prey, likely a family. Now that the mother was caught, the little ones inside were too scared to come out. Shiluo was about to put more effort into stuffing grass inside when screech. A piercing screech sounded. A fierce gale swept down. He instinctively leaped sideways to dodge. But immediately after he heard a furious roar, "Damn beast. Give me back my prey." Shiluo looked toward the sound. Instead, he saw a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 8 meters, pure white like an ice sculpture, snatch away the prey that Gudun had just caught, with its claw flapping its massive wings to take off. Meanwhile, Gudun, whose prey had been snatched, was filled with rage and fury. Seeing this, Shiluo's pupils contracted. Wait. Gudun, don't attack it. But the furious Gudun paid no heed to Shiluo's call. Opening his mouth, he spat out a fireball at the giant eagle with incredible speed. This was the improved fireball breath developed by the red dragon whelp based on Shiluo's simplified breath. Its main advantage was speed. Cry. The ice sculpture-like giant eagle seemed not to have expected Gudun's counterattack to be so swift. It was struck directly in the chest and abdomen. Whoosh. Boom. At the moment the fireball struck, the giant eagle's crystalline-like feathers on its chest caught fire. A miraculous scene occurred. The feathers turned into sheets of water droplets carrying flames, which detached from its body and vanished entirely before hitting the ground. Cry. The giant eagle let out an angry screech, lowering its head to look at its chest. The beautiful feathers there were gone, leaving only a bare patch. Extremely conspicuous and unsightly. This seemed to enrage the giant eagle. After ascending to dozens of meters, it glared at Gudun with its sharp eagle eyes. Damn stinking bird. How dare you steal my prey? Come down. I'll make you into a roasted bird. Roar. Gudun lowered his body into a combat stance, glaring at the ice sculpture giant eagle in the sky. Go. Gudun. Don't. This monster is a frost giant eagle. A very powerful magical beast. Usually only powerful young dragons can deal with them, and they travel in flocks, usually with their own families. If we fight them, it's very dangerous. Ai Lun looked at the giant eagle in the sky, speaking fearfully. Shiluo frowned as well. He slowly raised his head and looked into the sky farther away. He saw that at a height of 100 meters, several more ice crystal-like giant eagles were diving down from the sky. However, these few were slightly smaller than the first one. Shiluo's eyes narrowed. Adult Frost Giant Eagle level 5 status, good Young Frost Giant Eagle level 4 status, good 1 level 5, 3 level 4, and the largest one at level 6. Indeed not easy to deal with. They are all formidable. Shiluo found it troublesome and quickly shouted at Gudun, Gudun, don't provoke them anymore. These Frost Giant Eagles are not easy to deal with. Fall back. So what? They are just a bunch of despicable lowly beasts. How dare they steal a dragon's food? They must pay the price of death. Shiluo, let's join forces. These beasts are nothing. The red dragon whelp roared, opening his mouth and spitting out another fireball. Cry. The frost giant eagle in the sky screeched. This time it finally counterattacked, flapping its wings in the air before it instantly became filled with cold air. The fireball met the cold air, producing a sharp sizzling sound. A fireball the size of a human head vanished completely in an instant. Roar. The red dragon whelp, seeing this, was angered and about to continue attacking. But the frost giant eagle swung its claw, actually throwing the prey in its grip straight at Gudun. The red dragon whelp was startled. He wanted to dodge, but realized it might be too late. Seeing the hundreds-pound prey getting closer and closer, he felt a bit panicked. Crackle. But on the side, a flash of lightning burst. Shiluo even faster pounced toward him and knocked him aside, then narrowly dodged the attack. The prey crashed into the ground beside Shiluo, making a loud thud. Its entire body shattered, and broken limbs and blood sprayed out. Knocked by Shiluo, the red dragon whelp rolled nearly 10 meters away. He looked at the explosion of the broken prey, his heart pounding. If that had hit him, it would have been a terrible feeling. At the same time, he secretly admired Shiluo's superior control over lightning as a blue dragon. Only a blue dragon could use lightning flash in an instant, and managed to save him while also dodging the attack. Gudun as a red dragon had also learned the lightning flash spell, but it required some casting time, making it impossible for him to use it to dodge attacks in a crisis. At the same time, he was extremely furious. furious that the frost giant eagle dared to use its aerial advantage to attack him. In the inherited memories of dragons, this tactic had always been the exclusive domain of their dragon kin. Now it was being used against him by a lowly beast. How infuriating! Cry. Seeing that its attack had failed, the frost giant eagle folded its wings and dived straight at Gudon. Scum! Do you know what you are facing? The red dragon whelp roared. With a shudder, a series of flames burst from his body, enveloping his entire form, transforming him into a true flame drake. This was flame armor, a second circle spell similar to discharge, wrapping the user in elemental energy, providing both offensive effect and decent melee defense. It was a spell that Gudon the red dragon whelp had awakened upon entering the juvenile dragon stage. However, facing the red dragon whelp's flame armor, the frost giant eagle was not at all afraid. The icy mist around it grew thicker, and a thick layer of ice formed on the claws it thrust toward the red dragon whelp. Crackling. When the eagle's claws landed on the red dragon whelp, a burst of dense mist erupted. Outside, Shallow and Alan could not see what was happening inside. They could only vaguely make out flickering silhouettes followed by the pained cries of the giant eagle. Clearly, even at the same 6th rank, the red dragon whelp outmatched the frost giant eagle in overall combat prowess when fighting on the ground without utilizing the advantage of the skies. This relieved Shallow, but at the same time left him somewhat helpless. Helpless that these beasts had no discernment. Though prey on this grassland was scarce, it was far from the point where they needed to snatch food from a dragon's maw. Gordon was absolutely right to call them lowly beasts. For any magical creature with even a shred of intelligence, and not utterly foolish, would surely know the place dragons occupied in the food chain. So how could they dare snatch food from a dragon's mouth? Of course, it was also possible they were bullying the dragons for being young, but between the two possibilities, Shallow was more inclined to believe they were simply too stupid for their own good. While such thoughts were running through his mind, Scree! The other 4 frost giant eagles in the sky had already descended closer and closer to the ground. His blood flowed faster, and the muscle activity in his limbs was fully stimulated. With a slight push of his legs, he leaped 8 or 9 meters away. His blood flowed faster, and the muscle activity in his limbs was fully stimulated. With a slight push of his legs, he leaped 8 or 9 meters away. Upon landing, he suddenly kicked off with his hind legs, soared high into the air, and thrust himself toward a frost giant eagle that was diving down. Startled, the eagle Shallow had targeted quickly extended its claws toward him. But at the moment of contact, Shallow abruptly discharged all the lightning he had gathered inside his body. Discharge mode was activated in an instant. Crackling. Harsh shrieks tore through the air as sheets of blue arcs flickered, enveloping the frost giant eagle. The water-attributed eagle's entire body was an excellent conductor of electricity. Compared to flames, these creatures feared lightning far more deeply. In an instant, the eagle was electrocuted until smoke poured from its body, its frame convulsing and going limp before pressing down on Shallow as they plummeted together. The other 3 frost giant eagles were greatly alarmed and simultaneously abandoned their intention to attack Gordon, diving instead toward Shallow. Shallow in turn twisted his head and spat a bolt of lightning at one of them, paralyzing it and sending it falling. But the remaining 2 had already drawn close, and as their vast wings beat, great surges of frost rushed toward Shallow, as if they intended to cool his body with the bone-chilling cold or even freeze him entirely. Unfortunately, these fools had no idea that as a lightning-attributed creature, his body temperature kept rising while he discharged electricity. All their efforts did was make him feel a slight chill. Bang! With 3 resounding crashes, Shallow and the 2 frost giant eagles hit the ground. Without pausing for even a moment, he clamped his jaws around the throat of the eagle still lying stiff upon him, locking his bite tight. Scree! The frost giant eagle that was bitten let out a piercing shrill cry, its voice miserable. The pain momentarily freed it from paralysis, and it tried to struggle. But within Shallow's draconic maw, wisps of electric arcs leaped forth once again. This was also a result of his improved breath technique, slowly releasing a portion of his lightning power inside his mouth. All of it was poured directly into the frost giant eagle's body through the wound. The lightning coursed freely through the eagle's innards, rendering it utterly unable to move its body, convulsing violently. Seeing this, the other 3 desperately flapped their wings again, releasing wave after wave of freezing air. At this moment, relying on his immensely powerful physique, Shallow's movements were barely affected even while he held the several hundred-pound frost giant eagle in his jaws. He forcibly dragged it sideways, charging clear of the frigid blast. The freezing air grazed past him and landed on the green grass. In an instant, a thick layer of frost covered the meadow, and a vast stretch of grass withered away and died. Scree! The frost giant eagle held in Shallow's jaws grew weaker and weaker. Even its cries seemed feeble and listless, making the 3 eagles in the sky increasingly frantic. Their wing beats quickened instantly as more and more frigid energy condensed, until finally 3 ice spears nearly a meter long gathered before them and shot toward Shallow. Seeing this, Shallow sneered inwardly and simply raised the frost giant eagle in his mouth as a shield before him. The 3 ice spears pierced straight through its body. Scree! The unfortunate frost giant eagle still could not move, but its eyes rolled slightly toward the 3 eagles, a look of utter disbelief in them. At that, all 3 frost giant eagles were stunned and then flew into a complete rage. They let out furious cries and dove madly toward Shiluo. Truly brainless fools. Was I being too cautious, actually wary of such creatures? Shiluo thought to himself. With one claw, he seized the dying frost giant eagle and hurled it heavily at one of the attackers, knocking it out of the sky. Then he opened his draconic maw, where all the thunderous power that had been building in his mouth gathered at once. With a slight swelling of his abdomen, he almost instantly condensed an irregular sphere of lightning. Zzz. A piercing shriek accompanied by sheets of electric arcs tore across the dozen or so meters and slammed violently into one of the giant eagles. Scree. In that instant, a cry of utmost misery rang out. The stricken frost giant eagle convulsed violently, its very skeleton visible through its body as the electricity coursed through it, and all its beautiful feathers were instantly burned away. When it crashed to the ground, its entire body was charred black, thick smoke billowing from it, almost half-cooked. The eagle beside it, which had been about to attack Shiluo, was utterly dumbfounded. It flapped its wings desperately to change direction, seemingly preparing to flee. But at that moment, a green vine suddenly shot up from the ground and firmly bound the talons of the eagle, which was only a few meters above the earth. Seeing the green vine, Shiluo glanced back at the little white dragon behind him. The young whelp was struggling to maintain the spell, locked in a contest of strength with the frost giant eagle. At least it has some brains, knowing that its ice magic would have little effect on a fellow ice-type eagle, and so using nature's vine, which is more troublesome and costly in mana for it to employ. Shiluo praised it. His body moved swiftly, closing in on the trapped frost giant eagle. He seized its talons, then putting all his strength into the motion, viciously slammed it into the ground. With a single blow, the frost giant eagle in his claws shrieked miserably and nearly passed out. But that was only the beginning of the nightmare. Shiluo savagely swung it to the other side, then back again, back and forth several times, until the frost giant eagle was thoroughly unconscious. Shiluo let out a breath and looked toward the one he had smashed away earlier, which was now flapping its great wings and fleeing in a sorry state. Then he turned his gaze to Gordon. The red dragon whelp was still locked in fierce combat with the strongest frost giant eagle. Yet from the look of things, the red whelp held a solid advantage. Though there was a bleeding wound on its body from the eagle's talons, the giant eagle itself was in tatters, its body scorched black, in many places its feathers burned off in patches. This drove the giant eagle to cry out in growing agitation. It seemed to want to flee, but the damage to its wings had long since made flight impossible. Shiluo quickly rushed over and, together with Gordon, easily killed this 6th-rank creature. A battle that might have been evenly matched was thus brought to an end with ease. This was the difference between dragons and other creatures. Even as 6th-rank beings, the frost giant eagle was merely an ordinary magical beast. But dragons from the moment of birth were elite-level creatures. They possessed mighty bodies, immense magic, a natural and devastating breath weapon, and spells inherited through their ancestral memories. They were advanced life forms blessed by heaven itself. When fighting at the same rank, ordinary creatures had almost no chance of victory, were it not for the fact that the young dragons could not yet fly, putting them at a natural disadvantage against flying creatures. Gordon would hardly have faced any danger at all. As an elite plus existence, Shiluo harbored no fear whatsoever when facing 1 level 5 or even 3 level 4 frost giant eagles simultaneously, and in fact held the upper hand. His gaze fixed upon the 4 frost giant eagle corpses on the ground, Shiluo drifted into thought as he pondered. Oomph! A cold snort echoed in his ear, rousing him from his reverie. Shiluo turned his head and saw Gordon, this red dragon whelp, wearing an unpleasant expression, sparks and smoke continuously puffing from his nostrils. It seemed the red dragon whelp had noticed Shiluo staring at him. The red dragon whelp let out a displeased growl. Shiluo, you bastard! Who asked you to interfere in my fight? You were completely unnecessary. I could have dealt with this inferior creature moments ago. You stole my prey. I am truly sorry then. Shiluo rolled his eyes and had no desire to exchange words with the arrogant and rude red dragon whelp. Instead, he used his sharp dragon claws to slit open the chest and abdomen of a frost giant eagle beside him. Ice blue blood gushed from the eagle's chest cavity. Shiluo then tore open the entire torso and reached his dragon claws toward the heart area, fumbling for a moment before extracting an ice blue crystal roughly the size of an egg. This crystal was quite special, entirely ice blue, with cold mist swirling around it. The surface was covered with wisps of deep blue patterns resembling runes, which flickered and absorbed the surrounding ice elemental energy. Upon seeing this crystal, the red dragon whelp, who had been about to argue further, immediately shut his mouth and stared at it with burning eyes. This was a demon beast crystal, also known as a magic core. Generally, only those magical beasts born with innate magical power capable of casting spells possessed one. It could be considered the second heart of a magical beast. It was a hard currency, more valuable than gold coins, each one exceedingly expensive. The single crystal in Shiluo's claw alone was worth at least 1 gold coin. And 1 gold coin was by no means a trivial sum in this world. According to Shiluo's understanding, the living standards of ordinary commoners in this world were rather decent, able to afford 3 meals a day. Some even had surplus money to enjoy other forms of entertainment. For commoners living at this standard, their annual income was approximately 1 gold coin, perhaps slightly more. In this world, 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, which equaled 10,000 copper coins. Normally, a black bread required only 1 copper coin, but few commoners in this world would eat such food. Most consumed white bread, 3 copper coins apiece. 2 white breads per meal were sufficient to fill an adult's stomach. A pound of pork cost 30 copper coins. From this, it could be seen that the purchasing power and value of 1 gold coin were quite considerable. Seeing the magic core, the red dragon whelp felt as covetous as if he had spotted a gold coin. Ahem. Shiluo, how do you think we should divide this spoil? His voice grew somewhat low, his tail swishing restlessly. The red dragon whelp had wrestled with a frost giant eagle for an extended period, and the fact that neither had killed the other outright truly made him feel quite disgraced. Strictly speaking, there was no spoil here that belonged to him at all. Yet he simply could not part with the adorable magic core's equivalent in value to gold coins. Seeing the red dragon whelp's demeanor, Shiluo knew exactly what he was thinking. With a slight smile, he directly flicked the magic core from his claw. Quick-eyed and swift-pawed, the red dragon whelp caught the magic core in one movement and said joyfully, "I knew you were a decent fellow, Shiluo he. Too bad this isn't a fire tribute magic core." The red dragon whelp muttered to himself and swallowed the magic core, whole, storing it in the additional stomach that dragonkind used for storage. Shiluo paid no mind to his muttering. He continued to dissect the remaining 3 eagles, and to the red dragon whelp's astonishment, tossed 2 of the crystals to the little white dragon Alan. "Why are you giving him 2? He clearly did nothing." The red dragon whelp was somewhat astonished and a touch jealous, questioning Shiluo. Clutching the 2 cores in one claw, the little white dragon said rather flusteredly, "Shiluo, you needn't give them to me. Keep them yourself. I did nothing at all, and am hardly worthy of receiving 2. Take them, Alan. These frost magic cores will serve you far better," Shiluo said, and meanwhile swallowed the final crystal himself. For Shiluo and Gordon, the frost magic cores were merely gold coins in essence. But for a creature sharing the same ice attribute and excelling at ice elemental spells, they were auxiliary items capable of boosting their combat power. Why were spellcasters so powerful in this world? The first reason naturally was their ability to cast spells. But possessing powerful items and equipment was equally a key factor. For spellcasters to contend with the world's powerful creatures, equipment and items were absolutely indispensable. These items allowed them to cast spells more quickly, even enhancing the power of their magic. Certain immensely powerful high-tier spells could, when a caster's own abilities fell short, still be forcibly channeled through equipment and items alone. The Frost Giant Eagle's magic core, though not in top-rate item, could still enhance the power of the little white dragon's ice spells. If consumed entirely at once, it could even forcefully elevate a first-tier spell's power to that of a second-tier spell, pushing a second-tier spell to the brink of the third tier. Although still somewhat short of true third tier, it would prove quite sufficient. After all, at present, even Shiluo's enhanced breath attack was merely third tier in strength. Of course, among third tier spells, Shiluo considered his breath attack to belong to the upper echelon. Setting aside his breath attack, the only third tier spell Shiluo currently possessed was Earthrock Armor, which he had learned from Barbara long ago, though he had rarely had the opportunity to use it after mastering it. As for third tier spells, human spellcasters without relying on item assistance needed to reach level 7 before they could cast them. Gordon also understood the utility of attribute-matched magic cores to spellcasters, and after hearing Shiluo's words, he could not help but furrow his brows and say with reluctance, "Even so, would giving them to that good-for-nothing be of any use? Such a weakling. Yes, I am too weak. Holding them would only be a waste." The little white dragon agreed, nodding alongside. "Since you recognize your own weakness, you should strive all the harder to grow stronger. Study and research spells diligently. Though white dragons are weak, there are surely some within the entire astral realm who have transcended their limits and defeated other mighty dragons, earning fame across the lands. Alan, I have always kept you by my side because I believe that you too can become such an existence." Shiluo spoke while already approaching the little white dragon, looking down as he patted his forelimb with his claw. The posture was entirely that of a leader offering encouragement to a subordinate. Tears welled up in the little white dragon's eyes as he trembled at Shiluo's encouragement. Gazing at Shiluo with tearful eyes, he said, "Shiluo, so you really think that highly of me? Thank you so much. I'll accept the magic crystal. I won't let you down. I swear by the name of Ambrose to the mother of evil dragons that I will definitely become a powerful legendary white dragon. And then I'll repay you." By the end, the little white dragon had held back his tears and his face was full of solemn determination. "Yes, very good. As a young dragon, this is exactly how you should be. Full of vigor and drive. I believe in you, Alan. You're definitely no worse than any other dragon." Shiluo nodded firmly. The little white dragon's breathing quickened and his whole body brimmed with motivation. He could hardly wait to return to Greenwood and start studying his magic. Off to the side, the red dragon whelp curled his lip. TSK. Expecting anything from a useless white dragon. What a naive fool. All right, now it's time for us to feast. Come on, Gordon, roast this for me. Shiluo growled, tossing the Diloa beast that had been crushed to death by the frost giant eagle over to the red dragon whelp, who immediately inhaled and blasted fire. Blazing flames poured down. Before long, the two dragons enjoyed a delicious meal. Afterward, Shiloah and the other two dragons drove all the warthog-like creatures out of the burrow one by one. There were 6 piglets in total. Shiloah used natural vines to bind all 6 of them together. He examined them carefully for a moment and found that these piglets were indeed extremely similar to warthogs, except their tusks were thicker, their skin rougher, and they each had 2 tails behind their hindquarters. On the planet Duamalink, these creatures were commonly called Diloah beasts. As a blue dragon, one of the few dragon species with a communal instinct, Shiloah possessed an exceptionally vast well of inherited memories. His memories regarding prey recognition were also extremely rich and naturally included information about Diloah beasts. Diloah beasts possessed tremendous survival ability. They could thrive on nothing more than grass plant roots, or even carrion. This meant they could be found in many places. Whether on grasslands and mountain forests or across arid sandy lands, traces of them were everywhere. At the same time, they reproduced extremely quickly. After only 18 months, piglets reached sexual maturity and began to mate. They could produce 2 to 3 litters a year with 1 to 3 young in each litter. In the inherited memories of blue dragons, they were considered exceptionally fine livestock for raising. Shiloah stared hard at the young Diloah beasts and could roughly confirm that their average weight was around 150 to 160 pounds, still a considerable distance from the adult weight of 3 to 400 pounds. They were probably between 9 and 10 months old. Shiloah, how much longer are you going to stare at this food? Take them back already. The red dragon whelp only glanced at them before growing eager. This was their first successful hunt, and he wanted to bring the prey back and show off in front of the other dragons. Let those weaklings see for themselves what a truly powerful dragon looks like. I suppose we really should head back. Shiloah snapped out of his thoughts and nodded lightly. After that, they set off on the return journey with the 6 Diloah beasts in tow. Of course, the 4 frost giant eagles were dragged back by Gordon and Alan. Terrified beyond reason, the 6 Diloah beasts struggled constantly in Shiloah's claws, forcing him to exert tremendous effort just to drag them along. It took the 3 dragons nearly 2 hours to finally return to Greenwood, to the living area of the young dragons. Goo! The frightened cries of the Diloah beasts echoed into the distance, drawing the attention of the young dragons who had been training and playing. One after another, they scampered over to the 3 dragons. They did not seem especially surprised by the 6 Diloah beasts, but when they saw the 4 corpses of the frost giant eagles, they could not help showing shock. These are frost giant eagles. I have memories of this kind of magical beast. Once they reach adulthood, they usually have the strength of rank 5 or even rank 6. How could you have their corpses? A young dragon gave a startled growl, and the other young dragons crowded around upon hearing this. Humph! How do we have their corpses? Idiot! Isn't it obvious? We killed them and brought them back, of course. These worthless lowly beasts overestimated themselves, trying to steal my prey and challenge my majesty. So I naturally slaughtered them all. The red dragon whelp held his neck straight and spoke proudly, casting a contemptuous gaze over the young dragons gathering around. Proud as he was, he could not resist showing off a little in front of the other young dragons. Is Gordon's strength really this formidable? Did he take down a whole flock of frost giant eagles by himself? It must have been together with Shiloah. One dragon alone couldn't possibly do it. But even if it was 2 dragons, isn't that still too incredible? What's most astonishing is that Shiloah seemed completely unharmed, while Gordon only had that one small wound on his chest. This shows that the 2 of them defeated a family of frost giant eagles without seeming to struggle at all. Heavens, just how much stronger than us are Gordon and Shiloah? The young dragons marveled one after another. They completely ignored the little white dragon Alan and only talked about the 2 strongest whelps. Alicia and Corman stood behind the young dragons, watching the clamorous crowd with extremely gloomy expressions. Damn that Gordon. Damn that Shiloah. Has his strength really already become this terrifying? How am I ever supposed to take revenge on and surpass these 2 bastards? Alicia looked deeply frustrated. Gordon, who had been listening to the young dragon's discussion all along, was somewhat pleased at first, but as he kept listening, his expression soured as well. Right? Shiloah took on 4 frost giant eagles without getting hurt, yet he only dealt with 1 and still got wounded. Although the one he fought was their leader. But that's still too embarrassing for a dragon. That bastard Shiloah, has he really become so much stronger than me? Impossible. It must be a matter of elemental countering. Exactly. It has to be elemental countering. I, Gordon, am the mightiest red dragon breed. How could I possibly be inferior to a blue dragon? Although this blue dragon is a bit larger than ordinary blue dragons, its breath is a bit stronger, its mind is a bit sharper, and its strength is a bit greater as well. Hiss. The more I think about it, the more something feels wrong. The red dragon whelp's face darkened, and a flicker of panic crept across his features. Wait. These magical beasts are frost giant eagles. There should be magic crystals inside their bodies, right? A young dragon suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention once more, and greed surfaced on their faces. Of course. What do you want them? Shiloah glanced at the young dragon who had just spoken. How could we? We just wanted to take a look and broaden our horizons. After all, we've grown this big and only ever seen them in inherited memories. Please, Shiloah, let us have a look, the young dragon said pitifully, and the other young dragons nodded repeatedly along with him. In nature, over 90% of creatures are exceedingly adorable in their youth. On Blue Star, even fierce animals like tigers and brown bears are no exception. Their tiny, naive forms can make one's heart melt, even causing nosebleeds. Although young dragons are not as fluffy as those creatures, they are still quite cute, far from the terrifying and ferocious appearance they take on in adulthood. Shilla, possessing a human soul, has always had a weak resistance to the pitiful expressions of these little ones. Without a word, he spat out the frost demon crystal. He let the young dragons admire it for a while, listen to their shouts and exclamations, and finally retrieved it. The Dillo beasts cried out in panic. Without the attention of the magic crystal, the young dragons turned their gaze back to them, pointing and discussing which parts of their bodies were fat or lean, which parts were tender. Though the Dillo beasts could not understand what the young dragons were saying, their greedy gazes and occasional swallowing sounds nearly frightened them to death. They struggled desperately, almost breaking free from Shilua's claws. This angered Shilua, who then led the 6 Dillo beasts toward a nearby spot. The other young dragons, though puzzled, followed. They then saw Shilua tie them to a tree and start digging a hole in the ground. After digging for a while, perhaps tired, he stopped. He turned his gaze to the 6 Dillo beasts, pressed one of them onto the hole, and stared at it intently. The Dillo beast, perhaps unable to bear Shilua's terrifying stare, began to dig frantically. Shilua watched quietly from the side. Godin, watching, couldn't help but ask Shilua, "What are you doing?" "The strength of us 3 dragons is ultimately limited. We cannot go hunting every day in the future. Within 5 kilometers of the entire green forest, there are already few prey. If we keep appearing, the prey will only dwindle, making hunting even more difficult. Therefore, we cannot just wait for death. Raising an animal as a future food source is the top priority. And Dillo beasts are definitely one of the best animals for raising. Our future stomachs will depend on them," Shilua explained, looking at the 6 Dillo beast cubs with a somewhat tender expression. Dillo beasts are indeed excellent for raising, but these are too young, far from the breeding season. "Can you wait that long?" said Abel, the blue dragon cub, who also had knowledge about Dillo beasts. "Then we will catch more Dillo beasts later," Shilua said, glancing at the white dragon and the red dragon cub. "Godin, Allen, from now on we will go hunting every day, striving to get more food and find as many Dillo beasts as possible." No problem. I'll do whatever you say, Shilua." The white dragon nodded gently. "I lost this hunt to you, and it's a bit annoying for a dragon. Next time I'll definitely beat you." The red dragon cub grinned. Then it settled. "By the way, Alan, use your frost breath to freeze the 4 frost giant eagle carcasses. They might be our food for the next few weeks." "Got it," Shilua then instructed the white dragon. After that, they began to get busy. He stared at the Dillo beasts, dug a new hole, and then asked Godin to breathe fire into the hole, roasting the entire inner wall to harden it, preventing the Dillo beasts from digging their way out. Then, using natural vines, he wound them around large trees as pillars to enclose the Dillo beast's den. A simple Dillo beast farm was complete. Shilua admired his masterpiece with great satisfaction. He then took some weeds and threw them into the den inside the enclosure. The previously panicked cries immediately quieted. The Dillo beasts inside began to eat. "My lovely little darlings. Eat your fill, grow up, quickly, make quickly, and multiply more offspring for me. My future food depends on you," Shilua said with a contented look, then turned to Godin and Alan. "After this, we will also move our lair to be near the Dillo beasts. We can't let these treasures get into trouble." "I'll follow your lead," the white dragon nodded obediently. Godin raised an eyebrow. "You actually care so much about these lowly creatures? That's a bit surprising. But since you said so, let's move." The red dragon cub then wandered nearby. He needed to find a suitable spot for the lair. Shilua and Alan also joined in. Shilua spent most of the day digging a hole beside a tree just big enough to sleep in, and then quickly fell asleep. The familiar feeling of weightlessness and distortion attacked him again. In a daze, Shilua arrived at the mysterious sea, both familiar and strange. Gazing at the enormous skeleton, he watched silently until a line of black characters appeared before his eyes. "Beginning of slaughter, you swung your claws for the first time and ended a life, gaining 10 achievement points. Current achievement 15. Rapid healing, heals wounds faster after taking damage. Costs 20 achievement points. Sharp claws and fangs, your claws and teeth become tougher and sharper. Costs 10 achievement points. Storm breath, grants you the ability to breathe storms. Costs 30 achievement points. Rapid growth, since being chosen, the newly appeared talent is storm breath. This talent in Shilua's view was quite good. This could be seen from the 30 achievement points required. Storm breath. Among the 5 chromatic dragons, none used this breath, nor did the metallic dragons. But from the name, it was clearly a wind-type breath. Shilua did not think this breath was stronger than lightning breath. However, he knew that mastering this breath would greatly enhance his control over wind elements. Because the wind element would be etched into his bloodline, just like the lightning element. There might still be some gap, but it would not be too large. This would allow him to use wind spells more swiftly and gracefully in battle. Taking the previous battle with the frost giant eagles as an example. Although Shilua had learned nature spells, fire spells, and some poison spells from other dragons, in the end, he only used lightning spells and lightning breath, which matched his own attribute. This was the issue of elemental affinity. Apart from lightning spells, casting other spells took too much time, which was a huge problem. If he had other protectors, it wouldn't matter. But when facing enemies in close combat one-on-one or one against many, he had no extra time to cast those cumbersome spells, nor did he have powerful equipment to solve this problem. Therefore, affinity and control over other elements became crucial. If his wind element control could rival that of lightning, and he could learn a few wind spells, Shilua's combat power would surely rise to a new level, and his fighting style would become more diverse. Unfortunately, 30 achievements he couldn't afford to spend for now. He had no interest in the other two, so he could only watch helplessly. Shilua stood dazedly in the mysterious sea and glanced again at the phantom of the young white dragon Iluan beside the skull of the giant skeleton, still clearly visible. However, apart from Iluan, there were no other dragons. To make a proud and arrogant creature like a giant dragon admit that it is far inferior to other dragons of the same age and recognize another as a leader is dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than for humans to acknowledge a leader. These dragon whelps always find ways to compare their own advantages to Shilua's disadvantages in every aspect. Strength inferior to Shilua. Speed inferior to Shilua. Intellect inferior to Shilua. Breath inferior to Shilua. Although somewhat regretful, I have to admit Shilua is formidable, but that guy Shilua is definitely not as humorous as me. And he doesn't fart as loudly as me. And he's not as popular with other dragons as I am. So, I don't think I'm inferior to him in everything. And this is the thought of most dragons. Shilua stood in the mysterious sea doing nothing. He simply waited in silence. Gradually the sea twisted. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Early in the morning, he first went to the Dilua beast breeding ground to take a look. 6 Dilua beast cubs hid in the cave, too scared to come out. The enclosed area outside was empty. Shilua threw some weeds into the cave, then took Geduin and Iluan out hunting. Shilua did not know that shortly after they left, Alexia, accompanied by Kelim and Masha, and another green dragon, approached Babala, who was about to follow Shilua. For dragon whelps stood before the young green dragon, their faces resolute. Babala, somewhat speechless, looked at the 4 whelps and said, "Are you sure you also want to go out hunting?" "Yes, Lady Babala. Please allow us to go beyond the green forest," Alexia said earnestly. Babala's thick dragon skin twitched slightly, and she said patiently, "No. Children, you don't lack food and shouldn't make such a reckless decision. Going out to adventure is not a wise choice." "Lady Babala, although we don't lack food, I want to prove it. Prove that we are no worse than Shilua, Geduin, and the others. What they can do, we can do too." Alexia raised her neck high, looking proud and confident. But as soon as she said this, Babala's expression grew even more displeased. She frowned and patiently tried to persuade her again. But Alexia seemed stubborn, insisting on going out hunting. Finally, Babala could not hold back and growled, "Alexia, I didn't want to discourage you, but your stupidity and stubbornness are truly unbearable for a dragon. No worse than Shilua and Geduin. Are you daydreaming? Those two, even from my dragon lifetime experience, can be considered genius dragons among the entire chromatic dragon clan. And you, if you were to fight a one-on-one duel with either Shilua or Geduin, you probably wouldn't last 20 seconds. Alexia, ignorance should have limits. Now, get back immediately. I don't want to be punished by the Dragon Matriarch because something happened to you while hunting." As she spoke, Babala's roar grew louder and her face more ferocious. Facing Babala in this state, Alexia immediately shrank back. Stammering, she took her leave. Returning to the ground, Alexia kept muttering, "Can't last 20 seconds. Am I really that bad? I have almost mastered all the spells. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like this." She walked away, speaking to herself, utterly dejected. Kellerman, watching from the side, felt extremely distressed and comforted her repeatedly. "Alexia, don't be so sad. This is just what Lady Babala said to keep you from danger. You are the pride of us green dragons, absolutely no worse than Geduin and Shilua." But the distracted Alexia seemed not to hear. At the top of the giant tree, Babala watched the backs of the young dragons as they left, shaking her head gently. Shilua was absolutely right. A truly spoiled child daring to compare herself to 2 geniuses. Even a young dragon like me, they will probably surpass me by the time they reach adolescence. These 2 fellows will definitely be leading figures in the Dragon Legion in the future. Babala muttered to herself, then quickly turned into a bird and flew away. The whole day, Shilua's trio's hunting was not smooth. They encountered no magical beasts nor any Dilua beasts, and finally returned empty-clawed. Returning to the green forest, he met the young dragons. He was surprised to find that the little female dragon Alexia seemed off. Like a dragon whose treasure had been stolen, she lay on her back, staring blankly at the sky. Meanwhile, Kellerman was murmuring something seemingly comforting the little female dragon, occasionally shooting angry glances at Shilua. This strange behavior puzzled Shilua. He asked the blue dragon whelp Abel, but the blue whelp didn't understand either. It wasn't until several days later that Alexia returned to normal. Meanwhile, Shilua's trio went out hunting every day. Time passed, and soon a month had gone by. Green Forest. Dilua Beast Breeding Ground. Shilua half-crouched on the ground, looking at the breeding ground with satisfaction. A dozen Dilua beasts were now outside the cave, quietly eating grass. They seemed to have gradually become accustomed to the environment of the Green Forest, knowing that the dragons around them bore no malice, and would not harm them, which made them much bolder. They no longer hid in the cave as often as before. Not bad at all. These Dilua beasts sure can grow. The first 6 have probably gained over 20 pounds of meat in just 1 month. Good. Last week I also caught an adult female Dilaw. Now I just need an adult male Dilaw, and then the breeding plan can begin. Life will get better and better from now on. Shiloah gazed at the herd of Dilaw, muttering to himself. Don't keep staring at that food. Staring now won't let you eat them. Time to go. A urging voice sounded in his ears. Shiloah turned to look and saw the red dragon, whelp Gudwin, impatiently slapping the ground with his tail. Time for today's hunt. Shiloah looked to the other side, and the young white dragon Iluin was also ready. Then let's go. Today's goal is to find an adult male Dilaw beast. Shiloah roared and prepared to set off with the 2 dragon whelps. However, just at that moment another roar sounded. Gudwin and Iluin, come back with me quickly. Lady Babala summons you. The 3 dragons turned their heads simultaneously and saw the blue dragon, whelp Abel, charging toward them excitedly, like a joyful puppy. Shiloah asked with some confusion, Abel, what makes you so happy? Why does Lady Babala summon us? Of course it's good news. I saw humans. Several humans followed Lady Babala to our territory. They look so delicious. Slurp. The blue dragon whelp grinned foolishly, almost drooling. This sight left Shiloah utterly speechless. Although some dragons among the great WRMS enjoy feasting on humans, this little whelp is merely a hatchling. How could it have awakened such inherited memories? Aren't you afraid of being killed by humans? Humans. Does the dragon queen have human vassals? These creatures taste quite delightful. Haven't they been devoured by the young adult dragons? The red dragon whelp raised an eyebrow in surprise, as if unconvinced. Green dragons usually only fancy elves. Most humans aren't on their menu, whispered the white dragon beside him. But the taste of humans and elves is nearly identical. Elves just have a faint grassy note. If you're so fond of that flavor, just coat some greenery on them. What a pack of foolish, pretentious creatures. The red dragon whelp spoke with the air of a seasoned veteran, sneering at the green dragon's palate. In the eyes of most beings, elves are the epitome of elegance and beauty, more noble and precious than humans. And in the view of typical evil dragons, elves as ingredients are naturally far more valuable than humans. Shiloah, overhearing the conversation among the 3 dragon whelps, felt his brows twitch. These 3 little rascals. What kind of twisted memories had they awakened at such a tender age? How to best savor the flavor of humans and elves. Damn, that's truly savage. As a former human, Shiloah found this unsettling and felt they should not continue this topic. So he quickly interjected, enough of these trivial matters. Since Lady Barbara has summoned us, let us go immediately. With that he took the lead and dashed ahead. The other 3 dragons promptly followed. Before long, Shiloah and his companions arrived at the gathering place of the young dragons. There a group of dragon whelps were crouched on the ground, lined up, gazing at the familiar massive green figure ahead. Beside the green dragon stood 3 human men clad in leather armor and silk. These 3 human men ranged in age from their 20s to 40s, confronting a crowd of dragons. Though the young dragons were small, their bodies were still comparable to fully grown lions and tigers. With their long tails, necks, and dragon wings, their imposing size far surpassed that of humans in visual impact. Would an ordinary human fear an unchained lion or tiger? The answer is clearly yes. The humans of this world, even facing a young dragon, should have reacted with a hint of fear. Yet these 3 showed not a trace of fear. Instead, they stared at the young dragons with intense excitement. After Shiloah and his group appeared, these 3 humans immediately turned their gazes toward them. Those burning stares, as if they had discovered a treasure or a breathtaking beauty, made Shiloah's heart pound. These fellows are not right. He stared back at them. Adult human level 3 status good, adult human level 2 status good. So weak. Or rather pathetic. But why would such weaklings exude such confidence and excitement before so many dragons? Shiloah looked baffled. You despicable lower life forms. What kind of look is that? Are you challenging me? I, the great red dragon Gordon Kenneth, the blazing flame wings. The red dragon whelp roared, glaring furiously at the 3 humans. His nearly fully developed dragon wings spread slightly, exuding an air of dominance. Oh, apologies, great Gordon Kenneth, the blazing flame wings. And all the great dragons. We grew up hearing tales of dragons, of their extraordinary strength, magic, and wisdom. We have been filled with admiration and longing. To finally see you today, and so many at once, we could not contain our excitement. Please forgive us, great Gordon Kenneth, the blazing flame wings. The man in the center, dressed in a silk coat, spoke apologetically. TSK, mind your eyes, or I won't hesitate to have an afternoon snack. You? Enough, Gordon. These are collaborators of our Greenwood, and they have come bearing gold coins for you. Barbara, seeing Gordon about to continue his threats, cut him off, changing the subject. Bearing gold coins for us. This statement struck the young dragons like a bomb dropped into water. Instantly, all the young dragons became ecstatic. They roared with excitement. Is this true? You're bringing us gold coins. By the heavens, am I dreaming? To have our own gold coins while still in the hatchling stage. If word gets out, other dragons will be green with envy. Hehehe. Now all of us dragons will finally have gold coins. No longer will they be exclusive to Shiloah, Alicia, and the like. Roar. Long live Lady Barbara. Long live Chief Bailey. A group of young dragons cheered, bellowing on the spot. But Shiloah frowned. Give away gold coins. What a joke. Humans can't be that generous. As a former human, Shilua was the first to doubt it. Unless they stand to gain something. He watched Barbara and the three humans expressionlessly waiting to hear what they would say next. However, to obtain gold coins you must pay a price. Sure enough, as the young dragons were still in high spirits, the young green dragon spoke again. The young dragons immediately fell silent, looking at the young green dragon with some trepidation. Then, Lady Barbara, what is the price? Alicia was the first to ask, her expression tense. Don't be nervous, children. The price is just the scales you've shed along with your saliva and droppings. Barbara said with a smile. A dragon's scales, much like human teeth, are shed one by one during youth. They are excellent materials for armor and potions, a fact known to all dragons. They had already stored their shed scales either in their lairs or in the second stomach pouch within their bodies. But, saliva and droppings. What did that mean? A group of young dragons looked at Barbara with odd expressions. Ahem. Don't look at me like that. These three human merchants beside me require them. Perhaps they've discovered some special uses for our saliva and droppings. Barbara cleared her throat, offering an explanation, then glanced down at the three humans. This is a trade secret, so we can't disclose it. But if you provide as much as possible, you will naturally receive more gold coins. One of the humans said with a full smile. And the price? Asked a young dragon. 20 silver coins per pound of dragon scales, 10 copper coins per dram of saliva, and 20 copper coins per ounce of droppings. Only 20 silver coins per pound of dragon scales. Many young dragons growled, exchanging glances. Through their inherited memories, they had a clear understanding of the value of their own scales. Even for hatchlings like them. Dragon scales possess excellent defensive and anti-magic properties, making them an ideal material for crafting armor, as well as for creating magical items or spell components. For this kind of merchandise, the price should generally be around 40 to 50 silver coins per pound. 20 silver is far too exorbitant, isn't it? The young red dragon Gordon was consumed with rage, his eyes glaring as he unleashed a fierce breath of fire and prepared to let out a thunderous roar. Shilua quickly struck his back with a powerful paw, causing the young red dragon to stumble forward. This made the young red dragon turn his head with great displeasure, glaring at Shilua. Are you trying to fight me for real? If the Dragon Matriarch and Ms. Barbara are aware of these prices and do not object, there must be a reason. As young dragons, we should respect the decisions of our elders. Shilua stated calmly. The other young dragons fell into contemplation upon hearing his words, though a few remained confused. The young red dragon grew even more irate. What respect? What doesn't? My inherited memories tell me. As the mightiest of dragons, the price for red dragon scales should be 55 silver coins and 12 copper coins per pound. He expects to buy a pound for just 20 silver coins. Does he think we're fools? If he dares, he should come and take it. You foolish humans. I'll show you the power of the red dragon. As Gordon spoke, his body temperature began to rise, sparks dancing across his scales while the grass below smoldered and caught fire. He was on the verge of striking. Barbara's expression darkened instantly at the sight. Shilua sighed inwardly. The red dragon was indeed nothing but brute force as expected. The humans stood bewildered, glancing between the young red dragon and the adult green dragon beside them. Gordon, we've explained this clearly. Don't you understand yet? This price was set together by the Dragon Matriarch Ms. Barbara and the three humans. There may be some discrepancy from the actual market value, and that's perfectly acceptable. For years we've been sheltered and cared for by the Dragon Matriarch and Ms. Barbara. We've had no means to repay them, but now we finally have the chance. Shouldn't we feel grateful for this opportunity? Shilua spoke again. This time the young red dragon seemed to grasp the situation, hesitated as he glanced at Barbara's stern expression, then turned his head away, with pursed lips, breathing heavily in silence. The price seems low. Not at all. It's simply the matriarch and Barbara receiving their share. Shilua truly understands what's important. I was right to trust him. With Shilua laying everything bare, Barbara's expression gradually softened, nodding with quiet satisfaction. Elysia quickly chimed in. Shilua speaks the truth. We've grown safely here without worry of hunters or death, all because of the Dragon Matriarch and Ms. Barbara. It's only right that we offer something small in return. Barbara glanced at the young female dragon again and nodded approvingly. Though Elysia sometimes overestimated her own strength, she showed remarkable wisdom in understanding the situation. With Shilua and Elysia leading the way, the other young dragons quickly joined in agreement. This trade deal finally moved forward. One by one, the young dragons either returned to their nests to retrieve stored scales or regurgitated the scales accumulated in their stomachs. Soon a layer of dragon scales piled up before each of them. The three humans weighed the scales one by one using a balance scale, then distributed gold coins to all the dragons. Since scales vary in thickness and weight depending on their location on the body, light scales might only weigh 10-something grams, while heavier ones reach dozens of grams. Having only recently entered the young dragon stage, they haven't shed many scales yet. Each typically earns between 60 silver coins and 1 gold plus 40 silver. Gordon, being older and a red dragon with thicker scales, received 1 gold and 36 silver coins. Shilua, younger still, earned only 72 silver. The white dragon's share came to 73 silver, comparable to Shilua's. After receiving his silver coins, the white dragon quietly tapped Shiloh with its tail, suggesting he hand over half his earnings. But Shiloh declined. The other young dragons showed uncontainable excitement upon receiving their payment. Some licked their coins furiously while others scattered them on the ground and rolled about in them. After a while, the ever low-key black dragon Clyde, who had previously broken Alan's leg, spoke up. These humans likely carry many more gold coins. Why don't we kill them and take what they have? Those sunken dragon eyes fixed hungrily on the three humans, radiating murderous intent. At these words the humans furrowed their brows, not with fear, but calmly. Ms. Barbara, we do have additional gold coins on us, but I trust your wisdom understands the value of steady long-term gains, doesn't it? Rest assured, I'm familiar with the reputation of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. I believe our cooperation will deepen further. We would never resort to such short-sighted measures. Besides, the Great Dragon Matriarch values our partnership greatly, so how dare I act unilaterally? Barbara responded, gently easing the human's concerns while shooting a warning glance at the young black dragon, Clyde, to quiet him down. Yet the other young dragons found themselves thinking differently after hearing this exchange. Even Shiloh felt a stir of thought. The Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. A cooperative relationship. Steady long-term profits. So these humans would frequently visit the Green Forest from now on. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the young dragons. At least they could gradually accumulate sufficient gold coins through these merchants. Receiving Barbara's assurance, the three humans smiled once more and addressed the young dragons. "Oh, great and wise dragons. The scale trade is complete. Should you wish to sell saliva or waste, that can be arranged as well." "I want to sell. Whether it's saliva or waste, I'll sell both," Abel shouted, immediately rushing ahead of the others to approach the humans. "Thank you for your cooperation. Please take this." The man in silk removed a glass cup from a companion's backpack and handed it to Abel, who caught it with his claws. He immediately spat thick phlegm into it, then continued spitting rapidly. The other dragons joined in with low growls. Soon the entire area echoed with the sounds of young dragons clearing their throats and spitting, continuing until their mouths grew dry and they could produce nothing more. With excited expressions, they handed the cups to the humans, who weighed the contents before dispensing their payment. Due to the low unit price, even with nearly half a cup collected, each dragon received only about a dozen silver coins. Then came the final transaction. That little rascal Abel seemed to have anticipated everything. Without waiting for the humans to speak, he scurried off, and soon returned clutching a pile of solids. Blue-black, pure black, dark green, red-black, and even white and black ones. Here they come. Here they come. These are all my droppings. Hee hee. So many. Must be 20 or 30 pounds, right? Hee hee. We're rich. We're rich. The blue dragon whelp Abel was ecstatic, shouting at the top of his lungs. The other whelps were startled, then their dragon eyes widened as they roared in fury. "Abel, you bastard. Since when can you produce dark green droppings? Damn it. That's ours, the green dragons. Put them down. The pure black ones belong to us black dragons. The white and black ones are ours, the white dragons. Shameless dragon. Put down the gold coins." A group of whelps bellowed and lunged at Abel. "Abel, that sneaky bastard." Shiloh, watching from the side, couldn't help but twitch his face. That guy had actually collected the droppings of all the other dragons just to make money. He really had no shame at all. The red dragon whelp, upon seeing that pile of red-black solids, was also enraged. That was his. Oh, no. That was his money. Damn, Abel. How dare you steal my treasure? The red dragon whelp roared, preparing to join the fray. Abel was startled. A flash of blue light enveloped him, and like a runaway horse he dashed off into the distance. "What are you all talking about? These are all mine. If you don't believe me, go collect your own." Hey, hey, hey. Everyone calm down. No fighting. The dragon droppings we need are not these dried and hardened ones. Preferably, they should be fresh, dropped within the last 3 days. The man in silk shouted hurriedly, finally calming the rampaging whelps. "So you don't want the dried ones? Then you can have these droppings as a gift." A white dragon who had been chasing Abel curled his lips. The other dragons also turned back. Abel angrily threw the treasures he had been clutching to the ground. "I was so close to getting rich. What a pity." The other whelps gathered in small groups, muttering, "Only droppings from the last 3 days count. I don't think I've dropped any in the past 3 days. If you haven't, just drop some now." Now, it's hard to say if I can even produce a full pound at once. The key is whether I can actually drop right now. Come on, you can do it. It's still silver coins. This is money. The whelps discussed among themselves. "Great dragons, are you about to drop? Please use this to collect it so it doesn't mix with the dirt." A human handed out something like a plastic sheet to the whelps. After receiving it, each dragon found a spot to relieve themselves. Shiloh was among them. He found a secluded spot, dug a small hole with his hind legs, placed the plastic sheet over it, and prepared to make an effort. But he felt movement nearby. At first he thought another dragon was also preparing to relieve itself there. But when he turned his head, he saw a human walking quickly toward him, smiling kindly, yet his eyes were fixed intently on Shiloh's dragon rear. Shiloh felt his rear tighten, and his urge to defecate vanished instantly. He quickly swung his tail to cover his delicate backside. "Damn it. What the hell is this creep doing? Why is he staring at my dragon ass? Is my dragon ass something for a pervert like you to look at?" Shiloh was furious, glaring at the human with a dark face. Human, are you looking for death? He unleashed a fierce dragon aura. The human, who was only at level 2, immediately paled, breathed heavily, and stumbled back a few steps. Ahem. Sorry. I was just afraid you'd miss the spot. If you don't need us watching, I'll leave now. Call me when you're done. With that, the man scurried off. Thanks to his keen hearing, Shiloh caught the man muttering from a distance. Honestly, the other dragons are fine. Why is this one so shy? Damn perverted bastard. Shiloh cursed inwardly. He craned his neck and looked around for a long while, ensuring no one was nearby, before he began to strain. From afar, he heard a series of grunts and groans. The whelps were giving it their all to earn more money. After straining for a while, Shiloh finally dropped his load, then stood there expressionless, waiting for the 3 humans to come collect it. The excitement those guys showed while handling the droppings was truly unsettling. Earlier, Shiloh had heard that on Blue Star some people from a cherry blossom-loving Asian continent had a history of consuming young maidens' excrement. Could it be that these humans intended to do the same? Shiloh eyed them suspiciously, slowly walked back, and rejoined the whelps. Several dragons were discussing with varied expressions. Damn it. I dropped 4 days ago. I can't squeeze out anything this time. My silver coins. Haha, I'm better off than you. I managed to drop quite a bit. Quite a bit. Can you beat me? I'm not bragging. I just dropped at least a pound. A pound? You're lying. A bunch of idiots. Lunatics. Why are they even discussing this? Shiloh listened to their chatter and instinctively moved farther away. Meanwhile, the humans began weighing. They murmured as they weighed. This pile is 0. 4 pounds. This one is 0. 6 pounds. 0. 5 pounds. Oh, this pile is quite heavy. It's a full 0. 9 pounds. At this, the whelp who had claimed to have dropped a pound immediately cheered. 0. 9 pounds. That's way more than you. Huh. You useless lot. You can't beat me in anything, not even in defecation. How pathetic. But before he could gloat for long, the weigher exclaimed in delight, whoa. 8 pounds. This is from that red dragon. Bright red, looking quite fresh. At those words, all the whelps turned to stare at the red dragon whelp. That whelp held his tail and neck stiffly upright, his face brimming with pride and smugness. Isn't that only natural? I am Gordon Kinnessy, the strongest and mightiest red dragon. How could any other dragon compare? No wonder, Gordon. You even dropped more than the rest of us. This one, 8 pounds, is worth 5 or 6 silver coins. Damn it. Every time we sell droppings to these humans, Gordon will earn more than double what we get. Damn. Why can't I even beat him at this? The whelps were furious. Wow. 2. 3 pounds. My God, how can a whelp produce so much? Another exclamation came from the human weigher. He stared with astonishment at a pile of blue-black matter. The other whelps, upon hearing this, glanced at the pile, and then immediately turned their eyes to the corresponding Shiloh, sighing with admiration. So it's Shiloh's. Indeed, he is the strongest dragon. Even when it comes to defecation, he beats Gordon. Damn you, Shiloh. I lost to you again. The red dragon whelp gritted his teeth in defiance, hot air streaming from his nostrils. Shiloh's face remained expressionless, but inside, he was screaming, damn it. Don't look at me. Don't look at me, you idiots. Do you have a problem with your brains? Why do you have to compete over this? Are you proud of being a poop machine? Damn it. Stop staring at me. I beg you. Look away from me. After a long while, the excrement of all the young dragons had been measured, and only then did these humans leave with Babala. The young dragons were now immersed in a sea of joy, each kissing their own money with relish. The red dragon whelp, on the other hand, sat crouched on the ground, counting his assets with an unusually serious expression. Shiloh was the same. This wave of transactions. He had obtained 81 silver coins and 25 copper coins, which was generally decent. If he also counted the magic crystals in his possession, his total assets would break through 2 gold coins. Although he was considered wealthy among the young dragons, but it was still far from the previous 5 gold coins. He secretly lamented this, but there was no help for it. Previously weak in strength and starving, he could not obtain these young dragons' food without paying a price. However, thinking that those 3 humans would likely appear again, after a while he felt a trace of comfort. Before long, he should be able to regain the property of 5 gold coins. As long as he produced enough. About half an hour later, Babala returned to her own nest. Seeing this, the red dragon whelp immediately ran to the giant tree and began to climb upward. Seeing this, Shiloh was startled. Could it be that this whelp was still unconvinced and wanted to cause trouble for Babala? Thinking of what had just happened, Shiloh quickly ran over, grabbed the red dragon whelp by the tail, and growled in a low-voiced "Gada. Don't be foolish. You are just a young dragon. In front of Lady Babala, you are no different from an ant. Huh, what are you talking about, Shiloh? What foolishness? The red dragon whelp looked at him in confusion. Are you still angry about the price of dragon scales? Shiloh continued. This matter does make a dragon somewhat angry, but I know there is no help for it. The red dragon whelp sighed with a depressed expression and then said, Rest assured, I just want to ask Lady Babala to help me with a small favor. Rest assured? How can I feel assured, you brainless idiot? Shiloh was speechless in his heart, but he said nothing more and instead climbed up together with the red dragon whelp. Upon reaching the treetop, the young female green dragon cast her enormous eyes a glance at Gaduin, then looked at Shiloh, and smiled. Shilu, what brings you here this time? If it's something I can help with, I'll do my best. The young green dragon's attitude was surprisingly gentle. Respected Lady Babala, I came with Gaduin. Shilua said in a low, respectful voice. Gaduin, what is it? Babala's expression immediately changed, becoming impassive. Even the red dragon, Whelp, could sense something ominous from this change. But he still gritted his teeth and said, Lady Babala, I would like to ask you for a small favor. I need some flame crystals. Please help me trade for some. Flame crystals? Babala raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Even Shilua looked at the red dragon, Whelp, with astonishment. Flame crystals are a type of fire attribute gemstone, are rare or similar to fire elemental magic crystals, although both can be used to craft equipment and items. But there are some differences. Fire elemental magic crystals can enhance spellcasting. Flame crystals, on the other hand, are a highly favored food by some magical creatures. After swallowing them, they can strengthen their own flame energy. If consumed over a long period, it might allow a dragon's breath to be strengthened to the level of Shilua's talent enhanced amplification. Of course, this would likely require an astronomical expenditure. Although this could make oneself stronger, even wealthy adult dragons are rarely willing to spend such a huge sum. Because dragons are already powerful, gaining even greater strength on this foundation is far more difficult than for ordinary creatures. Would a red dragon, as miserly as they come, voluntarily spend money to buy flame crystals? Was Gaduin really a red dragon? Was he sure his mind was fine? Or was he a fellow blue star human? Instantly Shilua couldn't help but doubt the other's identity, his eyes shifting slightly. Even Babala had a subtle expression. She looked at Gaduin's serious face, then glanced at the astonished, revealing a look of understanding, and grinned. Since it's your own choice, then naturally it's fine. However, flame crystals are not cheap. 1 ounce costs a full 35 silver coins. With the wealth you possess, you can't buy much and the effect will be negligible. Even so, you still want it. Yes, I need it. The red dragon, Whelp, nodded. He opened his mouth and spat out all the assets he had just obtained along with an ice elemental magic crystal. You're going to spend everything? Babala was even more surprised. Yes, I need stronger power. The red dragon, Whelp's eyes were exceptionally firm. It seems the pressure Shilua put on you is even greater than I imagined. Babala chuckled lightly, implying something, and reached out her claw to gather all the treasure. All right, your flame crystals will arrive in a few days. Wait patiently. Now you may withdraw. Babala issued an order of dismissal. Shilua and Gaduin immediately climbed down. During this process, Shilua stared hard at the red dragon, Whelp, and after a long while suddenly spoke, Tianwang Gai Di Hu. Huh, what thing? Heaven, what? Cover, what tiger? Do you want to eat a tiger? The red dragon, Whelp, looked at Shilua in confusion, asking back. Nothing. It's just that I feel, Gaduin, you are different from ordinary red dragons, actually willing to spend all your assets on buying flame crystals, which caught me off guard. Shilua quickly said. The red dragon, Whelp's astonished expression didn't seem fake. This fellow was indeed a genuine red dragon, but his personality was indeed somewhat peculiar. What do you mean by that? I should be the one astonished. You actually don't think of asking Lady Babala to bring back some extreme lightning crystals to accelerate your bloodline mutation? Are you looking down on me? Do you think I'm not your match? Such a foolish decision. The red dragon, Whelp, snorted from his nostrils, extremely displeased. Hearing this, Shilua was stunned, his entire dragon body frozen. At this moment, the 2 dragons had reached the ground. The little white dragon was waiting on the side, and seeing the 2 dragons safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. The red dragon, Whelp, looked at the dazed Shilua. Why this dumbfounded look? Could it be that you haven't awakened the inherited memories regarding the bloodline refinement art? The red dragon, Whelp, revealed a knowing smirk. Shilua suddenly understood. This little whelp had taken himself and him for the same kind of mutated dragon. But thinking about it, it made sense. Since childhood, Shilua had displayed a terrifyingly powerful breath, and later gained strength second only to red dragons, along with a rapidly growing body size. Wasn't this clearly telling other dragons that his own mutated bloodline was also awakening? Moreover, the bloodline he had mutated into must be an extremely powerful dragon lineage. All dragons might think so. But unfortunately, he didn't have a mutated bloodline. He was merely relying on the Golden Fingers talent ability. However, the bloodline refinement art is indeed a good thing. A glimmer of longing surfaced in Shiluo's eyes. Though he had not obtained the bloodline refinement technique from the dragon inheritance during his slumber in the young dragon stage, he had gained partial understanding of this arcane art. Among all spells, the bloodline refinement technique stands as one of the most extraordinary arts within the entire dragon race. For it alone targets dragons bearing alienated bloodlines, or those already undergoing transformation. Just like Getten and the Dragon Matriarch bearer at this very moment. In general, the offspring of alienated dragons will more or less gradually awaken the power of their transformed bloodline, over time, slowly undergoing alienation themselves. However, the degree of such alienation remains unknown. It may manifest as merely a fraction of the parent's power, or possibly be fully inherited, or even surpass it. Of course, the latter 2 possibilities are exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Since only a fraction of the parent's alienated bloodline can be inherited, it naturally follows that many dragons cannot achieve perfect alienation later on, generally remaining in a semi-alienated state. Even many of the parental generation were merely semi-alienated, with the offspring's degree of alienation being even rarer still. Thus, some prodigies among the dragon race created the bloodline refinement technique. This spell does not require the caster to possess immense magical power or control. Only certain specific reagents combined with simple secret methods are needed to gradually enhance one's alienated bloodline. For powerful alienated dragon strains, this secret art is of nearly equal importance to the highest tier spells, a rare and priceless treasure. Yet for ordinary dragon kinds it is largely useless. But there are certain exceptions. Those dragon strains whose alienated bloodline is thin to the point of almost never manifesting, if they were to obtain the bloodline refinement technique, would still possess a barely perceptible chance of transforming into an alienated dragon. Shiluo was well aware that his parents were not alienated dragons of any kind. But what of his grandparents? Great-grandparents? What about those above them? Who could say? What if there were some? Shiluo harbored an intense thirst for power. If there was even the slightest possibility of undergoing alienation and growing stronger, he was willing to try. Although he possessed the golden finger capable of strengthening himself, who knew where its limits lay? Could it, when pushed to its absolute peak, rival the gods? Facing an opportunity to grow stronger right before his eyes, if he merely clung to his golden finger while ignoring this chance, Shiluo would perhaps despise himself. Rewards and risks always go hand in hand. Besides, for him this matter carried virtually no risk at all. Shiluo hurriedly caught up to the red dragon whelp and said with a grin, "Getting you, clever fellow. You've seen right through me. Though I too am currently in an alienated state, the inherited memories regarding the bloodline refinement technique have not yet awakened." With those final words, a trace of regret unavoidably crossed Shiluo's dragon face. "I figured it out ages ago. Otherwise, how could you remain so calm under my pressure? But your bloodline alienation degree must be quite high, right? Perhaps even higher than mine. That is precisely the foundation upon which you can contend with me. But don't get smug. Soon, my alienation degree will surpass yours. This will leave you with absolutely no chance of defeating me." The red dragon whelp grinned broadly, wearing an expression that said he had already seen through everything. Shiluo nodded fervently in his heart, but on his face he displayed an annoyed look. "You really know how to put pressure on me. If my inherited memories also contained the bloodline refinement technique, you would have not the slimmest chance of surpassing me." "Shiluo, what nonsense is this? Even if you obtained the bloodline refinement technique, I would still not fear you. Red dragons are inherently stronger than blue dragons. As long as my alienation degree catches up to yours, you will have not the slightest chance of victory. You should be the one trying to surpass me." The red dragon whelp retorted with utter contempt. Then Gitten just teach the bloodline refinement technique to Shiluo. The little white dragon Alan, who had remained silent throughout and merely listened from the sidelines, interjected in a low voice. Shiluo was overjoyed. "Truly my most loyal subordinate. I've been waiting for exactly these words." Of course, Shiluo's expression remained utterly composed as he fixed his gaze upon the red dragon whelp. To Shiluo, Gitten's expression stiffened, hesitation crossing his face. "Yes, to Shiluo, aren't you friends?" The little white dragon spoke up again. Behind the scenes, Shiluo continuously nodded in approval. "Alan, my good brother, keep talking. Say more. Louder. Friends. When did I ever become friends with Shiluo? We are rivals. Fierce competitors." The red dragon whelp looked down upon the white dragon whelp with utter disdain. "But didn't Shiluo teach you many spells? Isn't that something only friends would do? I taught him spells too. But Shiluo taught you far more than you taught him, and he even shared the food he won from gambling with you." The little white dragon said this with complete seriousness. Gitten fell instantly silent. Seeing this, Shiluo knew it was time for him to speak. "Gitten, we are the outstanding dragons of our clan. All the green dragons regard us as prodigies. But this does not mean we are invincible among all dragons. The entire star realm is so vast. The Milank star we inhabit is merely one among countless worlds. Beyond us lie the abyss realm, the hell realm, the heaven realm, the shadow realm, the elemental realm, the nightmare realm, and more. In every world, dragons exist. How many are there? Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Perhaps millions. Among so many dragons, even alienated dragons, legendary dragons, and hate dragons, not to mention the true ancient dragons possessing ancient bloodlines, there are countless. Placed among all these dragons, are we still considered the strong? We are competitors, yes, but we are also friends. Competition and exchange both make us stronger, do they not?" Shiluo spoke gently with a smile on his face, laying out his philosophy until at last he crouched low to the ground and extended his dragon claw, gazing at Gitten. Gitten fell silent regarding Shiluo for a long moment before cracking a grin. "You, sir, are a worthy opponent, I acknowledge. Your words carry weight. All right, I admit it. You are my friend." With that, Gitten also crouched down and extended his dragon claw. The two young dragons' massive claws met in a firm handshake before separating. Shiluo then turned his gaze toward the little white dragon Alan, who was looking up at him with unmistakable longing. "And you, Alan, as well. You are not merely my subordinate, but also my friend. Remember to keep close to my heels, and do not fall too far behind me." And Gitten. With that, he extended his claw once more. The little white dragon Alan eagerly reached out with his claw without delay. Oomph. The red dragon Wump snorted. Shiluo, it is not that I refuse to share the bloodline refinement technique with you to bolster your strength. But you must first compete with me in a true contest. Win or lose, I will hand over the refinement technique. How does that sound? Must it be through combat? Shiluo asked. Through combat, absolutely. The red dragon Wump replied with utmost seriousness. Shiluo gazed at the red dragon cub, pondered for a moment, then said, if a battle is unavoidable, let Lady Barbara serve as a witness. With her here, there should be someone to provide medical aid should things escalate out of control. The young green dragon possessed quite a few spells, including basic healing magic. Such healing techniques typically only stopped bleeding and restored stamina. They were not particularly powerful, but sufficient to handle emergencies. Of course, not just Lady Barbara, but all the dragons. I want them to witness with their own eyes your defeat at my hands. Gorton bared his jagged fangs, brimming with excitement. Then let it be decided. Let us determine who is truly the strongest. Shiluo narrowed his eyes. After the two dragons spoke, they returned once more to Barbara to explain the matter. The young female dragon was slightly surprised by the two dragons' request, but ultimately agreed. Unlike the tragic incident involving the white dragon Alan, this time, she would personally supervise, confident that no accidents would occur between the two. The duel was set for 5 days later. Soon enough, news of Shiluo and Gorton's impending battle spread throughout the juvenile dragon group, with young dragons gathering to discuss it eagerly. Have you heard from Alan? Shiluo and Gorton are going to have a real showdown. I've heard about it, but I don't know if it's true. It's true. I confirmed it with Shiluo beforehand. The duel will take place in 5 days. Roar, roar, roar. These two guys are finally willing to have a proper duel. Who do you think is stronger? Obviously Shiluo. His breath attack, his speed, his strength, his mastery of magic. All flawless. How could a mere red dragon possibly be his match? A blue dragon cub roared immediately. Not necessarily. Gorton is quite strong too, haven't you noticed? His scales around the neck and upper limbs are growing progressively darker. His bloodline mutation runs deeper as well, and it appears even more pronounced than Shiluo's. Humph. A black-scaled fool with no eye for talent. Looks like his brain hasn't developed properly. What did you say, you bastard? I'll say Gorton is stronger, so what? You can't even see the obvious fact that Shiluo is stronger, and you call yourself not stupid? No, Gorton is stronger. Idiot. Shiluo is stronger. A blue dragon cub and a black dragon cub smashed their heads together, roaring at each other. However, the blue dragon cub had the advantage, his nasal horn pushing the black dragon cub to retreat repeatedly. Over to the side, Alizia and several other dragons silently watched the scene unfold. Little black dragon Martha spoke softly. Alizia Kellerman, what do you think of this matter? Those two bastards. How dare they look down on us so? They'd best injure each other just like that white dragon. Good riddance if they're left lame. What we think doesn't matter at all. Alizia wore a cold expression. Her thoughts aligned with Kellerman's. She wished they were both maimed. But having been utterly defeated by Barbara just recently, she felt rather disinclined to speak much. Amidst such lively discussion, night soon fell. Shiluo had barely fallen asleep. In a drowsy trance, he once again found himself in the mysterious sea. A string of black text materialized before him. Breeder, you have successfully raised a group of Diluo beasts. They grow healthy and strong until one day they will become your food. You have earned 5 achievement points. I've unlocked another achievement again. I'm rather surprised. In 5 days it will be the day of my decisive battle with Gorton. Should I exchange for a talent? Shiluo was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, then glanced downward at rapid regeneration and sharp claws and fangs. He had never placed much value on either of these and originally had no intention of exchanging for them. But Gorton's pressure upon him was considerable. This red dragon cub shared his level, both at level 6, with Gorton holding only a minor edge as an elite variant. Although he had performed far better than Gorton when battling the frost giant eagle earlier, attribute counterplay had played a significant role in that outcome. In a confrontation with a red dragon cub, his lightning attribute held no particular advantage. Lightning and fire shared certain similarities. In ancient times, many believed lightning to be heavenly fire, since both possessed intensely high temperatures. This would greatly diminish the high-temperature properties of Shiluo's lightning, and a red dragon's resistance to heat was nothing like what a blue dragon could compare to. As for the paralyzing effect, it worked against ordinary creatures, but against a red dragon with thick hide and exceptionally high magical resistance, its effectiveness was uncertain. Of course, as a blue dragon, Shiluo did possess some resistance to red dragon flame, though far inferior to the red dragon's own. Overall, blue dragons held a slight disadvantage against red dragons. This made him somewhat apprehensive about the decisive battle in 5 days. It seemed necessary to enhance his combat power to ensure victory. Shiluo directed his gaze toward Sharp Claws and Fangs, a talent ability that should take effect immediately upon activation, boosting his combat power right away. He still held rapid regeneration in low regard. Even if the healing speed increased several-fold, or even tenfold, it still did not count as immediate combat power. It merely shortened healing time from a month to a few days. But was that useful? In a genuine battle, such battles might last only a few minutes or perhaps 10 to dozens of minutes. Within so brief a time frame, restorative talents proved genuinely inadequate. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Sharp Claws and Fangs was inexpensive. After purchasing it, he would still retain 10 achievement points, and his current goal remained Storm Breath. He slowly focused his gaze upon Sharp Claws and Fangs. Soon the black text began to shift. Current achievements 10. Current talents. Breath Enhancement. Strength. Rapid Growth. Sharp Claws and Fangs. The mysterious sea warped. In his drowsy state, Shilua felt a wave of discomfort. He sensed an itching in his teeth and claws which caused him to awaken abruptly. In the dark night, inside the giant tree hollow, the juvenile blue dragon lowered his head, his luminous dragon eyes fixed intently upon the claws of his forelimbs. Dragon claws resembled eagle talons, sharp, sturdy, and capable of easily tearing through flesh with their hardened keratin layer. The claws of a typical adult dragon were as sturdy as steel, if not superior. A juvenile dragon's claws were longer and wider than an adult's index finger. The entire keratin layer displayed a black-blue hue, while the claw tips, worn from prolonged movement, had grown somewhat rounded. At this moment, these keratin layers began to tremble constantly, gradually shedding outward from his limbs. A throbbing pain radiated from the junction where the claws met the keratin layer, and thin streams of blood oozed forth alongside the trembling keratin. Before Shilua's eyes, every keratin layer transformed into a pointed claw detached completely. New keratin claws emerged from the flesh. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they grew rapidly, and soon became as thick and dark as the previous claws. Shilua carefully examined his bloodied new claws, comparing them to the old ones. The claw tips were notably sharper and more keen. Under the faint moonlight, he could actually sense a glimmer of cold gleam and reflection. The dragon fangs in his mouth were also trembling. Xylo quickly opened his jaws, and one by one the dragon fangs soon fell out, with new fangs rapidly growing in their place. Only after returning to normal did he spit out a mouthful of bloody water and all the loose teeth. Goo-woo. A strange growl echoed from his belly. Replacing his claws and dragon fangs had instantly consumed the food Xylo had eaten the day before. His belly was now completely empty. He needed to replenish his protein. Xylo swallowed all the fallen claws and dragon fangs into his stomach for storage, then leaped out from the burrow, heading straight toward the area where he had previously stored food. Their cold mist pervaded. Every prey carcass hunted earlier was covered in thick layers of frost. Xylo didn't care about all that anymore. He opened his dragon maw and started gnawing. With just one bite, he felt a certain difference. The dragon fangs pierced through the thigh of a deer-like animal with almost no resistance. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Waves of chewing sounds echoed through the silent night. Alan and Geduin, though both residing in the same area, still maintained a distance of 100 or 200 meters between them, sleeping soundly. He couldn't tell how much time had passed. Xylo had satisfied his hunger. He glanced beneath him. The several animal carcasses originally stored, totaling around 3,000 pounds of provisions, now estimated to be left with only about 1,000 pounds. He ate a full 2,000 pounds of food in one sitting. This made Xylo somewhat embarrassed. The hunting this week had made the already scarce prey around the green forest even rarer. In recent days, the Three Dragons expeditions had mostly been unproductive. Making up for these 2,000 pounds of food would probably not be easy. It was already difficult to persist until the Deliao beast reproduction formed a perfect supply gap. Besides hunting, he had to think of other ways to fill this shortage. Xylo frowned and returned to the nest. Glancing at the tree wall inside the nest, he slowly raised his right claw, gently pressing it against the tree wall, then dragging it downward while gradually increasing the force. Hiss! Accompanied by a soft sound. A scratch appeared on the tree wall, growing deeper as it went down. The resistance Xylo felt also gradually intensified until finally, when he felt somewhat strained, he withdrew his claw. Now on the tree wall, a deep scratch ranging from a few millimeters to several centimeters appeared. He gently tapped the two claws together. It even produced a clanking sound. The newly grown dragon fangs could easily bite through animal flesh and skin without feeling the slightest resistance. The dragon claws had also become sharper, probably comparable to some sword blades, and the hardness might even rival ordinary steel. It was indeed an immediate improvement. Just being a young dragon, I already have such effectiveness. Geduin, what do you have to compete with me? Xylo was full of confidence. He felt that right now he was like someone already equipped with iron tools going to beat a person who was just using stone tools. He had already achieved a crushing advantage in equipment. Of course, this premise required close combat. This made him feel that the 10 achievement points spent were quite worthwhile. However, unfortunately, even with sharp claws and fangs, his rank suffix of Elite Plus had not changed in the slightest. But Xylo believed this was already sufficient. With satisfaction, he closed his eyes. Owl, who is it? Who stole my Geduin Kenneth's food? I'll make him pay the price in blood. How? An extremely angry roar echoed through the green forest. Xylo, who was resting, suddenly shivered all over and woke up drowsily from his sleep. Which one of you stole my food? Is it you, Abel? Or you, Coleman, Clyde? Or maybe you, Elysia? Answer me. An extremely angry roar sounded again. Geduin, don't insult dragons. Do you think I'm a glutton like you and Xylo? Steal your food. Would we need to? Geduin, don't push your luck. We have absolutely no motive. No motive. Tui, You bunch of bastards. It must be because you're jealous of Geduin and Xylo. Eating more, pooping more, earning more silver coins. Now you want to hide our food. Let us go hungry, so that Geduin and Xylo can't poop next time. Such a simple trick, do you think I wouldn't see through it? Xylo, still in the nest, hearing the roaring from afar, shivered again, his expression changing drastically. Damn it, Geduin, you idiot. Stop talking. Why are you so proud about pooping more? You should just talk about yourself. Don't drag me into this. Damn it. Xylo cursed in his heart. He also regretted. If he had known that this situation would occur in the morning after secretly eating last night, he should have explained the situation clearly to the two dragon cubs. Now look what happened. Not only did he cause a misunderstanding, but Geduin, this idiot, was also roaring and screaming randomly. Xylo's entire dragon face was nearly wrinkled together, his expression extremely gloomy as he slowly crawled out of the nest. With his first glance, he saw the area where the prey was previously stored. A group of dragon cubs gathered together. The red dragon cub's enormous body was extremely conspicuous among the young dragons, with flames leaping around his body, wisps of white smoke continuously rising from the grass beneath him. There was a trend of immediately resorting to violence if things didn't go as agreed. The little white dragon was somewhat afraid, but still stood firmly beside the red dragon cub with a hint of anger on his face as well. The other dragons were either angry or lowering their bodies, entering combat stances. Stop it all. What are you doing? Have you forgotten Lady Barbara's reminders? Xylo saw the situation was not good and quickly roared loudly, gathering all the dragons' gazes onto himself. Xylo, you've come just in time. Help me deal with this bunch of weaklings. Stealing our food, being afraid that we poop more than them, earn more gold coins, and dare not admit it. They're simply cowards. Trash. The red dragon cub roared. Damn it. Shut up. Can you stop bringing up that matter all the time? Damn it. Xylo's face was twisted, nearly being angered silly by this foolish cub. Xylo, you also think we would steal your food? Elysia asked with a stern face. I will investigate the missing food later, but I believe none of you have any reason to do this. Everyone disperse. It's not good to be seen gathering together by Lady Barbara. Xylo walked over to the young dragons, waving his claws, advising the young dragons to disperse quickly. As expected, Xylo is the wise one. Geduin, this guy only has muscles in his brain. He doesn't understand anything. It seems Xylo is not only stronger than Geduin, but his wisdom also far surpasses him. Xylo is the reasonable one, unlike that idiot Geduin. A group of young dragons, gaining Xylo's support, immediately began to mock the red dragon cub, making him so angry that sparks continued to spew from his nostrils, his entire body seeming ready to ignite. Hey, you idiot, don't look at me like that. Why do you make it seem like I owe you something? Act normal, you bastard. Shilua's mouth twitched. Suppressing the frustration in his heart, he approached the red dragon whelp and patted his right forelimb with a claw, comforting him. Geduin, calm down. I trust your wisdom, but I also trust all dragons. The situation is unclear. It's not wise to cause trouble. Besides, in 4 days we will have our true duel. Do you want this duel to be compromised by trivial matters? This? The red dragon whelp was stunned after hearing Shilua's words. He furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before saying, I hadn't considered that. Indeed, the contest with you is the most important. Let's drop the matter of food for now. Having said that, he cast a cold glance at the other dragons. You're lucky. I'll let it slide this time. If there's a next time, I won't let you off. Bastard. You still doubt us. You're the lucky one, aren't you? Do you think you can defeat all of us alone? Go ahead, use your claws. We'll beat you so badly that even Barbara won't recognize you. The young dragons roared in anger as well. Shilua quickly stepped in front of the red dragon whelp and said to the young dragons, all right, everyone disperse. Just enjoy watching the match between me and Geduin in 4 days. Don't be upset over trivial matters. If you stay any longer, Lady Barbara will be coming. Upon hearing this, the young dragons couldn't help but glance back at where Barbara was, then sneered at Geduin a few times, exchanged some trash talk, and finally left. At this moment, only Shilua, Geduin, and Alan remained. The red dragon whelp looked at the retreating backs of the young dragons with displeasure and said, a bunch of useless wretches. They're only good at showing off in front of me with their mouths. You two follow me. I have something to tell you. Shilua ignored the red dragon whelp's complaints, whispered a sentence, and walked away. The two dragons exchanged glances and immediately followed. Minutes later, a startled roar echoed from the green forest. What? So it was. Shut up. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you want those guys to hear? 1 kilometer away from the young dragon area. The red dragon whelp roared in shock. Shilua, quick-witted and swift, reared up in an instant and used his dragon claw to cover the red dragon whelp's mouth. The red dragon whelp whined, struggled to break free from Shilua's claw, and stared at Shilua in astonishment, growling. So it was all you're doing. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was late at night, though I was afraid of waking you up. I wanted you to rest well and tell you in the morning. Who knew you'd do this first thing in the morning? Shilua said helplessly. You. The red dragon whelp was speechless. Geduin. Don't blame Shilua. He was looking out for us. The white dragon, Alan whispered. Foolish. The red dragon whelp added another word in discontent. But soon he furrowed the skin over his brow bones, looked Shilua up and down, and after a long while said, but, come to think of it, didn't you, and we just eat the day before yesterday? And it seems you ate quite a lot this time. At least 1 or 2 thousand pounds of food, and you actually managed to eat it all. Could it be that you want to produce more droppings when the human merchants come next time? As he spoke, the red dragon whelp's expression changed, and he growled, "You son of a bitch. Are you out of your mind?" Shilua's expression changed, his face full of anger, and he couldn't help but curse, "You idiot. Who would do such a boring thing? Just for a few silver coins. Would I stoop to that? Who do you think you're underestimating? Is that not it?" The red dragon whelp felt regret for his wrong guess, and became even more puzzled. As he pondered, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Shilua warily. "I know. Your mutation has deepened again." Shilua was startled, then nodded immediately. "As expected of you, you guessed it. I know you very well. Truly my only rival to become stronger at this critical moment. But why? You don't look any different," he said, puzzled. "No visible change. It might be that the internal organs have changed." Shilua went along with the red dragon whelp's words. "True. Facing this version of you, I must also become stronger." The red dragon whelp gritted his teeth, turned around with a serious expression, and was about to go train. "Don't mention the food to those guys," Shilua growled, reminding him. Nagging. "I know that naturally." The red dragon whelp's figure gradually disappeared. "Shilua, do your best in this duel too. I believe you will definitely win." The white dragon spoke up. Shilua turned his gaze back to him, his eyes flickering. "Of course I will win this duel. Rest assured on that. However, there is one thing I need your help with." "Help? Wonderful. I'm more than willing to help, Shilua. Please just command me." The white dragon's body trembled, his face full of excitement, looking at him with eager eyes like a puppy awaiting its master's orders. "Here's the thing." Shilua spoke continuously beside the white dragon until more than an hour had passed. Only then did the white dragon show a look of understanding. The next day, early in the morning, near the lairs of young dragons like Alicia and Abel, the white dragon Alan appeared early with a piece of tree bark. Around him, a group of young dragons were either training or chatting, not paying much attention to this lame little dragon. Until he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't miss it if you're passing by. Friends, come take a look. One look and you won't lose. One look and you'll get rich. Come on over." At these words, all the young dragons turned their attention to him. Abel, who was nearby, his eyes glinting, dashed over to the white dragon and growled, "Get rich." "Alan, what do you mean by that?" The other dragons also slowly gathered around. The white dragon glanced at the crowd and smiled. "Simple. In 4 days, it's the decisive battle between Shilua and Gdoin. I'll be the banker, and you all can bet. If you win the bet, you'll get rich, right? Bet again." At the word bet, the young dragons changed color. They were clearly reminded of the miserable experience of starving after being tricked out of a lot of food by Shilua before. Dead memories were attacking the young dragons. "What are you afraid?" The white dragon taunted. Now he was nothing like the cautious figure before Shilua and Gdoin. Instead, he was confident and arrogant like a normal dragon. This demeanor made the dragons suspicious. After exchanging glances, Kramen stepped forward, looking straight at the white dragon. "How do you want to bet?" "Bet on who will win between Shilua and Gdoin." "If it's that kind of bet, I think it's pretty good." In that case, I'll bet on Shilua." "I also think it's Shilua. I'm quite optimistic about Gdoin." The group of young dragons then expressed their own opinions. However, the white dragon Alan smiled and said, "Of course it's not that simple. If it were, about 70 to 80 of the dragons here would bet on Shilua to win. That would be too unchallenging and boring. Let's do something interesting this time. Look at this." After little white dragon finished speaking, he raised the bark with his claw. Only then did the dragons notice that the tree bark was actually covered in dragon script. Xylo defeating Gordon within 2 minutes, odds 110. Xylo defeating Gordon within 3 minutes, odds 18. Xylo defeating Gordon within 5 minutes, odds 15. Xylo defeating Gordon within 7 minutes, odds 13. Xylo defeating Gordon within 10 minutes, odds 12. Xylo defeating Gordon after 10 minutes, odds 116. Gordon defeating Xylo within 2 minutes, odds 115. Gordon defeating Xylo after 10 minutes, odds 13. This seems quite interesting. Many odds are quite high. Oh, the odds for Gordon to defeat within 2 minutes are so high. It's 15 to 1. Doesn't that mean if I bet 1 gold coin I can get 15 gold coins? If I win this one I get rich overnight. A young dragon drooled profusely as he spoke. It seems quite good. How about we give it a try? But, with such high odds, can you afford to lose, Alan? The young dragons murmured among themselves, but some dragons stared at little white dragon with suspicion. Seeing this, little white dragon immediately opened his mouth and spat out 3 ice element magic crystals along with silver and copper coins totaling nearly 2 gold coins. Are these enough? He asked calmly. Adding up to about 5 gold coins, but still far from enough. A young dragon shook his head. If not enough, I'll make up for it later. The 3 human merchants who came before will return again. Our dragon scales are also in season for shedding, and gold coins are no longer difficult for us to obtain. Even if it's more than 10 gold coins, I can repay them. Little white dragon responded confidently. Even if it's more than 10 gold coins, I can repay them. Little white dragon responded confidently. That's true. But what if you renege on your debt? I can't believe someone who has been with Xylo for so long hasn't learned his deceitfulness. Green Dragon Corman raised doubts, full of disdain and resentment towards Xylo. Because of the previous gambling games, all the games Elysia lost. It was all him giving away his food. Thinking back to that period, he had almost starved himself to be as thin as a black dragon. At this moment, the sky was suddenly overshadowed by a huge shadow. The young dragons looked up and clearly saw that the young female green dragon Barbara had arrived above them without notice. She flapped her enormous dragon wings and slowly landed on the ground. A pair of huge dragon eyes stared at the writing on the tree bark, showing great interest. After finishing reading, she couldn't help but glance towards where Xylo was in the distance and curled her lips. "Good morning, Miss Barbara." A group of young dragons greeted her one after another. "This bet does look quite interesting. Let me be a witnessing dragon," Barbara said with interest. She knew that little white dragon Alan must have come to set up the bet at Xylo's request, and she happened to have a great fondness for that little blue dragon, so giving him a little face was also her duty. Since we have Miss Barbara's witness, then we naturally trust it." Corman nodded. Then he pointed with his claw to the text about Xylo defeating Gordon in 10 minutes, and said, "I'll bet on this one. Although the odds are relatively low, it's also the most likely outcome. How much are you planning to bet?" Little white dragon showed an expectant expression. 20. No 10 silver coins." Corman thought for a moment and said, "Just 10 silver coins." Little white dragon's face immediately fell. His thoughts raced, seeming to return to yesterday, with Xylo's words faintly echoing in his ears. "If any dragon doesn't cooperate, you should fiercely mock them. Specifically target their weaknesses." About weaknesses, I'm not very familiar with that." He responded weakly at that time. "Doesn't matter if you don't understand, I'll teach you. Listen, black dragons most hate other dragons, saying they are as thin as bone wrapped in skin. Abel most hates other dragons, saying he is not as good as Corman, and blue dragons are not as good as green dragons. You white dragons all hate being called the shame of the 5-colored dragons, unworthy of being listed with other dragons. Elysia hates other dragons, saying he will never be as good as me and Gordon in his lifetime, only capable of playing small tricks. Corman most hates. Corman, do you only have such limited tolerance? In front of the beautiful Elysia, are you even ashamed to offer just 10 silver coins? If I were you, I'd rather not bet at all, winning only 6 silver coins. What good is that? You'd better eat more grass and bark. When the human merchants come next time, drag more over. Wouldn't that work? If you're too scared to bet, step down. Cowardly and incompetent fool. You can't even compare to one of Xylo and Gordon's toes. Do you deserve Elysia's love with such limited tolerance?" Little white dragon grinned, uttering ruthless mockery. Corman's green face gradually turned red and a burst of toxic gas erupted from his nostrils. "What are you talking about, you damn cripple?" Corman roared, completely losing control. He dashed towards Little White Dragon like a madman, wanting to pin this hateful dragon cub under him and beat him severely. However, just at that moment, several vines instantly sprouted from the ground and shot out like lightning, wrapping around Corman's limbs. A majestic voice sounded. "Corman, do you want to ignore my warning?" Hearing this, Corman trembled all over and looked at Barbara behind Little White Dragon. At this moment, the young green dragon's gaze was full of coldness. He quickly lowered his head. Sorry, Miss Barbara, I was impulsive. Please forgive me. If there's a next time, I'll hang you from a tree for 10 days. Then I'll soak you in the lizardman's latrine. Please forgive me. There will definitely not be a next time." Corman whispered again, and only then did the vines release him. Standing on the ground again, Corman glared at Little White Dragon Alan with a face full of hatred. He really wished he could break the other leg of this crippled dragon too, but he had to hold back his anger. Glancing at Elysia from the corner of his eye, Corman discovered with a heavy heart. The beloved female dragon actually looked at him with disappointment. Damn it. Elysia is indeed very disappointed in me. Is it because I'm too conservative? Am I inferior to Xylo and Gordon in strength, and am I also far behind in wealth? These are the two most important things for a giant dragon. If I'm inferior to those two bastards in everything, how can I get Elysia's love? Corman gritted his teeth and spat out all his wealth from his mouth. The 1 gold coin he had won from Xylo before, plus what he got from this transaction, totaled 2 gold coins, 3 silver coins, and 29 copper coins. He pushed all his property in front of Little White Dragon and growled, "I'm betting all my money on Xylo defeating Gordon after 10 minutes. Of course you can. But even if you win, you'll only get 1 gold and 20 silver coins. Such a small payout means nothing to me." Little White Dragon looked at the wealth, his face full of smiles. There are other dragons too. Don't be smug." Corman snarled, immediately turning to the other dragons and said, "Everyone, follow my bet, and make that bastard Alan pay us back all his gold coins. Follow your bet. Who do you think you are to command us?" Abel sneered. He glanced at the bark again, then spat out his possessions, all in on Xylo defeating Gordon within 10 minutes. "I have faith in Xylo. He's the strongest among us. How could a mere Gordon be his match? He won't even last 10 minutes. Hey, you're confident in Xylo, but I'll still bet on Gordon winning. But after 10 minutes. Isn't it too risky for all of you to bet on one outcome? I'll bet 30 silver coins each on Gordon defeating Xylo after 10 minutes, and Xylo defeating Gordon within 7 minutes. That way, whichever happens, I'll profit." One by one, the young dragons joined in. Finally, they all turned to look at Elysia. This female green dragon had yet to place a bet, merely frowning in thought. Seeing the others staring at her, She shook her head and said, their win or loss has nothing to do with me, and I have no interest in betting. The young female dragon was deeply wary of the cunning and treacherous Silo. Previously, if she lost, that fool Corman would pay the wager for her, but this time if she lost, she would have to pay herself. This is a completely different matter. Indeed, Elisa, you're nothing special, weak and timid. You can't even seize the chance for a windfall when it's right in front of you. With enough gold coins, you could buy powerful spells from Lady Barbara and advance your strength. But you gave up. Just like that. You're only fit to play childish games with Corman and the like. You'll never be able to compare to Silo and Gordon in your entire life. The white dragon Alan spoke again, making the young female dragon's veins bulge on her forehead. At that moment, Elisa suddenly understood how Corman had felt just now. That bastard Alan. Hanging around Silo for too long has definitely messed him up. We should have Clyde break both his legs. Damn it. Fine. I'll bet too. Silo will defeat Gordon within 10 minutes. Elisa roared furiously. She too had been provoked. All the young dragons had placed their bets. Barbara used natural magic to wrap the coins in large green leaves and hung them on the giant tree. Only then did the white dragon Alan leave excitedly, returning to Silo to report everything. After hearing the report, Silo nodded repeatedly and praised the white dragon. Everything was going according to plan. He was determined to get those gold coins. The news of the betting also reached the red dragon whelp. Learning that 70 to 80% of the dragons supported Silo, he cursed them all as blind fools, grumbling that he would make those clueless idiots lose all their gold coins. Thus 4 days quickly passed. The day of the duel between Silo and Gordon finally arrived. On a barren patch of land, the two young dragons stood facing each other, their eyes locked. The land still belonged to the green forest. However, considering the red dragon whelp's flame breath, Barbara had cleared away all the flammable grass, leaving a vast open space, at least 100 meters in diameter, for their duel. The other dragon whelps gathered outside the clearing in small groups. They roared loudly, Silo, go. You're the strongest. Take Gordon down in 10 minutes. Silo, don't rush. Take it slow. Control the pace. Defeating Gordon after 10 minutes is the safest bet. Gordon, I'm rooting for you. Take down Silo. Crush his head. You're the strongest young dragon. At the top of the giant tree. What a lively bunch of little brats. This duel, the winner will most likely be Silo. It's a pity that coward Cato no longer dares to bet with me. But judging by how Silo had Alan set up the betting pool and the others' wagers, if he wants to profit, he must defeat Gordon within 7 minutes. But is that possible? These two fellows should be roughly equal in strength. According to the sparring rules, neither can use lethal force. Thus, they can only knock the other unconscious or completely incapacitate them, making the outcome clear at a glance. But can you do it? Or are you planning to lose to Gordon? Barbara at the top of the giant tree gazed down at the two young dragons, murmuring with a voice full of doubt. She pondered, then extended a claw and tapped the void. Instantly above the heads of the young dragons, a phantom clock appeared. The hour, minute, and second hands each corresponded to Arabic numerals, with the second hand moving slowly. The clock was almost identical to a modern one. Seeing this, Silo was not surprised at all. The timekeeping units and tools in this world were almost the same as on Blue Star. This clock was called the Heavenly Clock, a minor first-rank spell. Its function was to project a clock from heaven, giving travelers a clear concept of time. It was a very convenient spell. Silo looked at the clock. The current time was 9:3727 in the morning. Silo, Gordon, when the time reaches 9:40, your duel will officially begin. Before that, I must reiterate, you are not allowed to attack each other's weak spots like the neck and groin. When you feel victory is hopeless, you may also choose to surrender. Barbara's voice came from afar, slow and resonant, making every young dragon hear clearly. Finally, the two dragons nodded slightly. Gordon curled his lips and growled, Silo, this time we can finally settle the score properly. Don't disappoint me. That's what I should be saying to you, Gordon. Silo replied with a smile. Although he had been reluctant to fight before, that didn't mean he feared it. He merely detested pointless battles. As long as there was profit to be gained, he was more willing to use violence than anyone. That boring bet of yours will only bankrupt you. Do you think you can defeat me in 7 minutes? Or are you planning to surrender to me? Or deliberately feign weakness in battle? Either way, I will not forgive you. Nor will I give you what you want as agreed. Listen, you must give it your all. Gordon growled, his sharp eyes fixed on Silo. Gordon, I too have my pride. Lose to you? Impossible. I will make you know that I, Silo, am always stronger than you. Silo stared back, his voice firm. Their gazes met in the void as if each could understand the other's intent and feel their mutual craving for victory. They then both looked up at the phantom clock, watching the second hand move slowly. Until the last dozen seconds, the two young dragons simultaneously lowered their bodies. Sparks and arcs of lightning began to appear on their bodies. They had fully entered a battle-ready state. Until that very instant at 9:40. Honk, and the young red dragon reared its head and let out a roar to the heavens, its overwhelming dragon aura erupting in torrents. And opposite him, threads of lightning flickered. Shilua's hind legs suddenly pushed against the ground, charging toward the young red dragon without a single word. His speed had quickened even further compared to when he first learned the lightning flash technique, each stride covering nearly 10 meters. 50 meters between them were crossed in the blink of an eye. The young red dragon was startled and somewhat puzzled. For a dragon, Hatchling never roared to boost morale before engaging in battle, but this did not prevent him from reacting in time. Instead, with a single expansion and contraction of his belly, a torrent of dragon flame erupted. And the flames seemed alive, fanning out to both sides and forming a wall of fire. The young dragons watching from the sidelines couldn't help but light up with excitement. This is the flame wall. That guy Gordon actually combined it with a breath attack. By doing so, he saved a tremendous amount of casting time, almost achieving instantaneous spellcasting. Shilua's charge seems to be. And before the words had fully left his mouth and the young dragons watched in astonishment as Shilua, without dodging or retreating, crashed straight into the wall of fire. Flames and lightning arcs enveloped his body as he shot forward like a streak of light straight toward Gordon. And the young red dragon had never anticipated Shilua would be so ruthless. By now it was too late to defend. He could only watch helplessly as a red and blue arc flashed past him without the slightest pause. And what's going on with this guy? Why didn't he launch an attack at me? And the young red dragon felt a surge of dread. But the next moment, and he suddenly let out a cry of pain. The young dragons watching from the sidelines were even more stunned. They noticed 3 long bloody gashes appeared on Gordon's chest and abdomen, as if slashed by razor-sharp steel blades with blood spurting continuously from each wound. What's going on? Shilua only seemed to scratch him with his claws just now, right? How could that cause such terrifying damage? As bystanders, the young dragons saw it clearly, and yet they could hardly comprehend it. Red dragon scales should be the thickest among us. No matter how sharp Shilua's claws are, we're all the same age. There's no way this kind of destructive power should exist. Could this be the 3rd tier spell, edge sharpening? But I didn't see him cast any spell just now. And hey. Gordon, you're not actually being finished off by Shilua. In just a few minutes, are you? If that's the case, this loser should get the hell out of the green forest. And the young dragons chattered amongst themselves, all astonished. But other young dragons worried about their gold coins, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Even Barbara at the treetop paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. And so that's it. This is your confidence. What formidable claws. Even a juvenile dragon wouldn't be any better. And the wounded young red dragon, torn between shock and fury, let out a furious roar. In a swift twist of his body, he spotted Shilua, a figure wreathed in thunder and flame, already turning around and charging back at him. The flames that had previously engulfed him were extinguished by his incredible speed. Only a few tiny flames remained. And Shilua, you think you can defeat me with just this? Gordon roared, his entire body blazing with intensified flames. To the astonishment of all the young dragons, layers of pitch-black mucus began seeping from the flesh beneath his scales, rapidly covering the dragon's scales and transforming into a special substance resembling hardened mud. Shilua's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. And what ability is this? This doesn't look like a fire element spell, yet he deployed it so swiftly. Suddenly he recalled the young red dragon's excitement 2 days before the decisive battle when he obtained the flame crystal. And could it be a bloodline ability? And this guy truly isn't easy to deal with. While Shilua thought to himself, he did not slow down. And instead, he quickly sidestepped and raked his claws across Gordon's right chest and abdomen. Schlick! Then intense resistance was felt. And as Shilua passed Gordon's body and saw the young red dragon turning around, he clearly noticed that the area just grazed by his claws was only bleeding slightly. If the previous wound had been 3 or 4 centimeters deep, this new injury was perhaps only a few millimeters. And for a young red dragon like Gordon, this kind of wound was already negligible. The young dragons around, who had previously felt things were looking bad, now smiled again. There was still hope. And go, Gordon. Hold on. Shilua is nothing to worry about. You're the best, Gordon, and hold on. At least 10 more minutes. And the young dragons, driven by their gold coins, roared wildly. Hearing this, the young red dragon in battle perked his ears and felt a surge of delight, unable to suppress his pride. And he looked at Shilua, who also seemed somewhat taken aback, and said in awe, surprised, "This is the ability I perfected yesterday after my metamorphosis, molten earth armor. Your claws mean nothing to me." And Shilua narrowed his eyes. Without saying a word, he once again transformed into streaks of lightning, weaving around Gordon and raking his claws across his body again and again. Ugh! And ow! And grr! And ow! And Gordon was struck 4 times in succession, letting out 4 faint cries of pain. He attempted to counterattack, but each time Shilua deftly evaded. It wasn't until the 5th time, and Gordon suddenly roared, abandoning all defense. As Shilua's claws grazed him, he grabbed Shilua's claw and held it tightly. The immense momentum sent both young dragons tumbling backward, rolling more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. And finally caught you. Shilua, the game is over. And the young red dragon, who had previously been at a disadvantage, let out an excited roar. And with both claws gripping Shilua's paw tightly, he intended to use his proud brute strength to lift Shilua and slam him to the ground. But the moment he exerted force, he felt an equally massive power emanating from the other side. Power no inferior to his own. Gordon stared in utter shock at Shilua's dragon face. Your strength. What? Ugh. Ow. And before he could finish speaking, Shilua shamelessly drove his hind leg hard into Gordon's lower abdomen. His similarly sharp claws carved another shallow wound. But he wasn't done yet. Shilua's hind legs continued to kick and tear at Gordon's chest and abdomen, distorting the young red dragon's face. The young red dragon fought back, kicking Shilua's lower abdomen with his hind legs as well. In thud, thud, thud. The sound of impact never ceased as both sides locked in a fierce struggle. This was the most primal and brutal close-quarters combat. And although both Shilua and Gordon were dragons, magical creatures at the top of the food chain, in their juvenile stages they couldn't avoid the awkward situation of relying primarily on physical combat with spells as secondary support. In Aarg, in ow, 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 and the two young dragons roared and cried in pain. They glared fiercely at each other, appearing evenly matched. But soon, Gordon, who had been glaring at Shilua, began to notice something wasn't quite right. Why did the pain on Shilua's dragon face seem so strange, so peculiar? He slightly shifted his head backward and simultaneously glanced downward with the corner of his eye. This caused his expression to dramatically change. What did he see? There were scarcely any wounds or blood on Shilua's belly. In contrast, even with the protection of the bloodline ability Molten Earth armor, his own body was already drenched in blood. Scratches crisscrossed in a ghastly mess. His injuries were over 10 times worse than Shilua's. Damn that Shilua. So it was all an act. No wonder his expression was so strange. Only I, a dragon, felt the pain. Despicable. Utterly despicable. The red dragon cub's breathing became erratic. Looking up, he saw Shilua's frowning, howling dragon face, and his fury reached its peak. This drove him to lose his reason. He began to inhale deeply. On the opposite side, Shilua's expression grew even more peculiar as he too started breathing in. Crimson sparks and arcs of lightning danced within the cubs' mouths. Just as the scorching flames erupted, a terrifying thunderball crashed upon Giduin's body. A violent burst of lightning exploded. The red dragon cub's breath instantly ceased, his body enveloped in a blinding light, trembling violently. Wisps of smoke rose from his form. Seizing the opportunity, Shilua kicked the red dragon cub's belly with all his might. After a few pained howls, the cub's body finally recovered. Giduin, that idiot, actually challenging Shilua to a breath contest. That guy's brain is full of muscle. What was he thinking? Even a fool knows Shilua's breath is the strongest among all dragons. It's over. Giduin probably won't last much longer, and it's only been 2 minutes. The watching cubs were panic-stricken, cursing Giduin's stupidity. The red dragon cub realized this too, but he had been driven mad by rage. Now he was filled with regret. It was all that damn Shilua's fault. If not for this despicable creature tricking me, how could I have done something so foolish? Giduin stopped using his breath and instead burst into flames, engulfing both himself and Shilua. At this moment, Shilua's expression finally changed. Fire, if only briefly touched, is nothing to fear because it takes time to conduct heat. But if subjected to prolonged flames, the heat would spread throughout the body, causing devastating damage. This is both the strength and weakness of fire. Even Shilua couldn't withstand long-term flame scorching, nor did he care to test how long he could endure the red dragon cub's fire. With a sudden burst of power from his forelimbs, he sent Giduin flying. The red dragon cub hadn't expected Shilua, who had been gripping him tightly, to pull such a move. Caught off guard, he was slammed into a massive tree nearby. With a thud, the red dragon cub groaned in pain. His body was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, draining his stamina. Yet he still yearned to defeat Shilua and become the strongest cub. Twisting agilely in the air, seeing Shilua charging at him again, without a word he immediately wrapped his limbs around the tree and scurried upward like a gecko, stalling for time. Pointless resistance. Shilua thought, lightning erupting again. The previous battle hadn't drained all his lightning flash. He could still hold out for 10 seconds. His speed once again surged from a lion-tiger level to surpassing that of a cheetah. With arcs of light flickering, Shilua leaped in a single bound, his hind legs propelling him upward toward Giduin. The distance of over 10 meters was covered in an instant. Feeling Shilua's approach, Giduin lashed his tail downward, aiming for Shilua's head. Shilua had anticipated this, dodging his head to the right and taking the hit on his body. As he fell, he grabbed Giduin's tail with his forelimbs. But this caused him to be slammed heavily into the massive tree. Taking such a blow, Shilua merely winced. Despite his scales not being as thick as Giduin's, his body was sturdy, and this damage was insignificant. Giduin lifted his tail, ready to strike again. But Shilua's counterattack came swiftly. He bit down fiercely on the tail, his sharp fangs piercing through the scales and into the flesh. Then a current of electricity surged into the wound. Zzz. Giduin's body trembled slightly, a powerful numbness flooding through him. His intense desire to win made him grit his teeth and continue swinging his tail. Once, twice, thrice. Giduin slammed Shilua, who was clinging to his tail, into the tree repeatedly. These blows compared to the first were weaker due to the paralysis. They were even less painful to Shilua. He could simply persist and let the blood loss from Giduin's wounds decide the outcome. But the red dragon cub wasn't one to accept defeat so easily. He began to heave his chest and abdomen again, preparing a powerful dragon breath. Of course, Shilua wouldn't let the battle devolve into a tedious endurance contest. Slamming into the tree again, he used his sharp 20-centimeter long claws to pierce through the trunk. With a stable foothold, Shilua exerted force on Giduin's tail. Sensing the strength, the red dragon cub's expression changed, and he tried to resist. But the blood from his wounds had already sapped his strength. After a brief struggle, Godwin was yanked from the tree, both of them falling to the ground. Upon landing, Shilua viciously slammed Godwin's tail into the ground. Thud! Wah! The red dragon cub's body hit the ground, eliciting a pitiful scream. The surrounding cubs shuddered at the sound. Then an even more horrifying sight unfolded. Shilua grabbed Godwin's tail, lifted him, and smashed him against the other side. Then he lifted and slammed again, repeating the process without pause. Thud! 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 Godwin's howls rang out continuously. In the midst of this, Shilua glanced at the void clock, 94348. He needed to speed up. Hearing the red dragon cub's relentless cries, Shilua's expression hardened. Under the terrified gazes of the other cubs, he slammed Godwin to the ground, then moved to his head, and began smashing it viciously against the earth. Bang! 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 After a dozen such blows, the red dragon cub finally fell unconscious, lying motionless in a pool of blood. 94411. Shilua slowly stepped away from Godwin's body, letting out a breath. Huff! For minutes and 11 seconds. Finally finished off that troublesome one. He then turned to the watching cubs. The title of strongest cub remains with me, it seems. If any of you want it, I'm open to challenges. The cubs shuddered. Alexia, under Shilua's gaze, spoke up. Shilua, you've always been the strongest cub in Greenwood. That never changed. We all believed you'd win. Right? Shilua, you're the pride of us blue dragons. We've long accepted you as the strongest. We green dragons agree too. All agree. All agree. The cubs voiced their support. But in their hearts they were screaming, aren't you and Godwin friends? Is this how you treat a friend? Without even asking if he surrenders, you beat him to death. The little white dragon's eyes were filled with terror. Normally Shilua wasn't like this. So scary. Will I be beaten like this in the future? No, I'm not. Godwin, always challenging him. I'm much more obedient. At that moment, Barbara also took flight from the treetop of the giant tree, slowly descending to the ground and gently waving her claws. A wisp of lustrous white radiance emerged, gathering around the red dragon cub's wound, staunching the bleeding and prompting it to slowly knit itself back together. This was a tier 2 healing spell. It was hardly an arcane healing art. Any young green dragon could wield it with ease. The young green dragon could even divide his attention, fixating his gaze upon Shilua as he spoke. Congratulations, Shilua. You are now truly the undisputed strongest young dragon of the Green Forest. Both in strength and wisdom, you far surpass the rest. I am proud of you. I believe even the Dragon Matriarch will regard you with new eyes. Perhaps one day you shall lead the entire Dragon Legion. All credit goes to Lady Barbara's cultivation. The 2 spells she taught me before have been of immense help to me. Shilua replied with a smile, his demeanor calm and respectful. Nothing about him suggested the ferocity he had displayed when battering dragons moments before. Barbara had taught Shilua spells. The young dragon cubs' ears twitched. They thought to themselves, no wonder this Shilua is so strong. It's because Barbara has shown favoritism and taught him spells. The young dragons harbored varied thoughts while Aliziasai's expression darkened slightly. Ha ha ha. Those were all rewards you rightfully earned. Among our dragonkin, fair exchange is paramount. You gave me what I desired, and naturally I shall grant you what you deserve. Barbara responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, the young dragon's expressions lightened somewhat. Fortunately, Lady Barbara hadn't been showing favoritism. However, you little fellows certainly dealt heavy blows. Did Godwin offend you? Barbara then asked. Certainly not. I merely treated Godwin as a genuine opponent. In the human world, is there not a saying? To unleash your full strength is the highest form of respect for your opponent. Shilua replied with a grin. The young green mother dragon cracked her lips. A genuine opponent. Respect. You were simply scheming to get your paws on all the cub's coin, you greedy hoarder. But you succeeded. The young dragons each held a considerable sum of gold coins, 12 in total. Even she felt a stir of temptation at such a haul of gold. She cast a deep assessing glance at the cunning little blue dragon, then waved her other claw, and all the treasures previously suspended from the treetop fell to the ground. Gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins were spread out, shimmering blindingly under the sunlight. The young dragons, who moments before had been trembling in fear from Shilua's brutality, slowly snapped back to their senses. And then, their faces instantly drained of color, their entire bodies seeming to shrink by more than an inch. I'm doomed. I bet on Shilua to defeat Godwin within 10 minutes. Now I've lost everything. Damn it. Why is Shilua so strong? This good-for-nothing Godwin couldn't even last 7 minutes. I bet he'd finish Godwin in under 5 minutes. Who could have predicted that? Why is the gap in their strength so enormous? Wah! My money. It's all gone. Ailuan. Shilua, please. Give me my money back. I beg you. The young dragons erupted into cries of anguish. One little black dragon, unable to accept the reality of losing everything, let out a wail, rolled his eyes back, and fainted dead away. Others clung to the legs of Shilua and Ailuan, weeping and imploring them to return their gold coins. The sight was heart-wrenching enough to move even the stone cold. Aliziasai and Kellerman looked particularly disheartened. We lost again. We knew full well that Ailuan was merely following this bastard Shilua's schemes to set up the betting. We knew Shilua was extraordinarily cunning and treacherous. So what? Why couldn't we control ourselves? Why did we fall for their tricks again? The two green dragon cubs pressed their claws against their chests, their hearts aching until they spasmed. Of course, two dragons had foolishly bet on Shilua defeating Gudun within 5 minutes, but their stakes were pitifully small. Their main wagers still went to the popular favorites. This made them feel as though they had lost 100 million gold coins. They suffered just as much. Surrounded by such a throng of young dragons, Shilua felt his head splitting. He hastily gestured for the little white dragon to collect the gold coins, then promptly made his escape. The young dragons gazed at the white dragon figure, their eyes brimming with flames, thunder, frost, and venom, dying to tear the little white dragon apart. That very day, the young dragon's mournful wailing echoed endlessly through the forest. Hungry, so hungry. Gudun's consciousness slowly began to stir. He felt his entire body racked with excruciating pain and weakness, his head as though it were splitting open. After emitting a faint groan, he slowly opened his dragon eyes. What met his gaze was the moonlight casting a faint glow, the pitch-black sky above, and an expanse of foliage. Has night already fallen? Did I lose the match? He opened his mouth and produced a faint hoarse voice. He seemed incredibly frail. Yes, it is already nighttime, and you have lost to me. A familiar voice came from beside him. It was Shilua. He turned his neck and saw the familiar blue and white figures of Shilua and Iloin. The two young dragons were crouching on the ground, smiling at him. Gudun stared blankly at Shilua, memories of being relentlessly battered flooding his mind, his emotions becoming complicated and indescribable. Feeling devastated. Didn't expect the gap between us to be so vast. The Shilua before him grinned and spoke again. Gudun fell silent. It seems this battle has dealt a significant blow to you. Shilua continued just as he was about to say more. Illo, whoa, ayo. Suddenly a strange series of roars rang out from afar. What's that sound? Why are there weird screeches in the green forest? Could an enemy have invaded? The lying red dragon cub asked in surprise. TSK, nonsense. This is the territory of the Dragon Matriarch. Who would dare invade here? It's merely a bunch of overenergetic idiots howling wildly. Ignore them and continue our previous topic. Shilua was about to continue when, "What? Shilua, Iloin, give us our money back." "What? Shilua, Iloin, you're not dragons. You're evil gods. You despicable demons. You swindled us out of our hard-earned money." The distant howls rang out once more. When will this end? It's late, and everyone needs to rest. Howling your heads off for what? Anyone who keeps howling will get a beating. Gudun is severely injured and needs to recover. Do you want him to die? You vicious bastards. Shilua erupted in fury, leaping to his feet in one swift motion, cursing as he ran toward the distant noise. Help! Help! Shilua's coming. Run! No! Shilua, you bastard! You can't do this! Illo! Lady Barbara, help! Help! After a chaotic uproar, the blue dragon cub reappeared before the red dragon cub's eyes. He then casually crouched beside the red dragon cub as if nothing had happened. At this moment the green forest fell silent once more. The night was tranquil, the gentle breeze was harmonious. The red dragon whelp gazed at Xylo's face, its skin twitching slightly as more memories surfaced. It recalled how the other dragon whelps seemed to have lost their gold coins due to his defeat in the competition. Silence continued. Meanwhile, Xylo spoke to himself. Do you think there is a great gap between us? Gudun remained silent, but his eyes betrayed a strong lack of confidence. Actually, no. Your strength is still very similar to mine. Gudun frowned with doubt and disbelief in his eyes. You seem unconvinced. But this is the truth. Do you know how much thought I have spent to counter you? How much thought? My training time is far longer than yours. Your training time is indeed longer than mine, but our strengths are similar. A few days of training will not lead to massive improvement for either of us. Therefore, the biggest difference between us is that you spend most of your time training, while I spend most of my time contemplating how the battle will unfold and how to defeat you. Hey, can you read minds? Why do you know what I'm thinking? The red dragon whelp showed confusion in its eyes, but still listened carefully to Xylo's words. Because we are familiar with each other. I know all your moves. Aside from the molten armor you used, I have thought of everything. And you could never guess that my strength is almost equal to yours and my claws are incredibly sharp, aren't they? This can also be considered a matter of coincidence and luck. Your molten armor is also a bloodline ability awakened just these past few days, and my sharp claws are the same. What I said earlier about organ damage was to paralyze you and make you lower your guard. During the battle, due to your carelessness, you and I attacked each other with our hind legs. Your claws are not sharp, so how could you truly injure me severely? But unfortunately, you saw me pretending to be in pain and foolishly believed that I was really severely injured. Then you lost your rationality and clashed breath attacks with me. All of this led to the terrible reality of your defeat in just over 4 minutes. And if even one step of yours had been more normal, it would not have come to this. If you could have fully seen through my intentions, the outcome between us would have been even more uncertain. Rather than saying I defeated you in strength, it is more accurate to say it was wisdom, isn't it? Xylo spoke earnestly, saying a lot, very much. The red dragon whelp had been listening quite well at first, but when Xylo mentioned the mutual kicking, it could no longer control itself. Wrath surged wildly. The temperature of its body began to soar. A string of sparks sparkled on its torso. The red dragon whelp roared angrily, "Damn Xylo. You despicable blue dragon. Why can a blue dragon be as despicable as you? Clearly we are both powerful dragons. Why always resort to crooked schemes during battle? Because of my negligence. No, it's all because of you, bastard. You despicably deceived me. Otherwise how could I possibly lose to you?" He struggled to get up and fight Xylo desperately, but as soon as he moved, the pain in his body made him grimace. "Don't be so angry. We are the 5-colored dragons. Despicable extortion and conspiracies are all proofs of our strength. Although we are friends, you are my biggest rival. Just as you always want to suppress me, I also always want to suppress you, to truly defeat you. So don't blame me for being despicable. Blame yourself for being too strong. You put too much pressure on me," Xylo argued. "So it is. It's because this guy saw my strength that he fears me. He knows that in a normal fight he is not my match." The red dragon whelp cursed repeatedly in anger. Xylo listened calmly beside him. He was comforting the red dragon whelp. Without using conspiracies and tricks, although it would make the battle last much longer, he still firmly believed that victory would naturally be his. However, that kind of victory was not what he wanted. After cursing for a long time, the red dragon whelp seemed to recover, his eyes full of fighting spirit as he looked at Xylo, and said, "Next year let's continue fighting." Xylo's face twitched slightly. "No benefits, who would fight you? A year's time is too short for us dragons. If you want to fight me again, wait until we are all young dragons." Xylo pondered for a moment before speaking. He knew the red dragon whelp was stubborn. A direct refusal was impossible. He could only delay the time at most. "Alright, then let's fight again when we are young dragons." Godwin gazed into Xylo's eyes, and after seeing his serious expression finally nodded. "Alright, according to our agreement, after the battle, I will teach you the bloodline refinement art." As the red dragon whelp said this, he glanced at the little white dragon beside him, seeing the other's silly expression and slight frown. "Never mind, it's fine if you listen nearby. You, after all, it's just a useless waste." "Xylo, listen. The bloodline refinement art must enter the mind world following the bloodline stairs." The red dragon whelp said slowly, taking nearly half an hour to finish explaining everything. Giant dragons have well-developed brains and excellent memory. Even though the red dragon whelp only explained once, Xylo firmly remembered the bloodline refinement art. After carrying the red dragon whelp back to the nest, he also returned to the nest lying on the ground and closing his eyes. Then he began to practice the bloodline refinement art. In that instant, his consciousness gradually sank and fell. He didn't know how much time had passed. He stopped and saw a strange world everywhere filled with bizarre things. There were fuzzy, irregular spheres covered with small tentacles and some strangely shaped little monsters. These strange creatures floated, seemingly operating according to some peculiar patterns. Occasionally, a pitch-black creature would break in only to be killed and devoured by the swarm. Strips of giant floating ribbons continuously twisted, crisscrossing and spanning the world. Xylo observed the surroundings and found himself landed on one of the giant ribbons, being forced to move forward along its twists. Is this the mind world mentioned in the bloodline refinement art? According to the records, I should go to the end of the bloodline stairs to find the source portal of the mutated bloodline. If according to scientific understanding this should be the microscopic world inside the dragon's body, right? Are those strange things cells? Is the ribbon under my feet the gene chain? But how should I find the end of the bloodline stairs to locate the mutated bloodline? Xylo murmured, suddenly glancing at the stair-like ribbon beneath him. Could the bloodline stairs refer to this? Xylo guessed. Then does it mean I just need to keep waiting until I reach the end? He waited silently, his consciousness position continuously moving. Occasionally something that might be cells drifted past him. He even touched them out of curiosity. These little things showed no abnormality after being touched by Xylo, as if he didn't exist. After changing several targets consecutively, the results were all the same. Xylo gradually lost interest in this. The ribbon beneath him moved extremely slowly. Slowly, he felt somewhat impatient. Suddenly, his entire consciousness seemed to fly into the air, quickly moving in the direction of the stairs. The strange surroundings inverted rapidly, until he arrived at a fork. This made Xylo hesitate for a moment, then he headed left, not knowing how much time had passed. He finally reached the end. He saw an incredibly huge and bizarre portal. The portal was wrapped with ribbons and dark red irregular objects. Is this the source of bloodline mutation? The bloodline gate? Shiloah felt a resonance within his consciousness, drifting slowly into the void. In an instant the world spun, white light flashed, and a stretch of sea emerged. Tens of thousands of bizarre marine creatures densely packed the waters, their mere sight sending a chill down one's spine. These monsters opened their fanged maws, emitting piercing shrieks. At the center of the sea, a magnificent dragon roared. Its entire body azure formed, slender skin and scales glistening with a watery sheen, and demonic horns atop its head. Suddenly the clear sky turned dark with clouds and raindrops as large as beans fell, transforming into swords that enveloped the entire sea. The bizarre creatures were pierced by the rain-formed swords, letting out agonizing howls. Emerald blood seeped from their wounds. They surged madly toward the beautiful dragon at the center, as if attempting to attack it. But the dragon merely flicked its tail. A towering wave dozens of meters high rose, hurling all the bizarre creatures into the sky, where thunderbolts flashed within the clouds. A cascade of lightning serpents crashed down. The entire world seemed illuminated in that moment. Screams tore across the sea. When all ceased, only countless smoking, half-crisped, blackened corpses drifted on the water. The dragon screeched, then plunged into the sea. Yet as it vanished, it seemed to cast a glance at Shiloh. That very look jolted Shiloh awake. He opened his eyes, having exited the mindscape. Glancing outside the nest, the sky remained pitch black. Blinking, his mind was now flooded with unfamiliar memories. These memories were all about the dragon he had just seen. It was the Thunderfall dragon, a mutated form of the blue dragon wielding dual elements of thunder and water, dwelling in oceans and waters, a dragon of aberration. Historical records state that in ancient times humans living by the sea often worshipped the Thunderfall dragon as the sea dragon god, seeking its protection. Of course, some humans had incurred its wrath. Storms submerged their homes, thunderbolts razed everything. Hence it was also called the sea demon. Over the tens, or even millions of years of stellar realm history, such dragons had appeared only rarely. In terms of rarity, it was no less than legendary dragon species. Moreover, within the Damalink star, a Thunderfall dragon still dwelled in the world's largest strait, the Brovale Strait, claiming it as its territory. Every merchant passing through had to pay tribute. It was the true overlord of the Brovale Strait. Once a legendary team attempted to vanquish this overlord, but returned empty-handed. Instead, more merchants suffered. Thus, this Thunderfall dragon was dubbed the deathly shadow of Brovale, the sea fiend. Shiloh understood within. The Thunderfall dragon. That was his hidden aberrant bloodline. A remarkably powerful and benign mutant dragon species. He also knew how to strengthen this hidden bloodline. Shiloh couldn't help but curl his lips into a light chuckle. Indeed, a genius dragon like me naturally possesses an aberrant bloodline. It's not in vain that I went to such lengths to obtain the bloodline refinement art from Gordon and tricked the whelps out of their gold coins. The harvest has finally paid off. Next, I'll have Barbara purchase some tide crystals. These are key items for enhancing the Thunderfall dragon's bloodline aberration. And as my bloodline gradually mutates, my power will naturally grow stronger. Little Gordon, oh little Gordon, I'm truly sorry. The gap between your strength and mine is destined to widen. He murmured softly, his mood exceedingly cheerful. Savoring this delight for a long while, Shiloh suddenly recalled the fork he had encountered at the end of the bloodline stairway in the mindscape. He had chosen the left path and found the bloodline gate. What if he had taken the right? What would it be? Startled curiosity prompted him to lie down again and close his eyes. Returning to the crossroads of the mindscape, Shiloh rushed straight to the right. At the end, he encountered another strange bloodline gate, and without hesitation, he plunged through. This time he saw a dragon completely enveloped in endless thunder. The dragon had a single blue horn on its head, absorbing the thunder elements within 100 meters. Its eyes were a blazing white, faintly shimmering, with countless lightning bolts that flickered and flowed. With each breath, strands of lightning continuously surged from the dragon's mouth and nostrils. Every inch of the dragon's skin and scales radiated arcs of lightning. It trod across the land, destroying forests and meadows, even turning them into deserts. All creatures daring to approach it were reduced to charcoal and ash by the lightning. This was the Extremity Thunder Dragon, a variant that had honed the power of thunder to its utmost, possessing the destructive force to annihilate all things. Its numbers were even rarer than the Thunderfall Dragon. It was called the Walking Calamity, the Thunder Destroyer. Countless towns and clans had been obliterated by it. Such dragons were almost unseen on Damalink star, mostly dwelling in chaotic star regions. This was because whenever such a dragon appeared, it would be besieged by countless powerful beings and driven away. The strong of Damalink star were unwilling to see their beautiful planet ravaged by the Extremity Thunder Dragon. I never expected to possess two hidden aberrant bloodlines. This is extremely rare among all dragons, especially since both are powerful aberrant bloodlines. Gordon, oh Gordon, you are truly my lucky star. Someday I'll make you my first lieutenant, a dragon above all dragons. You'll feast and drink to your heart's content. But on second thought, which of these two bloodlines should I prioritize for mutation? Shiloh murmured, narrowing his draconic eyes in contemplation. Although he had gained partial memories and knowledge of these two dragon species, he still couldn't determine which was stronger. After all, these two dragons had never truly fought each other. Moreover, being young, his experience and knowledge were incomplete, and his judgment of strength was imprecise. How could a weakling like him evaluate the power of beings that were at least legendary and among the strongest of legends? However, one thing he could confirm. As the Extremity Thunder Dragon's bloodline grew denser and approached its peak, its thunderous power would likely become increasingly difficult to control. The inadvertent lightning leakage, the destruction of the environment, and the creatures killed all attested to this. While this indirectly proved the Extremity Thunder Dragons, might it also showed their difficulty in perfectly mastering their lightning power, let alone other elemental spells. The Extremity Thunder Dragon was a singular pure thunder dragon, but no spellcaster would allow themselves to master only one element. That would contradict their pursuit of truth and be a boulder blocking their path to greater strength. In contrast, the Thunderfall Dragon was a species that perfectly controlled power, a precious dual-element dragon. By choosing the Thunderfall Dragon, he would also gain Water Element Mastery. All things considered, prioritizing the Thunderfall Dragon's enhancement was the correct course. And once he grew stronger with deeper understanding and mastery of spells, he could then attempt to mutate the Extremity Thunder Dragon bloodline, having better control over the rampaging Thunder power. Shiloah nodded inwardly, his gaze fixed ahead. Robust Blue Dragon Whelp. Level 6 Elite. Status good. Mutated Bloodline Thunderfall Dragon 0. 5 Extreme Thunder Dragon 7. The status panel actually shows mutated bloodlines, Thunderfall Dragon 0. 5, and Extreme Thunder Dragon 7. My Extreme Thunder Dragon bloodline concentration is actually this high. How is that possible? If that were really the case, how could I have failed to awaken the bloodline refinement art on my own? This is very suspicious. Shiloah mused inwardly, his eyes filled with confusion as he began to ponder. His own body, stripped of its innate talents, was no different from an ordinary blue dragon. Such a dense Extreme Thunder Dragon bloodline was clearly unreasonable. Wait. Stripped of its innate talents. Shiloah froze, suddenly recalling the innate talent breath enhancement. It granted Shiloah a far more powerful breath than ordinary blue dragons, along with the might and mastery of thunder. This was the very thing that set him apart from common blue dragons. All innate talents reshape one's body. Even breath enhancement is no exception. The only difference is that this transformation began from the moment Shiloah was born. His internal structure must differ from that of an ordinary blue dragon. Could the abundant Extreme Thunder Dragon bloodline be related to this as well? Shiloah couldn't help but wonder. At present, he had no way to verify this conjecture. Perhaps after he exchanged for Storm Breath again, he could try entering the Mindheart world once more. At that thought, a hint of anticipation stirred within him. Still, that said, even with such a dense Extreme Thunder Dragon bloodline, the decision to prioritize strengthening the Thunderfall Dragon remained unchanged. He closed his eyes again. This time he did not activate the bloodline refinement art, but instead settled down to sleep peacefully. He did not enter the Mindheart world. Instead, he entered the mysterious sea. Gazing at the familiar massive skeleton, Shiloah was startled to discover. Beneath the skeleton, beside the little white dragon Iluin, two strange, irregular phantoms had appeared. Drawing closer and scrutinizing them, he was astonished to find that one of the phantoms was that red dragon cub Gudwin, and the other was that blue dragon cub Abel. Had these two finally submitted to him? That didn't seem right. Compared to the little white dragon Iluin, the phantoms of Gudwin and Abel were far too faint, flickering in and out of existence, as if they might vanish at any moment. These two were clearly still a far cry from the little white dragon Iluin. Perhaps they had merely come to acknowledge him a bit more in their hearts. If one were to use gaming terminology, then the little white dragon Iluin's loyalty to him was 100, while the other two dragons might only be at 10. Shiloah thought to himself as the scene before him shifted once more. Familiar black characters appeared. Strongest young dragon of Lulin, you defeated the red dragon Gudwin in a duel, and all the young dragons regard you as the strongest young dragon of Lulin. Reward 5 achievement points. Modest assets, you have acquired a considerable amount of wealth, making you slightly richer. Reward 5 achievement points. Current achievement 20. Strongest young dragon of Lulin. Modest assets. Hadn't these two similar achievements appeared before? The previous ones were strongest dragon, hatchling of Lulin, and first pot of gold. Who would have thought they could appear a second time? This was truly an unexpected delight. Shiloah was overjoyed, yet also a little regretful that the current two achievements only rewarded 5 points each. His gaze continued downward. Rapid healing. Storm breath. Fast casting, your casting speed will be slightly increased, costs 25 achievement points. New talent fast casting appeared after exchanging sharp fangs and claws. For now its effect is unclear. The extent of that slight increase remained unknown. Shiloah had no intention of gambling on that slightness. He still planned to save 30 points to exchange for Storm breath. In a daze, Shiloah's consciousness left that sea area. When he woke the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Strangely, Shiloah seemed to sense that his total mana had increased by a small amount, roughly 1/30th to 1/40th, a very tiny increment. But combined with the time long ago when the white dragon Iluin's phantom appeared, his total mana was now roughly comparable to that of the red dragon cub, who was a year older than him. This amount of mana was almost equal to that of an ordinary human level 8 caster. It allowed him to use 4 level 3 spells, or in other words, 4 full-power thunder breaths. In good spirits, Shiloah headed to the red dragon cub's lair. The little dragon had clearly been badly beaten and exhausted yesterday. It was sleeping soundly, its snores shaking the air. Shiloah said nothing, merely staring at the other. Mutated red dragon whelp. Level 6 elite. Status poor. No mutated bloodline prompt. It seemed he could only see his own. Shiloah's mind stirred. He did not disturb the dragon and directly left the red dragon cub's lair. At that moment, the little white dragon ran up to him, excitedly roaring with elation. Shiloah, I have great news. Guess what it is? The white dragon cub was as excited as a puppy waiting for its master's praise, its tail wagging constantly. Shiloah narrowed his eyes. You've also awakened a mutated bloodline. Looks like it's pretty good, he asked tentatively. Wow. As expected of Shiloah. You guessed it right away. Hee hee. The little white dragon grinned, its snow-white fangs seeming to gleam as it chuckled happily. What is your mutated bloodline? Shiluo asked with a smile. It's Frost Dragon Shiluo. Frost Dragon. Frost Dragon. Shiluo murmured, quickly searching his memories of this dragon lineage. This type of dragon was somewhat similar to the extreme Thunder Dragon. Both were variants that enhanced a single attribute naturally exuding frost that destroyed terrain and life. However, its rarity and destructiveness were far inferior to the extreme Thunder Dragon. On the planet Duamalink, there were currently several active ones. The most famous and strongest among them was named Baichuan. This dragon had enslaved the frost giants and white dragons there, establishing an ice frost royal city, becoming a local overlord. But because he enslaved his own kind, he was known as the Mad Dragon, despised by his kin, and had a terrible reputation among dragons. Yet his strength was no less than that of the Death Shadow Brawlwell. It was a kind of mutated dragon whose lower limit was lower than the Thunderfall dragon, but whose upper limit was not inferior to it. Shiluo retrieved these memories, immediately put on a smile, and patted the little white dragon's head. Not bad. As expected of my most trusted subordinate. From now on, while you research spells, slowly mutate toward this bloodline. You'll become the next Mad Dragon Baichuan. Mad Dragon Baichuan. No, I don't want to become the Mad Dragon Baichuan. He enslaved his own kind. How detestable. The little white dragon frowned, lowering its head and shaking it. I was just using an analogy. You can become a dragon as powerful as him. His strength deserves our respect. As for what he did, it's not something we should advocate. Shiluo quickly added. I will. I'll definitely become as strong as him, and then help you, Shiluo, become the strongest dragon. The little white dragon growled, clearly more confident than before. This was the confidence bestowed by the Frost Dragon mutated bloodline. Shiluo once again patted the little one's head in approval, then took him along to meet Barbara. The mother dragon regarded Shiluo with the warmth of a benevolent elder, asking gently, My little one, what brings you to me today? What mischief are you plotting? Do tell, let me see which poor soul is about to suffer. The green dragon teased. Lady Barbara, you flatter me. Am I really so cunning? Actually, I came to ask if you could purchase some tide crystals for me, as well as frost crystals for Alan. We need them. Shiluo stated his purpose plainly. Tide crystals. Frost crystals. The young green dragon's eyes flashed with contemplation. To be honest, my mutated bloodline is that of a Thunderfall dragon. Alan was fortunate. He also possesses the mutated bloodline of a frost dragon. Thunderfall dragon. I assumed your mutated bloodline would be a lightning specialized breed, or perhaps a robust type like the Stormrage dragon. I never expected this. So the thunder of a Thunderfall dragon is genuinely far stronger than that of ordinary blue dragons. The young green dragon murmured, somewhat puzzled. However, her memories of the Thunderfall dragon were derived solely from dragon legacy transmissions. The dragons who had left such memories had never personally witnessed a Thunderfall dragon in battle. They had only heard rumors. The young green dragon did not dwell on this question, but instead turned her gaze toward the little white dragon. Alan, you truly surprised me. I thought you were merely an ordinary white dragon, yet you possess the mutated bloodline of a frost dragon. All credit goes to Shiluo. If not for him, I would have remained just an ordinary white dragon. The little white dragon spoke softly, unable to help but gaze at Shiluo with admiration. Shiluo's doing? The young green dragon paused, then said, You taught Alan the bloodline refinement technique. Lady Barbara is remarkably perceptive. Shiluo nodded. The young green dragon understood immediately. Then a trace of envy appeared on her face. What a fortunate little one he is. Would Lady Barbara like to try it? I can teach you the bloodline refinement technique free of charge. Shiluo asked obediently. Shiluo, you are indeed a clever one. But thank you for your kindness. I had already obtained the bloodline refinement technique from the dragon mother previously. Unfortunately, I was not as fortunate as Alan. Though I also possess a mutated bloodline, the mutated breed is the giant tree dragon. Barbara spoke with a wry smile tinged with regret. The giant tree dragon. A mutated variant of green dragons. Compared to ordinary green dragons, they were taller, stronger, and possessed thicker scales across their bodies. However, their spellcasting ability was significantly weakened. They retained affinity only for nature spells. Using other types of magic, they were barely better than humans. For most dragons, this was nearly unacceptable. Shiluo nodded, and understanding his expression, equally regretful. Regardless, I must congratulate both of you. If you continue refining your mutated bloodlines, you might truly rise to the upper echelons of the dragon race. Barbara spoke softly, yet her gaze remained fixed on Shiluo. Compared to the other dragons, even Gordon, who was also a mutated variant, and Alan now, he remained unquestionably the most outstanding dragon. A dragon possessing boundless potential, sharp intellect, and cunning prowess. The green dragon mother believed that Shiluo's future achievements would certainly not fall short of the current dragon mother's. As she pondered this, her gaze toward Shiluo grew even gentler. So how many tide crystals and frost crystals do you need to purchase? Tide crystals at 10 gold coins each, frost crystals at 2 gold coins each. Shiluo spoke as he spit out gold and silver coins one by one. Beside him, Alan, the little white dragon, did the same. After the green dragon mother collected all the funds, she chatted briefly with Shiluo before he finally took his leave. He led the little white dragon out to hunt. Before departing, he specifically stopped by to check on the red dragon hatchling. This little one had truly been beaten severely by Shiluo. Even now that he had awakened, he lay in the nest grumbling constantly, showing no warmth when he saw Shiluo arrive. Even with Barbara's healing, the red dragon hatchling would need at least a week before he could hunt again. And if he wanted to fully recover, replenishing the blood he had lost, it might take several months. The two dragons exchanged a brief greeting, then Shiluo headed toward the edge of the green forest. However, after walking only a short distance, he stopped and frowned, glancing behind him. "Stop following me sneakily. Come out." As expected of the strongest dragonet, the pride of the Blue Dragon clan. "You noticed even that? I'd say your perception is truly first-rate." "Shiluo." A voice tinged with admiration rang out from behind a nearby tree. A blue dragon shadow slowly emerged from behind it. "Abel, what brings you here? Let me be clear in advance. If you're coming to beg with tears for me to return the gold coins, don't bother." Shiluo's expression turned grave as he spoke firmly. "Damn it, blocking everything I wanted to do the moment we met. Truly the strongest, most cunning, and cleverest dragon indeed." Abel's expression shifted, and suddenly he burst into laughter. "Shiluo, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I Abel, the kind of dragon who can't handle losing? Begging you with tears? Heh, these are merely trivial riches. I don't care for them at all. Before long I'll earn treasures 10 or even 100 times greater than this." He spoke as if it meant nothing. "So why have you come to me?" Shiluo asked, somewhat puzzled. "Ahem. Since that Gordon fellow can't even get out of bed, I figured you'd be short one dragon for hunting, which would be quite troublesome. How I suppose I'll reluctantly lend a hand." Abel looked up at the sky, stealing glances at Shiluo from the corner of his eye. This guy was actually volunteering to help. Shiluo heard these words and froze entirely. He pondered deeply. Could it be related to the phantom that appeared near the colossal beast skeleton in the mysterious sea? Being able to appear at that location, did it mean this fellow also implicitly acknowledged his status? Blue dragons were, after all, a social species. It seemed understandable that they might develop a sense of admiration toward an impeccable excellence among their own kind. It seemed that truly defeating Gordon had once again caused significant changes in the young dragon's attitudes toward him. A subtle shift appeared in Shiluo's eyes. Having another dragon assist was a good thing. He smiled immediately. "Welcome, welcome. With your help, Abel, I'm certain we'll have a fruitful hunt today." Hearing this, Abel grinned widely and scampered over to Shiluo's side, raising his head proudly. "Naturally. Though my strength may fall slightly short of that fool Gordon in other aspects, I far exceed him. Since we are both blue dragons, our coordination will naturally surpass anything Gordon could offer. Even if we encounter demonic beasts, there will be nothing to fear." Demonic beasts. This fellow was so eager to hunt together. Was it all for the demon cores? He knew I had given Alan 2 ice-type demon cores. He knew I wouldn't withhold shared spoils from dragons hunting together. Was he here to gamble on finding more? Shiluo gazed at the young blue dragon with a thoughtful expression. He nodded, signaling for Abel to join them. The little white dragon was very pleased that their party, which had been short one dragon, now had an additional member. The three dragons hunted together and returned together. After several days of this, the tide crystals and frost crystals that Shiluo had commissioned Barbara to purchase finally arrived. 2 types of crystals, each ounce priced around 33 silver coins. Shiluo's 10 gold coins yielded nearly 1.9 pounds of goods barely larger than a human infant's fist. The entire crystal was azure and translucent, with faint ripples of water visible within, exquisitely beautiful. Alan's frozen crystal, however, was pure white, shrouded in icy mist, radiating a chill at the mere touch. The 2 gold coins' worth was pitifully small. Yet Alan did not complain. After receiving it, he grinned foolishly all day long. Until nightfall, the 2 dragons returned to their lairs. Shiluo admired the tidal crystal for a while, then placed the whole piece into his mouth, bit it fiercely, and swallowed it all. The tidal crystal entered his stomach. He felt a surge of icy water elemental energy and a peculiar force explode. These elements differed from the ordinary, as if imbued with life, darting wildly within his abdomen. Shiluo activated the secret technique of the bloodline refinement art, controlling his breathing rhythm, guiding this energy, irrigating every inch of his flesh and blood. This left him alternating between hot and cold, every fiber of his body trembling and transforming. Hours passed. The energy was completely consumed. He opened his eyes. Strong blue dragon, wormling level 6, elite status, good, mutated bloodline, Thunderfall Dragon 4. 5 extreme Thunder Dragon 7. The Thunderfall Dragon bloodline rose from 0.5 to 4.5, an increase of 4. 10 gold coins yielded a considerable amount, but unfortunately, the higher the bloodline concentration, the greater the difficulty, and the more precious the required resources. Perhaps even thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of coins might not suffice to complete the mutation. No wonder many powerful dragons resort to robbery or strive to become Lord Dragons. This is certainly not merely due to greed, but because they need gold coins to enhance their strength, just like the Dragon Matriarch Bailey. Shiluo's eyes flickered, lost in thought. He then glanced at his own body, wondering if it was an illusion. He felt his scales appeared cleaner and more lustrous than before, possessing a sleek beauty. He touched and flicked them with his claws. They seemed smoother and tougher than before. His internal mana had also increased slightly. This was likely the reward of a 4 bloodline concentration increase. Yet it was still too dilute. If it were higher, perhaps his body would show more distinct changes, and he might awaken a bloodline ability like Gaduin's Molten Earth Armor. Regardless, he needed more gold coins. Until the next morning, Shiloah, Alan, and Abel gathered again. The little white dragon Alan scrutinized Shiloah the moment he saw him, then said after a moment, "Shiloah, you seem to have changed somehow. Looks like yesterday was quite fruitful. You must have grown stronger, right?" The little white dragon's face showed a hint of envy and admiration. "Changed? What change? Isn't Shiloah always like this?" Abel the blue dragonet blinked bewildered. Shiloah looked at the little white dragon with some surprise. "Alan, your observation is sharp. Staying with you every day, I've improved a lot. All thanks to your teaching, Shiloah." The little white dragon lowered his head shyly at Shiloah's praise. But then he said regretfully, "Yet I still haven't changed. It's only just begun, Alan. You shouldn't be discouraged. I'm sure soon enough you'll become stronger like Gedin and me." So that's it. Shiloah, as a mutated dragon, you've finally shown some physical changes. But they're still too subtle. It's normal that I didn't notice," Abel said nonchalantly. Then he suddenly stared at the little white dragon Alan. "Wait, what did you two just say? You haven't changed yet. What does Shiloah's mutation have to do with you? And Shiloah, what did you mean by just begun and become like you and Gedin?" "Well, Abel, you didn't know. I also have a mutated bloodline. It's the Frost Dragon," the little white dragon said cheerfully. Abel was stunned. His eyes widened, his expression frozen as he stared at Alan. Then he suddenly laughed. "Frost Dragon. The Mad Dragon by Chuan. You. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Alan, I know you want to become strong and gain recognition from other dragons as a useless one, but there's no need to lie. Besides, now that the fourfold grand competition is on and you're with Shiloah, no dragon would dare bully you. So you really don't need to lie. Why would I deceive you, Abel? We're hunting partners. It's all thanks to Shiloah and Gedin teaching me the bloodline refinement art." The little white dragon continued to explain. "Enough. Alan, do you really think I'm an idiot? Any normal dragon wouldn't believe such a lowly lie." Abel snorted, displeased that the little white dragon was still trying to deceive him. "Alan has no reason to lie to you about this. He's already asked Lady Barbara to purchase frozen crystals. Soon his body will show changes. If you're patient, you can observe him." Shiloah interjected. His words struck Abel like a heavy hammer, freezing his entire body. Twisting his stiff neck, he trembled as he looked at Shiloah. "You're telling the truth. You're not deceiving me. Has Alan truly awakened the mutated Frost Dragon bloodline? Such a thing can't be hidden for long, and there's no need to. A mutated bloodline is nothing major. There are plenty of dragons in Greenwood with mutated bloodlines. The Dragon Matriarch, myself, Gedin, even Lady Barbara has the giant tree dragon bloodline, though it's useless for her. Now adding Alan, what's there to be surprised about?" Shiloah said nonchalantly. No. This can't be true. Not true. Not true," Abel murmured. "You're really..." Shiloah was speechless. He turned to look at the little white dragon circled around him carefully, then suddenly pointed at a scale on the tip of the tail and the edge of the rump. "Look, here's the proof. This scale must have mutated after Alan consumed the frozen crystal last night. I knew it. Though he took only a little, there must be some change." Upon hearing this, Abel shuddered, then staggered behind Alan to look where Shiloah pointed. There amid the white scales was a distinctly blue-tinged one. It was unmistakably the scale of a frost dragon from Abel's memory. No, this can't be true. It's not real." Abel's face contorted and he roared to the sky. "A mere white dragon. How could it? How could it be superior to me? I am a blue dragon. The strongest blue dragon after Shiloah. With such noble bloodline and such strength, I cannot be inferior to Alan. Absolutely impossible." He kept growling, his expression growing increasingly frantic. Soon he ran off shouting and howling. Shiloah and the little white dragon exchanged glances, their moods different. The little white dragon was elated, for he had changed like Shiloah, and it was Shiloah who had noticed. This gratified him. But Shiloah could not be pleased. That fool Abel. He had said he would join the hunt, now he ran off again, utterly unreliable. He shook his head reluctantly, taking the little white dragon out to hunt. While they were away, Abel, mad as a demon, had already stormed into the wormling territory. He roared, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a noble blue dragon. The strongest among blue dragons after Xylo. It is absolutely impossible for me to be inferior to Alan. Falseness. It's all a lie. Ha. The young dragons around, still immersed in depression over their defrauded gold coins, heard the roar and couldn't help but feel some surprise. Within Ilicia's small circle, the little black dragon Martha muttered, "Hasn't Abel been following that bastard Xylo constantly lately? He even helps them hunt, yet after only a few days he's gone completely mad. What a complete idiot. We have always believed blue dragons to be the most noble of all dragon species. Though we have one outlier in Xylo, Abel is nothing but a worthless nobody." Corman sneered with disdain. Having defeated Abel before, he had never once accorded that defeated rival any real regard. No matter how incompetent this fellow may be, he absolutely cannot be worse than Alan. Ilicia frowned, sensing that the situation was not so straightforward. Some of the other dragons felt contempt, yet others sensed something was amiss. After waiting a while and observing Abel's endless roaring, they could no longer restrain their curiosity, and together closed in to surround the blue dragon cub. Abel, what's wrong with you, fellow? In just a few days you've become so diminished that you consider yourself inferior even to that trash Alan. You are truly a disgrace to the dragon race. Corman wasted no time in launching his mockery. Encircled and publicly ridiculed, Abel showed not the slightest reaction, continuing his furious roaring. Several young dragons watched his foolish display. One of them swung a claw directly at him. Swat! A sharp resounding slap echoed through the air. Abel finally fell silent. He stood frozen in place, his mouth opening and closing intermittently, gazing blankly at the dragon that had struck him. After a long while he finally spoke. Why did you hit me? The dragon who struck him sneered dismissively. Why did I hit you? Humph. Go over your own grotesque performance from just now in your mind. He was hardly going to admit that he had acted out of long-suppressed resentment. I just now. Oh yes, right, just now. As Abel spoke he once again forced forth a wretched smile that looked more painful than tears. I cannot possibly be inferior to a white dragon like Alan. It's impossible. Corman could no longer contain himself and roared in fury. You fool. Have you truly lost your mind? How could you claim to be inferior to a crippled white dragon? If this fellow truly was worse than a mere white dragon, then what made his own previous victory over Abel so noteworthy? You bastard. You worthless green dragon. You know nothing, and you dare to mock me. If you only knew. Abel retorted angrily, but his words faltered at the end. What would I know? I only know you're someone I've already defeated. I never imagined you'd sink so low as to be inferior to that wretch Alan. You've disappointed me greatly. Corman sneered. The other young dragons joined in the mocking laughter. Even the other blue dragons instinctively moved away from Abel. Abel roared furiously, you fools. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. That Alan. He just like Gerton and Xylo possesses a mutated bloodline. And it's the frost dragon bloodline. Are you satisfied now? The dragons around fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. I think Abel has truly gone mad. To spout such foolish nonsense. Has he been secretly eating dirt with Xylo lately? Otherwise how could his mind have gone wrong? Looking at his state, he doesn't seem like a normal dragon at all. Alan showed no difference from beginning to end. How could he possibly have a mutated bloodline? Upon hearing this, Abel grew even more furious. You fools. If I had any choice I wouldn't want to believe it either. But that's simply the reality. It was Xylo who gave him the blood refining technique, and that fellow happened to awaken his bloodline. If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves. He already shows signs of mutation on his body. Midway through speaking he shook his head in exasperation, eventually dragging himself back to his nest with dwindling energy, then collapsing on his back like a salted fish that had lost all ambition. Do you believe him? I certainly don't. There's no need to take the words of a madman to heart. Several young dragons muttered among themselves and dispersed. Days passed. Abel remained listless, continuously muttering to himself. This sight caused the young dragons who had initially doubted his claims to feel uneasy, harboring seeds of suspicion. They regrouped. Could what Abel said actually be true? He's been acting this way for quite some time now. It might actually be true. I've noticed that crippled one seems far more confident now. The way he looks at us is exactly like how we used to look at him. That kind of bone-deep confidence cannot be faked overnight. Something is clearly wrong. Hiss. What should we do? What if this is true? Does that mean we might truly be inferior to Alan, that worthless white dragon? The young dragons grew increasingly agitated as they spoke until they could no longer contain themselves. Let's go find them. We need answers in person. Exactly. We must get to the bottom of this. I can't sleep or eat until I know the truth. Speaking thus, they surged as one toward the nearby territory where Xylo and his companion dwelled. Even Abel, who had been lying on the ground playing dead, sprang to his feet, his eyes flashing with intensity as he hurried after them. Meanwhile, Xylo and Alan had struck lucky that day. Having captured a male Delu beast, they concluded their work early. After housing the two adult Delu beasts separately, Xylo watched them with keen interest. My precious little ones, nurture your bond well and breed as quickly as possible. Otherwise our food supply will truly run out and my future depends entirely on you. With that he cast another glance at the food storage area. The provisions there were barely enough for him and Gerton to manage 2 meals. A melancholy settled within his heart, yet he had already made his preparations. His plan was to spend gold coins to have Barbara procure meat on his behalf. Despite being desperately short on funds, he still had to waste coins on such trivial matters, and Xylo felt an acute pang of pain. It was at that very moment that the sound of running approached from afar. Xylo frowned and glanced over his shoulder, somewhat astonished to discover a group of young dragons surging toward him. This puzzled him. Watching the young dragons approach, some stopping before him, others gathering near Gerton's nest, he let out a roar. Xylo, Gerton, tell us. Did you truly teach Alan the blood refining technique? Has he truly awakened the frost dragon bloodline? The frost dragon bloodline. That trash. The red dragon cub responded in disbelief. He had no knowledge of this matter. Xylo, however, immediately understood and nodded, saying, indeed so. Impossible. This isn't true. Xylo, you're jesting with us, right? Is this some kind of joke? The young dragons refused to believe it, shouting in unison much like Abel had done before. Xylo quickly showed them the distinctive scale on the little white dragon's back. The young dragons fell silent at once, their expressions darkening with confusion and gloom. All the dragons remained silent for a long while. Then a black dragon spoke up with hope. Xylo, Curtin, teach us the blood refining technique. With it we'll definitely surpass that useless Alan. Exactly. Xylo, Curtin, teach us the blood refining technique. We'll forgive your earlier rudeness and deception. Teach you? What nonsense are you spouting, you fools? Get lost. Is this secret art meant for someone like you to covet? Curtin, lounging in the nest, sneered with his usual arrogance, provoking everyone. Hearing this, Xylo's heart skipped a beat, worried the still weak red dragon cub would be beaten, so he hurried over and roared, "What are you doing? You lot stop squeezing around here. Curtin needs rest. If you have problems, take them up with me." Using brute force, he shoved through the dragon crowd and blocked the entrance. That bastard Curtin has no strength and is so stingy. If he won't teach us, fine. Xylo, you'll teach us, right? A young dragon said, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Xylo's first instinct was to let his eyes dart about, his thoughts racing wildly as a grin spread across his face. Teach you, eh? Not entirely impossible, he replied. Oh, as expected of Xylo, the strongest in Green Forest, the most intelligent dragon, far more reliable and generous than that Curtin fellow. The young dragons erupted in joy. Xylo, what are you doing? You actually want to teach the blood refining technique to these useless ones? They don't deserve it at all. Curtin, there's no need to be angry. It's merely a secret technique. Without a mutant bloodline, it holds little value anyway. Teaching them wouldn't harm us in the least, would it? Xylo explained with a smile. Even so, these trash don't deserve it. The red dragon cub remained opposed. Upon seeing this, the young dragons began cursing at him with irritation. You deserve being beaten by Xylo. Your strength and wisdom fall short of his in every way. Only Xylo, becoming the strongest, can win respect. Compared to him, you're nothing but dog-headed imp feces. Barbara, watching from a distance, wore a subtle expression. Hadn't these little ones previously claimed Xylo had deceived them and sworn never to forgive him? Now they practically want to lick his scales. These youngsters are completely under his thumb. Cough, cough. Listen to me, everyone. Staring intently at Xylo, the young dragons fell silent as he cleared his throat and raised his voice to drown out their chatter. I completely understand your desire for the blood refining technique and your ambition to grow stronger, to prove yourselves. It's only right that I teach you. After all, we all grew up in Green Forest under the Dragon Sovereign's banner. In the years ahead, we may live side by side for decades, or even centuries, becoming like family to one another. Xylo paused here. The young dragons smiled and nodded eagerly in agreement, silently praising Xylo's reasoning. At the same time, they felt ashamed for their earlier complaints against him. However, as everyone should know, our dragon clan has always valued equal exchange. If you want the blood refining technique, then a price will naturally be required. Xylo paused here. The young dragons' expressions changed dramatically. They exchanged glances, their wide eyes filled with fear. Memories of being deceived by Xylo surged back into their minds. Corman trembled as he asked, then, what is the price? Of course, gold coins. Xylo replied matter-of-factly. But we don't have any left. All of it was taken from us by you. The young dragons looked pained, their faces filled with regret and remorse. You simply don't have any right now. Human merchants will be here soon, and then you'll have them, won't you? That may be true, but how much do you want? Rather than feeling relieved, the young dragons trembled even more. 30 gold coins. 30 gold coins. They screamed in horror. You bastard. Why don't you just go rob someone? We have no money. We're broke. Not buying it. Not buying it. That shameless, despicable Xylo never intended to trade in the first place. That scoundrel. I knew he was no good from the start. Don't say it like that. After all, we grew up together. Why would I cheat you? Don't worry. I've already thought of this for you. If one dragon can't afford it, just pool all your gold coins together when the time comes. Won't that work? Once you obtain the blood refining technique, everyone can learn it. Each dragon only needs to contribute a bit more than 2 gold coins. Is that too much? It's not too much. This is a rare opportunity, Xylo said with what appeared to be kindness. His voice carried a faint note of temptation. That doesn't seem too bad. It's just a little over 2 gold coins. Some dragons felt swayed. 2 gold coins isn't exactly pocket change, and the chance of awakening a mutant bloodline is so low. I'm not sure I want to buy it. One young dragon shrank back. The others hesitated as well. Seeing this, Xylo opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly a furious roar erupted from behind him. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even spare a few gold coins, yet you dream of becoming powerful. How ridiculous. You're only fit to sniff the farts behind Xylo and me and lick our backsides. If you won't by then, get the hell away. You're an eyesore, useless things. It was Curtin, the red dragon cub. Well said. Brilliantly put. Xylo silently applauded him in his heart. Only fit to stand behind Xylo and me sniffing our farts. No, absolutely not. It's just a bit more than 2 gold coins. I'll pay. Corman roared. I'm willing to, said Alicia and Martha, nodding. But many young dragons still hesitated. Those who had already agreed immediately glared fiercely at the hesitant ones. You refuse. Do you think you're better than Alan? Alicia growled. The hesitant dragons shuddered and immediately declared their willingness to pay. Seeing the matter settled, Xylo smiled. Congratulations, everyone. Joyful news to all of you. Now we only need to wait until the gold coins are collected, and I'll immediately hand over the blood refining technique to you. I believe everyone will awaken their mutant bloodline, then catch up to, and even surpass me. Although the young dragons had reached a consensus, none of them gave Xylo a friendly expression after all his repeated deceptions. They marched off in anger one by one. Then Girton impatiently said, Xylo, once we receive the 30 gold coins, we'll split them 50-50, right? Xylo naturally had no objections upon hearing this. As for the little white dragon Alan, he overheard the blood refining technique by chance. The fact that he could awaken his mutant bloodline was already lucky enough. How could he possibly share in the gold coins between Girton and Xylo? And so time flew by. Several weeks later, what Xylo had feared came to pass. They had run out of their emergency food supply alongside Girton. Unwilling to use their Delu beasts, they had no choice but to spend gold coins purchasing meat. Even the most basic farmed meat sold for around 10 copper coins per pound in the human world. Of course, bulk purchases would likely come with significant discounts. However, a single gold coin would barely cover about 1,500 pounds of meat. One gold coin exchanged for 1,500 pounds of meat. Just enough for Xylo and his companion to consume over 3 weeks. Not a large amount, nor a small one. Yet Xylo's heart bled, for his gold coins should have been spent on more meaningful purposes. Yet he was forced to buy meat for the sake of his stomach. Before exchanging, he had Girton the red dragon cub right in IOU. After all, he had a share in that meat as well. This made him feel somewhat better. The 3 dragons also worked harder thereafter, hunting daily until nightfall. Under these circumstances, they soon captured another pair of male and female Delu beasts. Combined with the young Delu beasts that had already grown quite large and were now nearly sexually mature, half a year later, they finally established a perfect supply chain meeting their own needs. This cost the 2 dragons a full 5 gold coins in total. Previously, human merchants had appeared in the Green Forest roughly once a week, and the young dragons eagerly sold the 3 types of goods to them. Through this process, Xylo discovered that in order to gather gold coins more quickly, the young dragon pair would add some grass and tree bark after each meal until full. Even more surprisingly, some of the dragons actually began reducing their exercise. The sole purpose was to produce more, to raise the needed gold coins as soon as possible. All the young dragons were striving toward their goals. Before long, a full year passed. Bright sunlight spilled into the Green Forest. 3 dragon silhouettes, one blue, one red, and one white, walked slowly across the verdant grass. The 3 figures differed greatly in size. The red one appeared the longest, about 5.5 meters. The blue was slightly shorter, around 5.3 meters. The white was only about 4 meters. Their sizes were akin to the difference between a fully grown colt and a young one. These 3 dragons were naturally Gudun, Shiluo, and Ai Lun. They were in excellent spirits, especially Shiluo and Gudun, whose mouths were nearly twisted into grins. They went straight to the foot of the giant tree where the young female green dragon Babala resided and quickly climbed to the top. The massive green dragoness lay sprawled looking at Shiluo with a half-smile. Did you get the gold coins? We got them. It's all thanks to Lady Babala not teaching them the bloodline refinement art, otherwise this money wouldn't have fallen to us. Shiluo smiled respectfully as he handed over 10 gold coins. He is a dragon and a spellcaster. I have always advocated for equivalent exchange. Since they didn't provide gold coins of corresponding value naturally, they couldn't learn anything from me. Babala smiled faintly, but did not take Shiluo's gold coins. Instead, she continued, keep these gold coins for yourselves. Compared to me, you need them more. I have great expectations for your future. Babala murmured, her words laden with meaning. Shiluo blinked and smiled. Lady Babala, rest assured, I will forever remember your kindness. If in the future I am fortunate enough to make a name for myself on Amadok Star, I will never forget your guidance. Babala nodded in satisfaction. This dragonling was truly clever. A hint was enough. Alright, enough of that. You 3 same as before. Just leave the money. She changed the subject. Then we'll trouble you, Lady Babala. Shiluo smiled, and the 3 dragons each left their coins. Shiluo left a total of 25 gold coins. 15 of them came from the wormlings, 3 from the 3 goods previously requested by the human merchant. 5 came from the dragon fangs and claws he had previously traded, and the last 2 were from the magic crystals obtained by killing monsters encountered over the past year. Gudun left 19 gold coins. The little white dragon had only 4. Then they climbed down the tree together. Shiluo, you're amazing. Now even Lady Babala treats you with respect, something no other dragon could achieve. The 3 dragons walked slowly. The little white dragon, pressing close to Shiluo, said with admiration, just a bit of cleverness. As a dragon, the most important thing is strength. The red dragon scoffed. But, even in terms of strength, Shiluo is stronger. He defeated you before Gudun. And he did it with the power of wisdom. The little white dragon murmured. This made the red dragon instantly tighten his face, glaring at him with annoyance, then growled, you brat. You've been getting a bit cocky lately, haven't you? Don't tell me you think that awakening the mutated bloodline of a frost dragon makes you comparable to me and Shiluo. You'd better understand. Even among the same dragon species, individual strengths can be worlds apart. I wouldn't dare compare myself to Shiluo. Shiluo is the strongest and most powerful. But I will surpass you, Gudon. I will definitely become the strongest dragon under Shiluo. The little white dragon declared confidently, but his body still edged closer to Shiluo. Surpass me. You. Don't make me laugh. A waste like you. I could pin you to the ground and kill you with one claw. Gudon sneered. Shiluo merely watched silently. This situation had become common in recent months, and he was used to it. The three dragons were about to leave and return to their dwelling area. From a tree hollow, a black dragon suddenly burst out. The moment he saw Shiluo, he dashed over Snot, and tears flying, howling, Shiluo. I don't want the bloodline refinement art anymore. Give me back my gold coins. Boo-hoo. My gold. My gold. No sooner had the words fallen. From other tree hollows, one after another wormlings emerged and surrounded Shiluo. Shiluo, I swear, I never used the bloodline refinement art. Please return my gold coins. I was forced by other dragons, so I didn't really want to buy it. Give it back. Give me back my gold. Among these wormlings, some were still standing while others had already thrown themselves on the ground, clutching the forelegs and tails of Shiluo, and Gudon begging pitifully. Wastes. All of you are wastes. Get lost. The path you chose, no matter how hard you should see it through. Did you think awakening a mutated bloodline was that simple? Ridiculous and foolish. These gold coins are the price you pay for your stupidity. The red dragon roared, whipping his tail and sending a wormling flying. With a flick of his mouth, he spat a gob of saliva onto the face of the dragon, clutching his foreleg. His posture was arrogant to the extreme. Shiluo observed the wormlings. They almost all had arrived. Although a Bayer and AI Lixia hadn't spoken, their expressions were grim. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, don't any of you have a mutated bloodline? Even AI Lun has one. I thought everyone would have it. His voice carried a hint of disbelief. Hearing this, the wormlings felt their blood rush, filled with fury and shame. They wanted to curse at the dragons. But they opened their mouths several times, glanced at the little white dragon, and finally sighed, their faces dejected as they lowered their heads and fell silent. AI Lixia, however, grimaced and said, I do have a mutated bloodline, but it's the giant tree dragon. Shiluo's dragon face twitched. Giant tree dragon. Why this again? Could this little female dragon AI Lixia have some connection to Babala? This is truly regrettable. He sighed softly, his face full of regret. So can you? A group of wormlings full of hope and innocence were about to continue. But Shiluo shook his head and said firmly, of course not. You. Enough of you and I. This was a fair transaction between us. As dragons, we should respect the god of trade. Respect each other. I got the money, you got the knowledge. What's wrong with that? What does it have to do with me that you didn't awaken a powerful mutated bloodline? Why do you act as if I cheated you? Did I force anyone? I, Shiluo, have lived an upright life. Every coin I earned was earned with integrity and honor. If you failed to awaken a mutated bloodline, shouldn't you reflect on yourselves, eh? Then train and improve yourselves with greater effort and positivity. To become stronger. What use is it to come to me shouting, complaining, and reneging? Disperse. Disperse. All of you get out of here. I have to train. I'm very busy. I don't have time to waste on this nonsense. Shiluo scolded the wormlings, his dragon face stern, and pushed through the crowd with Gudon and AI Lun. Watching the three dragons' retreating figures, the wormlings felt grief well up. They collapsed to the ground. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Oh, damn that Shiluo. That guy is not a dragon at all. He always finds ways to trick us. He's a demon from the abyss, utterly despicable and shameless. Is he a follower of the god of deceit? Why? Why have we been tricked by him again? This is the third time. What is the reason? The wormlings roared. They had been blinded by AI Luan's success. The possibility of awakening a mutated bloodline through the bloodline refinement art was indeed too low. Next time, I swear, I will never fall for Shiluo's tricks again. I will never speak a word to him. I swear to. If I talk to him, you hit me. Hit me hard. I won't fight back. The wormlings swore. Roar. At that moment, a dragon roar echoed. The sound seemed distant and unclear. Yet it made Shiluo and the other two stop, turning to look toward the source. It came from the northeast. The roar seemed to carry anger, impatience, and warning. Who sent it? Why such emotions? Shiluo was puzzled. Having lived in the green forest for 7 years, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Roar. Another dragon roar sounded. It seemed to be in confrontation with the previous one. Roar. A high-pitched roar rose nearby. It was Babala. Shiluo turned and saw the young female green dragon, her expression grave, flap her wings and soar into the sky, gazing into the distance. Though she said nothing, the entire group of wormlings erupted. What's going on? Can someone tell me what's happening? What happened in the green forest? That roar just now was clearly not right. Could it be that some dragon is defying the Dragon Matriarch and starting a rebellion? Rebellion? Impossible. The Dragon Matriarch is a dragon nearing legend. Even if all the others attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for her. The wormlings buzzed with discussion, frequently glancing at the sky toward Babala, hoping she would descend quickly and give them answers. But the green dragoness merely hovered in the air, continuously scanning. Shiluo frowned, glancing at the red dragonling and the little white dragon beside him. One showed interest, the other worry. Shiluo blinked, went straight to a giant tree, hugged it, and swiftly climbed to the top. He craned his neck and looked in the same direction as Babala. Due to the distance, the scene far away appeared tiny. Fortunately, dragons had excellent eyesight. Even from over 10 kilometers away, he could see a green dragon silhouette locked in battle with a golden one. Countless vines from the green dragon surged like tentacles toward the golden dragon. The golden dragon spat flames, burning the vines. Then both sides unleashed various elemental spells at each other. Explosions lit up the sky, the effects absolutely spectacular. A gold dragon and a green dragon fighting. Damn, how did a gold dragon get into the green forest? It's an invader. A stunned roar sounded beside him. Shiluo turned his head and was startled to see that all the wormlings had climbed to the treetops, stretching their necks to watch the distant battle. That green dragon seems to be the Dragon Matriarch, Lady Bailir. I had the honor of meeting her once, who I won't forget. Ai Lishia said, her eyes wide. Damn metallic dragon. How dare it trouble the Dragon Matriarch? The Dragon Matriarch is a powerful dragon nearing legend. How can that gold dragon fight her? It can't. It can't be that something goes wrong. What about the other dragons under Lady Bailir? They should go help. The wormlings growled in alarm. The red dragonling on a tree next to Shiluo praised instead, roar. As expected of the Dragon Matriarch, a mere green dragon can actually match a gold dragon. It seems she already possesses power not much weaker than a noble red dragon. It's acceptable for her to be the leader for now. The red dragonling nodded lightly at the end, as if expressing approval of the Dragon Matriarch. His proud posture made Shiluo's face twitch, but his eyes never left the gold dragon, until a line of data appeared. Prime Gold Dragon, level 18, exceptional status, good. A prime gold dragon. Its level was the same as the Dragon Matriarch's, level 18, and it was at the exceptional rank. Shiluo's head began to ache. Gold dragons belonged to the metallic dragons. Aside from the abnormal variants, they were the strongest among them, just like red dragons among the chromatic dragons. No wonder it could fight so fiercely with the Dragon Matriarch, an exceptional mutated dragon. These metallic dragons were naturally filled with a sense of justice, liking to aid the weak and help other minor races. They were famous throughout the Star Realm, good helpers to other races. Naturally, they were also the mortal enemies of the chromatic dragons. The two factions had been at odds for countless years due to their conflicting ideologies. What had caused this gold dragon to confront the Dragon Matriarch? Shiluo was puzzled, but he was not as worried as the other wormlings. A single gold dragon alone could not defeat the Dragon Matriarch. After all, the Dragon Matriarch was a Lord Dragon. He shifted his gaze. Suddenly, he saw two more green dragons flying out from the green forest. Young Green Dragon, level 12, elite status, good. Young Green Dragon, level 13, elite status, good. Apart from Baba Allah, the other two young green dragons had all mobilized. They roared and flew toward the battlefield, but did not immediately support the Dragon Matriarch. Instead, they dove nearby, opening their mouths to spew clouds of poison gas. Meanwhile, arrows shot up from below. The green dragons used their wings to bat away the arrows, then soared again, repeating the cycle, diving occasionally to breathe their dragon fire. This made Shiluo understand. Outside the green forest, there was not only the battle between the Dragon Matriarch and the Gold Dragon, but also the Gold Dragon's allies. This fight was not as simple as he had thought. The other wormlings also realized this, and grew even more worried. They kept discussing what they would do if the Dragon Matriarch lost. Such thoughts came and went quickly. About 10 minutes later, the two young green dragons seemed to have eliminated their enemies. With a roar, they turned to join the assault on the Gold Dragon, bombarding it with poison gas and spells covering the Dragon Matriarch. The Gold Dragon was no match for the three and soon was howling in pain, its brilliant golden body stained with blood. Then it opened its mouth and spewed a torrent of dragon flame, forcing the Dragon Matriarch and the two green dragons back before flapping its wings and flying away at great speed. The Gold Dragon had fled. The Dragon Matriarch merely stared at the retreating silhouette until it vanished completely, then let out a victorious roar and turned back to the green forest. Babala, seeing this, also let out a roar. Soon a group of nearly 100 lizardman guards appeared. The green dragoness instructed them to protect the wormlings, then quickly flew away. About an hour later, the green dragoness returned. The wormlings had been waiting for a long time. When they saw her land, they all crowded around. The wormlings stared wide-eyed at the green dragoness, their gazes filled with curiosity, confusion, and a hint of unease. They wanted to know what the recent battle truly meant. Barbara understood the young dragon's thoughts. After a moment of composure, she spoke. This is a foolish invasion. The invaders are the nature elves driven away by the great Dragon Matriarch over a decade ago. They brought a golden dragon in an attempt to reclaim the territory, but clearly they were defeated by the great Dragon Matriarch and the army of Lulin. Rest assured, little ones, the current Lulin cannot be shaken by such a level of fool. Even if a legendary powerhouse descends, we Lulin have no fear. You are absolutely safe here. Barbara's words were thick with reassurance, and her expression was filled with disdain for the elves and the golden dragon. Hearing this, the young dragons relaxed and immediately regained their lively, youthful nature. Phew. So that's it. Just a bunch of losers driven from their home, and a foolish golden dragon. How could such trash defeat the Dragon Matriarch? Nature elves, I recall their flavor is quite exquisite. If given the chance, I'd really like to savor them, especially the female elves. I've heard their flesh is incredibly tender. As one young dragon spoke, drool streamed down. The other young green dragons also swallowed their saliva in secret. They were experts at eating elves. Lulin is invincible. Even legends must tremble beneath our dragon wings. Long live the Dragon Matriarch. Long live Lady Barbara. The young dragons cheered, their worries vanishing. None of them cared about the Dragon Matriarch's invasion of the nature elves' homeland. In the eyes of chromatic dragons, plundering wealth and seizing territory is not a wrongdoing, but a feat worthy of praise. Even Shiloah felt much more at ease after hearing Barbara's words. A golden dragon and the former losers driven out of Lulin were hardly worth worrying about. Under the Dragon Matriarch's command were thousands of soldiers and 3 young green dragons. This force was enough to contend with a small kingdom to some extent. At the same time, he was not concerned about the legendary powerhouse Barbara mentioned. Not that he looked down on legendary power. Rather, he simply didn't believe Lulin would be attacked by such a high-level being. Among humans alone, legendary powerhouses were rarer than 1 in a million, extremely scarce in number. Even across the entire dragon race, legendary powerhouses were not as common as cabbage. Not every dragon could achieve it simply by growing to a certain stage. In this world, a dragon's growth stages generally were hatchling, youngling, juvenile, adolescent, young adult, and mature adult. At each stage, a dragon's body and magical power grew stronger. After that came the elder stage, where the body stopped growing though magic still increased. But even with such innate advantages, if a dragon remained ignorant, lacking powerful spells and mastery of legendary essence, they could not step through the legendary door and would be stuck at level 19, unable to advance. Even red dragons among chromatics and gold dragons among metallics were the same. Only a very few exceptionally powerful aberrant dragons, legendary dragons, and other potent dragon species could effortlessly reach legendary status through their extraordinary innate talents. Such beings were born legendary, the true apex of the food chain. Shiloah didn't believe a group of elves could find a legendary dragon or pay the price to recruit a legendary powerhouse of another race. Having sorted through his thoughts, Shiloah relaxed and returned to the nest with Gudwin and Iluin. In the central area, the breeding pen, now expanded to hundreds of square meters, held dozens of Diluah, all plump and fat. These Diluah roamed the pen. When they saw Shiloah and the other 2 dragons, they immediately showed fear, with many scurrying back into their burrows, leaving only a few still visible above ground. These few Diluah looked at Shiloah and let out grunting sounds. Shiloah glanced at the bare, muddy ground and understood. Without a word, he, Gudwin, and Iluin slowly walked over their bodies, shimmering with magical power. On the bare ground of the Diluah, pen grass began to sprout, then grew wildly at a visible rate, soon rising above the Diluah's heads. Only then did the 3 dragons stop casting. The little white dragon breathed heavily, looking slightly tired. Shiloah and Gudwin seemed a bit better, but also bore signs of fatigue. The Diluah in the pen immediately let out happy cries and began to feast. These beasts sure have a huge appetite. If our appetites were also larger and the number of these beasts increased, our magical power might not be enough. The young red dragon growled, looking at the Diluah eating contentedly. You don't need to worry about that. Our magical power grows faster than our appetite. It's just a pity we can't increase the supply, otherwise we could sell the surplus and get quite a few gold coins, Shiloah said with a smile. He was now full of thoughts about making money. But unfortunately, although Lulin was covered with wild grass and greenery, they wouldn't allow Shiloah to raise Diluah freely. If the Diluah, a creature with extremely strong reproductive ability, were allowed to multiply without natural predators, Lulin might turn into a desert. How could the green dragons tolerate that? No wonder Lulin, despite having its own livestock, still needed to hunt frequently. It seemed that even the Dragon Matriarch and other green dragons could not supply enough feed for too many livestock. Supporting thousands of soldiers was no easy task. Better be that way. The young red dragon growled, casting a deep glance at Shiloah. Why are you looking at me like that, little runt? I only ate a little extra for 2 dragons. Why are you staring at me as if I were a glutton? As if you don't eat yourself? Shiloah, not wanting to deal with the red dragon, snorted coldly and returned to his own nest. Compared to a year ago, it had changed greatly. Perhaps due to his Thunderfall dragon bloodline, he had grown increasingly fond of water. Thus he had remodeled the nest. The entire cave was bowl-shaped with a diameter of over 10 meters. The earthen walls had been baked with flames, and the interior was filled with water, not for drinking, but for soaking. Shiloah lay comfortably in the pool, his fatigue slowly fading. It felt like soaking in a hot spring from his past life. This was a change brought by the Thunderfall dragon bloodline. He didn't dislike it, and he picked up the newly obtained Tide Crystal to admire it. The Tide Crystal, worth 25 gold coins, was already the size of an adult's fist. It was as beautiful and dazzling as ever. If it weren't for power enhancement, he would have wanted to keep it and admire it every day. But alas, power was the most important thing to him. Its importance far outweighed the bloodline's instinctive desire for wealth and beautiful things. He skillfully opened his mouth, swallowed, chewed, and inhaled the Tide Crystal. Then he channeled the special energy within into his body. Shiluo silently endured the sensation. It was not until an hour later that it finally subsided completely. At that moment, he detected something unusual. He realized that the mana he had depleted by 80% merely an hour ago was now recovering at nearly double the normal speed. Mana that previously required an entire day to restore now needed only half a day. Casting his gaze downward at his chest and abdomen, he noticed his scales had become even more lustrous and glossy, with adjacent scales showing signs of interlocking and fusing together, growing denser. At the same time, his mana capacity had increased somewhat. If the mana volume of a normal blue dragon were measured as 100, Shi Luo's rapid growth along with the 3 dragon shadows from the mysterious sea had already elevated it to approximately 150. Now the Thunderfall Dragon heterogeneous bloodline had pushed it further to 160. This was 1.6 times the mana of a normal blue dragon. The Thunderfall Dragon bloodline showed clear signs of mana enhancement, marking him as a natural spellcaster. He slowly extended his dragon claw. With a thought following the memory he had just acquired, his claw moved lightly. Wisps of water elements gathered, and within 1 or 2 seconds a water sphere the size of a human head materialized. It twisted irregularly in midair. My control over water elements has clearly improved, though it still lags behind my lightning element manipulation. But it's sufficient. Water condensation art. It was originally a spell designed for spellcasters who lacked a water source during their adventures, possessing no real combat value. Unexpectedly, the first bloodline spell awakened by the Thunderfall Dragon was this. It's something nothing, I suppose. At least from now on I won't need to bother Alan into coming here to spit. I want a bath. Shi Luo murmured softly, gazing ahead. Strong heterogeneous blue dragon hatchling. Level 7 elite status, good heterogeneous bloodline, Thunderfall Dragon 10. 2 extreme lightning dragon 7. Aside from the strong prefix, a heterogeneous title has finally appeared. The Thunderfall Dragon bloodline concentration has exceeded 10%. Truly not bad. Even my level has reached 7. But I feel my actual strength hasn't improved much, probably because I was on the verge of reaching level 7 anyway. Even without the Thunderfall Dragon bloodline boost this time, I estimate I would have reached it shortly regardless. As for the Sea Tide crystal worth 25 gold coins, it only increased my bloodline concentration by 7 this time. As expected, the higher the threshold, the greater the cost required. How much gold will it take to reach 20% next? Might it require over 100 gold coins? That's far too much for a hatchling like me to earn. What on earth should I do to earn gold coins? Shi Luo gazed up at the sky beyond his lair, his mind filled with images of dragon whelps like Alexia and Kellerman. What method could he use to continue swindling gold coins from those little brats? The elves and golden dragon attacks were merely minor episodes in the young dragon's lives. But in the second week, the minor episode struck again. The golden dragon reappeared and attacked the green forest once more. The dragon matriarch led the counterattack personally, and as expected, she emerged victorious. This left the young dragons somewhat speechless and filled them with disdain for the golden dragon's second assault. Could someone this week really hope to defeat the dragon matriarch? After that, the golden dragon proved as persistent as an indestructible cockroach, reappearing every time it suffered defeat. This pattern continued for a full 2 months. However, as the golden dragon kept failing, the young dragons no longer took the loser seriously. By now, the area where the young dragons resided had long since returned to complete tranquility. A full month ago, Shi Luo, accompanied by Gaduin and Alan with grinning smiles, approached a small black dragon who was exercising and said, "Hey, Khalid, no matter how hard you train, you must keep it within reason. I've seen you practicing for quite a while. Why not take a break? I recently invented a card game. It's very fun, shall we?" The small black dragon didn't let Shi Luo finish. Shivering all over, it turned its head and bolted. Its posture was as if it had encountered the plague god himself. Watching the retreating figure, Shi Luo sighed. How have these guys become so difficult to communicate with? If this continues, I'll be in trouble. Without you lot, I won't have any money to buy sea tide crystals. These idiots have actually learned their lesson. This is going to be troublesome. The red dragon pup also sensed something amiss and frowned. The white dragon pup wore a similarly troubled expression. Sigh. That game was genuinely fun. They truly don't know how to enjoy themselves. Never mind, I'll go find other dragons. Shi Luo shook his head and made his way toward the green dragon group. But before he could even open his mouth, Alexia fixed him with a piercing stare and said, "No need to speak. Shi Luo, I know exactly what you're about to do. I can tell you with full responsibility, we will absolutely not cooperate with you. A game? Ha. It's just a different guise to swindle gold coins from us. Shi Luo, you despicable blue dragon. You've already cheated us 3 times. 3 whole times. And you still want to come swindle us again. Let me tell you, from now on we will not listen to a single word you say. Get lost. You're not welcome here." Kellerman glared fiercely at Shi Luo and growled lowly. "You lot are really something. Not adorable at all. This puts me in a difficult position." Being rebuffed once again, even Shi Luo couldn't help but feel disheartened. If the dragon whelps didn't take the bait, how could he earn gold coins? Just then a distant dragon's roar echoed faintly. The young dragons exchanged glances and sneered. It must be that golden dragon again. Doesn't he know when to give up? Why doesn't the dragon matriarch just kill him? Every 7 or 8 days he comes roaring. How annoying. Disgusting metallic dragon. When I grow up, I'll teach those fools a proper lesson. I'll tie them up and feed the elves and humans to them. They boast about being champions of justice, right? It'd be hilarious to watch them devour the companions they claim to protect. The young dragons chattered among themselves, descending into increasingly vile topics, unable to suppress their uproarious laughter. But just at that moment, Mother Green Dragon Babala, perched atop the great tree, made a response completely different from the past 2 months. She beat her dragon wings and soared into the high sky, letting out a piercing dragon roar before looking down at all the young dragons. All dragons, listen well. Stay right where you are. Do not go anywhere. Wait for my return. Having shouted this, Babala beat her wings and flew away. Immediately, a swarm of lizardmen surged toward the area. This time, even Lady Babala has taken the field. Looks like they're getting serious. All the dragons of the Green Forest have mobilized. That golden dragon is dead this time. The young dragons showed no concern for Babala's departure. Instead, they emitted excited low roars. They seemed to already envision the scene of 4 dragons tearing the golden dragon apart. Shiloah, somewhat intrigued, scaled the colossal tree to its summit, gazing into the distance. Gordon Allen and other dragons were also in the forefront. The familiar scene of a golden dragon battling green dragons once again unfolded before his eyes. All 3 green dragons, including Barbara, lunged at the golden dragon, launching a 4-on-1 assault. Although the other 3 were merely young adults, the golden dragon had a formidable archer supporting it. Yet it was still howling in pain, swiftly losing ground. Barely a dozen minutes passed before the golden dragon could endure no more and turned to flee. This time the dragon matriarch did not let it escape. With a ferocious roar, she led the 3 green dragons in pursuit. Indeed, this golden dragon has truly infuriated the dragon matriarch. He's doomed. For dragons on the hunt. No one can save him. Those fools of the metallic dragon kind. They deserve a thrashing. Despite being dragons, they always aid those lowly races, completely lacking the proper demeanor of a dragon. How despicable and revolting. The young dragons sneered and cursed, their expressions jubilant. They watched the dragon matriarch chase the golden dragon until it vanished from sight. Then one by one they descended to the ground. Their excitement had yet to wane, and they continued chattering incessantly. Shiloah, along with the other 2 dragons, gathered together. The red dragon whelp snorted, a flicker of interest in his voice. The dragon matriarch has finally made up her mind to kill that golden dragon. She could have struck the first time, but she delayed until now. Green dragons are such a contradictory lot, always adhering to some absurd rules. There was a hint of disdain in the red dragon whelp's tone. Compared to other chromatic dragons, blue and green dragons, though belonging to the evil alignment, are of the lawful evil persuasion. Hence they adhere to more rules and regulations. Representatives of incomplete evil, burdened with more scruples. The red dragon, the quintessential chromatic evil dragon, belongs to the pure chaotic evil alignment, so the red dragon whelp naturally looked down on such behavior. Despite being adult dragons with power nearing legendary status, they were so timid. In the red dragon whelp's eyes, this was utterly disgraceful. If the red dragon whelp were an adult, he might have already cursed the dragon matriarch aloud. You can't say that. If not for the dragon matriarch, we might have perished out there long ago. Isn't it thanks to their very nature that we met in Greenwood and have been living together peacefully? Shiloah responded with a smile. The white dragon whelp nodded repeatedly in agreement. Shiloah, though your power is formidable in terms of character, you're not much different from those weaklings. The strong need not care about the weak. They should trample them mercilessly and plunder everything they have. The red dragon whelp added, casting a sidelong glance at the other young dragons. Shiloah had no doubt that if not for Barbara's restrictions, this fellow would have already snatched the other young dragon's possessions. Even though he alone was no match for a group of them, every dragon understood the red dragon whelp's intentions. He was about to say more when suddenly a thud echoed. A lizard folk not far from them collapsed straight to the ground. The other lizard folk, meanwhile, were yawning and drowsy. Within a few breaths, they began to fall in droves. Seeing this, Shiloah instantly became alert. He then looked at the other young dragons. Some of them also appeared listless. Something's wrong. There's an enemy. He immediately growled. Hearing this, all the young dragons forced themselves to stay alert and began scanning their surroundings. Shiloah, with a quick glance, roared, "There must be a very potent narcotic in this area. Hold your breath. Climb the trees." With that, he leaped onto a tree, preparing to ascend. But the next moment, a swoosh sounded. Shiloah's ears twitched sharply. He pushed off the tree with all 4 limbs, rebounded, and leaped aside, landing from midair. At the spot where he had just been, a pitch-black arrow was embedded in the tree trunk, the entire arrowhead buried deep within. Shiloah squinted and turned his head toward the direction from which the arrow had come. A scar-faced man with a buzz cut slowly drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, knocked it, and took aim. Meeting the gaze of Shiloah and the other dragons, the man revealed a smirk. "Little whelps. If you don't want to get hurt, you'd better stay put and not move. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too brutal." Behind the archer, several figures slowly materialized from thin air. 3 armored warriors armed with swords and shields. A white-robed figure holding a pure white wooden staff, seemingly a cleric. And another figure in blue and black attire, adorned with several gemstone rings on his fingers, clutching a black wooden staff, a spellcaster. As expected, the plan didn't go smoothly. Soul-confusing incense is a potent narcotic, but it only managed to knock out those lizard folk. Its effect on the young dragons was negligible. As expected, we need to do it ourselves. One of the armored warriors stepped forward and spoke gruffly. Isn't this anticipated? They are the top magical creatures of Dumalangsing. Their resistance to potions is unmatched by other beings. I never believed the plan would succeed from the start. The spellcaster said indifferently, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly in good spirits. The cleric remained silent, but as his lips moved he raised the pure white wooden staff, and beams of light fell upon the two armored warriors. Shilaw with his keen ears caught some of the cleric's murmurs. Great Peleer, God of holy light, protect your followers. Grant them the courage to face all, bless. Great Peleer, God of holy light, protect your followers. Grant them the strength of a bull, bull's strength. Great Peleer, God of holy light, protect your followers. Grant them the endurance of a bear, bear's endurance. Invaders. Merely 4 humans. How dare you invade Greenwood? Do you think you can defeat us? Defeat the great and noble dragons. Upon seeing the young dragons held their breath, but showed no fear. Instead, they let out disdainful jeers. I don't know how you slipped past the Greenwood guards and infiltrated this place, but unfortunately this will be your grave. Those lizard folk you knocked out are just useless trash. You don't actually think we need such weaklings to protect us, do you? Koraman sneered in the same vein. 3 gemstone rings finely crafted with magical fluctuations seem to be decent magic items. That staff is a blackwood staff worth about 16 gold coins. And that holy wooden scepter around 12 coins. The bow and armor also seem quite valuable. Good, good, I like you. The red dragon whelp muttered, his eyes gleaming. Like Shilawa, he was short on funds. Shilawa, however, fixed his gaze upon these 4 enemies. Human hunter, level 7, status good. Human warrior, level 7, status good. Human warrior, level 8, status good. Human warrior, level 7, status good. Human priest, level 7, status good. Human caster, level 8, status good. 2 at level 8, 4 at level 7. This lineup was by no means weak. In certain kingdoms, professionals of levels 7 or 8 in some border towns were certainly considered major figures. If they were willing to abandon their adventuring careers, they could even become honored guests of nobles or lords, securing a very lucrative position. Among them, a warrior might even have the chance to become a knight. Such combat power was more than sufficient to deal with a group of wormlings barely 7 years old. But obviously ordinary 7-year-old wormlings should not include Shilaw and the red dragon Welpkaduin. Both 7-year-old wormlings were now at level 7. Though only level 7, as dragons, they were far more versatile than typical human professionals. In strength, agility, speed, endurance, defense, and magic, they were nearly all-encompassing. This was something humans could never match. That was why from the moment dragons were born, the word elite appeared in parentheses after their level. Shilawa believed that defeating an ordinary level 8 caster or human warrior in one-on-one combat should be no problem at all, even if these people had been buffed by a priest. Among the remaining dragons, though most were only levels 4 or 5, a dozen or so dealing with the remaining 4 level 7 humans should be more than enough. These careless intruders seemed to have underestimated them. Was it because they had obtained sufficient intelligence? They clearly knew that Babala might be lured away today, and that a group of lizard men would be protecting them. A group of nearly 100 lizard men. Although their strength was not great, ranging from levels 2 to 4, their numbers were overwhelming. If it came to a fight, even a dozen wormlings would find it difficult to easily dispose of these lizardmen, especially if the lizardmen were equipped with proper weapons and tactics like human soldiers. They might even turn the tables and defeat the dozen wormlings. Such combat power could not be ignored, so they had concocted a sleeping potion. These fellows knew the Lulan too well. They easily found the wormlings in the vast woodland, used the sleeping potion at the perfect moment, and brought a perfectly matched force. And who could have such a deep understanding of the Lulan at present? Shilawa's heart stirred as he frowned, realizing their identity. Yet he was reluctant to accept it, because if it really was them, it would not be good news for him. The humans in front showed no intention of attacking immediately. They seemed in no hurry. But the wormlings could no longer contain their impatience and launched an attack. Several wormlings roared, charging straight at the humans, while others began preparing spells on the spot. None of the wormlings used their breath weapons, as that would only make them inhale more of the sleeping potion in the air. Though their resistance to potions was strong, they were not completely immune. Abayer, the blue dragon whelp, took the lead using lightning flash, his body crackling with electricity as he bounded toward the human hunter, determined to take him out first. The human hunter was prepared for this. He released his fingers, and the arrow he had ready shot forth. The blue dragon whelp twisted to dodge, but the arrow was faster. It struck him in the lower abdomen instantly. The blue dragon whelp let out a low grunt, a flicker of pain crossing his face. His charge slowed slightly, but he did not stop. Instead, he continued lunging at the hunter. His eyes gleamed with ferocity and brutality. The hunter did not flinch or dodge. He remained calm, merely stepping back half a pace. A warrior behind him raised an iron shield, blocking the way. The moment the blue dragon whelp pounced, the warrior slammed the shield viciously onto the wormling's forehead. With a loud clang, Abayer screamed, and was sent flying sideways, tumbling several meters after hitting the ground. Empowered by Bull's strength, this humans might had reached a level that could match a young dragon. Seeing this, the other wormlings hesitated in their charge, clearly not expecting these humans to be so formidable. A bunch of useless weaklings. The red dragon whelp overtook the others from behind, letting out a cold growl. He lunged at the iron-armored warrior. The warrior attempted the same tactic. He raised his shield to strike. The red dragon whelp grinned savagely, raising his claw mid-pounce and slashing down with all his might. Clang! The clash rang out once more. This time it was not the wormling who was sent flying. Instead, the iron-armored warrior stumbled back several steps, nearly falling. Having landed a hit, the red dragon whelp prepared to press the attack. But another level 8 iron-armored warrior quickly stepped forward to block the assault. The red dragon whelp, somewhat annoyed, let out a furious roar and burst into flames, attacking the human warrior, who dared to intercept him with berserk ferocity. The level 8 warrior retreated repeatedly, but managed to parry Geduin's attacks. The occasional counterattack and taunts only fueled the red dragon whelp's rage. The hunter frowned slightly and immediately shot a cold arrow. However, unlike a bear, Geduin's body was protected by molten earth. In addition to his naturally thick scales, the arrow only penetrated a mere inch into his head. The red dragon whelp, having experienced combat with Shiloh, could fight tenaciously even under severe injuries. This level of damage could not sway him in the slightest, and his combat power remained nearly undiminished. This red dragon whelp is this strong. What a fierce monster. But no matter, a wormling of such high quality should be much desired by those powerful casters. The hunter narrowed his eyes, not alarmed, but pleased. I heard there's a blue dragon here, even stronger than this red one. The caster said softly, his gaze shifting to Shiloh. Their conversation was not deliberately hushed. Every dragon heard it clearly. This infuriated them. Trading dragons, such a practice did exist on the Dua Malankishing. It was a topic and taboo that most dragons refused to speak of. It was a disgrace in the eyes of all dragons, especially among the chromatic dragons. As evil dragons, they never cared about the fate of other dragons, only their own comfort and well-being. Therefore, many chromatic dragons became a quick path to wealth in the eyes of some adventurers. Of course, this was limited to hatchlings and wormlings. Though young dragons possessed inherited memories due to their youth, their personalities had not yet been fully fixed by those memories. Even their evil nature retained the possibility of change. The value of a dragon was immense. Having a dragon as a partner or subordinate was of tremendous help, whether to powerful adventurers or to great noble houses. If a powerful caster had a dragon subordinate, they could obtain free dragon blood scales and other producible dragon materials, as well as a formidable combat force. This combat power could help them gain the upper hand in battles against strong enemies. And if a faction had a dragon partner, it might ensure the entire family or organization flourished for generations to come. It was precisely for this reason that the value of a dragonate, or even a young dragon, was exceedingly high, typically costing no less than several thousand, often exceeding 10,000 gold coins, and rising further if its potential was exceptional. Compared to adult dragons, dragonates and young dragons were relatively weak and far easier to capture. Of course, the most crucial factor was that although they were constantly influenced by dragon legacy and their own bloodline genetics, dragonates and young dragons still retained the possibility of taming and training. Some relied on contracts, while others cultivated emotional bonds. Contracts, without question, carried a coercive effect. Generally, great dragons found it exceedingly difficult to break free until they reached the legendary tier, yet once they did, the probability of shattering their contractual bonds increased dramatically. Throughout history, there had been countless tragedies where entire families were exterminated due to such bonds. Conversely, attempting to bind a dragon through emotion was naturally not an endeavor for the faint of heart, since ancient times only a select few had ever succeeded. Within Shiloh's memories of the dragon legacy, the most notorious case belonged to a variant black dragon named Gaite. Captured by an adventuring party in its youth, the black dragon was ultimately sold to the household of a powerful noble family named Li Huar. In a shameful turn of events, it was moved by a human woman, eventually mating with her and producing offspring. Even after the woman's passing, it remained steadfastly devoted to the entire family, maintaining that loyalty all the way to its ascent into legend. Such tales were incredibly famous in the human world, celebrated as a romantic anecdote, and encouraged other nobles to eagerly imitate and emulate. Yet within the world of chromatic dragons, it stood as a profound disgrace etched permanently into the dragon legacy. Before this variant black dragon Gaite had ascended to legend, other dragons even sought it out to slay it. The outcome was predictable. They all failed. This disgrace among the chromatic dragons has persisted to this very day. The metallic dragon lineage fared considerably better compared to the chromatic 5. Their social structure closely resembled that of typical human clans, marked by remarkable unity. This effectively spared them from the fate of being bought, sold, or bound by forced contracts. They could only encounter one another through chance and maintain their bonds through mutual affection. Consequently, when people spoke of trading dragons, chromatic dragons were the first to come to mind, followed by the neutral gem dragons. Just hearing such talk could utterly shatter the composure of a chromatic dragon. It was nothing short of tearing at their open wounds. Shiloh narrowed his eyes and began casting spells. Meanwhile, the other young dragons were consumed by raging fury, roaring as they pounced toward the humans. They wanted to tear every last one of these humans to shreds and swallow them whole. Other dragonets swiftly unleashed spells aligned with their innate elemental attributes. In an instant, arcs of lightning, spheres of ice, and entangling vines rained down upon the human figures. But at that moment, the level 8 caster finally took action. He lightly raised his darkwood staff, and a blue gemstone ring on his finger began to glow. In the blink of an eye, several arcane missiles shot forth, colliding with the lightning, ice orbs, and vines erupting into bursts of elemental fireworks. Even the vines were shattered at their roots. This caster seemed exceptionally proficient with arcane missiles. Their power far exceeded the norm, intercepting almost all of the young dragon's spells, while the occasional breach was met and shattered by a wave of holy light from the cleric. A level 8 caster and a cleric were invaluable in large-scale combat provided they were adequately protected. The other young dragons understood this instinctively and immediately shifted their focus toward these two spellcasters. As they closed in, the two remaining armored warriors charged forward to hold them back. Simultaneously, the void warped and 3 assassins clad in black materialized, driving their daggers deep into the backs of 3 young dragons. The 3 young dragons shrieked in pain and erupted into even greater frenzy, counterattacking the assassins. Yet the assassins' agile forms danced like playmates, teasing 2 of the dragonets into frantic circles while delivering precise dagger strikes whenever the opening arose. Meanwhile, Shilua's spellcasting reached its culmination at that exact moment. The soil upon the ground rose like a living entity, slowly enveloping his body. His entire draconic form turned a dusty grayish-brown. Earth and stone armor cast complete. He then fixed his gaze upon the 3 suddenly manifested assassins. Human assassin. Level 7. Human assassin. Level 7. Human assassin. Level 7. 3 more level 7 assassins. With that, the enemy's lineup was undeniably formidable. 2 level 8s and 7 level 7s. Among the dragonets, only he and Gaduin had recently reached level 7. None of the others had even reached level 6. They were merely levels 4 and 5. Even though they were dragons possessing immense physical advantages across the board, these humans were equally well equipped. Coupled with the soul-draining incense restricting their breath, weapons, the gap was simply insurmountable. Numerical superiority was hardly on their side either. Then there was the issue of coordination. Young dragons were incapable of refined teamwork. They were all proud individuals who fought solely for themselves. These attackers at a glance were clearly a group of adventurers. Faced with such disparities, the young dragons were inevitably at a disadvantage. Shilua's heart grew heavier still. He couldn't help but entertain the fleeting thought of simply turning tail and fleeing. Meanwhile, one of the human assassins, after teasing 2 of the dragonets for a while, noticed Shilua's piercing gaze and hesitation and offered him a sharp-toothed smile. His figure flashed forward, sprinting toward Shilua at a pace barely slower than that of the young dragons. From afar, the hunter and the caster alike cast their gaze upon the unfolding scene. To make matters worse, footsteps echoed simultaneously from behind. He turned his head slightly, letting his peripheral vision glance downward. Human assassin. Level 9. Another human assassin. And it was a damn level 9. 2 full levels higher than him and Gaduin. How many more enemies were hidden in this place? Shilua silently wailed in his heart, but he also knew there was truly no escape now. Since he refused to let me flee, then let it be battle. Shilua's eyes turned fierce. Azure blue lightning erupted across his body and his limbs drove hard against the ground. Like a high-speed automobile, he surged toward the level 7 assassin. Several of those closely watching him seemed unprepared for the encircled dragonet to strike first, let alone with such savage and blistering speed, leaving them momentarily stunned. The assassin felt a flicker of alarm and shifted his body to evade. However, Shilua had anticipated this. Almost simultaneously with the dodge, he released a towering dragon's roar. An invisible draconic aura radiated outward. Though far from as ferocious as an adult great dragon's, it still caused the level 7 assassin to hesitate for a fraction of a second, causing him to miss the chance to fully evade. This sent a tremor of panic through the assassin. Yet as a seasoned professional, he would not simply wait for death. While dodging as best he could, he thrust his dagger straight towards Shilua's head. His obvious intent was to force Shilua to yield ground. Meeting this, Shilua's gaze remained resolute. The distance between them shrank to merely 6 or 7 meters in a single breath, a collision inevitable before half a second elapsed. Witnessing this, the distant priest waved his staff again. Shield of Faith. A second-tier spell completed, granting the target a mystical defensive barrier capable of significantly reducing incoming damage. Unlike his previous muttering incantations, this cast was nearly instantaneous. A shimmering radiance completely enshrouded the level 7 assassin. It appeared as though an invisible wall had been erected before the assassin. Feeling the protection, the assassin breathed a silent sigh of relief and even wore a faint, peculiar smile. Just as he and the others presumed this blue dragonet would voluntarily yield, Shilu merely twisted his neck, slightly sidestepping the direct collision with the dagger. Not evading. The assassin's eyes widened sharply, yet without fear, his smirk deepening. He drove his dagger viciously into the young dragon's neck. The keen blade pierced through the earthen armor, pressing firmly against the dragon's scales. Yet the momentum behind it was no longer sufficient to drive deeper. The dragonet's body had now crashed heavily into the shield of faith. Clang! A deafening boom resonated. The barrier shattered like glass under the tremendous impact, dissolving into spectral light. Clearly a second-tier divine spell could not withstand the brutish charge of a dragonet hurtling at no less than 150 kilometers per hour. The force of such an impact rivaled that of a high-speed automobile collision. Even so, the young dragon's velocity was immediately halved. Yet that massive draconic head continued its relentless advance. Its razor-sharp horn pierced through leather armor right before the assassin's widened eyes. Ugh! Accompanied by a shriek of agony, the assassin was involuntarily impaled upon the dragonet's horns and hurled violently against the trunk of a great tree. A boom! The collision of the giant tree and the human body produced a crashing sound. An agonizing scream. This level 7 assassin felt as if every bone in his body was shattering, letting out a most miserable wail. Outua! A cry of alarm rang out from afar. Several arrows and a few arcane missiles all landed on Shiluo at once. The arcane missiles exploded, blasting several holes in the earth armor on Shiluo's body, even damaging the dragon face beneath. A few arrows also pierced directly into the earth armor. Ugh! Shiluo let out a pained grunt. The power of the arcane missiles was almost entirely blocked by the earth armor, and the same was true for the arrows. But one of the arrows, made of silver, was exceptionally different. Shiluo felt that arrow pierce through the earth armor and even penetrate his dragon scales. It lodged in the flesh. A tingling sensation spread from the wound. The silver arrow was poisoned, but for him it was still within tolerable limits. Sensing that the level 9 assassin behind him was also closing in, Shiluo endured the pain and swiftly twisted around, hurling the impaled level 7 assassin fiercely at the enemy. The level 9 assassin did not catch his companion with his arms. Instead, he sidestepped, letting his comrade's body fly 7 or 8 meters away and crash to the ground. This unfortunate assassin, having lost Shiluo's horn that had plugged his chest wound, had blood gushing out continuously, appearing severely wounded and incapacitated. Without treatment, he would surely die. The priest in the distance raised his staff again. Heal wound, cure light wounds. 2 holy spells descended. The wounds on the level 7 assassin's chest and abdomen began to rapidly heal. Seeing this, Shiluo's heart tightened. When he used to play games as an adventurer player, he never felt this way. Now, as the target of the attack, or rather the monster being hunted by adventurers, facing the priest, he immediately felt an indescribable sense of disgust. The level 7 assassin, a hit that should have caused a casualty, yet after 2 spells of healing, if left alone, he would lose 70 to 80% of his combat power, but still survive, and might even strike Shiluo at a critical moment. This foiled Shiluo's plan to reduce their numbers. At the same time, he realized a more troublesome issue. Even this was achieved only by taking the enemy by surprise and at the cost of some injuries. If he fought these guys head-on, his damage output would be insufficient to quickly kill enemies, and the priest's healing could almost continuously sustain the recipients. If he couldn't take out the priest first, this battle was simply unwinnable. What? You suggest exhausting the priest's holy energy. Fight a war of attrition with the enemy. Only if Shiluo had lost his mind would he do that. Although this priest was only level 7, as a chromatic dragon, Shiluo had some discernment. The opponent's staff and priestly robes greatly enhanced and aided the use of divine spells. If he really did that, the result would surely be that they would be whittled down one by one. Don't forget the restriction of the lost incense here. The young dragons couldn't use their breath attacks, and their combat power was also limited. The level 9 assassin had also closed in on Shiluo, again brandishing a dagger and stabbing at him. Shiluo quickly swung his tail in retaliation, forcing him back. Then lightning flickered all over his body. Discharge. Discharge erupted again as he fought the assassin. Level 7 versus level 9. Shiluo was not at all at a disadvantage. In fact, in a one-on-one fight, he was absolutely confident of defeating the opponent. But the hunter and the spellcaster on the side were watching menacingly. The other young dragons, all below level 6, exerted too little pressure on them. A level 7 assassin and a level 7 warrior could almost face 2 young dragons without any strain. As a result, the hunter and spellcaster could periodically attack him. In just over 30 seconds, the earth armor on his body was almost completely shattered, some scales were damaged, and his body was injured. Blood slowly flowed from the wounds. At the same time, the arrow and dagger wounds on those injuries were not deep, but the feeling of numbness and drowsiness was steadily increasing. The attacker's aim from beginning to end was to knock them unconscious and then tie them up. This showed that the enemy probably wouldn't go for the kill. If so, this battle might still be winnable, though difficult. But if he could endure some injuries and achieve victory, he pondered while dealing with the enemy's attacks. Suddenly, he noticed the assassin's attacks were gradually weakening and the moisture in the green forest was becoming increasingly dense. This made him glance at the little white dragon and Geduin. These 2 dragons, one was using ice magic, the other fire magic. The cold and heat met naturally generating continuous steam. The air and ground of the entire area became slightly damp. Shiluo's expression shifted. He quickly performed a wide-range tail sweep, forcing the level 9 assassin back. Then he made a simple auxiliary casting gesture. Water condensation water elements quickly gathered, forming a water ball the size of a human head. This made many who had been diverting some attention to this outstanding young dragon show a look of surprise. They couldn't figure out what he intended to do with such a spell at this moment. Shi Luo naturally wouldn't answer that question. With a wave of his claw, he controlled the water ball to shoot like a cannonball toward the distant spellcaster. The spellcaster immediately fired an arcane missile, shattering it. The water splashed everywhere, drenching a nearby armored warrior. This slowed the armored warrior who was originally facing Geduin's attacks, and he was caught off guard, knocked back several steps by a tail sweep, nearly falling. He couldn't help but roar, "Damn it! Don't let the water get on me. My inner armor is soaked. My movements are slowed." As soon as he finished speaking, the red dragon cub roared and charged again, swinging its claws, continuously forcing the level 8 warrior to retreat step by step until he stumbled and fell. If not for the spellcaster's continuous arcane missiles bombarding the red dragon's head, this shield warrior might have been finished. Ugh. So this was the purpose of water condensation. To soak our clothes with water, thereby reducing our body's adaptability, making melee fighters less agile. That is somewhat useful, but just a petty trick. The outcome will not change. Delaying time is meaningless. Your backers have either fallen or been lured away, failing and falling to the ground, being taken by us to find a powerful master. That is your fate. Wouldn't it be better to just lie down obediently? At least this way you'll suffer less. The spellcaster narrowed his eyes and said softly. He seemed to feel victory beckoning to him. Indeed, in a frontal battle, they had no reason to lose. Shi Luo ignored that. He cast water condensation repeatedly. Water bombs continuously blasted toward the invaders, only to burst apart. The endless splashes of water fell, making the area's moisture even denser and slightly obscuring some invaders' vision. This indirectly bought some time for the other dragons. Thus, nearly another minute passed. Of the dozen or so dragon cubs, 5 or 6 had already been taken down, nearly having their number. Those who could still hold on were the elite among the young dragons, but they were gradually weakening. Due to the sedative, they had been holding their breath, making it hard to exert their full strength, and minor wounds on their bodies were increasing. The red dragon cub was already breathing erratically, its attacks becoming more disordered. The armored warrior under attack now defended against the red dragon's strikes with almost no effort. This enraged the red dragon cub, who roared, "Damn lowly humans. If not for these sedatives, you would all be turned to charcoal by my flames." The little white dragon Alan, due to his lame leg, had been sent away early by Shi Luo, and was continuously using spells to help Shi Luo attack the level 9 assassin. But his strength was simply too weak. As the weakest white dragon. Even weaker during his juvenile stage. Although he possessed Frost Dragon bloodline, it was far from potent, and AI Lun's current level remained merely 4th rank. The gap between a 4th rank combatant and a group of 7th or 8th rank humans was simply too vast. Even with the innate talents of a great WYRM, it could never be bridged. Not to mention he was a lame dragon. A dragon without a single elite subordinate trailing his ranks. In a one-on-one encounter, any human who wasn't a priest could effortlessly defeat AI Lun. Under such circumstances, disrupting a 9th rank assassin was not entirely impossible, but highly improbable. The little white dragon watched with growing anxiety as Shi Luo's wounds multiplied and blood began to seep steadily. Yet despair tugged at him as well. Were they truly destined to be bested by these humans and sold off like cattle? But if there truly was no other way, then at the very least, just let me be sold alongside Shi Luo to the same buyer or faction. As long as he stayed by Shi Luo's side, that would be enough. He prayed silently within his heart. Far off, AI Li Shia was struggling against an 8th rank assassin, the same one who had intercepted her when she'd previously tried to flee. At only 5th rank, she was being ruthlessly pressed by the assassin, her body riddled with an ever-increasing number of wounds. Damn it, I won't allow you to harm AI Li Shia. Have the guts to come at me instead. You damn lowly humans. Die. The roar of Kula Man's fury echoed in his ears as he desperately intercepted the assassin's strikes. Were it not for him, AI Li Shia would have fallen long ago. Yet even this knowledge only deepened her despair and dread. She felt her body growing weaker by the moment, her consciousness heavy and dragging. AI Li Shia did not spare Kula Man a single glance. Instead, her eyes drifted toward Shi Luo in the distance. Though Shi Luo had constantly played them for fools, it couldn't be denied that the title of the strongest juvenile dragon had firmly taken root in his mind. Wisdom, strength, and cunning were the traits inherently associated with him. Faced with this dire situation, perhaps, Shi Luo still had a solution. How would he resolve it? She clung to hope. But as she watched Shi Luo continuously cast water condensation, her spirit dimmed once more. What was she thinking? After all, Shi Luo was only a juvenile dragon, just like her. Dragons were mighty apex predators atop the food chain of Domalink Star. Yet they bore their own inherent drawbacks. Their growth cycle was exceedingly prolonged. Hatchlings from 0 to 5 years, juveniles from 6 to 15, adolescents from 16 to 25, young adults from 26 to 50, mature dragons from 51 to 100, prime adults from 101 to 200, full-grown giants from 201 to 500, followed by old age spanning 500 up to 2,000, 3,000, even 4,000. Against such lifespans, the dragon's maturation seemed staggeringly protracted compared to humanity's meager century. Even those blessed with extraordinary talent struggled to defeat fully mature humans who had mastered supernatural techniques during their juvenile years. It was much like the tigers of the Blue Star world, crowned the king of beasts perfect in every metric. Yet in their juvenile stage weren't they still vulnerable to ordinary humans? Only upon reaching adolescence and truly adulthood did they unveil their kingly majesty. These juvenile dragons merely 7 years old were roughly equivalent to tigers only 3 or 4 months old. Shiluo, however young he might be though perhaps the strongest of his kind, was still only a juvenile dragon. AI Lishi aside, Shiluo's continued use of water condensation was genuinely baffling to dragons. Roar! Shiluo bellowed. As the primary target, he felt himself nearing his limits. Having forced the 9th rank assassin back, once more Shiluo immediately drew a deep breath. Countless currents of air surged into his mouth and flooded his lungs. It only intensified the overwhelming weakness seizing his entire body. Arcs of lightning flickered from his maw, casting a faint glow across the otherwise dim surroundings. All the juvenile dragons and humans instinctively turned their attention toward him. The invaders couldn't help but grin. He's actually beginning to charge his breath weapon, deliberately inhaling the soul-draining incense mixed in the air. A juvenile blue dragon proving this tenacious was indeed beyond our expectations, but it all ends here. Everyone listened closely and prepare to dodge this final counterattack. Those at a distance murmured in appreciation. The spellcaster even offered a verbal warning. They made no move to interfere, instead focusing entirely on evading. Dragon breath attacks were devastatingly powerful, but as long as one dodged there was little to fear. They watched with bated breath as the lightning arcs in Shiluo's mouth condensed into a trembling sphere of storm energy. Then with a piercing shriek it shot toward the 9th rank assassin. The assassin wore a dismissive, contemptuous smirk, though the distance between them was short. But against an agile assassin without magical bindings, an attack of this magnitude would undoubtedly miss. Such was the case. The instant the thunderball arced toward him, the 9th rank assassin bared his teeth in a grin and executed a sharp lateral slide. His figure dissolved into afterimages, sliding sideways as if gliding across the ground. This was the phantom step, a unique footwork technique. Rather than simply sidestepping an attack, he could easily evade the fellow deliberately chose to show off. He even had the leisure to glance over his shoulder, watching the thunderball streak past him. And then, it struck the ground, which had long since transformed into a shallow pool of water. Wait, a pool. In an instant the assassin's heart lurched violently, a profound sense of foreboding washing over him. In the next breath the entire thunderball detonated upon impact, fracturing into countless arcs of blue light that fanned out across the watery surface. Though lightning's propagation through water fell far short of light speed, it still exceeded the speed of sound. Far too swift for these professionals, none of whom had reached the 10th rank to dodge. The nearest 9th rank assassin felt a current surge through his entire body, followed instantly by paralyzing numbness. A monstrous roaring dragon cry erupted in his ears. The aberrant blue juvenile dragon roared, "Quick! Take this opportunity. Kill them all." Before the words faded, lightning exploded across its scales. In a blink it closed the distance, its massive claw enlarging in the assassin's vision. The assassin felt a sudden crushing pain in his head as the dragon's claws seized him and slammed him violently into the earth. The moment his body struck the ground, searing agony flashed through him, and then consciousness completely deserted him. Crimson and white viscous fluid dripped from Shiluo's dragon claws. At that moment, everyone within dozens of meters of Shiluo was immobilized by the dispersing electric currents. This included the juvenile dragons themselves, but their innate magical resistance far surpassed that of humans. They recovered from the paralysis almost instantly and pounced upon the hunters, priests, and assassins, sinking their fangs into their throats. Gudun hurled the 8th rank armored warrior to the ground, wore a savage grin, drew a deep breath, and unleashed a torrent of concentrated dragon fire straight onto him. The area was bathed in a crimson glow of flames. When it was the spellcaster's turn, a juvenile dragon bit down upon him, and the caster's entire body disintegrated into a pile of ash appearing dozens of meters away. Only now did the spellcaster's paralysis break. Sweating profusely, he watched the scene unfold. Everyone except him, was utterly finished. After breaking free from the paralysis, those gripped by the juveniles had not yet perished. But they possessed absolutely no ability to break free from the overwhelming strength pinning them down. After all, as humans, even if their ranks surpassed those of the juvenile dragons, their power relied on technique rather than brute force. Against sheer unadulterated physical dominance, they could only scream and struggle in vain. Among them, the armored warrior beneath the red dragon Gudun was in the most dire state, consumed by flames. The fire continuously seeped into his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, reducing him completely into a living inferno, a torment 10 times more agonizing than the others. In this moment, the tide of battle was utterly reversed. And this was solely because that aberrant blue dragon hatchling had spat a lightning sphere onto the ground, allowing the electric energy to spread through the pools of water to everyone. This dragon, from the very beginning, it had not merely used the condensed water technique to soak their clothing. Rather, it transformed the ground into miniature pools, combining with their damp garments to conduct electricity. This was somewhat beyond the caster's expectations. But what surprised him even more was the sheer power of this dragonet's breath. It likely approached that of a 4th-tier lightning spell. This is why even with its explosive force dispersed, it still incapacitated everyone within dozens of meters with temporary paralysis. More crucially, these people were already drenched, which amplified the paralyzing effect of the lightning to nearly match a 4th-tier thunder spell. While this level of paralysis proved devastating for humans, it was comparatively feeble against dragons with their resilient physiques. Earlier, the ordinary blue dragon had been relentlessly hurling lightning spells, but their power paled in comparison to Shi Luo's breath attack, differing by more than mere multiples. This overconfidence had all the adventurers caught off guard. All these factors converged perfectly. The entire battlefield shifted in an instant. Humans with their fragile bodies stood in stark contrast to the dragonet's resilience, and when struck at vital points while paralyzed, they faced near certain death. They were not those elite professionals. Those veterans equipped with powerful gear would likely fare far better against such sudden threats. This was a band of adventurers below level 10, not weak, but far from elite. They certainly lacked the wealth to afford powerful supportive equipment. Only he, the caster who was already affluent, escaped unscathed. I never expected it would end like this. What a failure. The sole surviving mage cast a lingering glance at Shi Luo. He understood his mission had utterly failed, yet he felt no grief for his fallen companions. A green glow enveloped his body as he fled at breakneck speed. It's over. Shi Luo exhaled deeply, watching the caster vanish into the distance. Now released from his tension, he felt burning pain across his body, scarred and bloodied from head to tail as a young dragon. He couldn't help but feel grateful. If these invaders hadn't been aiming to capture them alive, he would have perished here. A level 9 assassin's combat prowess was formidable. He was confident he could face one in single combat. However, with his own deteriorating condition and the hunter-caster and priest coordinating against him, he had no chance of victory. If they hadn't deliberately targeted non-lethal areas, he wouldn't have lasted this long. The sedative had now seeped deep into his lungs and body, leaving him unable to move as his entire form collapsed sideways. He had reached his limit. Thud. Shi Luo fell to the ground. Shi Luo. In an instant, 3 voices cried out simultaneously. They lifted their heads and exchanged glances. AI Li Xia. Since when do you care so much about Shi Luo? Gudun remarked, moving towards Shi Luo to check on him. But the young white dragon AI Luan arrived first, sprinting over and placing his dragon claw on Shi Luo's chest. Feeling the heartbeat still fluttering beneath, he finally exhaled in relief. He spread his forelimbs to embrace Shi Luo, intending to carry him away. But the moment his limbs made contact, his body froze rigid. He realized he couldn't possibly lift Shi Luo, whose frame was far larger than his own, and his severed limbs made such an endeavor impossible anyway. Instead, Gudun approached and effortlessly scooped Shi Luo into his arms, then cast a glance toward AI Li Xia. The young female dragon's expression had grown troubled. Sensing Gudun's gaze, she turned away and murmured, "After all, Shi Luo turned the tide and saved us. I naturally care about him. Is he going to be all right? He won't die for now, but his injuries are severe. The worst among us, possibly even more serious than my previous wound." Gudun's face darkened as he spoke. "Damn it. Does any dragon know healing magic? Come quick and treat Shi Luo. If he keeps bleeding like this, he'll be in danger." The young white dragon growled impatiently. "We're 5-color dragons. None of us knows such magic unless we seek out Baba La's teachings, and unfortunately no dragon would do that." AI Li Xia shook her head gently. "Whoa. If I'd known, I wouldn't have spent gold coins on ice crystals. I should have learned healing magic from Lady Baba La instead." The young white dragon pouted and couldn't hold back his tears. "Fool. Stop your blubbering. How could this guy possibly die here? His body is as strong as mine. Just let me lick it and stop the bleeding." Upon finishing, Gudun leaned forward and extended his tongue toward Shi Luo's wounds. The young white dragon immediately began licking frantically. Everyone should climb the trees quickly. Staying on the ground is unsafe. The effects of that soul loss incense don't seem to have worn off yet. The young female dragon finished speaking and hastily climbed toward a nearby tree. Upon hearing her words, the other dragonets followed suit, scrambling up the trees as well. On the ground, besides the unconscious lizard men and the young dragons who had fallen earlier, there were only the corpses of dead humans scattered about. The equipment on these bodies was valuable, but they didn't dare to loot recklessly at this moment. First, there was the lingering threat of the soul loss incense. Second, Shi Luo, the key hero of this battle, lay unconscious. They had no right to take anything, and even if they did once he woke up, they'd likely face his wrath. From their perches atop the trees, the young dragons gazed toward the horizon, waiting for the return of their matriarch Baba La. Nearby, Kala Man, who had been with AI Li Xia, displayed an expression of suspicion and gloom on his dragon face. He kept staring at Shi Luo, then instinctively glanced over at AI Li Xia. He had a sense that when Shi Luo fell just now, something about AI Li Xia had changed from before. "AI Li Xia," he called softly. What is it, Kala Man?" AI Li Xia turned to look at the little green dragon with confusion. "What are your thoughts on Shi Luo's performance this time?" Kala Man asked quietly. "My thoughts? He did wonderfully. He saved all of us, basically. I never expected him to be so selfless. With his strength, if he truly wanted to flee, he probably could have escaped from these humans. Yet he chose to stay and fight to the death alongside us, rescuing all of us dragons in the process. He was always such a detestable, vile, and despicable dragon before, but this time, he performed remarkably well. It truly surprised me. Compared to him, our performance was utterly inadequate. We were at a disadvantage even one-on-one, though this might be due to our age difference. But this Shiluo fellow is genuinely incredibly powerful. The young female dragon continued praising Shiluo without pause, until after a long while she glanced at Kola Man and noticed the little green dragon's expression had shifted from green to a deeper shade of blue. Upon seeing this, Alexia felt a sudden chill in her heart. She quickly changed the subject and said, "Although Shiluo performed admirably, Kellerman, you were equally courageous. If not for your protection this time, I fear I would have fallen helplessly to the ground. I am truly grateful to you, Kellerman. In my heart, you are braver than Shiluo." With those flattering words spoken from the young female dragon's mouth, Kellerman, who had previously turned green with fright, finally regained his composure. He let out a foolish chuckle, his face beaming with joy. Hee. "It is my honor to help, Alexia. Rest assured, Alexia. No matter what happens in the future, I will always protect you. I was born solely for your sake. You are the most beautiful green emerald in my heart." The young green dragon gazed at the young female dragon with deep affection. Upon hearing this, she smiled tenderly and expressed her gratitude once more. Time slipped away minute by minute, until the sun gradually set in the west. The Dragon Queen and several figures, including Barbara, appeared. Each green dragon returned to the green forest on their own. From afar, Barbara spotted a group of young dragons perched atop the trees, all bearing wounds. Her expression shifted instantly, and the speed of her wing beats increased several-fold. Only when she arrived above the young dragons and looked down at the ground did her expression change again. She descended rapidly, gathered their wounded bodies into her grasp, and only then did she regain some composure before gently furrowing her brows. "This is the residual aura of soul-steering incense." Speaking thus, she flapped her massive dragon wings with great force. The powerful gusts rapidly circulated the air within moments. Meanwhile, the young dragons on the treetops began climbing down. The little white dragon Alan hurriedly ran to Barbara's side and wailed, "Lady Barbara, quickly please save Shiluo, he is badly injured." Barbara cast a glance at the unconscious Shiluo, gave a slight nod, and with a sweep of her claw, Shiluo's wounds began to slowly heal. And at this moment, Shiluo, still unconscious, reappeared in the mysterious sea. Before the massive skeletal skull, the phantom of Alan, the little white dragon, had become as solid as reality. The phantom images of Gordon and Abel had grown somewhat more substantial than before. Additionally, a phantom of Alexia had appeared. This phantom, like the original phantoms of Gordon and Abel, was extremely faint, as if it might dissipate at any moment. For this, Shiluo was not surprised at all. Instead, he gazed deeply at the dark text before him. "Defeating the strong with weakness, you defeated an enemy far stronger than yourself in an incredible manner. Reward 15 achievement points. Current achievement points 40. Another achievement unlocked. And it gave me 15 points at once. All my hard work wasn't in vain. I now have a total of 40 points, enough to exchange for Storm Breath. But is it really the right time to exchange now?" Shiluo's eyes involuntarily scanned downward. High-speed healing after taking damage. Wounds can be healed more quickly. Cost 20 achievement points. Storm Breath grants you the ability to breathe storms. Cost 30 achievement points. High-speed casting. Your casting speed will receive a modest boost. Cost 25 achievement points. Shiluo's gaze focused on high-speed healing, unable to tear himself away from it. In a normal situation, I would undoubtedly choose Storm Breath at this moment. But the circumstances I face are far from normal. The Green Forest was attacked by outsiders, which proves that the Green Forest is fundamentally unsafe right now. If that golden dragon is not dealt with soon, the trouble will be enormous, and there could be another wave of attackers at any time. I cannot completely pin my hopes and my own safety on these dragons of the Green Forest. Barbara is also unreliable. The lizard men she sent over were all useless idiots, utterly worthless. I must rely on myself to ensure my own survival. In that case, I absolutely cannot afford to remain injured for so long. But exchanging Storm Breath might also improve my strength and unlock other mutated bloodlines. This makes it so difficult to choose. No, wait. Even if I unlock a mutated bloodline now, it would hardly be useful, because I simply have no funds. Even if I took the human war booty outside, I could only strengthen one direction of my mutated bloodline first. The Thunderfall Dragon's water attribute pairs perfectly with my innate thunder attribute, which has already been proven in this battle. Storm Breath should perhaps be postponed further. Right now, high-speed healing is what I truly need. Shiluo, having reached this conclusion, concentrated his entire attention on high-speed healing. Current achievement points 20. Current talents: Breath Enhancement, Strength, Rapid Growth, Sharp Claws and Fangs. High-speed healing. The mysterious sea twisted once more. Shiluo opened his dragon eyes again. Feeling somewhat weary, he sensed that the surroundings were a bit noisy. Gazing at the shadow enveloping him, he said with delight, "Lady Barbara, you've finally returned." Was the pursuit relatively smooth this time? At the same time, a series of sighs came from beside him. Shiloh turned his head and saw that Gordon Allen and the other dragons all wore expressions of relief, clearly having let out a long breath. You're injured to this extent, and yet you still care so much about the green forest. Barbara was somewhat surprised and let out another sigh. I was originally going to ask the other dragons, but since you've awakened now, it would be better if you explain the situation here first. No problem. Shiloh slowly climbed to his feet from the ground. After Barbara's treatment, his condition had improved considerably, so he gave a gentle nod. Having been awake for only a short time, he had not yet felt the effects of high-speed healing. Instead, he began cooperating with Barbara to recount the events of earlier. After listening, Barbara couldn't help but reveal a grim expression. This time was indeed rather fortunate. Fortunately, Shiloh, your strength is mighty far beyond that of ordinary young dragons. You are undoubtedly the strongest among the Green Forest's young dragons. Your performance has far exceeded the enemy's expectations. Soul-steering incense troop deployment and the ability to easily locate your area, coupled with their thorough knowledge of the Green Forest. That bunch of scoundrels certainly have guts. So this is the confidence that comes from being favored by the gods. By the end of her words, Barbara's voice clearly revealed extreme fury. The other dragons listened with confusion, but Shiloh's heart stirred. Favored by the gods. What did that mean? He attempted to speak. Lady Barbara, if my guess is correct, the attackers this time should be closely related to the Qinghe Merchant Guild, which has been trading with us all along. And what does favored by the gods mean? Is the guild's master a god's chosen? God's chosen, as the name implies. Those blessed by the favor of gods. They occupy the highest rank among clergy. Only beings with extremely devout faith and suitable physiques have the possibility of becoming God's chosen. These gods chosen are generally high-ranking figures within the godly churches, such as popes, holy sons, and holy daughters. Throughout the entire Duomalank star, such existences are extremely rare. They can draw upon the gods' power to the greatest extent, and at the very least they are at the legendary tier. They are the prodigies and legendary figures of the entire Duomalank star. The Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. Those despicable humans. I knew they were up to something. Damn it. How dare they? How dare they oppose the Greenwood and the Great Dragon? The Great Dragon Matriarch will surely lead her Emerald Army to eradicate the entire Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. Let these fools tremble beneath the shadow of the dragon's wings. I knew it. When we first faced those lowly humans, we should have devoured them. Before Barbara could speak, the young dragons erupted at the first part of Silo's words, growling in fury and hatred. Yet some young dragons caught the latter part of Silo's speech and exclaimed in shock. The Qinghe Chamber of Commerce has a divine favor. That can't be possible, right? The entire assembly fell silent at this. A divine favor. No way. Another young dragon doubted. Barbara ignored the young dragon's howling, focusing her gaze on Silo, and said seriously, it must be the work of those creatures. It's all because of their identity. Favored by the gods. Of course they are not the divine favor, they are not worthy. To be precise, they are a bunch of lucky fortunates. Not divine favor, yet they dare to provoke the Greenwood. A truly lowly and foolish lot. They must be completely eradicated. I will make them wail in my poison and perish. The young dragons clamored once more. What exactly is that? Silo ignored the young whelps and asked. All of you brats be quiet. Barbara, irritated by the incessant noise, roared in annoyance. This silenced the young dragons instantly. They lowered their heads. Listen, so-called fortunates appeared over 7 years ago, around the time most of you were born. Fortunates are far less powerful than the gods' favored ones, and they don't even have an advantage over ordinary people. Currently, these fortunates are known to most of the continent. Since you've been in the Greenwood, I haven't mentioned them. Now I'll tell you. These creatures are quite interesting. Madame Barbara paused, observing the young dragon's rapt, curious gazes. Then she continued. 7 years ago, some deities from the astral realm accidentally made contact with a world called Blue Star. This world is not vast. The entire planet is rather small, but its population is enormous. Over 8 billion people. 8 billion. Humans like those in our world. With high intelligence. Alicia gasped, her body trembling. The other young dragons also showed shock. Duomalank Star was vast, at least 5 or 6 times the size of Blue Star in area, but it housed many races besides humans, elves, dwarves, halflings, gnomes, beastmen, orcs, giants, dragons, fey creatures, undead, sea folk, and more. Among these, elves were divided into high elves, blood elves, night elves, moon elves, dark elves, and so on. Dwarves included mountain dwarves, dark iron dwarves, fire dwarves, and gray dwarves. Beastmen were even more diverse, including catfolk, tigerfolk, lionfolk, pigfolk, and even centaurs, minotaurs, lizardfolk, and gnolls under this broad category. The undead comprised zombies, death knights, liches, bone dragons, skeletons, and more. If counted carefully, there were at least several hundred distinct species. Yet their combined population didn't reach 8 billion, let alone all being human. Humans were high-level intelligent beings, an excellent resource for the gods in terms of followers. The faith energy they could provide was far greater than that of ordinary beastmen, orcs, gnomes, halflings, dwarves, or fey creatures. It was generally only below that of dragons, giants, and elves. But dragons and giants. Their numbers were already scarce, and these beings, due to their innate power, were not strongly devoted to the gods. Compared to divine power, they trusted their own strength. Hence, despite their high quality, it was extremely difficult for the gods to obtain their faith. As for elves, the quality of faith they provided was not much different from humans, but the numbers were vastly different. All elven subspecies combined probably only numbered around 10 million. Under these circumstances, humans were considered a prized asset by most deities, a valuable resource. Humans were high-level intelligent life. In average intelligence, they were far inferior to dragons and elves. Yet, even on Domalink Star, they were among the most powerful forces. This was not only because they were more favored by the gods and had more clergy, but also because of their strong curiosity and learning ability. Many humans tirelessly studied techniques and knowledge to strengthen themselves. Some particularly exceptional humans showed remarkable wisdom. They propelled human society's civilization and strength. Although dragons verbally looked down on humans, they only disdained the weak. The chromatic dragons bullied only the weak. They respected humans with great power. The total human population on Domalink Star was about 2 to 3 billion, and even that number made them one of the planet's most powerful factions. What kind of powerful force would the 8 billion humans of Blue Star develop? What consequences would they bring to the whole world? Yes, almost identical to the humans in our world. Barbara nodded. The young dragons opened their mouths, slightly unsure what to say. 8 billion people. If they all came to Domalink Star, wouldn't the entire world's structure change? If the gods favored them, even our dragon race's living resources might be squeezed. Silo frowned, speaking with concern. They can't come over. Barbara shook her head. Those creatures are very interesting. When they come to our world, they are generally undisciplined. Moreover, they have no concept of keeping their original world's information secret. All factions have easily obtained the intelligence they wanted from them. Well, how to put it? It should be a world with highly developed technology. Their weapons are very powerful, capable of cleansing surface life. The strongest among them are no less than legendary level spells, perhaps even stronger. But they have no supernatural powers, they are just ordinary people. Nor do they have the ability to come to our world on their own. As for causing our dragon race to lose living resources, ridiculous. If not for the metallic dragons and gem dragons refusing to cooperate, the whole Domalink Star would have been ours long ago. Barbara slowly revealed the information she knew. 80 billion. No matter how you say it, such a massive number of people arriving on Domalink Star is absolutely terrifying. Alexia's face still showed concern. 80 billion is just the total population of launching. The number of those who have come to this world is far less than that. Mortals without any extraordinary power. They can only rely on the power of the gods. The gods took a liking to them, desiring their faith. Thus they created a mortal body for some of the believers, allowing them to survive on Domalink Star. But what truly made other beings feel their fortune was that their souls were blessed by the gods. Even if they died, their souls would not be destroyed or annihilated. Instead, they would go to the divine realm of the god they believed in, and finally return to launching. Thus they became emboldened and reckless. Babala explained, creating bodies. Although such a thing is simple for the gods, if the scale is massive, the consumption of faith power would also be enormous, wouldn't it? And they can even be resurrected. Even gods would suffer a deficit, wouldn't they? How could a god with their wisdom make such a deal? The little dragoness Alexia couldn't help but ask. Only a few are granted bodies. The faith requirement is not high. Just a basic believer is enough. But it also requires some money. That money in their world seems to be called 50,000 Daxia coins. And 50,000 Daxia coins can buy cheap chicken from that world, about 6 or 7,000 pounds. This value is already equivalent to 4 or 5 gold coins here. The cost is indeed not low. The other young dragons were slightly surprised. Exactly. And that's only one aspect. More importantly, after they die, even with the gods' protection, they return to their original world. But returning to Domalink Star is not that easy. After that, they need not only another 50,000 Daxia coins, but also a 5-year period of recuperation. Babala added. Hearing this, Shiluo was somewhat surprised. In his past life on launching, he was actually not clear about this. The Alliance official only announced that one should not treat the journey to the other world as a game, but rather regard it as a real flesh and blood world. They were not players, but descenders. It was further announced that death would cause some damage to the descender's soul, requiring a long period of recuperation, the purpose being to protect the descender's soul. And it required the descenders to spend a certain amount of time each day during their recuperation praying devoutly to the gods. Only after accumulating enough faith could they purchase a helmet and descend into the other world again. Now Shiluo possessed the dragon's inheritance with part of its knowledge. He understood quite a few things and had gained some new perspectives. In Shiluo's current view, the content of these announcements and the measures taken were far too biased in favor of the gods. All the selected descenders, their role was not merely to come to Domalink for fun. It was more like being the first batch of tourists. Because the launching people's technology was advanced, everything would instantly be known to the whole world. Everything would be scrutinized under a magnifying glass. The magical races and spells here would endlessly attract the launching people, filling them with longing. Therefore, those who were not qualified under such circumstances would probably think about it day and night, praying to the gods every day in hopes of getting a chance. And those without money would become even more frantic. Because according to the previous alliance announcement, if one wanted to go to the other world without paying money, they would need a faith far more devout than ordinary belief. Thinking back carefully, all the information released by the alliance was about how the launching people could better believe in the gods, letting millions, even tens of millions, come to the other world to promote it. Let the other 80 billion people fanatically believe in order to get this opportunity, thus reaping a large number of high-quality believers. Hiss! What a brilliant scheme. Shiluo suddenly felt that things were not simple. The gods of this world, according to the dragon's inheritance memory, were extremely powerful, even to the point where a single god could annihilate launching with ease. No, there was no need for gods. The legendary powerhouses of the undead species could actually do it. They could easily turn scenes from some biochemical movies into reality, turning launching, which had no extraordinary mystical power, into a realm of the dead. Although launching's technological power was also strong, its nuclear weapons could even rival legend-level spells, and those of larger yield would be even stronger. But launching's weapons were mostly straightforward brute force attack modes, which were too disadvantageous against the ever-changing mystical forces. Thinking this way, was the entire high level of launching truly having a friendly exchange with the astral gods? Were they not threatened, or even directly manipulated? With the power of the gods completely controlling the launching high level was an easy task. This was really... Shiluo's mood suddenly became complicated. He was a launching person before. Now the situation of launching was far less optimistic than he thought. But now he occupied the body of a blue dragon from the astral realm Duomalank star. What was that saying? Where you stand depends on where you sit. If possible, which side should he help? No, wasn't it foolish to think about these things now? He was just a young dragon, what could he do against the power of the gods? Wouldn't it be far more enjoyable to simply grow stronger, dominate a region, than to bother with these trivial matters? He shook his head secretly, no longer pondering this issue. While Shiluo was thinking, the conversation between Babala and the young dragons had not ended. After hearing the cost of resurrection, the young dragons' tense hearts relaxed again. But immediately Babala changed the topic and said, "Oh, by the way, there is another good piece of information. The time ratio between that world and our world is 1 to 5. 1 day there equals 5 days here. Therefore the so-called 5 years is actually just 1 year." This sentence jolted Shiluo awake. He suddenly felt a hint of joy. In that case, his more than 7 years in this world would only be about 1.5 years on launching right. Grandmother is only over 70 now, and with her health, she must still be very robust. No. Now, due to the strange situation with the helmet, I have been on launching for 1.5 years. This is definitely not the situation a normal launching descender would face. Shiluo was very clear about this, because the Alliance had previously explained in detail. Even when descending into the other world, one could retrieve their consciousness at any time and return to launching. In that case, I am probably considered dead in grandmother's eyes. Or have I been a vegetable for 1.5 years? This. How heartbroken she must be. Sigh. Shiluo sighed inwardly. He could only pray that she was still in good health. If possible, he really wanted to see her again. Then, how many lucky ones are there on Duomalank star? Do you know, Lady Babala? Even if only 1/10 came, that would still be 8 billion, wouldn't it? Alexia asked with some concern. I don't know the exact number either, but certainly not that many. Moreover, although the population of the planet Millingsing is not large, its territory is extremely vast. Based on what I have seen and known so far, within the territories of ordinary nobles, the number of lucky ones is only a few out of 100, or even fewer, hardly worth worrying about. Barbara explained, her tone filled with disdain for the Blue Star people, thoroughly dismissing them from her mind. Shiluo's eyes flickered as he also spoke. The Blue Star world has such close contact with our world. They have exposed their world's coordinates. Are they not afraid that some powerful evil god will destroy their world? That question, I don't know either. Exploring a different world is beyond my ability, and the ordinary people of Blue Star won't understand it. Perhaps only the legends and gods can know. The young female Emerald Dragon shook her head. Gods create bodies. So could the humans of that world possibly become beings as noble as us? Or are they destined to remain human? The Red Dragon cub frowned and asked. He certainly did not want his noble Red Dragon bloodline to be tainted by a group of lowly humans. This would be the greatest insult to all chromatic dragons, especially the Red Dragons. The other dragons also tensed up at this. You need not worry. Several powerful dragon gods originated from the dawn of creation and are true immortal ancient dragon gods. Their need for faith is far from reaching that of those gods, and they have not participated in it. As for other gods, our dragon bodies are the greatest masterpieces of the entire world. Whether in strength, magic, lifespan, or wisdom, they are perfect. How could they be so easily created? Barbara explained, her words brimming with the pride of being a dragon. However, when Blue Star people come to our world, not all of them become humans. Some do turn into other races. Elves are the most popular among them, but very few manage to meet the conditions to become elves. Most can only become humans, or dwarves, or other inferior races. There are also some strange ones who request to become monsters. Hearing this, the other young dragons breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The noble bloodline of giant dragons had not been tainted by lowly beings. However, Shilua's expression was somewhat peculiar. Could he not become a dragon? Then, what was the matter with him? But then again, his own arrival in this world was already strange enough. At that time he merely put on the helmet and fell into unconsciousness. He felt as if he was shrouded in mist. The mysterious sea in his dream and his golden finger, what did they represent? Could his incarnation as a dragon in this world be the plan of some immortal ancient dragon god? Or a scheme? For a moment his thoughts wandered far, until Barbara spoke again. Now you should understand why the people of the Qinghe Merchant Guild are not afraid of us, right? I understand. When their lives are not genuinely threatened, humans' courage can become astonishingly bold. As a former human, Shilua murmured softly. Exactly. Their courage is indeed great. Because of their own identities, many of them were quite welcomed by local noble lords at the beginning. But soon a very small number of them did some outrageous things that shocked the world. One person, using his popular identity, managed after some effort to become a guard for a king's queen. Then, relying on his exceptional knowledge, he got entangled with that queen. In the end, the king found out, flew into a thunderous rage, beheaded the lucky one in public, and threw the queen into a death cell. After that, similar incidents became frequent, with noble women being their targets. Some even shamelessly tried to become apprentices of powerful spellcasters, doing crazy things like kneeling at the spellcaster's door day after day and fabricating false information. Some even stripped naked and lay dead at the spellcaster's doorstep. In the end, they ruined their relationships with most nobles, lords, and some spellcasters. Barbara explained with great patience. Shilua opened his mouth, then sighed inwardly. As expected of those idiots who had been baptized by the era of big data, they were indeed capable of anything. So are we just letting them off for this attack? The red dragon cub frowned displeased. Of course not. Once we completely eliminate that golden dragon, it will be their day of destruction. Barbara said with a fierce expression. Eliminate the golden dragon. Did that damned creature escape the dragon matriarch's claws again? The young dragons exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. He escaped again. This time he brought in adult silver dragon and a group of adventurers. Even the dragon matriarch and the other 3 dragons combined could not stop them. Barbara's expression darkened as she finished speaking. Shaw couldn't help but glance at the young female dragon's somewhat disheveled body and the areas where scales had shattered. Although the flesh beneath the scales had been healed, the fractured scales still told Shilua that she had sustained these injuries in the recent battle. Moreover, Barbara spoke lightly, but Shilua could detect some undertones. In this pursuit, the dragon matriarch and the 3 young dragons alone might have been no match for the golden dragon, the silver dragon, and the group of adventurers. Perhaps if not for the timely arrival of the dragon army, the dragon matriarch would have fled with the 3 dragons in disgrace. Had the strength of the golden dragon and the elven faction reached such a level, he hoped it was just his own misjudgment. Damn it. Another silver dragon appears. A bunch of shameless bastards. Silver dragons and golden dragons deserve to die the most. They are always mingling with weaklings, those fools. The young dragons cursed loudly. Afterward, Barbara comforted the young dragons, saying that the dragon matriarch would surely eliminate the golden dragon and then healed each of them. After all the dragons woke up, they rested for a few more days, then changed the young dragon's territory before meeting the dragon matriarch. This attack on the young dragons was no small matter for the entire green forest. Upon learning of it, the dragon matriarch took it very seriously and comforted them well. She transferred all the previously negligent lizard men to cannon fodder units, and instead assigned a group of tree monsters, numbering as many as 300, to be their guardians. These tree monsters almost surrounded the area where the young dragons lived. As for the spoils of war, naturally they were left for Shilua to distribute. The dragon matriarch and Barbara had no intention of embezzling them after all the attackers had been defeated by the young dragon's own strength. If they embezzled now, it would likely cause discord. The dragon matriarch, being a territorial dragon lord and a mutated dragon, would not easily be blinded by greed for gold. She didn't care much about such petty gains. 5 assassins, 1 priest, 3 warriors, 1 hunter. A total of 10 professional class between levels 7 and 9. Their equipment was also fairly decent. Several days passed. The young dragons had each recovered somewhat from their injuries. Shiluo also seemed much more energetic. Though he had only rested for a few days, his innate talent of rapid regeneration had accelerated his recovery considerably. He felt as though he had rested for over 10 or even 20 days. Aside from being unable to engage in high-intensity combat, nothing major remained amiss. He gathered with the young dragons and carefully appraised the spoils. The total value came to approximately 44 gold coins. Excluding that cleric, the intruder's equipment was hardly particularly luxurious. Such was the norm for adventurers. What a pity. If that caster could have been killed, the haul might well have doubled. That was the real prize. However, casters were notoriously difficult to eliminate, armed as they were with a myriad of techniques. That he had escaped was only natural. Gazing down at the scattered equipment on the ground, the young dragons once again turned their gaze toward Shiluo. One of them could not help but ask, "The value has been calculated clearly enough. Now, Shiluo, do you intend to entrust Barbara to sell these on our behalf? In that case, it might take several weeks or even months. We don't mind. A few months is fine with us. But this ultimately depends on Shiluo, Gaduin, and Alan, doesn't it?" Haven't all three of them been spending gold coins continuously to purchase crystals and refine their bloodline concentration? If they are not in a rush, then waiting a few months is acceptable. Hearing this, Shi Luo pondered for a moment. His need for gold and his eagerness to improve his bloodline concentration far exceeded that of the other dragons. He was simply unwilling to accept a result that would only materialize months later. Given the current situation in Green Forest, who knew what might happen months from now? Frowning slightly, Shi Luo turned his head toward Geduin and Alan and said, "Entrusting the sale would take far too long. I cannot wait." "What do you think, Geduin?" "Alan, I can't wait either. I'll follow your judgment." "Then let's sell them to Barbara. However, doing so means we must leave some profit margin for her. Perhaps 10%, perhaps 20%, or even more." TCH. The young red dragon clicked his tongue discontentedly upon hearing this. "I'll follow your judgment." The young white dragon looked at Shi Luo, his attitude firm. "We'd have to give that much. Then we simply cannot accept that." The other young dragons grew anxious at once. "Rest assured, the one who needs this most is me, and I will not let you all bear the cost alongside me. I will cover the gold coins paid to Barbara myself. Of course, if the amount turns out to be excessively high, then we will simply have to delay the sale." Shi Luo replied. The maximum profit margin he was willing to give Barbara was 20%, for which he would need to part with nearly 9 gold coins himself. This was by no means a trivial sum. Only because the situation in Green Forest was far too urgent would he take such a measure. As expected of Shi Luo, truly reasonable and sensible. The other young dragons were finally satisfied. Then it's settled. Shi Luo, you and Alan go meet with Barbara. Remember to exchange my gold coins for flame crystals. I have other matters to attend to. After the young red dragon spoke, he hurriedly departed. Watching the others' retreating figure, Shi Luo felt something was strange. Lately he had noticed that this dragon cub was sleeping about 1/3 more than usual. This was entirely unlike his normally energetic and vigorous self. Though the injuries from this battle were not light, he had suffered far worse previously and had never been like this. There was something wrong, definitely something wrong. However, every dragon would inevitably keep certain secrets to themselves. Shi Luo had no intention of probing further. Thus, accompanied by the young white dragon Alan, he set out to find Barbara. After only a few steps, Shi Luo turned his head in mild surprise and glanced back. The young white dragon Alan, who had been following closely beside him all along, had now stopped in his tracks. He swayed his tail restlessly from side to side, appearing somewhat shy and uneasy. His pair of forelimbs were also twitching aimlessly, as if weighed down by heavy thoughts. This prompted him to ask aloud, "What's wrong, Alan? If something is bothering you, just tell me directly." Shi Luo, I have something I'd like to ask of you. Between us, there's no need to be so hesitant. Just say it plainly." Shi Luo laughed heartily, gave the young white dragon's body a gentle pat, and offered words of comfort and encouragement. Yes. It's like this, Shi Luo. I want to borrow some gold coins from you." He lowered his head, unable to meet Shi Luo's gaze, his eyes fixed instead on the somewhat disheveled grass beneath his forelimbs. "Borrow gold coins? You wish to purchase additional ice crystals to strengthen your mutated bloodline?" Shi Luo asked. "No, it's not that, Shi Luo. I want to trade with Barbara for a healing spell. In our last battle, I was utterly useless. If I could learn a healing spell, I would have been able to help you. But I accomplished nothing at all. I am so useless." The young white dragon spoke in a depressed tone, his words brimming with disappointment. Because of his injured leg, his close combat ability was far too poor. Despite Shi Luo's instructions to use spells against their enemies, the adversaries hardly paid him any mind, and his disruption effects were extremely ineffective. This filled the young white dragon with endless self-reproach. Shi Luo was somewhat surprised. His gaze fixed on the back of the young white dragon's head. An expression of contemplation appeared on his face. This might actually work after all. Though ordinary healing spells were vastly inferior to those of holy warriors, in critical moments the ability to heal wounds could still significantly enhance their endurance. At the very least, they would not be worn down and defeated so easily. If Alan learned it, the effect would at least be substantial. In any team, the most important role was always the healer. Shi Luo understood this clearly. "I understand. Your consideration is very thorough. We truly do need a healing spell. Lift your head, Alan, and come with me to meet Barbara." Shi Luo spoke gently and patted the young white dragon's head. The young white dragon shivered with excitement and let out a happy sound. Then together with Shi Luo, they headed straight for the canopy of the giant tree where Barbara resided. Upon seeing the two young dragons arrive, the young green dragon was not at all surprised. He merely glanced at them and said, "Have you come to commission me to help sell your equipment?" "No. Selling the equipment through others is far too troublesome. I hope Barbara can take in those intruders' equipment directly and give us the gold coins in return. Of course, we will also reserve a profit margin for Barbara. I simply do not know how much she would require." The young green dragon opened her mouth in mild surprise, then sighed, and said, "So you've grown impatient, have you? It seems the current situation in Green Forest has instilled a sense of crisis in you. This was only natural. Since you wish to sell the equipment to me directly, then I indeed ought to claim a portion of the profit. If another dragon had come to me, I might have taken roughly 30% as my cut. But in your case, I don't mind offering you some preferential treatment. Those equipments are valued at between 44 and 45 gold coins. How about this? I will give you 40 gold coins taking only a 10% margin. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Shi Luo felt a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Barbara, that female dragon, still valued his potential, highly demanding only a tenth of the profits. Among dragonkind, this was a rare act of generosity. A smile spread across Shi Luo's draconic face. Thank you for your kindness, madam. We shall never forget your favor. Then it settled. The green dragoness smiled, gesturing lightly with her claws. Vines from beneath the colossal tree coiled around the equipment Shi Luo had previously moved there, slowly dragging it before her. Gazing at the batch of equipment, the green dragoness examined it briefly before nodding gently. She then swallowed each piece one by one and subsequently spat out 40 gold coins. After receiving them, Shi Luo spoke again. Madam Barbara, aside from selling equipment, I also wish to purchase some spells from you. May I ask what the prices are for spells here? You wish to buy spells from me? That is hardly a wise choice. The Thunderfall Dragon and Frost Dragon are both exceptionally powerful bloodlines. You should focus all your efforts on purchasing crystals to enhance your bloodline concentration, Barbara advised, looking at Shi Luo with surprise. Well, I know that, but spells are equally important to us. In my view, the battle against the invaders was somewhat fortunate. There was no coordination among the dragons, and the spells had little synergy. Similarly, those invaders made me realize how immense the role of healing magic is. If not for the final strike catching them off guard, we would never have been able to reduce the numbers of a team with a priest. How could we have triumphed? Upon hearing this, Barbara glanced at the little white dragon, whose eyes held both hope and guilt, and an expression of understanding dawned on her face. She grinned slightly and said, that is true. The role of healing magic is crucial in team combat. Since you are sincere in your desire, I shall grant your wish. Listen, here the price for a first-tier spell is generally 3 gold coins, second-tier 7, and third-tier 15. Among them, the second-tier healing spell holds a special tactical position. I would price it at the level of a third-tier spell. However, since it is for you, I can still offer it for just 7 gold coins. Are you certain you need it? Barbara finished, eyeing the two dragons with interest. The little white dragon's hopeful expression froze instantly, and he said weakly, 7 gold coins. That's so expensive. Shi Luo, let's forget it. Upon hearing this, Shi Luo's face involuntarily twitched. He had just praised this female dragon for her generosity. Now she barely offered any discount. With the greenwood so perilous and having faced invaders, couldn't she be more open-handed? Sigh. If it were metal dragons facing such a situation, the elders would surely have been generous. This doesn't even require direct payment of gold coins. It's just knowledge. Would lowering the price kill you? Besides, I am a prodigious dragon. Haven't you always believed in me? Aren't you expecting great things from my future? Shi Luo grumbled inwardly. Wait. Expecting great things. Believing in him. Shi Luo's eyes darted around. Suddenly a smile crept onto his face. Barbara saw that smile and felt a flicker of familiarity, but before she could ponder it, Shi Luo abruptly asked, what do you think of my potential among all dragonkind? Well, it is excellent, of course. Your future achievements will surely be no less than the dragon matriarchs. I have told you this before. Barbara nodded, gently, not understanding why Shi Luo was asking this. Then do you think I will have the opportunity to obtain thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins in the future, eh? Shi Luo inquired further. As long as you can reach adulthood, it should be no problem, Barbara nodded again. Since you so highly recognize my abilities and future, why not engage in a transaction with me? A gleam of light flashed in Shi Luo's eyes. This transaction might bring you thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins, you know. Oh, thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins. Barbara shifted from a lazy crawl to a half-crouch, her eyes fixed on Shi Luo's, burning with eagerness. What is this transaction you speak of? Investment, Shi Luo declared with conviction. Investment. Barbara was somewhat puzzled. Exactly. Investment. Investment means putting a portion of funds into an item or a project with the hope of obtaining higher returns in the future. What do you want me to invest in, eh? Me, Shi Luo said solemnly. Since in your eyes, Madam Barbara, I am a mighty dragon destined to rival the dragon matriarch, why not invest in me? Invest in me with your knowledge of spells, and I will repay you double after I reach adulthood. What do you think? That is not bad, but isn't double too low? Barbara said after a moment of deliberation. Double is not low. After all, this is a business with no capital cost. Selling spells is inherently difficult. Most people only recognize the Spellcaster Association. Moreover, aside from me, can you get such returns anywhere else? Shi Luo could not help but ask further. This world also had banks. But like the foreign banks of Blue Star, if you deposited money there, they would not give you interest. Instead, they would charge a custody fee. Therefore, after a moment of thought, Barbara agreed. Subsequently, Shi Luo and the little white dragon Alan spent an entire day there. From Barbara, the green dragoness, they learned dozens of spells ranging from 1st to 4th tier. Of course, for now, they had only memorized them by rote. Truly mastering them and being able to use them calmly in combat might take several years. The total price for all these spells at Barbara's establishment was as high as 550 gold coins. Additionally, a single 4th tier spell cost 50 gold coins. Thus, Shi Luo signed a contract with Barbara agreeing to pay her 1100 gold coins in 100 years. The Green Dragoness held the newly signed contract, her heart full of joy. The little white dragon looked at Shiluo with a mix of worry and admiration. The knowledge of dozens of spells had greatly benefited him, and he felt that after fully absorbing it he would undoubtedly be able to help Shiluo. This filled him with great delight. Yet he was secretly anxious about whether paying 1100 gold coins in the future was too much. Madam Barbara, our transaction can actually continue. Shiluo spoke again while Barbara was still overjoyed. It can continue, eh? Barbara was taken aback. Exactly. This time it is real gold coins. And the return is not merely double, but tenfold. If you give me 100 gold coins I will repay you 1,000. Give me 1,000, and I will repay 10,000. Give me 10,000, and I will repay 100,000. Invest 10,000 and get back 100,000. A tenfold return. The young Green Dragoness's eyes blazed with intense light, her breathing growing heavy. Beside her the little white dragon Alan stared at Shiluo in utter astonishment. What do you think, Lady Barbara? A full tenfold return on investment. I believe there is no better deal in this world, is there? Shiluo said slowly, his voice low and deep like a devil's whisper echoing in the Emerald Dragon's ears. Huh. Tenfold return. The Emerald Dragon's face grew more eager. She hesitated, then after a long pause gazed at Shiluo and said, You little rascal, you're actually thinking of this. I must say it is quite tempting. But this is not like intangible knowledge, it's a tangible payment of gold coins. And under this premise you must safely grow to at least adulthood. That will take nearly 100 years. A mere 100 years, for us dragons, is that long? I think not. Or are you worried I might die halfway? Barbara did not answer. With the Dragon Matriarch's presence, I am not a troublemaker. Your concerns are entirely unnecessary. In just 100 years, every coin invested in me will multiply tenfold. Can you find such an opportunity elsewhere? If you miss this chance you might never have another in the thousands of years to come, right? Shiluo continued. What are you still hesitating about? Does Lady Barbara not even dare to take this risk? As chromatic dragons we plunder and kill. Every act is fraught with danger. Many dragons have died in such endeavors, but did we fear? Investing in me is far safer than plundering outside, isn't it? Or do you lack confidence in yourself, believing you cannot live another 100 years? Shiluo spoke again. Barbara's expression softened under Shiluo's persuasion until she finally sighed heavily and said, You're right. It's only a little risk. Who achieves great things without taking risks? I won't give up easily this time. You cunning little dragon, you've convinced me. I am willing to invest in you even if it takes 100 years. I will wait. The Emerald Dragon's expression grew firmer. May our cooperation be pleasant, elegant, and wise, Lady Barbara. Shiluo smiled immediately. How much are you planning to invest in me, my lady? A look of expectation appeared on Shiluo's face. How much? Barbara pondered, hesitated, then finally said, If we're going to gamble, let's go big. I'll invest 400 gold coins. 400 gold coins. Only 400. Shiluo was stunned. The young Emerald Dragon who had been watching him understood what Shiluo was thinking and said somewhat displeased, You don't expect a young dragon like me to casually pull out thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins, do you? 400 gold coins is almost all I can spare right now. You must understand. I am just a young dragon, not an adult or a mature one. And I am a dragon under the Dragon Matriarch. The Emerald Dragon hinted. Shiluo frowned slightly, but quickly understood. As a dragon under the Dragon Matriarch, Barbara was safe under her protection. But she also lost a lot. She could only sip the broth left by the Dragon Matriarch. The real spoils were all in the claws of the Dragon Matriarch, the Lord. Saving over 400 gold coins was already her decades of effort. Moreover, dragons are not a race without expenses. They also need spells, equipment, or to enjoy life in the human world and taste their delicacies. On second thought, a young dragon saving 400 gold coins was not a small amount. Generally, if a dragon wants to amass large amounts of gold, they either become a lord dragon, dominate a territory, and diversify their income, or they go solo. With the Emerald Dragon, Barbara's strength, going solo was possible, but the danger was too great. If she acted arrogantly, constantly robbing adventurers and attacking weak villages and towns, the money would come quickly. But she would also attract powerful adventurers, punitive expeditions dispatched by nobles, and sieges from righteous forces. One misstep could easily lead to her demise. Dragons may be strong, but those mages and clerics above level 10 are no pushovers. When facing these enemies, a dragon's inherent advantages would shrink further. Cross-level combat would become much harder. The Emerald Dragon clearly did not want to risk her young life like that, so she lived peacefully under the Dragon Matriarch, and naturally did not have much gold. Realizing this, Shiluo understood. He quickly said, I apologize, Lady Barbara. I was short-sighted. But congratulations, in 100 years you will receive 400 gold coins in return. Adding the previous amount, that's a total of 510 gold coins, a wealth that many adult dragons might not possess. 400 gold coins. 5,100 gold coins. Huff. So many gold coins flying before my eyes. The little white dragon murmured, his gaze unfocused, his breathing growing heavy. You understand. So do you want the 400 gold coins now, or shall I spend them immediately and purchase for you? Barbara asked calmly, not carried away by the excitement. 400 gold coins is no small sum. It's too unsafe for a young dragon like me to carry them. And given the current situation in the Green Forest, I think it's better to spend these gold coins to convert them into strength. Shiloah said softly, then paused to think. Barbara did not press further, but waited patiently. After at least 10 minutes, Shiloah lifted his head and looked directly at Barbara. I need a staff that can quickly cast healing spells and accelerate the casting of low-level nature spells. Accelerating low-level nature spells. Because most of the spells you learn from me are nature spells. That's a reasonable choice. But this is not for yourself, is it? Barbara said, turning her gaze to Alan. You're planning to buy it for him, aren't you? For me? No. No. This costs real gold coins. How can you waste gold coins on me, Shiloah? You should buy more tide crystals to strengthen yourself. The little white dragon said anxiously and uneasily. I am indeed buying it for Alan to use. Shiloah said, nodding gently while gazing at Alan. Alan, don't refuse my kindness. You are a dragon I recognize with the blood of Frost Dragon in you. You should be confident. Just as Lady Barbara invests in me, I am investing in you. Turn your potential into power, and your loyalty will be the best return for me. Take what I give you and grow stronger. Bring me more benefits. Alan, do you lack confidence? Of course I have. I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold in the future. The little white dragon roared in response, his neck straight as a rod. Excellent. That's the spirit I need. Shiloah patted the little white dragon's head, encouraging him. Yes, the little white dragon roared again. What a pair of interesting little ones. So Shiloah, what price range of staff are you planning for Alan? There are some for a few gold coins, a dozen or so, even dozens, and up to hundreds. Barbara asked with keen interest. Let's go with around 25 gold coins. Shiloah said. A staff in this price range should allow the use of tier 2 nature spells to reach or approach the proficiency of a dragon using its own elemental spells, and it should also reduce some mana consumption. In his view, it was quite decent. To go further and reach tier 3, the price might exceed 50 or even 60 gold coins, which he considered not worth it. After all, as a young dragon, Alan's mana reserves weren't sufficient for reckless squandering. Alright, and then. That leaves 375 gold coins. I need 325 gold coins worth of ocean crystals and 55 gold coins worth of frost crystals. 55 gold coins worth of frost crystals. Are those for Alan too? Barbara was even more astonished. Was this dragon whelp Shiloah being a bit too generous? Alan is a dragon I have high hopes for. Shiloah replied simply. The little white dragon Alan wrapped his forelegs around him, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Shiloah, you are too good to me. Do I truly deserve this? Enough. Stop blubbering. My expectations for you are to surpass the future mad dragon Baichuan. Don't let me down. The little white dragon responded firmly and briefly, but tears still streamed uncontrollably. Shiloah still had the 40 gold coins he had just received from Barbara unused. He planned to take them back and distribute them among the other dragons, while keeping his own share for emergencies. Afterward, Barbara and Shiloah signed another contract, and she waved her claw. Alright, I understand your needs. If there's nothing else, you can leave. But Shiloah still showed no sign of leaving immediately. Instead, with his usual smile, he said, Lady Barbara, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished my business yet. More? You cunning little whelp, let me hear it. The Emerald Dragoness was somewhat surprised. The investment matter isn't over yet. Lady Barbara, I have another small suggestion. If you want to earn more gold coins, you could borrow from other dragons in Greenwood. Of course, if they are unwilling, you can simply tell them about my investment plan. If you successfully bring in investments, I'll also give you a share of the principal they invest in me after 100 years. That's gold coins you can earn for nothing. Shiloah said. This suggestion is not bad. The Emerald Dragoness murmured, her eyes blazing with astonishing light once more. Wait here. I'll go see those two right now. With that, the Emerald Dragoness flapped her wings and flew off. Shiloah and Alan waited. About half an hour later, the Emerald Dragoness flew back with a gloomy expression. Seeing this, Shiloah's heart skipped a beat. Had it failed? No. Impossible. Don't overthink it. He waited until the Emerald Dragoness landed again before cautiously asking, Lady Barbara, what's the result? It failed. Cato and Wild refused to lend me a single gold coin and also declined the investment. Wild's full name was Wild Jeffries. He was the last of the 3 young dragons in Greenwood, the strongest at level 13, serving as a guardian responsible for maintaining the forest's safety. Failed? How is that possible? Shiloah was completely stunned. They could refuse a 10-fold return. Were these two truly dragons? Impossible. How could any dragon reject such a proposal? It didn't make sense. Shiloah was bewildered. The little white dragon Alan was also confused, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing they refused. If they had agreed, how many gold coins would Shiloah have to repay in 100 years? Those two dragons probably had even more gold than Barbara, right? That would mean paying back over 10,000 at least. Too terrifying. The result is indeed hard to believe, but that's reality. Barbara said again. Shiloah still hadn't snapped out of it. He was lost in thought. By normal logic, greedy dragons should never have refused. Even if he were in the place of those young dragons, if a promising young dragon proposed such an investment return to him, he most likely wouldn't have refused either. Unless they believed I wouldn't live to see 100 years. But why would they think that? Shilua's eyes suddenly flickered as a possibility occurred to him. Because those two dragons believed that the Dragon Matriarch and even Greenwood might lose in the upcoming war against the Golden Dragons and the Elves. If that were the case, a young dragon without protection would naturally be in grave danger, making investment pointless. But why did Barbara invest then? Was she not as clear-sighted as the other two, or was this emerald dragoness greedier than them, more eager for this money? That might be possible. After all, Barbara was the poorest of the three. But at the same time, she was also the one who knew him best. Perhaps she believed that even without Greenwood's protection, even as a young dragon, he could survive well into 100 years. Yes, that might be the reason. Having figured this out, Shilua sighed inwardly. What a pity. If he could have brought in the other two dragons for investment and obtained a large sum of gold coins, his bloodline concentration would have definitely improved significantly. As it stands, only 325 gold coins. He didn't know how far that would get him. I understand, Lady Barbara. I'm very grateful for your efforts and dedication. The cowardice and caution of Messrs. Kato and Wild have cost them a chance to get rich. I feel sorry for them. Shilua maintained his smile. It's good that you see it that way. Barbara nodded. They exchanged a few more words before Shilua took Alan and climbed down from the giant tree. It was already midnight, and the young dragons were resting. He didn't intend to wake them all up to distribute the gold coins. Instead, with a flicker of his eyes, he led the little white dragon straight to a giant tree cave entrance covered in vines. He gently tapped the tree hollow. A crisp sound echoed. From inside came a clear voice. Is that Korra man? It's me, Shilua. Shilua replied. Shilua. The voice inside was somewhat surprised with a hint of delight. As the words fell, the vines on both sides parted, and an emerald figure emerged. It's me, Shilua. Shilua replied. Shilua. The voice inside was somewhat surprised with a hint of delight. As the words fell, the vines on both sides parted, and an emerald figure emerged. It was Alizia. The young female dragon looked at him with some surprise. What brings you to see me? Then, noticing the little white dragon beside Shilua, she quickly composed herself, suppressing her delight. Well, there are indeed some matters, but now is not the time to speak of them. Follow me, for I must find the other two dragons as well. Silo said softly, turning around and beckoning to the emerald dragoness with his claw. Still need to find two more. Though I have no idea what you truly intend to do, you did save my life, so I shall heed your words this time. Alicia nodded gently and followed gracefully behind Silo. Silo then went to find Abel. The moment this blue dragonet saw Silo, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he eagerly spread his claws ready to receive payment. However, after a few words from Silo, he obediently trailed behind. Next came the red dragonet Gordon. Once all 5 dragons had gathered, Silo took the lead, moving slightly away from the current dwelling area of the young dragons. The tree monsters noticed them and followed at a distance. As the young dragons walked, the red dragonet asked with some confusion, Silo, aren't you going to explain? Why are both that useless Alicia and Abel hanging around you? Is your standard for choosing companions really so low that you take anyone? The moment these words left his mouth, the faces of the 2 young dragons fell. Vulgar, unreasonable red dragon. The little dragoness growled softly, too annoyed to bother quarreling with Gordon. Abel, however, grinned and retorted, useless. Huh, you talk as if you're so remarkable yourself. In the previous battle, without Silo, wouldn't you have been finished as well? If you call the green dragon useless, I won't argue. But insulting us blue dragons, you're not worthy. Compared to us blue dragons, you're far inferior to Silo. With such little strength, you dare to mock us mighty blue dragons. How ridiculous and foolish. Abel's voice was filled with pride, and his body seemed to puff up a few inches. The red dragonet, choked with anger, retorted, I won't deny Silo's strength, but who are you to compare yourself to him? Wasn't it you who rushed forward first against those invaders and got knocked flying? You couldn't even handle a single one of those invaders. If that's not useless, what is? The red dragonet shot back, unwilling to back down. You? Abel was livid, steam practically puffing from his nostrils. Yet he couldn't find a way to humiliate Gordon, for compared to him, his own performance had been truly abysmal. This made him feel utterly deflated. His limbs unconsciously clawed at the grass beneath him. All right, stop arguing. Everyone performed excellently. In the end, without our cooperation, I alone could not have dealt with those invaders. Silo quickly intervened to smooth things over. Abel and Gordon turned their heads away, snorted coldly, and fell silent. Silo glanced back and saw that they were now about 500 meters from the young dragon's new territory. He swept his tail lightly across the ground and then plopped down. Seeing this, the other dragons also crouched. So what exactly did you come to us for? Alicia's gaze was gentle as she fixed her eyes on the tall blue dragonet and asked softly, if you have something to say it directly. Don't dawdle and disturb my rest, the red dragonet said impatiently. Well, here's the thing. I just met Lady Barbara, and after paying a certain price, learned dozens of spells from her. Now I plan to teach them to you. Dozens of spells from Lady Barbara. Are you joking, Silo? Lady Barbara is not exactly a generous dragon. Alicia sounded skeptical. It's true. Alan and I have already learned them. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter, because I'm about to teach you right now. Just listen carefully. Silo said. The expressions of Gordon and the other 2 dragons immediately shifted. Even if Barbara taught you those spells, would you be so kind as to teach us? Tell me, what trick are you pulling this time? I'm warning you. I'm not the same dragon I used to be. I won't fall for your schemes so easily. Abel growled, springing to his feet and stepping back nervously. Alicia almost simultaneously did the same, her gaze fixed on Silo with full vigilance. They had been tricked by Silo far too many times. It was almost an instinctive reaction. Silo's face twitched. What kind of talk was this? What did he mean by fall for schemes? As if I had deceived them before. We had fair and square bets, and now they can't handle losing. What? You say I used magnetic dice to cheat? Come on, we're all transcendent dragons. If you couldn't see through such a trivial magical trick, isn't that embarrassing for you? Besides, when it comes to magic, can you even call it cheating? He felt a bit annoyed but didn't say much. Instead, he said gently, don't get worked up, you two. This time there will absolutely be no bets. It's completely free. Really? Is that really true? Abel asked again, still doubtful. Am I dreaming? Alicia was also puzzled. Hadn't they had enough? These two little rascals wouldn't let it go. Silo took a deep breath and said, absolutely true. Now sit down, both of you. Only after seeing the utter seriousness in Silo's eyes did the two dragons slowly sit back down. The red dragonet, however, said in surprise, no matter how you got so many spells from Barbara, you actually intend to teach them to us. Abel and Alicia are irrelevant. They're useless anyway, so learning won't matter. But I am different. I can feel it. Before long, as I grow, my bloodline concentration will reach the next stage, and my strength will increase dramatically. If you teach me all these spells now, you won't be able to match me then. Are you sure you want to do that? Don't regret it later when you become my defeated opponent. The red dragonet crossed his forelegs over his chest, answering with a proud and warning tone. Alicia and Abel both breathed a little heavier. Why must this muscle-bound dragon always step on others whenever he speaks? What a disgusting fellow. Gordon, we are enemies, but we are also friends. Don't you understand even now? Spells are just spells. Shouldn't friends share with each other? If you become stronger because of this, I will actually look forward to it. If you were to be crushed by my defeat and never recover, falling too far behind me, I would be truly disappointed. Silo replied with a smile, while silently thinking to himself. So this red dragonet had been sleeping a lot lately. It turned out his mutated bloodline was at a critical stage. The red dragonet's lips curled when he heard that. Humph. No wonder you're the one who defeated me once. Confident indeed. Good. Only defeating you like this has any meaning. Just wait, Silo. Soon I will show you my true power. You are friends with Gaduin. Abir is of the same race as you and has been with you for a while. So teaching them I understand. But what about me? Our relationship before was not exactly friendly. Alexia asked, staring intently at Shiloah, a strange glint flickering in her eyes. He couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Could it be that Shiloah, now that we have just experienced invaders, if everyone can have an extra bit of strength, it should be safer. You and Abir are both dragons I have high hopes for. I believe in your abilities and potential. In the future, you might even grow into dragons no weaker than me and Gaduin. Shiloah explained gently. Hehehe. I didn't expect your judgment to be so good, Shiloah. You even saw my potential. But there's one thing I want to correct. I will grow into a dragon no weaker than you. As for Gaduin, he will be surpassed by me sooner or later. The blue dragon whelp Abir was grinning from ear to ear. Alexia, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful expression. This excuse is too low level. If he really cared about the entire green forest, why didn't he call all the dragons? Instead, he only called me a dragon with whom he has a poor relationship. The intention is too obvious. Shiloah, your disguise has been seen through by me. The red dragon whelp curled its lip disdainfully. Shiloah slowly began to explain the spell knowledge he had obtained from Babala. It took another day before he finished the explanation. Then Shiloah distributed some gold coins to the 4 dragons before returning. At this moment, in the young dragon residential area, the green dragon whelp Kelaman, apart from Shiloah, was the most severely injured dragon and had spent most of the past few days recuperating. Today, feeling somewhat recovered, he couldn't wait to crawl out of his lair and immediately went to Alexia's lair. Full of anticipation to meet the female dragon he hadn't seen for days, he gently tapped the tree with his claws. The thumping sound echoed. There was no response from inside. Kelaman was startled, then tapped again, still no response. This made him couldn't help but speak. Eternally beautiful emerald star. Beautiful Miss Alexia, your brave knight Kelaman has come to meet you. May I ask, beautiful Miss Alexia, are you inside? Still no response from inside. This made him a bit anxious, his brow furrowed. Just then, not far away, a young green dragon slowly walked over and said, looking for Alexia. Of course, Kelaman replied immediately. She's not here. I saw her and Shiloah leaving the residential area together last night. The green dragon said, together with Shiloah? At night? Are you joking? How could Alexia be with that kind of guy? At night? Do you think I'm an idiot? Idiot. Kelaman growled angrily, his dragon eyes glaring at the young green dragon. I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe. Suit yourself. The good-natured green dragon whelp, feeling offended, curled his lips in displeasure and turned away directly. Kelaman watched the other's back, bared his teeth, and spat on the ground. What an idiot. How dare you spout nonsense? Alexia would look for that bastard Shiloah. Liar. Ridiculous to the extreme. If she really wants to find Shiloah, the little green dragon stopped mid-sentence, suddenly stunned. His body was as if frozen by a paralysis spell, staring blankly at the not-too-distant place where two dragon figures emerged from the shadows. These two dragon figures were one blue and one green. The blue dragon was tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura. The green dragon had a slender and well-proportioned figure. Both were handsome and beautiful among their respective dragon kinds, and they were now less than a meter apart. As the green dragon walked, it subtly leaned closer to the blue dragon, its tail swaying, appearing to be in an excellent mood. Sunlight bathed the two dragons. This made Kellerman's breath catch. His dragon body trembled violently. In that moment his pupils quaked, his mouth hung open instinctively, and his breathing became extremely rapid. After a moment he finally couldn't hold back and roared, "No! This is not real. Not real. Why? Why is this happening?" After roaring, the green dragon, whelp suddenly dashed off to the side. Shala and Alexia, who were walking together, were also attracted by the roar and watched Kellerman running away shouting. Shala was slightly stunned, then showed a thoughtful expression. Alexia, on the other hand, trembled as if electrocuted, then her expression changed, and she said, "Shala, thank you very much. Regardless, I owe you a dragon's favor for this teaching. If there's a chance in the future, I will surely repay you. Also rest assured, without your consent, I will not teach these spells to other dragons." After saying this, Alexia returned to her own lair. Shiloah did not leave. He called the other dragons over and distributed the coins he owed them. Then he went to Kellerman's lair, threw the coins inside, and finally returned to his own lair. Lying in the comfortable pool, Shiloah slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness began to sink. The mystic sea appeared again. Beside the giant skeleton, the phantoms of Alexia and Abir seemed to have solidified a bit more. A line of deep black text also appeared. "Instructor, you have selflessly taught a large amount of magical knowledge to several advanced intelligent beings, earning 10 achievement points. Current achievements 30. This is truly a case of planting willows without intention and getting shade. I originally just wanted to slightly improve the young dragon's strength and win their hearts, but I never expected to unlock a new achievement." Shiloah thought to himself. His gaze slowly moved downward. Storm Breath grants you the ability to breathe storm. Cost 30 achievement points. Fast casting slightly increases your casting speed. Cost 25 achievement points. Glutton greatly increases your appetite. When paired with rapid growth, it can further enhance the speed of physical growth. Cost 30 achievement points. The glutton talent newly appeared, paired with rapid growth, can further enhance physique. Not bad. But a greatly increased appetite is not what I want right now. The current breeding of the Diloa beasts is going very well. If my appetite increases significantly, it might break the perfect cycle, which would be bad. Should I exchange for Storm Breath now? This was a decision made long ago, yet it has been delayed until now. No. Storm Breath should be postponed. Now that I have obtained dozens of spells from Babel of fast casting, should be the most suitable for me at the moment. Shiloah pondered briefly. Then he focused his gaze on fast casting. Soon the black text showed new changes. Current achievements 5. Current talents: Breath Enhancement, Strong, Rapid Growth, Sharp Claws, Rapid Healing, Fast Casting. The mystic sea then twisted like a phantom and finally disappeared. Night had fallen. Corman, that little green dragon, returned to his nest in a daze, yet not even the silver coins piled within brought the slightest smile to his face. The little green dragon lay sprawled across the vine-covered nest floor. His eyes, long since dried of tears, began to well up with sorrow once more. Why? Why on earth? Why is Elysia with Shiloah? And they spent the entire day together. What exactly were they doing? No, I can't keep thinking about this. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The green dragon indulged in self-pity and reckless speculation. Corman, you're finally back. I was so worried when you ran off shouting earlier. Outside the nest, a voice Corman longed to hear rang out. He sat upright instinctively and gazed toward the source. Elysia, you and Shiloah? He asked anxiously. Corman, you've misunderstood. Shiloah and I are merely ordinary friends. Previously he sought out not only me, but also Abel, Gordon, and Alan. I would have ignored him, but he gathered all 5 of us dragons to discuss how to defend against intruders in the future. For the sake of the Green Forest future, I had no choice but to agree. Sigh. The young female dragon explained softly, a hint of helplessness visible on her beautiful dragon face. Oh, so that's how it is. That's what I thought. How could Elysia possibly be alone with Shiloah? Sorry, I misunderstood you. To make amends, Elysia, please accept these silver coins. Though it may seem insignificant, it is nearly all the wealth I possess. Please, you must take them. Koraman immediately revived, grinning foolishly as he shifted his body and offered the silver coins to the young female dragon. The young female dragon's mouth opened slightly, and she quickly shook her head, saying, "This simply won't do. These silver coins were clearly earned through your efforts against the intruders. I cannot accept them. Take them. This is my apology. I'm begging you, my heart won't be at peace unless you accept them. Please take them, Elysia." Koraman grabbed the silver coins and stuffed them into the young female dragon's claws, wearing an expression that made it clear if she refused, she was rejecting his apology entirely. The young female dragon hesitated briefly before accepting them, then lingered to chat with Koraman for a while before departing. Meanwhile, the little green dragon returned to his nest, lay on his back, and gazed up at the open sky, his heart swelling with contentment as his dragon eyes sparkled. As expected, how could Elysia possibly care for Shallah? That guy is useless except for his strength. He doesn't cherish Elysia at all. He went out of his way to deceive us dragons who grew up together. What a bastard. I actually thought Elysia might like someone like that. I was so incredibly foolish. Having been too shocked upon seeing Shallah and Elysia together earlier, the little green dragon failed to notice certain subtle gestures between the young female dragon and Shallah as they walked. At that same moment, Shallah also regained consciousness. Lying in the pool, he extended a dragon claw and narrowed his eyes slightly. Not far away, natural energy converged upon the ground. Vines began growing rapidly across the surface. Shallah gazed at the vines for a moment, then swept his claw again. An icy chill erupted from his claw, slowly wrapping around the surroundings like a mist. Then he emerged from the pool and stepped outside the nest. Soil gradually coated his body along his dragon scales. Lightning flashed from his form at that very moment. First tier natural vines normally takes about 3 seconds. But according to my previous calculations, dragons' innate elemental affinity is higher than humans, with casting speed approximately 10% faster. My natural vines previously cast in about 2.7 seconds. But just now it took only around 1.9 seconds. Second tier ice, snow mist normally takes about 6 seconds. My dragon bloodline shortens it to 5.4 seconds. However, it seems because water and ice share commonalities, my normal casting speed remains around 4.3 seconds. But with rapid casting enhancement, this speed was further reduced to approximately 3 seconds. Third tier earth rock armor went from 9 seconds to 5.6 seconds. Second tier discharge normally requires 6 seconds for casting, and ordinary dragons need 5.4 seconds. But according to previous data, as a blue dragon, I possess more prominent lightning element control than typical blue dragons. It actually requires only a little over 1 second, reducing the spell cooldown by nearly 80%. This kind of rapid casting is nearly instant, but there is still a slight delay. Now, however, this casting time has been shortened once more, requiring almost only 0.75 seconds to complete. Shallah continued murmuring within his thoughts. As a dragon, his memory had always been exceptional. Previously, when discussing spell learning with the young dragons, he had stored many data points in his mind. Now he retrieved them one by one and performed calculations. He found that rapid casting reduced casting speed by approximately 30%. This effect did not appear particularly powerful at present. At least many items costing a few gold coins or dozens of gold coins could achieve this effect or far exceed it. However, equipment that reduced spell cooldown time generally targeted only a single element type or one specific spell. But Shallah's rapid casting was different. It reduced all spells he had mastered. First tier through third tier were all included. It remained to be seen whether fourth tier and above, or even high-level spells like 8th tier and 9th tier, could also be reduced. If they could be similarly shortened, then this trait would undoubtedly be a powerful ability capable of serving as a primary trait even in legendary tier equipment in the eyes of human forging masters. You didn't need 8th or 9th tier. Even if it only reduced up to 7th tier, this trait could be listed among those exclusive to legendary equipment. Unfortunately, all traits that reduced cooldown time could not stack. They applied sequentially. If they could stack, his lightning element spells could absolutely achieve true instant casting. But overall, Shallah was quite satisfied with this. He calculated in his heart that once he learned all the spells of the Barber Church combined with rapid casting, his strength should experience a notable leap. Several days passed. The Golden Dragon and the elves had not continued their attacks on the Green Forest, and the entire area remained relatively peaceful. Barbara's wounds had healed considerably, so she ventured out to purchase the items Shallah had requested. Meeting this young female dragon again, Shallah could clearly see the pain on her face. With trembling claws, she handed over the staff and crystals to Shallah and Alan, then waved repeatedly, indicating they should leave quickly. She showed no desire to remain in their presence, clearly preparing to recover from the anguish of losing decades of accumulated wealth. Lying in the newly excavated pool, Shallah took out a tide crystal worth 325 gold coins. This time the crystal was exceptionally substantial, almost as large as a human head. Water elemental energy and some special energy particles constantly overflowed from within. After admiring it for a moment, Shallah skillfully put it into his mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it. The alien energy burst forth like a tidal wave, washing over his entire body. It made his body feel an unprecedented comfort. After an unknown period of time, every cell in Shallah's body began to hum, and an intense thirst invaded his entire being. He opened his eyes and discovered that the water in the pool around him was being continuously drawn into his body through the gaps between his scales. After a long while, the entire pool's water was completely absorbed. The thirst still did not dissipate. Shallah hurriedly used the water condensation spell to gather water again in the nest. 1, 2, 3. Over 200 first-tier spells consumed nearly half of Shallah's mana. After filling the entire pool several times, he finally resolved this strange thirst. He closed his eyes, sensing the changes in his body, feeling an unprecedented fullness, and then gazed ahead. Strong mutated blue dragon whelp. Level 7 excellent. Status normal. Mutated bloodline thunderfall dragon 26. 8 extreme lightning dragon 7. The 325 gold tide crystal raised the Thunderfall Dragon bloodline concentration from 10.2 to 26.8, an increase of 16.6. It was much less than expected. Each slight increase in bloodline concentration brings greater subsequent costs. How many gold coins would it take to raise it to 100? Shillua sighed slightly. He hadn't expected that 325 gold coins could only bring him this far. Indeed, gold coins were still too few, but fortunately his strength had also improved greatly. If earlier Shillua relied on the additional Phantom of Alexia and the solidification of other dragon shadows to increase his mana to 163 times that of an ordinary blue dragon, then this substantial increase in bloodline concentration raised that 163 times to about 1.8 times. At the same time his physical strength also faintly increased. As for the water absorbed earlier, it now seemed to have all turned into concentrated water elements residing within his body. Elite has become excellent. My strength has definitely improved again. Shillua sensed the changes, feeling quite pleased as he slowly walked out of the nest. It was already noon, having been morning not long ago. Bright sunlight poured down. Shillua's slightly damp shimmered with a dazzling luster all over. The attention of the nearby young dragons who were not too severely injured and had begun to move around was all drawn to him. They couldn't help but gather around, looking him up and down while exclaiming, "Shaw, you look quite different from before. Is this a higher degree of mutation? Your scales look really good. What's so beautiful? Compared to Alexia, it's far worse." Roar, "Shillua, you look absolutely magnificent. Oh, so beautiful." A group of young dragons praised him, though there were also some sour voices among them. Shillua heard this and turned to look at the last blue dragon that spoke. That young dragon Abir stared at him with burning eyes. This made Shillua's heart skip a beat. Could this little brat be gay? He flicked his tail, sweeping away the young dragons that had approached. "You guys don't get too close to me," he said softly. Then lightning burst from his body, evaporating all the moisture from his scales, and he took a deep breath. His heart and lungs inside his body pounded violently. The next moment, the concentrated water elements originally stored inside his body erupted through his mouth, shooting out with great force. A water jet about 2 fingers wide shot out at tremendous speed, hitting a tree trunk over 10 meters away. The intense impact tore the bark apart. Shillua gave a slight flick of his head. The water jet cut diagonally upward, leaving a shallow groove on the trunk, and only when it passed through some smaller branches did it finally sever them. The water jet finally swept completely across the trunk and shot straight toward a tree 100 meters away. Seeing that the tree's bark was not even damaged, Shillua closed his mouth. Wow. Is this a new breath? It's actually spraying water. This is the first time I've seen it. The power is pretty good. If it hits a normal creature at close range, it can cause fatal injuries. It feels like just an ordinary second-tier spell. It's okay for us, but for Shillua it's too weak. Shillua, what are you going to name this breath? A group of young dragons asked curiously. Shillua frowned, not immediately replying to them. Instead, he thought carefully, as one of the young dragons had just said, this new breath. No, it couldn't really be called a new breath. After all, a real breath is produced by compressing and transmitting mana through the heart and lungs to a special organ in the throat, where it is transformed into breath. But this time it was at most an imitation breath. It cannot directly convert pure mana into water elements. It can only release the stored concentrated water elements to form a skill that resembles a breath. Moreover, in his view, its power was not significant. If it hit an unarmored human or a vital point of an ordinary beast, it could kill instantly. But if the human wore armor, the power became extremely insufficient. At 100 meters, the power was almost nothing. The effective range was only about 20 to 30 meters. In his opinion, it was far from enough to injure an enemy. Considering its power alone, it was quite useless. But, on second thought, this breath also had its advantages. That was to quickly create a moist environment, which was absolutely advantageous for him in battle, just like when he dealt with the invaders earlier. If the opponent was careless, he wouldn't need to spend over a minute creating the environment. As long as he sprayed a water jet while forcing the enemy back, it would probably take no more than 10 seconds to easily create the water environment back, then thus resolving the battle. Overall, it was a support ability. No, there were other benefits. Shillua sensed the mana he had just consumed. He felt that his mana recovery speed was also faster than normal. If the normal recovery speed was 1, then soaking in the pool was 2, and now it was 1.5. Why was that? After a moment's thought, he realized it must be due to the concentrated water source inside his body. Those water elements were like his reserve energy. They could not only be used for spraying, but also slowly restore his mana. The effect was not outstanding, but it was still decent. Looking back at 10 mutated bloodline, he gained something. At over 20, there was also 1. So the next time would be after 30. Now he was only 2 away from 30, which made him a little excited. He wondered what new ability he would gain then. However, it was still short by 2, and Shillua estimated that it would take at least 70 or 80 gold coins, if not over 100, to fill that gap. He withdrew his thoughts slightly. Looking at the young dragons still gazing at him with hopeful eyes, Shillua said calmly, "Let's call it Flush Breath. The power is indeed mediocre, only useful for support. That name is not bad, but I think Water Gun Breath sounds better. You think it's useless?" The young dragons debated among themselves. Shillua's gaze shifted to another direction. That was the lair of the little white dragon Alan. As if hearing the commotion outside, the little fellow emerged from the lair and immediately scurried over upon seeing Shallow. Because he had just acquired the staff, his own size was unable to swallow it, so he now grasped it with a crippled claw and walked over on his other 3 legs. From another direction, the red dragon, Whelp Gordon, also emerged and ran over together. Shallow, you look so cool now. Your scales are so shiny and beautiful. You must have become much stronger. The little white dragon drew close to examine Shallow, occasionally touching him with his claws and praising. Oof. You bastard, I thought I was the only one who gained something, but I didn't expect your bloodline concentration to reach a new level as well. Not bad. Not bad. Only then are you worthy to be my opponent. The red dragon Whelp narrowed his eyes and praised. Shallow was also appraising the 2 dragons. The little white dragon Alan, having received Shallow's assistance of 55 gold coins worth of frozen crystals, had definitely broken through 10 bloodline concentration and now showed some changes. All his scales had taken on a faint blue hue. Shallow gently touched them with the flesh of his claws and could even feel a chill. Mutations of the white dragon whelp. Level 5 elite status good disabled. The level had actually increased. A prefix had appeared before the name and an elite dash after the level. The magnitude of this power increase was truly remarkable. Shallow nodded inwardly. He then glanced at Gordon. This dragon whelp had more black-red scales all over his body, and the scales were visibly thicker than those of a normal dragon by several degrees. Every breath, even unintentionally, continuously exhaled hot fumes. Some small protrusions had even appeared on his back. Moreover, his entire body appeared even stronger, almost matching Shallow's. Strong mutated red dragon whelp. Level 7 elite status good. This guy had improved so much as well. As expected of a naturally mutated dragon. Compared to those who relied entirely on crystal catalysis. These naturally mutated dragons grow every moment with their bloodline concentration increasing, and this will continue until they reach adulthood. After adulthood, the specific concentration depends on luck. It could be 30 of 50, or even 70 or more. Elite strong mutated red dragon whelp. No wonder he had such a big mouth boasting a few days ago that he could surpass Shallow. But no matter how high your talent, can it surpass someone who cheats? Shallow smiled inwardly and said gently, Gordon Allen, you two are not bad either. It seems your bloodline concentration has also reached a new level and your strength has improved greatly. Not bad. In this way, when we face the attackers again, we will surely be more than capable. I look forward to the return of those fools. Then I will make them understand what true terror is. What true dragon power is. The red dragon whelp revealed his killing intent, his face twisted with ferocity. Next time I will be able to help you, Shallow, the little white dragon said softly. The other dragons watched the 3 talking, unable to hide a trace of envy on their faces. Clearly they were all dragons, but because of mutation their strength was constantly being pulled apart. The young dragons felt upset and dejected. By the way, Shallow, what about that staff in Alan's claw? It looks entwined with natural force. It should be a pretty good quality item, probably worth around 25 gold coins. How did this guy get such a thing? The red dragon whelp narrowed his eyes and asked, a look of greed in the slit under his eyelids. Shallow noticed the change in the red dragon whelp's wording towards Alan. From waste, at the beginning, to now this guy, or calling him by his name directly. This subtle change might be due to the thickening of the mutated bloodline slowly, making him acknowledge Alan. At least at this moment, the red dragon whelp believed that Alan could become a dragon with considerable strength in the future, already different from ordinary dragons. But speaking of which, the red dragon's eyes were indeed sharp enough to see through the price of an item at a glance. While thinking to himself, Shallow said aloud, I bought it for him. Alan's strength is still far inferior to yours, Gordon. In my opinion, he needs the staff's assistance more, only then can he contribute some power to my group. The red dragon whelp, who had originally wanted to ask more, immediately straightened up upon hearing that Alan's strength was far inferior to his own. With a very proud expression he said, Humph. That's right. Alan is nothing but a waste after all. The gap is too huge for him to compare with me and you, Shallow. This staff can at least improve his strength a bit, making him less useless. But you're really generous. To spend so many gold coins on him. After all, Alan is still weak, now I have to look after him. Shallow said. The little white dragon beside him showed a hint of shame, but more of a determination for the future. After Shallow finished testing himself, he then had the little white dragon Alan test as well. Natural Vine took only about 1 second. Natural Binding, this 2-tier spell, took 7 seconds. The 2-tier healing took only about 1 second. This led Shallow to speculate that the staff named Natural Life in the little white dragon's claw shortened the cooldown of healing by about 80, ordinary 1st-tier natural spells by 60, and 2-tier natural spells by 50. Shallow was very satisfied with this test result. He also understood why little Alan's level had gone from 4 to 5, and from a plain white to elite. This was not only due to the boost from breaking through 10 bloodline, but also because this Natural Life staff played a key role. The effect of the 25 gold coin staff nearly overwhelmed the green dragon that hadn't mastered 3rd-tier natural spells. No wonder those low-level adventurers could rely on equipment to fight against dragons and other powerful creatures. A good piece of equipment could indeed enhance strength too much. The little white dragon was also excited about this result, muttering near Shilua's ear that next time he would definitely be able to help him. The other young dragons watched, their eyes turning red with envy. What was Shilua doing? Why could he be so generous? Could there be some special relationship between the two dragons? Otherwise, why spend 25 gold coins on the crippled Alan? The young dragons began to let their imaginations run wild. The little female dragon Alicia kept her mouth tightly shut with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Shouldn't Shilua have a soft spot for me? Why is he buying a staff for Alan instead of me? That makes no sense at all. I thought I had shown him a slight hint of my feelings. Why would it turn out this way? Could it be that I haven't been clear enough? Who would have thought that while Shilua is quite clever in other aspects, he truly falls short compared to Kellerman in this regard? I must find another opportunity. Kellerman, watching from the side, kept his eyes fixed on Alicia. Seeing her alternate her gaze between Shilua and the little white dragon, he mistakenly assumed she was envying Alan. He quickly spoke up. It's just a staff. It's nothing extraordinary. Alicia, just wait. I'll definitely buy you an even better one in the future. Alicia was taken aback, gazing at the little green dragon's resolute expression, and hastily forced a smile as she replied. Thank you for your kindness, Kellerman. But compared to me, you need it more. Besides, you have no reason to buy one for me. No, I will definitely buy it for you. Do I need a reason for that? No need at all. As long as I wish it, I can do anything for you. The little green dragon's face was filled with earnestness. Kellerman, you truly are a dragon brimming with elegance and perfect gentlemanly grace, the young female dragon praised. Soon after, all the young dragons dispersed to attend to their own affairs, and after Shilua returned to the nest and lay down, he unexpectedly found himself back in the mysterious sea again. He stared blankly at the deep black text before him. Well-off assets. You have acquired a fortune that ordinary people could never obtain in their lifetime, enough to tempt even nobles, making you appear abundantly wealthy. Reward 5 achievement points. Current achievements 10. Another achievement related to gold coins. This one can truly be farmed continuously. Shilua was somewhat stunned yet delighted. He never expected that the 400 gold coins he had obtained from Babala, which hadn't even stayed by his side overnight, would count toward this achievement. Regardless, free achievements always brought joy to a dragon. The young dragons' lives continued as before. Before long, 2 months passed. The Green Forest young dragon area. Shilua and all the young dragons sat squatting on the ground. At present, the young dragon's injuries had almost completely healed. Only some shattered dragon scales were still growing back. Scale regeneration takes considerably longer for dragons to fully recover. Moreover, those newly grown scales would be far more delicate and thin compared to the original scales. These new scales are what ordinary people refer to as the dragon's reverse scale. They would be more easily damaged, thereby truly injuring the dragon's body and provoking its anger. Shilua had originally estimated that his previous injuries would take at least 3 months to heal. Dragon scales would require 5 or 6 months to fully recover. But in reality, his body had healed in only about 15 days. His dragon scales also regrew in approximately 1 month, and the new scales were now almost as hard as the old ones. This was a crucial point. Dragon scales were the dragon's essential defensive armor. Among the young dragons who had fought more fiercely against the assassins earlier, such as Kellerman, Alicia, and others, their scales had not yet fully regrown. Their combat status had deteriorated from elite to elite minus. Their offensive capabilities had noticeably declined. This was the gap between scaled and scaleless dragons. Their close combat ability had dropped significantly. Only Alicia remained at the elite tier. Shilua suspected this might be related to the young female dragon having learned many spell techniques from him. 2 months were insufficient for her to master all spells, but she must have grasped some basic low-level nature spells by now. Her level had also increased from 5 to 6. Accelerating dragon scale growth and achieving full restoration was not an easy task. According to the memories inherited from the dragon legacy, many dragons had failed to accomplish it. That required extremely high-level regeneration magic. Therefore, Shilua felt that choosing the rapid healing talent had been a thoroughly profitable decision. Of course, more critically, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for the young dragons. Those treants originally assigned to protect us had another 100 taken away yesterday. Only 50 remain now. Is that supposed to protect us? Are they kidding? Abel turned his head, glaring irritably at the short, roughly 1.5 meter tall creature nearby, a trunk-like body with human arms and legs. That was a treant, a creature with relatively low intelligence and not particularly powerful, yet obedient enough. Most often, treants existed as subordinates to dark dragons. Protect. Only weaklings like you need protection. As true dragons, we should face every challenge head-on and our adversaries beneath our feet. Just like that group of presumptuous humans before. The red dragon cub sneered arrogantly. Better not. It's too dangerous. I don't want to get injured that badly again. Damn it, my scales haven't fully recovered yet. Getting hit again would hurt terribly. A young dragon scratched at the tender new scales sprouting on its shoulder, complaining grumpily. Weakling. The red dragon cub immediately turned and snapped. Gaduin, you bastard. Don't act like a mute if you're not going to say anything useful. The scolded dragon's expression cracked, and he angrily retorted. Seeing the two dragons about to start quarreling again, Xia cast her gaze toward the blue dragon, whose scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Shiluo, what do you think about our current situation? Kellerman, standing nearby, twitched his skin. Wait, why was Xia asking Shiluo this? Weren't they supposed to have no connection? Darn it, was it still because of strength? I'm useless. Xia, you're talking to that disgusting dragon Shiluo again for the sake of the Green Forest future. No, I must work harder to grow stronger. Then I can free Xia so she'll never have to speak to that repulsive Shiluo again. The little green dragon's gaze gradually hardened with determination. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the other young dragons all turned their heads to look at Shiluo. Ever since the previous battle, Shiluo's prestige had invisibly grown considerably. Facing the young dragon's gaze, Shiluo remained calm and composed. He turned his head to look at the little white dragon Alan. Mutated white dragon cub. Level 6 elite minus. Status good disabled. After 2 months, the little white dragon's level had risen once more. From a level 4 nobody, he had become the second strongest among the young dragons, ranking just below Shiluo and Geduin. Apparently the little fellow had mastered quite a few new spells. Sturdy mutated blue dragon cub. Level 8 excellent minus. Status good. Mutated bloodline thunderfall dragon 26. 8 extreme thunder dragon 7. This was Shiluo's current status. Unlike Geduin, who was still at level 7, Shiluo had naturally advanced in level over the past 2 months, even if he had only mastered a few spells thanks to his fast casting and the surge in bloodline concentration. As of now, Shiluo had firmly surpassed Geduin in both level and elite status, leaving a vast gap between him and the other whelps. For the moment, even though the scales of the other whelps had not yet fully recovered, the overall combat capability of the entire whelp army was definitely 1 or 2 notches stronger than it had been 2 months ago. This gave him great confidence in the current whelps, and he no longer worried about any reckless intruders. But, Shiluo said with some melancholy, in the past 2 months, although the battles have gone from a week or 2 to once a month, the Dragon Matriarch's fight with that golden dragon is becoming increasingly strenuous. It probably won't be long before the remaining trans are all transferred away. Do I need to explain what this means? After speaking, Shiluo unconsciously furrowed his brow. It should have been the perfect start. Born under a powerful Dragon Matriarch with thousands of troops. How had it come to this in just a few years? That golden dragon and silver dragon were truly vile and damned. If not for them, what could those elves have accomplished? Why should we whelps face such a predicament? Yeah. If the Dragon Matriarch is really defeated, what will we do? Another whelp, seeing Shiluo's expression, also worriedly said, Don't speak such nonsense. How could the Dragon Matriarch lose to mere metallic dragons and elves? A green whelp said displeasedly, seemingly a staunch supporter of the Dragon Matriarch. Last time the flames of war swept through the Lulin again. Barbara just left again, summoned by the Dragon Matriarch. I have a bad feeling about this. The other whelps were extremely worried. Just then a massive shadow fell over the sky. The whelps looked up and saw Barbara's familiar dragon silhouette descending slowly. Her enormous dragon body stood on the green grass. The young green dragoness did not look well, with many scales still missing, giving her a somewhat pitiful appearance. But the green dragoness had no time to dwell on that. She swept her huge dragon eyes over all the whelps and said with a heavy tone, Little ones, I have news to tell you. The Dragon Matriarch has just issued a new order. When the next war comes, you will go to the battlefield with me. To the battlefield? The whelps gasped, stunned and panicked. Only the red whelp laughed loudly. Haha. Finally, it's our turn. That's fine. Now we can show our strength. It's time for those foolish elves to understand the might of dragons. Shiluo, let's compete again this time. Who can kill more enemies? That guy really had muscles for brains. Was he not afraid at all about going to war as a whelp? This was not the same as the childish skirmishes the whelps had engaged in before. It was far more dangerous than even the human attacks earlier. Shiluo was speechless. Has it really come to this? Shiluo asked in disbelief. The Dragon Matriarch making this decision. Clearly she had been pushed into a corner. She no longer cared about the safety of the whelps, only about winning the war. Or rather making the whelps serve some purpose. A clever one like you must have seen it already, right? Those elves and metallic dragons are getting more and more help, especially the Qinghe Merchant Guild, who fear our revenge. They've tied themselves to those guys and are putting in a great effort. They've also provided many large ballistae, making us suffer in every move. The young green dragon explained, causing Shiluo's heart to sink to the bottom. Sure enough, everything was heading in a bad direction. Could he flee? If he ran now and was caught, he would definitely be punished by the Dragon Matriarch. In his past life on Blue Star, ancient wars had precedents of executing deserters. Shiluo dared not incur the Dragon Matriarch's wrath. This adult dragon had raised them for over 7 years, investing a great deal of effort. If she got no return, would she let them off easy? Fleeing was the worst option. He had to obey the Dragon Matriarch's orders. He said solemnly, Since it is the Dragon Matriarch's command, as members of the Lulin, we should naturally stand up and face the enemy. Seeing Shiluo speak, the other whelps accepted the inevitable without further objection. The young green dragon nodded lightly. Afterward, she summoned Shiluo alone to the top of the giant tree. When the two dragons faced each other alone, The young green dragon said to Shiloh with a serious and caring expression, Shiloh, I know you are a smart dragon. You can imagine the danger of the battlefield from the previous intruders. But this is a battle several times, even a dozen times, more dangerous than dealing with intruders. On the battlefield, remember never to show off. Keeping your own life is the most important. Do you understand? Listening to the green dragoness's words, Shiloh was not surprised at all. After all, he had just received over 400 gold coins from this dragoness, owing her a total of 5100 gold coins. In his past life on Blue Star, there was a saying, if you owe the bank a small amount, you are the grandson. If you owe a lot, you are the bank's father. You are the master. The bank will go to great lengths to keep you safe. Now Shiloh and the green dragoness Babala were in the latter situation. Shiloh owed Babala too many gold coins. No matter what, Babala could not bear to see Shiloh die on the battlefield. It was only natural that she had pulled him aside to warn him. He nodded gently and said, Rest assured, I will put my life first no matter what. Only then can I repay you the gold coins when I grow up. Good, you understand? The green dragoness said softly. Her dragon face showed a hint of contemplation and struggle. After a long while, she spat out a bright red human fist-sized sphere. The sphere, like a heart, pulsed slowly with red veins visible on its surface. Shiloh sensed a faint trace of life energy from it. Babala looked at the blood sphere, a nostalgic expression on her face, and said with some emotion, This is a vitality sphere which I obtained at great cost in my early years. It helped me escape a deadly ambush once. I'm lending it to you now. Store it in your stomach. When you are injured and feel exhausted, inject your magic power into it to activate its energy and restore part of your stamina. Remember, this vitality sphere can only be activated once a month. Take it, and make sure you keep your life safe. With a hint of reluctance, the mother green dragon placed the orb of vitality before Shiloh. After receiving it, Shiloh decisively swallowed it into his stomach, preserving it for later. He chuckled inwardly. See, this is what it means to be the one who owes money and acts like a tyrant. Having owed the mother green dragon 5110 gold coins, in her eyes, Shiloh was undoubtedly a dragon far more precious than her own offspring or her parents, by dozens or even hundreds of times. No matter what happened to anyone else, he must not be harmed. In Shiloh's estimation, the orb of vitality was worth between 30 and 40 gold coins. That was certainly no small value. For a treasure of this grade, the mother green dragon lent it without hesitation. Normally, which chromatic dragon would be so generous? What a pity he hadn't managed to bring the other two young green dragons into the investment, otherwise he might have obtained even more fine items. As things stood now, even on the battlefield, his three creditors would likely keep a close watch on him to prevent any mishap. But now there was only one. Rest assured, Lady Barbara, half of my life belongs to you. Shiloh replied. Barbara nodded again and began murmuring about what he should be careful of on the battlefield. Thus she went on for nearly an hour. Shiloh was growing impatient. Just then the all-too-familiar dragon roar echoed from outside the greenwood. Then a resounding horn blast followed. The mother green dragon Barbara and Shiloh changed expressions. Damn, those bastards are attacking again so soon. I still have so much to explain. The mother green dragon looked anxious, gazing down from the giant tree. The young dragons, hearing the horn, scrambled out of their nests and looked up at her atop the tree. Shiloh prepared to descend the tree and wait with the other young dragons for the mother green dragon to come down and give orders. But the mother green dragon's claws waved repeatedly as she chanted. Resistance enhancement. Protection from arrows. Energy resistance. Iron lungs. Shield spell. Mage armor. Blur. Death armor. Bear's endurance. The mother green dragon cast 9 spells in quick succession, and colorful glows fell upon Shiloh, enveloping his body in a radiant aura. He felt his overall state greatly strengthened. This startled him as he looked at Barbara. All right, that should be enough. Remember, don't try to be a hero. Just keep your precious life safe. The mother green dragon looked at Shiloh with slight satisfaction. She grabbed him with one claw, flew to the ground, and set him down. The other young dragons stared blankly at Shiloh, whose body was covered in magical radiance. The mother green dragon said solemnly, Little ones, the war horn has sounded. Those damned gold dragons and the long-eared elves, ignorant of death, want to reclaim the greenwood. Now show those bastards what you're made of. Follow me to the battlefield. Dragon Legion of the Greenwood, advance. With that roar, the mother green dragon spread her wings, ready to soar into the sky. A young dragon couldn't help but shout, Wait. Lady Barbara, don't rush to the battlefield. Aren't you forgetting something? What did I forget? Barbara was taken aback, utterly puzzled. What do you mean? You know? That. Cast protective spells on us. Look at Shiloh covered in defensive magic. Shouldn't we other dragons get some too? Only then can all of us fight more bravely on the battlefield, right? Isn't that why you cast spells on Shiloh? The young dragon quickly said. Huh. What nonsense are you spouting? On the battlefield you rely on yourself? Do you place your hopes on others? Has your dragon heritage left you with nothing but dung? Casting defensive spells for others doesn't consume mana. I have to fight the enemy. How could I enchant all of you? Shiloh is special. He is the strongest among you, so naturally he receives special care. As for you, come talk to me when you become the strongest young dragon. Barbara finished with some displeasure, then flew into the sky and slowly headed into the distance. The young dragon stared at the mother green dragon's retreating figure dumbfounded. How could this be? Different dragons, different fates. Shiloah is the strongest young dragon, the treasure of the Greenwood. It's normal for him to be protected. None of us can compare. Several young dragons murmured sourly. Just then Barbara, who was flying ahead, suddenly turned back and roared at the motionless young dragons. What are you dawdling for? Get moving now. The young dragons thus shouted and began running to keep up with Barbara. Since they had not yet grown into juvenile dragons, they still couldn't fly and could only run awkwardly. After about 10 minutes, they gradually approached the battlefield. Loud dragon roars, earth-shattering howls, and screams echoed continuously. Several young dragons burst out of the greenwood and froze in place. Before them unfolded a grand bloody war. 6 giant dragons roared and shrieked in the sky. Magic glowed and flickered intertwining. A horde of lizardmen, tree monsters, and pale gray dwarves wielded weapons of iron, wood, or stone, clashing with groups of lions, leopards, giant bears, humans, and elves. Several colossal tree monsters transformed from trees like ancient war ants stood over 10 meters tall in the center of the battlefield, slapping at sturdy lions and leopards with trunks larger than human bodies. These lions and leopards dodged the tree monsters' attacks with incredible agility. The trunks slammed into the ground, producing terrifying booms. They left craters in the earth. Occasionally, an unlucky human or evil creature was hit, instantly turning into a pulp of blood and flesh. Swish, swish, swish. Flaming arrows rained down on the tree monsters, forcing them to abandon their attacks and swat the arrows away. Occasionally, an arrow lodged in a trunk, igniting a large fire that engulfed the massive tree monster, driving it into a frenzy of indiscriminate attacks. Diminutive, hideous, fairy-like creatures hovered in the air, casting spells that made the grass on the ground entangle, trip, or hinder humans and elves, aiding the evil beings' assaults. Some giant trees at the edge of the greenwood had been modified, firing long, thick arrows that could slay enemies at a distance of 500 to 600 meters. On the elven side, arrows glowing with green light streaked across the sky, precisely piercing the chests of evil spawn one after another, the powerful kinetic energy even killing another after piercing through the first. Farther away, huge boulders occasionally crashed into the densest clusters of evil spawn. Upon impact, they exploded, scattering shards of iron that instantly killed nearby evil creatures. A group of knights riding armored warhorses charged back and forth across the battlefield. Their 2-meter-long lances impaled an evil creature with each thrust. Thousands of lives clashed fiercely. The ground was soaked in blood and littered with torn limbs. The appearance of Shiloah and the dozen young dragons went virtually unnoticed. Until... Roar, Shiloah, get ready, let's compete. Let's see who can slay more enemies on this battlefield. Who is the strongest dragon now? The red dragon whelp let out an excited roar, charging with all 4 limbs toward the nearest battlefield. Shiloah noticed that at some point the dragon whelp's body had been covered in molten earth, and irregular light distortions and strange force fields had begun to appear around it. That was his molten earth armor, mage armor, and shield spell. This dragon whelp had fully prepared for battle during the brief gap just now. Combined with his exceptionally developed muscles from relentless training, he resembled a savage beast charging toward the nearest enemy with an overwhelming, domineering aura. A human soldier who had been fighting a tree monster heard the commotion from the side and instinctively glanced sideways, nearly scared out of his wits. The soldier pushed the tree monster away with his iron sword and tried to retreat. But the red dragon whelp was already closing in, its head ramming straight toward the human soldier. Don't come near me, you monster. The soldier, looking tiny compared to the whelp that was about 5 or 6 meters long, cried out in fear. At the same time, he swung his sword at the red dragon's head. Clang! With a loud crash, the soldier's sword struck the red dragon's head, but was instantly deflected away. Then, as if hit by a pickup truck, the soldier was sent flying at least 10 meters, crashing into another soldier before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Roar, insignificant humans. Feel the power of the great red dragon Gwydion Kennedy. The red dragon whelp roared excitedly. Shiloah noticed that the scales on the whelp's forehead were already dented. Clearly, even with the reduction from 2 layers of spells and the protection of the molten earth armor, the damage from the sword and his own ramming impact could not be completely negated. In Shiloah's view, it was reckless, but very Gwydion. The commotion from the red dragon whelp's charge naturally drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Upon seeing Gwydion, even though he was only a whelp, his robust body and ferocious posture were enough to make the soldiers cautious. But the soldiers did not back down in fear. Instead, they exchanged glances in an instant and raised their swords to surround the red dragon whelp. Roar, you dare to challenge me of your own accord. Ha! Excellent. Humans, I acknowledge your courage. But what awaits you is only death. The red dragon whelp roared excitedly. He watched as several humans approached and struck him with their swords. Then, under the astonished gazes of the humans, he spun his body and swept his thick tail like a broom, sending the human soldiers flying heavily to the ground, where they lay moaning in pain. Though not dead immediately, such injuries on the battlefield were almost certainly fatal. Weak, so weak. With such strength, you dare to challenge the great red dragon. Emboldened by his success, the red dragon whelp grew even more arrogant and delighted. Taking a deep breath, he spewed out scorching crimson flames, turning the area within 10 meters into a sea of fire. The humans who had been swept away were ignited by the flames, letting out the most miserable screams as they struggled to crawl away. A truly pitiful sight. The red dragon whelp followed them, cruelly setting fire to all humans and some unfortunate evil creatures alike. He was like a rampaging madman launching indiscriminate attacks. This onslaught soon attracted more enemies. From afar, several elf hunters shot arrows at the red dragon whelp. Ordinary arrows were deflected by the dragon whelp's spells and armor, proving almost useless. But one arrow imbued with a green glow struck directly into his shoulder blade, causing him to let out a short, sharp cry of pain. This did not frighten the red dragon whelp, instead it only fueled his ferocity. He snapped the arrow off at the shoulder and charged savagely at the nearby human soldiers. A storm of blood and carnage erupted, though only a level 7 whelp. Geduin, a monster who could buff himself with armor, possessed tenacious vitality and a ferocious, pain-defying nature, was a meat grinder on the battlefield. Without specific countermeasures, ordinary human soldiers far inferior in strength couldn't even last a single round. Geduin's killing efficiency on the battlefield likely surpassed even a level 10 or 11 human warrior. One soldier after another was sent flying by him. The red dragon whelp seemed almost unstoppable on the battlefield, until in the sky, a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters, its body blue and white, flew toward the red dragon whelp. As the giant eagle approached, it let out a piercing cry and flapped its wings. A thin bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the red dragon directly and causing his body to shudder. Wisps of black smoke rose from the red dragon whelp. Thump, thump, thump. A massive black bear, nearly 3 meters long, came charging toward the red dragon whelp. Evil red dragon, your opponent is me, the giant bear roared. Some evil minions tried to block its path, but the bear swatted them away like flies. Soon it reached the red dragon and slammed heavily into him. Crash! The red dragon whelp staggered backward and even fell over. Just as the giant bear was about to press the attack, the red dragon whelp quickly recovered and roared in fury. Roar! A druid bear dares to wrestle with a dragon. Die! The red dragon whelp immediately kicked the charging bear away with his hind legs, then pounced on it and began to tussle. Though the bear was only 3 meters long, the red dragon whelp, excluding head and tail, seemed less bulky. But draconic strength gave the whelp power no less than the bear's, even allowing him to overpower and push the bear back. The close-quarters combat was extremely disadvantageous for the bear. Unlike the red dragon whelp, the bear lacked such thick scales, even though other spellcasters had buffed it. But trading blows still left the bear howling in pain. However, whenever that happened, the giant eagle in the sky would strike again, with lightning stripping the red dragon whelp of his advantage. Instead, the whelp was dazed by a flurry of clumsy bear paws. Geddon tried to counterattack, spewing fireballs at the sky, but the giant eagle dodged every time. Roar! You useless bunch! What are you waiting for? Get over here and help. The red dragon whelp forced back repeatedly, turned his head, and saw a dozen whelps still standing dumbly, watching him like a spectacle. He roared in anger. The dozen whelps finally stirred into action. Those confident in their physical abilities, like the red dragon whelp, charged forward with battle cries. But most stayed put and cast spells. Lightning, frost, poison gas, acid, and vines rained down upon the enemy. At this moment, the only one who had yet to act was Shiloh. He squinted his eyes, observing the entire battlefield. A series of status windows appeared before Shiloh's eyes. Evil Trent levels 2 to 4, a Lizardman warrior levels 3 to 5, Forest Evil Spirit levels 4 to 5, Human Soldier levels 3 to 5, Human Knight levels 4 to 6, Elf Warrior levels 4 to 6, Elf Hunter levels 5 to 7, Tame Cheetah levels 3 to 5, Shifting Lion levels 5 to 7, Shifting Thunder Battle Eagle level 8 Elite minus, Shifting Rockskin Giant Bear level 8 Elite minus, Magic Creation Giant Trent level 10, Elf Holy Hunter levels 10 to 14, Elf Spellcaster levels 6 to 11 Adult Silver, Dragon level 14 Elite plus. He continuously swept his gaze. In the battlefield, most of the main combat forces were merely soldiers between levels 2 and 5 with limited strength. However, there were also some exceptions. These were beasts prefixed with shifting. In Shiloh's view, they were likely transformed by elf druids, and their strength was generally higher than ordinary soldiers. The 2 druids who managed to hold back and even suppress the red dragon cub were as high as level 8, and their transformed forms were also magical beast species rated Elite minus. No wonder they could suppress the red dragon cub. And the existence of the magic creation giant Trant made him unconsciously look towards the dragon matriarch fighting the golden dragon in the high sky. The prefix magic creation seemed to hint at something. Could this be the work of the dragon matriarch? She was actually able to create a level 10 monster. Truly terrifying. And the elf holy hunters at levels 10 to 14 were the masters whom Shiloh had followed the green arrows to find. These elf holy hunters were obvious holy class practitioners possessing extremely strong skills themselves, plus the blessing of divine power, making almost every shot take away 1 or 2 lives. Among them, the one at level 14 even had an elite rating. Wearing a crown of flowers on her head, she moved through the battlefield of several dragons, occasionally loosing arrows at some green dragons to buy breathing room for the golden and silver dragons. Of course, the number of elf holy hunters was extremely small. After Shillua checked, there should be no more than 6. As for the elf spellcasters, these guys wielded staves, turning the entire ground into their weapons, binding and strangling lizard men one by one. Other spellcasters unleashed elemental spells like fire and lightning, blasting evil creatures to death. Some even cast buff spells for friendly troops, summoning plant spirits to assist in battle. However, the level fluctuation of spellcasters was extremely large. As for the adult silver dragon, although its level was higher than the 3 green dragons, and it had the help of the elite level 14 elf holy hunter, it was still suppressed by the 3 young green dragons. This made Shillua vaguely guess that Barbara and Kato, these 2 young dragons, although not level 13, it should be extremely close to it. Overall, the Green Forest had more troops, but the elves and the Golden Dragon side had more elite forces. The outcome of the battle was particularly clear. Shillua analyzed the current situation, locked onto several dangerous targets, and thought about how to avoid being attacked by them. Then he prepared to start acting. Of course, he would not learn from the reckless red dragon cub Gudun to engage in melee combat, although his melee ability would definitely not be worse than the red dragon cub's. But Shillua, who deeply understood the essence of caution, after approaching the battlefield slightly, raised his dragon claw. Lightning Chain. With his extremely high affinity for lightning attribute, he began to cast spells. A streak of azure lightning shot from the tip of his claw, heading towards the densest area of humans and elves. After hitting the first human, this lightning seemed to come alive and rapidly jumped, shooting towards other humans and elves around it, only disappearing after jumping a full 6 times. Those hit were even convulsing all over from the shock. Such a degree of spell couldn't kill them, but on the battlefield, even a slight hesitation was enough to make them face the god of death. 2 were beheaded on the spot by the lizard men in combat. The other few were fortunately lucky, saved by other hunters and spellcasters. The addition of more than a dozen dragon cubs. Although they were not particularly high-end and powerful combat forces, their exquisite spells combined with the evil kin still produced many miraculous effects. Like a strong stimulant injected into the body of every evil creature, making them fight even more fiercely. Not long after, the excellent performance of the dragon cubs caught the attention of the elf strong ones. Part of the elf holy hunters and part of the spellcasters immediately set their sights on these dragon cubs. The arrow with a green glow like lightning passed through nearly 200 meters and shot into the chest and abdomen of a black dragon. Without Gudun's spells and hard-scale armor defense, just one arrow, the arrowhead, went in completely. The arrow body went in at least a few centimeters. The powerful momentum made this young black dragon let out a mournful scream. Then he was viciously slashed on the neck by the enemies who had been suppressed. Scales cracking, the young dragon's neck began to bleed. The black dragon cub was instantly critically wounded, screaming, wanting to escape. Shillua, who had been watching the battlefield, saw this. Hurriedly cast a lightning magic ball, blasting the pursuing humans to tremble wildly on the spot, falling down stiffly. But immediately after, the spells of those elf and human spellcasters also descended. The soil on the ground was softened. The heavy body of the black dragon cub slowly sank in. He wanted to break free, but vines firmly trapped him. This made him call for help loudly. Nearby, a group of human warriors took the opportunity to charge towards the black dragon cub, clearly wanting to be dragon-slaying warriors. Shillua frowned and moved his dragon claw again. Relying on the ability of high-speed spellcasting, the vines on the ground grew wildly. 2 soldiers were tripped, but the other several hurriedly scattered to both sides, flanking the black dragon cub. Shillua still wanted to cast a spell, but because of the distance at this time, it was already too late. He could only watch as one of the humans with another sword slashed towards the black dragon cub. The little black dragon wailed and raised its claw to block, yet was cut another wound. It hurt so much that it screamed in agony. Being a skin and bones dragon to begin with, plus the soldiers wielding their full strength without mercy, the little black dragon's scales could not play any effective role. But luckily at this moment, Shillua's another lightning chain arrived, making those humans who approached tremble all over and stiffen on the spot. But at this time, the injured black dragon cub had already attracted more attention. Several more arrows shot over, sticking into the black dragon's body. At the same time, several humans ran over frantically. Just when Shillua still wanted to cast a spell, the golden dragon that was originally tangled with the dragon matriarch let out a loud roar. Everyone stop it. Don't kill that cub. He is still just a child. After serious injury, just let him go back. He has no ability to fight again. The golden dragon's clear roar spread throughout the entire battlefield, making Shillua even a bit stunned. Is this guy insane? Shillua stared blankly at the golden dragon. Seemingly because of this distraction, the golden dragon was struck by the dragon matriarch's fierce spell and sent plummeting from the sky. This made Shillua sigh. These metallic dragons were truly a bunch of lunatics. Clearly they were irreconcilable with the chromatic dragons and often clashed, yet they could still speak up for their young. Didn't you see that the dragon matriarch didn't say a word? She even took this opportunity to launch an attack, compared to the dragon matriarch who was on their side. At this moment, it was actually the golden dragon, an enemy, who cared about the survival of the young dragons, leaving Shillua deeply moved. However, the few humans rushing toward the black dragon did not slow down in the slightest. They completely ignored the golden dragon's words. The golden dragon, still falling, also noticed the situation here. From 1,000 meters away, the golden dragon's claws aimed at the young black dragon, and then two beams of light descended, merging into the young black dragon's body. Immediately, several transparent shields appeared. When the human's weapons struck at the young black dragon, these shields moved on their own, deflecting the weapons. This was a third-tier psychic shield. Shilla narrowed his eyes, once again marveling at the contradiction in the metallic dragon's thoughts. The Dragon Matriarch took this opportunity to continue her pursuit. On the ground, a level 14 elven holy hunter raised his bow of verdant light blooming. An arrow shot toward the Dragon Matriarch at a speed almost invisible to Shilla. Facing this arrow, the Dragon Matriarch also wore a solemn expression. She actually abandoned the pursuit of the golden dragon and clasped her claws together. Layers of light curtains appeared before her to block the arrow. Pop! The light curtains shattered one after another, the arrow flying straight toward the Dragon Matriarch's throat. But at the critical moment, the green vines on the Dragon Matriarch's body surged, blocking in front of her neck. The arrow, having shattered several light curtains, had lost most of its power and could not advance another inch, blocked by the vines. Seizing this opportunity, the golden dragon regrouped and attacked the Dragon Matriarch. On the other side, the silver dragon, besieged by 3 young green dragons, also noticed the golden dragon's recent crisis and roared, "All humans, listen. If you dare to kill these young dragons, you will surely face the punishment of our metallic dragon clan. Everyone, please stop killing the young dragons. You just severely wound them. All subsequent losses will be borne by us. Now please unite and defeat the evil dragon Balier. If we fall into internal strife, now everything will have been in vain." A highly ranked elven spellcaster used wind magic to amplify the voice across the battlefield. And those elven spellcasters and hunters who had been preparing to attack the black dragon immediately ceased their attacks. Of course, they didn't say they would completely stop attacking the young dragons. They just refrained from attacking this dying black young dragon. Those lively young dragons that were still killing were still their targets. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows and spells immediately shot toward Shilla, who had been continuously casting spells and performing quite prominently. Shilla dodged, but was still hit by several arrows. However, ordinary arrows posed almost no threat to him. The multiple defenses Barbara had cast on him easily deflected these arrows. At this moment, the few humans who had intended to attack the black young dragon exchanged glances, showing helplessness, and had to turn to deal with other enemies. The black young dragon surprisingly found safety for a while. After struggling free from the slime's restraint, it fled wailing into the green forest. Shilla quickly cast rock armor to add another layer of protection. At the same time, he began to reduce his casting frequency, trying to appear as mediocre as possible. However, the elves had indeed noticed him, and later some spellcasters specifically cast lightning resistance on their units, making Shilla gradually fade into the background. Only when Alan was targeted would Shilla strike with his claws, killing or driving back any enemies trying to approach. The battlefield was chaotic and disorderly. The dozen or so young dragons in the continuous battle gradually sustained varying degrees of injury. The humans and elves seemed to have given up on killing the young dragons, but they had not given up on the idea of severely wounding them. The battle lasted for nearly an hour. Those still fighting felt on the verge of exhaustion, and many of the young dragons had already depleted their magic power. The red dragon Whelp Gordon, with his level 7 elite strength, was still a bit too strained dealing with 2 level 8 elite druids, though he was not defeated. But that was thanks to Shilla renewing his mage armor and shield spell every time they expired. Otherwise, this dragon whelp would have lost all face. Just as Shilla thought the battle was about to draw to a close, a roar of extreme pain suddenly came from afar. Shilla turned to look. He saw that the Dragon Matriarch's forelimb was completely pierced by a silver spear. A middle-aged human warrior in silver armor stood horizontally in the void, holding the silver spear that had pierced the Dragon Matriarch's body. With a roar, accompanied by the Dragon Matriarch's furious and terrified shriek, the female dragon opened her mouth and suddenly spat out a pale white sphere. Then the sphere exploded with a terrifying roar. The powerful blast sent the silver-armored middle-aged human and the golden dragon flying. The Dragon Matriarch turned and flew into the distance. Shilla stared dumbfounded at this human warrior. At this moment, he looked somewhat disheveled, apparently having suffered some damage from the explosion, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Human spellcaster warrior. Level 13 elite. Status normal. A spellcaster. A warrior. Or an elite on par with an ordinary dragon. Is this guy a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts? Shilla was stunned and realized. But, with his level 13 strength, how could he gravely wound the level 18 outstanding Dragon Matriarch? What just happened? Wait. That spear. Shilla fixed his gaze on the silver spear in the human spellcaster warrior's hand. Just looking at it gave him a creepy feeling. This is a dragon-slaying weapon. Dragon-slaying weapon. Shilla couldn't help exclaiming at the thought. Similarly, Alan beside him also cried out in shock. The two dragons exchanged glances, and Shilla saw a hint of fear and terror in the small white dragon's eyes. Dragon-slaying weapons. Weapons specifically designed against the dragon race. Legend has it that they are made from the fangs of adult dragons and require a dragon soul with intense hatred for the dragon race to forge. Weapons forged from such materials can not only easily pierce dragon scales, but also cause continuous horrific damage to the dragon's body. Wounds inflicted by these weapons on dragons cannot heal. Even with high-level healing spells, it is very difficult to cure completely. Throughout the human world, these are extremely rare weapons. Perhaps individually, they are not as powerful as legendary-grade weapons, but when facing dragons, they are even more effective than legendary ones. Memories of dragon-slaying weapons surged forth instantly. That was precisely why most dragons refrained from delivering lethal blows among themselves. Mutual slaughter would breed terrifying, vengeful dragon souls. Thus other races could obtain them and forge dreadful dragon-slaying weapons. This in turn would harm the entire dragon race. However, how could this silver-armored human possess such a rare weapon? That golden dragon was actually cooperating with this human to fight against the dragon matriarch. Shiloh turned his gaze back to the golden dragon. This dragon had suffered far less damage from the explosion than the human. With a roar it charged after the dragon matriarch. This sudden turn of events stunned the 3 young green dragons that had been besieging the silver dragon. For a moment, they actually stopped attacking. Instead, the human wielding a silver spear bellowed. The evil dragon has been severely wounded and fled. All evil creatures, surrender on the spot if you don't want to die. The evil dragon has fled. The evil dragon has fled. We have one. Surrender on the spot if you don't want to die. Hearing this, a group of humans and elves began to roar along. Their shouts were inspiring and resounded across the entire battlefield. The other evil minions suddenly became panicked. The dragon matriarch was their master and the strongest on the Greenwood side. In previous wars against the golden dragon, she had never been at a disadvantage. In one-on-one combat, she could always defeat the golden dragon. But this time she had actually lost. The evil minions could not understand. Yet they no longer had the courage to resist. Some fled, while others crouched with their heads in their hands awaiting judgment. Wog. At that moment, another young dragon's scream rang out. It brought Shiloh back to his senses. At this time, that group of humans once again swung their blades at a white dragon, heavily wounding its neck. Shiloh glanced around. A group of people had quietly surrounded their group of young dragons. Because the golden dragon had left, these fellows wanted to kill again. No. They probably intended to severely wound them and then capture. All dragons, don't think about surrendering. Run away quickly. If you get caught, be prepared to spend the rest of your life on Dragon Island. The young green dragon Barbara looked at Shiloh, shouted loudly, and then turned to fly away as well. The other 2 young dragons exchanged glances, then turned and fled. The entire Greenwood Legion began to collapse at this moment. Run, run, Shiloh also shouted. Just as he was about to flee, he suddenly saw the red dragon Gordon entangled by a giant bear. He narrowed his eyes. He waved his 2 claws. Lightning chain. Shiloh's extremely fast casting speed allowed him to release 2 spells almost instantly. Crackle, crackle. Pale blue lightning shot from his claws, striking the rock-hide giant bear and paralyzing it in place, while also immobilizing several humans who tried to approach. Gordon seized the opportunity to glance at Shiloh, then turned and ran as well. Only then did Shiloh also start to flee. A group of young dragons, almost all, followed him. Behind them, accompanied by the loud sound of hooves, a group of knights had already given chase. Shiloh glanced back and saw that the number of knights was at least over 100. The young dragons had already expended a great deal of physical strength and magical power in the previous battle. Now several of them were showing signs of exhaustion. A white dragon that was running slowly had even been caught up, a spear thrust out fiercely. With the momentum of the charging warhorse, the sharp tip pierced through the dragon's wing on its back, and with the force of impact pinned it to the ground. Ooh, ow, it hurts. It hurts. Help. Save me. Shiloh, Lady Barbara, save me. I don't want to be taken to Dragon Island. This white dragon let out a miserable howl, but none of the young dragons paid him any attention. Everyone was busy fleeing on their own. However, Shiloh kept an eye on the rear with his peripheral vision. At this moment, he was undoubtedly at the front. Behind him were other blue dragons who could easily use lightning flash, their speed far surpassing the other dragons. After them were a few black dragons, the red dragon cub Gordon, and some green dragons. As for the little white dragon Alan, who had been running alongside him earlier, he was now at the very back. The defect of his lameness was now fully exposed. The group of knights was only 30 meters away from Alan. If not stopped, the next one to be left behind would surely be the little white dragon. A glint flashed in Shiloh's eyes. He made a quick stop. His forelimbs plowed 2 trails in the grass, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Abel and another blue dragon passed by him, looking at him with surprise. Run, Shiloh. Do you still want to fight back at a time like this? Shiloh, what are you doing? Run. This is not the time for our competition. The red dragon Gordon was also shocked, his face full of disbelief. Despite this little brat's brave charge earlier, he was actually not stupid. He knew very well when to engage and when not to. Earlier, his battle instinct had exploded, and with the dragon matriarch present, he had no fear. Of course, he also knew that if he performed brilliantly on the battlefield, the dragon matriarch would surely reward him later. All of this was one of the reasons why the red dragon cub was so fierce. But now, He did not want to be captured by the metallic dragons and taken to Dragon Island. Even Alicia on the side shouted, Shillua, don't do anything rash. Run. Your future cannot be ruined here. Run. As long as we escape together, I promise I will treat you better in the future. Corman, who was following Alicia, turned pale. Why would Alicia say such a thing? She would treat Shillua better in the future. Damn it. Alicia, why are you so kind? You are a green dragon. You should be more evil. Why do you not even want that disgusting Shillua to die? Damn it. My green jade. You are too kind. Koraman felt a pang in his heart. Shillua's expression was resolute. Ignoring the three dragons' clamor, he quickly turned around. Then he began to cast a spell. Grease. When the knights were still more than 10 meters from the little white dragon, a layer of black grease oozed out of the ground behind the white dragon, stretching for a full 50 to 60 meters. Correspondingly, it was not very wide. Only about 1 meter wide, like a black line blocking the knight's path. The leading knight was stunned for a moment, and before he could think further, Shillua's claw tip shot out another thin bolt of lightning aimed directly at the black grease on the grass. The moment the lightning struck the black grease, a spark appeared, then spread and exploded to the left and right. Boom. A scorching wall of fire shot up from nowhere, blocking the knights. The horses under the knights were frightened by the sudden flames, screaming and becoming frenzied, either stopping abruptly or turning to flee. Several knights were thrown off, some even passed through the flames, their bodies and horses covered in fire, then fell to the ground, rolling and howling. The entire cavalry unit was in disarray, riders and horses overturned, utter chaos. Luoshi gasped heavily. A large-scale grease spell consumed a tremendous amount of mana for him. If he hadn't been holding back throughout the battle earlier, such an enormous expenditure would have been unbearable. Although the grease spell was fundamentally a first-tier spell, its mana cost was calculated based on range. Extending its length to 50 or 60 meters multiplied the expenditure many times over. It hadn't reached the extreme multiplier of 50 or 60 times, but it was still increased by at least 20 to 30-fold. Fortunately, the results were satisfactory. Combined with the scorching heat from the electric shock, the two low-tier spells instantly transformed into a large-scale firewall. Not only did it cast faster than the standard firewall, but its range was also far more extensive, almost comparable to a third-tier area spell. By combining different spells, entirely new effects could be produced, allowing lower-tier magic to ascend into something more powerful, reducing both mana consumption and casting time. This was precisely the strength of combined spells. This was exactly what made a caster truly formidable. The other young dragons, seeing the cavalry blocked by the firewall, all wore expressions of deep admiration. Luoshi was indeed Luoshi, standing firm to block the pursuing cavalry at such a critical moment, buying precious time for all the young dragons to flee. He was simply too powerful, too resolute. The young dragons erupted in cheers. Then they watched as Luoshi swiftly ran to the white dragon Alan, lifting the small dragon entirely and placing him on his back. Compared to Luoshi, this little dragon appeared exceedingly frail, just over 4 meters in length, yet extremely slender, so his weight on Luoshi's back made little difference. Alan, hold on tight. Don't you dare let go. Luoshi growled, azure lightning arcs flaring across his body before swiftly converging, and then he shot back to the very front of the group at incredible speed. Damn it. Don't let these young dragons escape. Give chase. All of you pursue them. These are all gold coins. Catch them, and we'll never worry for the rest of our lives. Especially that blue dragon. And the red one too. If we capture them, we'll strike it rich. Pursue them quickly. Some knights who had been positioned at the rear circled around the firewall, roaring as they pressed their pursuit. Their eyes were bloodshot and red, appearing exceptionally frenzied. Even more knights drew their bows and began firing arrows from a distance at the young dragons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew ceaselessly. Most missed their mark entirely, but a few struck home. A little black dragon's rear was struck by an arrow, causing him to wail in pain, yet his speed increased by another 3 parts. Whoosh. An arrow fell beside Luoshi. It made him furrow his brows slightly. These guys are truly relentless. Alan, while holding on tight, try using nature magic to impede those knights. You should still have some mana reserves left, right? Luoshi growled his reminder. The little white dragon, upon hearing this, immediately began casting a spell. The very next moment, thick vines erupted from the ground, toppling the nearest cavalrymen one by one. This forced the cavalry to fall further behind. Before long, the young dragons used this opportunity to return to the entrance of the green forest. Once inside, protected by the towering trees, the cavalry would lose their ability to pursue. They were confident they could use the dense woodland to evade any remaining enemies. Just as they believed themselves safe, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the air. The silver dragon, with its 20-meter-long massive body and 30-plus meters of wingspan, approached the young dragons at breakneck speed. Its silver scales shimmered magnificently under the sunlight, radiant and noble, an extraordinarily beautiful sight. Yet it sent every young dragon, including Luoshi, into a frenzy of panicked heartbeats. Luoshi's heart sank with a silent scream of doom. He had confidence in escaping from humans and elves, but fleeing from an adult silver dragon capable of flight, that was entirely out of the question. It was simply impossible. This was utterly ruined. Despair welled up within Luoshi. although he knew being captured by a silver dragon wouldn't result in death. But being dragged back to the dragon island where the metallic dragons resided by these detestable creatures, facing either imprisonment or brainwashing re-education. This was something she could never accept. The intensity of the brainwashing education, there was no ordinary magnitude. Among the dragons on the island there existed a group of ancient dragons with extraordinarily powerful magic. Beneath the magical might of those ancient dragons, how could a young dragon, guarantee his resistance? By then he might truly be brainwashed into a complete fool. Being imprisoned would be far worse. His ambitions and aspirations would wither and die. Not only would he suffer from starvation, but he would also be cut off from acquiring magical knowledge. Being captured was virtually synonymous with total ruin. She wailed in despair. Suddenly a flash of green caught his peripheral vision, bringing a faint smile to his face. It was Barbara. The female green dragon who should have long since fled appeared once more, unexpectedly hurtling toward the silver dragon at astonishing speed. This female green dragon had indeed been keeping watch over him all along. She was worried about his safety. That debt was worth every penny. A glimmer of hope rekindled within Luoxi's heart. After drawing near the silver dragon, the female green dragon swept her claws and dense vines spread across the colossal tree beneath her, attempting to trap the silver dragon. The silver dragon dove and exhaled its intense, freezing breath, turning all approaching vines into shattered ice. But this merely slowed the silver dragon for a fleeting instant. The young green dragon collided head-on with the silver dragon's massive body, and the two dragons began plummeting from the sky. Run faster. Scatter and flee. Run as far as you can. I can't hold this silver dragon for long. Run. With a thunderous crash, the female green dragon roared aloud. The young dragons suddenly snapped out of their daze. As they hesitated over whether to flee separately or together, the silver dragon's roar sounded once more. You wretched, evil dragon. Even at this point you still wish to sacrifice these young ones. I will never allow them to continue becoming your evil instruments. They should receive the education of the metallic dragon clan instead. Roar. Oh, ice sprites dwelling in the frozen realm. Answer my summons. Intercept those young dragons for me. A massive azure spell circle materialized from the heavens, followed by a dazzling flash of light. 20 or 30 frost spirits, each about half a meter tall, with delicate wings and bodies composed entirely of ice, emerged from within. Frost spirits. Level 5. Upon appearing, these spirits hovered at 30 to 40 meters in the air and pursued the young dragons. This prompted the young dragons, who had been wavering over whether to split up, to hastily scatter and sprint in different directions. Not a single young dragon chose to stand and fight. This was only natural. After all, these were flying creatures. Without the ability to take flight themselves, the young dragons attempting to slay these spirits would be like using a cannon to swat mosquitoes, a task of enormous difficulty. Although the young dragons were confident in their ability to eliminate these frost spirits if they couldn't do so quickly enough, if the silver dragon defeated the female green dragon first, then not a single young dragon would escape. As she fled, he deliberately glanced toward the red dragon cub named Gaduin. He noticed the fellow instinctively met his gaze, and then both dragons turned and sprinted westward together. Perhaps because the three dragons were fleeing together, no fewer than 8 or 9 ice sprites pursued them. Keeping close behind, they periodically cast frost spells to strike the two dragons. Gordon the young red dragon radiated terrifyingly high temperatures. Frost spells lost most of their potency at close range, rendering them nearly ineffective against him and utterly unable to freeze or slow him down. To avoid being hindered, Xylo could only maintain a constant state of electrical discharge, causing his mana consumption to multiply exponentially. Though temporarily safe, this situation was decidedly frustrating. The young red dragon cursed as he ran. Those damn frozen flies buzzing endlessly in the sky. They are utterly detestable. Damn it. If I could fly right now, I'd crush every last one of them into paste. How dare this bunch of trash pursue the great red dragon? Xylo listened to his curses and occasionally glanced his way. But he sensed something amiss. Where the young red dragon had sprinted across the green grassland, a trail of ignited patches remained behind. Thick smoke rose slowly from the scorched grass embers, flickering intermittently, as though the entire area were on the verge of bursting into flame. Xylo watched, his eyes flashing with realization. Acting on a sudden inspiration, he roared, Gordon, use your breath to set the green forest ablaze. That silver dragon's purpose in attacking the green forest was to help the elves reclaim it. I doubt she would stand idle and watch it burn to the ground. Quick, use your breath. Alan and I will use nature magic to spread the flames as far as possible. Huh, ha ha ha. What a brilliant idea. You damn fools and flies. Burn together with this forest into a fiery purgatory. The young red dragon's eyes lit up, and he eagerly complied, taking a deep breath. He then exhaled downward. Whoosh! Fierce flames erupted in all directions, instantly transforming the surrounding area within 7 or 8 meters into a sea of fire. Xylo and Alan stopped as well and began casting spells. Vines sprouted from the ground, one end reaching into the flames, while the other stretched farther and farther into the distance. The fire spread rapidly along the vines. The blaze expanded at an astonishing rate. Several ice sprites waved their tiny hands, sending billowing clouds of icy mist surging toward the three dragons. The white dragon feared no cold, and the red dragon was surrounded by flames. Only Xylo grew uncomfortably, chilled, his limbs gradually growing numb. Yet he remained silent, watching the fire rage wildly. In the distance, over a kilometer away, the adult silver dragon pinned the mother green dragon beneath her, and the two ferociously battered each other. They were not using spells. The reason was simple. During the earlier great battle, both had already exhausted nearly all their mana. The silver dragon, moreover, had just employed a summoning spell, leaving her with even less magical energy. Such meager reserves might suffice against weaklings, but against dragons of over 10 levels, it was clearly inadequate. Thus resorting to claws proved the wisest option. And the adult silver dragon clearly held the upper hand in this struggle. Claw after claw raked across the green dragon's chest and belly as she growled relentlessly, "Evil dragon. You have extraordinary audacity. You dare to obstruct me at a time like this. Humph. Do you truly believe you still have the other two dragons to aid you?" Ugh. Rarark. The mother green dragon growled in agony, defending against the claw strikes, while intermittently counterattacking. After fighting for a while, both dragons suddenly noticed columns of thick smoke rising from the distant forest. Their expressions shifted instantly. Ha ha ha. You worthless thing. I don't know what benefits those elves promised you for their aid, but if the green forest is burned to the ground, those rewards may not materialize after all. The mother green dragon let out a low, dark laugh. The silver dragon snarled with restless agitation, "Damn it. Those little dragons are setting fire to the green forest. Damn it, I must rush there immediately." She knew that extinguishing the fire was ultimately her responsibility. The reason was simple. All other spellcasters besides her had long since exhausted their mana. Even those with reserves remaining would need considerable time to reach the fire site. How could they possibly put it out? With that said, the silver dragon attempted to shake off the green dragon. But at that moment, the green dragon acted unexpectedly. She clamped her arms around the silver dragon and held on desperately, while the vines beneath them grew wildly, slowly wrapping around the silver dragon's body. For a moment, the silver dragon found herself unable to break free. Enraged, she glared at the mother green dragon and roared, "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Do you truly wish to die here? You wretched creature. I will make you watch the green forest burn. You're asking for it." The silver dragon snarled and sank her fangs into the green dragon's neck. Ugh! Roar! The green dragon cried out in pain, but retaliated by biting back at the silver dragon with equal ferocity. The two colossal dragons grappled in a furious brawl, the very ground and 100-meter-tall ancient trees shaking with each impact. Though the two dragons differed by a full 2 levels, the mother green dragon's condition was superior to the silver dragon's. Moreover, as dragons both possessed immensely thick scales and dense flesh, neither could be subdued or killed in such a brief struggle. A minute soon passed. Watching the flames grow ever more ferocious, the silver dragon could only issue orders to the ice sprites near the blaze through temporary contracts, commanding them to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing the ice sprites cease their attack and turn to cast frost spells upon the flames, Xylo's body crackled with thunderous energy as he heated himself. He growled to Gordon, "Now, run!" With that, Xylo and Gordon continued their flight into the distance, not pausing until they reached the outer edge of the green forest, where they finally stopped to catch their breath. The three dragons turned to look back at the green forest, where thick smoke still billowed upward, though the fire was clearly being held in check. Their moods differed greatly. The young red dragon curled his lips into a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha. Burn, burn, burn the entire green forest to ashes. You dared to pursue us. This is the price you must pay." Huff. Xylo panted heavily, carrying Alan on his back, his stamina depleting faster than Gordon's. After catching his breath a few times, he prepared to continue fleeing far away. Unexpectedly, a voice roared from behind, "Wait. Xylo, wait for me." He turned his head and saw Abel, the young blue dragon, gasping for breath as he ran to catch up. "Excellent. I never expected to encounter you here. We're safe now." "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence." A hint of warmth appeared in Xylo's expression. "Oh, it's that good for nothing. You actually managed to escape from those fairies too. Truly surprising." The young red dragon grinned, casting a sidelong glance at Abel before speaking coldly. "I am a blue dragon just as noble as Xylo. With flash of thunderlight, how could those creatures ever catch me? And you? You probably just got lucky riding on Xylo's coattails, didn't you? Otherwise, how could you possibly have escaped?" Abel shot back without yielding an inch. The young red dragon's expression darkened, instantly eager to retort. "Enough. Stop squabbling. Run. This place isn't safe yet. Move." Xylo called out, immediately setting off once more. Both dragons quickly fell in behind him. They trotted for no less than 20 to 30 kilometers before slowing. The blue dragon cub, Abel, finally couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed sideways onto the grass, gasping for breath. "No. I can't go on. I can't run anymore. Shiloh, let's rest for a while." "Useless. Can't handle this already. Your body is far weaker than your mouth. And you dare to compare yourself to Shiloh? You're not even worthy of one of his claws." Gordon taunted again. His chest and abdomen also heaved irregularly, clearly exhausted as well. But he had to admit this dragon cub possessed astonishing stamina. Earlier he had fought fiercely against two 8th level druids for so long. In terms of sheer stamina alone, even Shiloah might not match him. Damn you, Gordon. The blue dragon cub's face was filled with bitterness. Pant. Pant. Shiloah glanced at the red dragon cub and Abel. This is not the time to stop and rest. We're not safe yet. We must run farther. Shiloah replied, breathing heavily. But I really can't. Truly. Abel's face twisted in pain. In that case I'll carry you. Shiloah gazed at Abel, then hoisted him onto his back. Shiloah, you. Abel's voice trembled, clearly not expecting Shiloah to do this. Even Gordon's brow furrowed. You carried Alan for so long and had no stamina left. What's the point of showing off now? Hey, who said I have no stamina? Shiloah smiled slightly, immersing his consciousness into the sphere of vitality in his stomach. Threads of magical power converged. The next moment Shiloah felt the energy contained within the sphere release like a warm current, instantly flooding his entire body. Ah! The extraordinary comfort made him let out a sigh. The fatigue in his body rapidly dissipated. After a few breaths the warm current faded. Shiloah's expression improved noticeably. He felt that at least a third of his stamina had been restored. Alright, now let's move on. He shook his body, indicating that he was in excellent condition. What happened? Your stamina recovered. And it seems like a lot. You didn't cast any spells just now. What did you do? The red dragon cub was astonished. This is something Lady Barbara gave me before which can restore some stamina. Shiloah didn't hide it, and spoke directly. Again, Barbara, that female dragon taught you so many spells before, and now she gives you a treasure that seems valuable. How strange. Could it be that you're her illegitimate child with a blue dragon? The red dragon cub said with a strange expression. Damn it. Gordon, you bastard, don't talk nonsense. Shiloah is a pure-blooded blue dragon. How could a mere green dragon be worthy of associating with Shiloah? Abel shouted before Shiloah could speak. He had always been proud of sharing pure blood with Shiloah. Shiloah just smiled and blinked. Who knows? Maybe this is the privilege of the strongest cub. I suppose so. You are a dragon who once defeated me, so you deserve this privilege. The red dragon cub showed a look of realization and nodded lightly. The little white dragon Alan, who had been silent all along, appeared thoughtful. Alright. No matter what, we must keep moving forward. After saying this, Shiloah led the other cubs to continue their journey. Time passed. The sun slowly set. The cubs had no idea how far they had run, but it must have been at least 70 or 80 kilometers. They had moved from the grassy forest of Lulin to some mountain range. The 4 cubs lay on the ground at the foot of a mountain beside a tree, gasping for air. They gazed up at the bright stars in the sky. Abel, feeling a sense of relief, said, Thank goodness we've run so far. Those 2 damn dragons must not be able to find us. I never thought even the Dragon Matriarch would be defeated. Thank goodness for Shiloah, or we would have been done for. The little white dragon leaned against Shiloah's left forelimb, looking up at him with admiration. The Dragon Matriarch is nothing special. As a chromatic dragon she lost to a gold dragon. What a waste. If I were in my prime I could kill that gold dragon with 1 claw. The red dragon cub sneered contemptuously. Don't say that. The human beside the gold dragon wielded a dragon-slaying weapon. Shiloah shook his head, defending the Dragon Matriarch. If it were me, what could a mere dragon-slaying weapon do? The red dragon cub remained disdainful. You're all talk. If it were you, 1 spear would send you to the mother of evil dragons. Abel retorted sarcastically. The cubs seemed carefree, as if they had already emerged from the shadow of the defeat in Lulin. They were lively and spirited, chatting among themselves. Suddenly the little white dragon spoke worriedly. I wonder how the other dragons are doing. Did they all escape from the silver dragon like us? Who cares about them? If they can't even escape from the metallic dragons, they deserve to die. The red dragon cub pouted nonchalantly. It doesn't matter as long as we're safe. Abel also said softly. The selfishness of the chromatic dragons was evident at this moment. Shiloah said calmly, I hope we'll meet again someday. For now we just need to keep ourselves alive. Without the protection of Lulin, life will be tough. Tough? Shiloah, what are you talking about? With our strength, even some adolescent dragons might not be our match. We can live well even alone in the wild. If it weren't for that fool Belle causing trouble, I would have left Lulin long ago. Now it's perfect. The red dragon cub grumbled. Better to be careful. Shiloah didn't discourage the red dragon cub. The cubs chatted a bit more, but exhaustion soon overwhelmed them, and they fell asleep. In his sleep, Shiloah drifted into the mysterious sea. Several lines of bold black characters appeared. Exile, you have lost the battle against your enemies. Your homeland has been taken, and you have become a homeless exile. Reward 5 achievement points. Hero, you stepped up when the cubs faced a crisis, saving them in a heroic manner. Reward 5 achievement points. Current achievements 20. Exile. That's not a good achievement. Hero is nice. I only wanted to save Alan, but I ended up with this achievement. Achievement points are back to 20, which is a decent gain. Shiloah sighed inwardly, but did nothing else. He focused his gaze on the 4 cub shadows beneath the massive skeleton. The shadows of Gordon, Abel, Alicia, and Alan had changed again. Alan's shadow seemed almost solid with little change, but Abel's shadow had become much more solid. If Alan's shadow was 100, then Abel had gone from 30 to 40, Alicia from 25 to 35, and the red dragon cub from 15 to 20. The solidification of these dragon shadows could somewhat increase Shilua's total magical power. Meanwhile, beyond the Lulin, the sun was setting. A gentle breeze swept across the grassland once verdant, now stained with blood and littered with corpses. In a quieter spot near the forest's edge, several young dragons, scarred and bleeding, their vitality fading and breaths ragged, were tightly bound. They glared furiously at two pointed-eared elves, one around 30 in appearance with golden hair and eyes radiating righteousness, and the other with silver hair and eyes, skin as pale as snow, and a crescent moon mark upon her forehead. Judging by their appearances, one was clearly a woodland elf, and the other a pure-blood moon elf. Staring at the two, one of the young dragons roared indignantly, "Despicable golden dragon! Silver dragon! You who pride yourselves as messengers of justice, is this all you know how to do? Ambushing the great dragon matriarch Belier in collusion with a human wielding a dragon-slaying weapon. And attacking us hatchlings as well. It simply reaches the pinnacle of despicable and shameless conduct. For you to commit such acts and yet have the audacity to call five-color dragons despicable and insidious." Puck. Spitting at the very end, the young dragon directly hurled a mouthful of saliva toward the golden-haired elf. No, it should be the golden dragon in disguise. The golden dragon did not retaliate, but the silver dragon, disguised as the silver-haired elf, simply flicked her wrist. The spittle reversed course and splattered back onto the hatchling's face, sending it into a furious squealing fit. Such hot-tempered little ones. Following a sinister dragon like Belier, their minds are clearly corrupted. They must be taken back to Dragon Island for proper discipline, otherwise they will inevitably become scourges upon the land. The silver dragon said coolly. Pitiful little ones forced onto the battlefield at such a tender age by that sinister beast, yet they still dare to speak on its behalf. The golden-haired, golden-eyed elf remarked somewhat sentimentally, "As for calling me despicable and shameless for allying with a human wielding a dragon-slaying weapon. Can an act of justice truly be called shameful? Dragon-slaying weapons were the folly of past generations. Since they already exist, we might as well harness them to serve the cause of justice. You little ones, curse all you wish now. I will not hold it against you. Once you reach Dragon Island, I am certain you will learn to distinguish right from wrong. You detestable metal dragons. Just wait. The Dragon Matriarch will return to settle this with you. Settle it." Though that sinister dragon escaped my grasp, she paid a dearly price. Now stripped of her 3 green dragon subordinates and fiendish kin, what could she possibly achieve, even upon recovery? The era that belonged to her has long passed. As the young dragons conversed, a young man in a youth robe embroidered with golden threads interjected from the side, "Wait. Mr. Christopher, Miss Trisha, from what you're saying, you intend to take all the hatchlings back to Dragon Island. Don't you find that rather selfish? They are the spoils of war for all of us. I believe you have no right to privately take them away." Upon hearing this, those nearby turned their gazes toward him, expressions ranging from surprise to mockery and helplessness. There was astonishment, mockery, and resignation. The young dragons, however, flew into a collective rage and bellowed, "Damned human! Who the hell are you calling spoils of war? Let me go. I will devour this human scum fit only for consumption. How dare you insult our noble dragonkind? Hey, golden dragon, silver dragon, kill this human immediately. He treats us as mere merchandise. How dare a mere human reduce the majestic dragons to commodities? If you still consider yourselves dragons, kill him. Let him know that the majesty of dragons is not to be trifled with." The young dragon's roars shook the heavens. The silver dragon narrowed her eyes and gazed at the audacious man, saying, "Naturally, since these 5-color dragons are still so young, it is only fitting that we take them back to Dragon Island for discipline." Her tone was resolute. "Mr. Wally, what is the meaning behind your question? If not Dragon Island, do you perhaps harbor some other brilliant idea?" The golden dragon frowned, his golden eyes fixed tightly on the young man. Waves of pressure emanated from him, causing the man's body to stiffen instantly, yet he refused to yield, retorting, "What? Are you planning to strike me, Mr. Golden Dragon? You may test that if you wish. Death holds no terror for me, but afterward you too will bear the corresponding consequences. News of you murdering an innocent human, merely seeking fair compensation, will spread like wildfire across the entire Domalink star system. I would dearly love to see whether they praise you as the dragon of justice, or a complete and utter sinister dragon. Do you truly believe they would trust the word of a decent being who only knows how to spread baseless rumors and wreak havoc across the world?" The golden dragon's eyes narrowed further, the oppressive pressure intensifying. The young man's body was nearly crushed, forcing him to his knees involuntarily, yet he continued to glare at the dragon. "You may try." The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. "Mr. Wally, the Qinghe Merchant Guild's losses we elves of the Tsuishing lineage will fully compensate. Please refrain from quarreling with Mr. Christopher. Those 5-color dragons are after all nothing but hatchlings. Though their temperament clashes with the Metal Dragon clan, they are still the younger generation. To speak thus to their faces is highly disrespectful." A beautiful natural elf, graceful in appearance and clad in garments woven from leaves, spoke up to mediate. She was none other than the level 14 elf sage hunter from the earlier battlefield. "Fully compensate. Do you still have that many natural tree leaves in stock?" The young man glanced at the beautiful natural elf and asked. That is hardly your concern. The natural elf replied, frowning, evidently displeased. The natural tree originates from Yggdrasil, the world tree. Cultivated over hundreds or thousands of years from its trunk, it is the ultimate treasure of every natural elf clan. Though it lacks the world tree's power, which is enough to stir even legendary mages, it remains exceptionally remarkable. Even Dragon Matriarch Balior initially attacked the Lulin with the intention of seizing the natural tree. Unfortunately for her, the natural elves fled alongside it, leaving her to merely lay claim to the forest itself. Thus arose the present situation. Its leaves are the greatest delight for spellcasters. Consuming them not only sharpens the mind and slightly augments magical power, but also triggers bursts of inspiration in a short span. Many casters rely on these leaves to break through bottlenecks in their magical comprehension and ascend to higher realms. Even frequent consumption can alter a spellcaster's innate aptitude. An absolute top-tier treasure. A single Dallin's worth commands no less than 2 gold coins. The phrase, worth its weight in gold, fits it perfectly. Its main trunk is a treasure among treasures. The staffs of many legendary spellcasters are forged from it. There are 6 young dragons in total here. Though we lack that red dragon hatchling and the exceptionally powerful blue dragon one, these still command a considerable sum given their grasp of numerous spells and good quality. Each one will not come cheap, remember that, the young man reminded. Descent being, it would be wise for you to understand one thing: apart from the black dragon hatchling captured by Marquis Dwellian's cavalry, the rest were all caught by me. What business is that of yours? A trace of chilling aura seeped from the silver-haired elf, clearly angered. What nonsense are you spouting? Without the support of our Qinghe Merchant Guild, could you have conquered the Lulin without us? If my memory serves correctly, isn't it you who were previously chased screaming by 3 green dragons, and who fled like rats with your head down when hunted by the Dragon Matriarch? The young man stated without a hint of fear. Those words seemed to completely ignite the silver dragon's fury. Evil descent being. Die. The silver dragon growled lowly, opening her maw to spew a torrent of piercing cold frost. The young man froze, seemingly startled, just as he opened his mouth to speak. The chilling aura swept over his entire body. At that moment, a translucent membrane appeared around his body as the cold wind brushed against it. It emitted a cracking sound as though on the verge of shattering. Damn you! You dare lay hands on an innocent human. Evil! You are the true evil! The young man shouted in shock and rage, then turned to the elf sage hunter beside him. Your Grace Phineas. Just look at these 2 dragons. The elf met with such a gaze, remained silent, only sighing. The chilling aura surged even more violently. Before long, the membrane shattered, and the young man's entire figure was engulfed by the freezing cold. In merely a few breaths' time, his whole body was coated in frost and solidified. Within moments, his form was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Sunlight fell upon the ice sculpture, refracting into dazzling rays of brilliance. I apologize, Lady Phineas. This detestable descent being has repeatedly provoked our metal dragon clan again and again. I simply could not bear it, and deemed it necessary to teach him a lesson. The silver-haired, silver-eyed elf still exhaled traces of cold mist from her nose and mouth, yet her expression had grown calm. Those around the young man wore indifferent faces as though nothing of note had just occurred. Only a group of young dragons cheered enthusiastically. We can quite understand, Lady Tricia. There was no need for you to apologize to us, and furthermore, the death of a descent being is hardly a true death. I believe Mr. Wally will be able to cool his head once he returns to his original world. The elf sage hunter maintained her graceful demeanor, completely unaffected. What a greedy lot of descent beings. While seeking one's own interest is not wrong, one must know when to stop. Having no strength, yet daring to act so arrogantly. The gods actually bestowed such favor upon creatures like them. It has been over 7 years, and yet some still fail to learn their lesson. They lack even the most basic reverence for us. A lean, middle-aged man in a black formal suit shook his head and sighed. On behalf of Marquis Dwellian, I endorse Lady Tricia's actions. That black dragon hatchling we captured shall be entirely at your disposal. That concludes matters. I must go join the soldiers in burying the fallen, so I shall take my leave. After speaking, the middle-aged man departed on his own accord. Behind him followed the silver-armored warrior wielding the dragon-slaying weapon. The natural elves and the 2 dragons exchanged a few more words, instructing the soldiers to watch over the young dragons before proceeding deeper into the Lulin. Throughout the entire encounter, no one paid the frozen descent being another glance. Seeing the 2 dragons depart, the young dragons exchanged glances. We're finished. Though we didn't fall into others' hands, being captured by those 2 dragons means our freedom is forfeit. Damn it. Shi Luo Gudun A Bayer Ai Li Shi Yakula Man Kulai Da Ai Luan Masha all escaped. Why did that silver dragon specifically come after us? The most infuriating part is that even that cripple Ai Luan escaped. Why is Shi Luo so kind to that useless cripple? If I had known this day would come, I would have followed Shi Luo instead. Shi Luo, oh Shi Luo. The young dragons wailed in remorse. Suddenly one of them spoke up. Do you think Shi Luo will come rescue us? The others fell silent upon hearing this. Then they sneered, fools. No matter how strong Shi Luo is, he is still merely a hatchling. Besides, our relationship wasn't exactly friendly. How could he possibly come save us? Do you really think he is a true metal dragon? Don't forget how that guy used to trick us. The 5 young dragons complained amongst themselves, finally letting out a collective sigh. Resigned to their fate, they gazed at the setting sun, inadvertently forming a desolate and melancholic scene. The following day, early morning, upon a mountain range 70 or 80 kilometers west of the Lulan, a shrill wailing cry rang out. Wah! Ea! Help! Save me! Shiluo! Quick, save me! Shiluo was still in a drowsy, half-asleep state when his entire body shuddered, and he snapped open his dragon eyes, fully awakening. Naturally, Gordon and Alan, who had also drifted into a heavy sleep the night before, woke up at the same time. The 3 young dragons straightened their bodies, then crouched low, arching their backs into a battle-ready stance. They then turned their alert gazes toward the direction from which the sound had come. Then Shiluo froze. What had he seen? A black-scaled python over 10 meters long had its jaws wide open, swallowing Abel's head and upper body. All that remained was the young dragon's hind legs and tail, furiously kicking and thrashing against the ground, sending clouds of dust and gravel flying. Before Shiluo could act, the red dragon, Hatchling, burst into laughter at Abel's pitiful state. One claw pointed directly at his rear end. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Abel, look at yourself now. To be half swallowed by a lowly demon beast and left begging Shiluo for help. A dragon that's ended up like you would be better off dead. You've disgraced our kind entirely. Damned Gordon. I was ambushed, that's all. Damn it, save me quickly. Abel roared again, his voice distorted by being muffled inside the serpent's throat. As his words faded, his body was dragged another inch inward. The python was pulling him deeper. Abel, I'm coming to save you. Alan, reliable as ever, didn't mock his companion. He grabbed his staff and shouted. Vines erupted from the ground, coiling around the python to constrict it, but snapped under the beast's immense strength. A Tier 8 elite creature was far beyond what Alan, a Tier 6 dragon, could challenge with first-tier magic alone, especially nature magic, which was not known for raw damage output. A Tier 8 elite creature in terms of thickness of hide alone might not be much worse than Shiluo's. At least second-tier spells would be needed to cause it harm, but that required time. Before Alan could cast his next spell, Shiluo was already in motion. He charged straight at the python and raked his claws across it. The battle came fast and ended even faster. Minutes later, on the trampled ground, the massive black rock python lay still, lifeless. Its thick body was crisscrossed with claw marks and charred gray-black scorched trails. Thin wisps of black smoke rose steadily, and waves of savory meat fragrance filled the air. All of this indicated that the black rock python had suffered incredibly cruel abuse before its death. On the side, Shiluo lowered his head and as elegantly as a cat licked the blood from his claws. Gordon slowly exhaled thick plumes of smoke from his nostrils. Abel sat heavily on the ground, panting. What the hell was that damn thing? How dare it attack a dragon? And pick me of all dragons. Damn it, I'm furious. The blue dragon growled angrily. Unable to relieve his frustration, he began tearing and biting at the python's carcass for quite some time before finally stopping. Shiluo walked over and carefully slit open the black rock python's belly, retrieving a black mana crystal the size of a human head. The red dragon's eyes flashed with greed. This earth element mana crystal is no lightweight. If sold, it'd fetch at least 5 or 6 gold coins. Those scales and hide are actually quite valuable too. Easily 3 or 4 gold coins. What a pity. All ruined by you, Shiluo. The red dragon spoke with deep regret. Ruined by me. I seem to recall someone was enjoying breathing fire earlier, aiming right at Abel's rear, and wouldn't you say? Shiluo retorted without showing mercy. Damned Gordon. Abel gritted his teeth upon hearing this. His rear still felt a sting of fiery pain. Uffed. That was an accident. Besides, this black rock python was no pushover. I hardly had time to worry about where I was aiming. The red dragon turned its head and sniffed disdainfully, clearly convinced it was not at fault. Leave the corpse. As for the mana crystal, we'll split it equally once we sell it. If we can't sell it now, I'll keep it for the time being. Sound fair? Shiluo added. All 3 young dragons nodded eagerly. Abel, having already forgotten his earlier anger, hurried to say, absolutely no problem. I fully support your decision, Shiluo. Then it's settled. Shiluo nodded. Only then did he have the leisure to sense the magical power within his body. He had likely made some progress again. The densification of his dragon shadow had increased his magical reserves from 1.8 times that of a blue dragon to 1.82 times. Though modest, it was still progress. Each small improvement accumulated day by day would eventually forge into overwhelming power. This delighted Shiluo greatly, but just then, a rumbling sound emerged from his stomach. He rubbed his belly and glanced at the black rock python. Just in time. I'm hungry. This python must weigh 1,000 or 2 pounds. It's perfect for food. With that, Shiluo dashed over and began feasting. The other 3 dragons exchanged glances, also feeling hungry, and joined in together. The 4 dragons' appetites easily devoured the 1,000+ pound python clean. Afterwards, they crouched and sat back on the ground. Abel, comfortably picking meat residue from his dragon teeth with his claw tips, asked, Shiluo, what should we do from now on? Any ideas? Having escaped the metal dragon's grasp and rested for a day, his mood was relatively good. The Red Dragon and Alan also turned their gazes toward him. Though the Red Dragon always wanted to compete with Shi Luo, it was always in terms of raw power. When it came to strategy and planning, he had absolutely no desire to compare himself with Shi Luo. It was not merely a lack of talent in that area. He knew far too well how despicable and cunning this blue dragon could be. Of course, equally resourceful as well. Regarding that, I need to ask you all first. Do any of your dragon lineage inheritances contain memories about our current location? Shi Luo replied after a moment of thought. I don't. Red dragon memories simply have no room for such useless information, the Red Dragon said, shaking its head. Sorry, Shi Luo, I don't have that kind of memory either. Regarding geography, my lineage's knowledge is all about the far north. There's far too little information about this area. Alan said with a touch of apology. Hey, when it counts you need me after all, Abel said smugly. Let me tell you, we are at the Tap Mountains, the westernmost range of the Zhiluo Kingdom. They are also known as the Chaotic Mountains. Due to the unusually high concentration of demon beasts, very few people venture near, and even ordinary adventurers are reluctant to come often. It is said that the very center of the mountain range is dominated by a powerful Titan gorilla. But this hardly concerns us since we are currently at the outskirts of the range. That creature cannot reach us here. Alright, this area is only about 30 or 40 kilometers from the neighboring Hurricane Kingdom. Titan gorilla. Shi Luo frowned. The Titan gorilla. This creature was said to be an unfinished evolutionary offshoot of the Titan giants from ancient times. Of course, another theory holds that they were born from the union of Titan giants and giant apes in the primordial era. Between these two theories, Shi Luo leaned toward the latter. After all, Titan giants were legendary beings across the entire Damalink star, comparable to the legendary dragon species within the dragon realm, immensely powerful and exceedingly rare. Though the name included Titan, the gorillas fell far short in comparison. An average adult stood barely 10 meters tall. Their strength, however, was formidable. An adult could reach approximately levels 13 to 14. If this Titan gorilla possessed such power, encountering it would be dangerous. This kind of ape is quite strong, barely comparable to a red dragon. Once I'm fully grown, I'll hunt it down. It'll make a decent coming-of-age trophy. The red dragon crossed its forelimbs over its chest, wearing an arrogant expression. How far is the central area from here? Shi Luo asked, ignoring the red dragon's boastful remark. About 20 kilometers. The mountain range here belongs to the smaller category, Abel said after pondering for a moment. Not too close, but not too far either. Shi Luo frowned. This feels quite dangerous. Why don't we move to another place? Alan said worriedly. Abel, are there any areas nearby with abundant food sources? Shi Luo added. Abundant food. The blue dragon paused. Yes, we absolutely need an area with plentiful food, given my current appetite. Every 7 days, I need roughly 1,000 to 1,100 pounds. Gordon needs at least 700 to 800 pounds. Between you and Alan, you'd need around 500 pounds combined. That means all four of us together would consume 2,200 to 2,400 pounds of food every 7 days. If food isn't plentiful, we might starve to death. Shi Luo replied. That's true. Let me think. Abel pondered. After quite a while, he clicked his tongue and said somewhat regretfully, I don't think there are any nearby. But wait, Shi Luo, couldn't you raise animals? Didn't you do the same back in the Green Forest? That's different. Back in the Green Forest, we had the Dragon Matriarch to provide for us. Now we have nothing at all. Our food demands will be terrifyingly large, even if we raise prey to achieve self-sufficiency and build a complete supply chain. How long would that take? A year? Impossible. 2 or 3 years. Or perhaps 4 or more. During that time, our food would still need to be solved through hunting. Shi Luo calmly analyzed and voiced his thoughts. The young dragons fell silent one after another. Then what exactly should we do? Let's settle down here then. After a pause, Shi Luo finally made his decision. As expected of you, Shi Luo. Excellent. That's the spirit. Let's see who wins this race. Whether he finds us and kills us first, or whether we grow strong enough to slay him first. Ha ha ha. The red dragon laughed excitedly. It's not quite that dire. We are already 20 kilometers apart from him. As long as we don't actively seek him out, encounters will be rare. Even if we do run into him, as long as we sense him in advance, we can escape. Once we enter lightning flash state, that creature may not necessarily catch us. Once we grow to the juvenile stage and our dragon wings are fully developed, giving us the ability to fly, we'll have even less to fear from him. Shi Luo explained. You really understand everything, Shi Luo. Your analysis is brilliant. The little white dragon once again became a devoted admirer, gazing at Shi Luo. Abel nodded repeatedly as well. He felt secretly fortunate. Thank goodness I was smart. When we scattered to escape, I deliberately chose the direction toward Shi Luo. This is stability right here. I wonder how that fool Kalaman is doing now. I really wish the Metal Dragon clan had captured him. Afterward, Shi Luo discussed many things before they began establishing this location as a temporary nest, capturing suitable beasts to raise, clearing out a water pool, and building their dwelling. Everything proceeded quite smoothly, far less difficult than Shi Luo had imagined. This was also because both Shi Luo and Gordon possessed genuinely solid combat strength. After all, although they were young dragons, their true strength was no weaker than that of adolescent dragons. In fact, with Shi Luo's capabilities, the vast majority of adolescent dragons were no match for him. In that case, low-intelligence beasts and demon creatures that did not hunt in packs truly posed no threat to them in the general area. They simply needed to avoid the titan gorilla within it. Thus, the 4 young dragons lived smooth and peaceful daily lives. And so time drifted forward, a full year passing. This year, Shiloh, Abel, Allen were 8.5 years old and Gordon was 9.5. The Tate Mountains, on a slope near the outer edge. A blue dragon with a body length of at least 5.8 meters and sturdy limbs, and a red dragon of similar build with a length of about 6 meters were crouching. Beside them, a blue dragon with a body length of only about 4.6 meters appearing slightly thin, and a white dragon with a length of about 4.4 meters, also somewhat lean, were crouching on the ground. The 4 dragons were all staring at a densely wooded area. Their vines wrapped around a dozen trees, forming a pen. This pen was roughly 500 to 600 square meters. It contained hundreds of wild rabbits. These little creatures with their brownish-gray fur were constantly nibbling on the grass, looking quite adorable. The slightly thin blue dragon looked at the rabbits and couldn't help saying, "Shiloh, how long do you think it will take for the number of these rabbits to meet our needs?" Difficult. These rabbits have a faster growth cycle than ground pigs. They reach sexual maturity in half a year. They can breed about 3 to 4 litters per year. Each litter can have as many as 7 to 8 young. But these little things are too small. An adult wild rabbit weighs only about 3 to 4 pounds. With my current appetite, I can eat nearly 1,200 pounds in one meal. How many rabbits would that be? 3 to 400. If we add the rest of you, it would be even more. One meal would consume about 7 to 900. For these inside, it will take at least a few years of breeding. Shiloh frowned at the rabbits in the pen. In this forest, there were no fat and meaty ground pigs. Shiloh and the other 3 dragons searched for 1 or 2 months without finding suitable prey, eventually had to switch their breeding target to rabbits. But despite their strong reproductive ability, their size was too small. Although I expected it, facing it still makes a dragon feel helpless. Abel shook his head helplessly. Shiloh and Gordon's appetites were far too large compared to normal dragons. With such an appetite, even if you said he was an adult, some dragons might believe it. Abel never expected that following Shiloh would be fine in every way, yet they would struggle with food. A few years is fine. Haven't we already gotten through 1 year? Waiting a few more doesn't matter. As long as the 4 of us are together, no difficulty will defeat us. The little white dragon, Allen, said gently. Stop talking nonsense. Just go hunting. With our strength, we will never starve. All the creatures here are just our free-range food. The red dragon cub growled, urging. Shiloh did not respond immediately, but turned his gaze to the other 3 dragons. Strongly mutated red dragon, hatchling level 8 elite blue dragon, hatchling level 7 elite mutated white dragon, hatchling level 7 elite, and finally himself. Strongly mutated blue dragon, hatchling level 9 excellent mutated bloodline thunderfall dragon 26. 8 extreme lightning dragon 7. All the dragon's strength had increased by 1 level over the past year. This was not only due to natural growth, but also from dozens of spells from Barbara. Currently, each dragon had basically learned the easiest and most practical spells among them. When a caster masters enough spells, their strength naturally improves. They can use the most advantageous spells in various situations. Of course, it was also because the 4 dragons had each developed some new combination spells. These combination spells all had considerable power and effects. They had even mastered a few first-tier and second-tier spells. What is a mastered spell? By continuously studying a spell, modifying its model, and improving it to a superior level, one can call that spell a mastered spell. Mastered spells are generally not passed on. Just like the spells Shiloh learned from Barbara were all basic models. These models are the most fundamental and have the strongest plasticity. Instructors generally teach the basic spell models. This is not only to prevent their mastered spells from being learned. It is also partly to avoid restricting the thinking of talented apprentices. But Shiloh couldn't care about that. Each dragon mastered 1 spell per year, with only 1 direction cooldown reduction. The results of the 4 dragons were remarkable. Perhaps because of the low level, the cooldowns of several mastered spells were reduced by over 40. Barely enough for them to use in the gaps of battle. This naturally brought a significant improvement to their strength. After surveying the other 3 dragons and himself with satisfaction, Shiloh flicked his tail gracefully, raising a cloud of dust, and led the way to hunt. However, the hunting process was far from smooth. The 4 dragons circled the hilltop for 2 hours and only managed to catch about 500 pounds of food. This forced them to stop. It seems the prey on this hill has been mostly eaten by us. Shiloh sighed, looking at the surroundings. Apart from the 4 dragons, few other creatures had left traces recently. Then let's go to the next one. They're all just food anyway, Gordon said indifferently. The other 2 dragons also nodded, and they headed to the neighboring mountain. When they stepped onto the neighboring mountain, they hadn't gone far when Shiloh heard a commotion. Woo woo woo. The former sound carried panic and fear. The latter sound carried excitement. The 2 sounds grew closer, until a deer with a shoulder height of about 1.7 meters, a body length of nearly 3 meters, and huge antlers like a crown on its head with a spear stuck in its back appeared frantically before the 4 dragons. Behind it followed 10 beastmen with heights ranging from 1.4 to 1.7 meters, human-like bodies wearing animal skins covered in yellow fur, but with hyena heads. These creatures each held wooden shafted spears with iron heads chasing the giant deer. Crownhorn giant deer level 6 male, hyena man level 4 female, hyena man level 5 to 6. Huh. It seems our luck is pretty good. We just arrived and a feast comes to us. 1, 2, 3. 11 in total should be enough to fill our stomachs right. The red dragon cub's eyes lit up as he stared at the crownhorn giant deer and the hyena men, even smacking his lips at the end. The crownhorn giant deer also saw the 4 young dragons ahead, let out a panicked cry, and tried to escape from the side. The hyena men behind also screamed in surprise. Whoa, dragons. They're dragons. For a moment they froze in place. Wanna run? No way. At that moment Abel sneered at the crownhorn giant deer. Lightning flashed around his body, and he suddenly dashed out. In a few bounds he reached the crownhorn giant deer, then made a sudden stop, sliding sideways while opening his mouth to spit out a thin bolt of lightning. Tremor shock. Unlike Shilua, who cast with his claws, Abel preferred using his mouth. A first-tier lightning spell. For a blue dragon cub, it was also easy to cast. The thin lightning struck the crownhorn giant deer, causing its body to tremble and freeze for an instant. Then the dragon cub pushed off with all 4 limbs, using the recoil to land directly on the deer, biting its neck. A heart-wrenching scream rang out as the deer began to struggle wildly. But Abel obviously wouldn't let it continue, continuously releasing lightning from his mouth, paralyzing the deer in place, its body trembling constantly. Seeing this, Shilua nodded. Well done, Abel. It seems you've fully mastered the techniques I taught you over the past year. It's somewhat useful, but it took too long. If it were me, I could take down this deer in an instant. The red dragon cub said, walking slowly to the crownhorn giant deer. He raised his claw and slammed it down hard. With a crisp sound, the entire head of the deer was smashed into the dirt pit below, becoming oval-shaped with streams of blood seeping out. Moi. At that moment Shilua let out a clear sound from his throat. He raised his claw and shot a bolt of lightning, striking a hyena man who was retreating. Whoa. The hyena man howled, his body convulsed, then his fur turned black and charred with wisps of smoke rising from his head. Who allowed you to leave? Shilua stared at the hyena men, walking slowly toward them. The hyena men suddenly appeared fearful and nervous. Before Shilua could speak, one of the hyena men, the most robust with a protruding chest, knelt down with a thud. Great and noble dragon. Tigalia is willing to follow you, serving you for generations. Please allow me to kiss your claw and know your name. My name is Shilua Utrasis. Shilua replied, looking at the hyena man with slight satisfaction. Great Shilua Utrasis. My dragon lord. Your scales are as dazzling as stars, your eyes as bright as the sun, your body as magnificent as a giant god. Please allow me to pay homage to you. The hyena man, Tiga murmured, lowering his head to kiss Shilua's claw. Feeling the slight moisture on his claw, Shilua's expression remained calm, but he nodded inwardly. This was a very common vassal submission procedure. He had seen it in the dragon inheritance. Hyena men. They are a brother race to the jackal men. They also have a treacherous and cunning nature. Moreover, they are quite intelligent, not much lower than humans, and very good at reading the situation. They are the favored vassals of most powerful evil beings. They generally live in grassland areas, but may migrate for various reasons. Like wild hyenas, they have a matriarchal society. Female hyena men are taller, stronger, and more powerful than males. The entire tribe is led by a matriarch who rules over the other hyena men. They possess excellent bite force, agility, and reaction speed. All tribe members become outstanding warriors upon adulthood. As a young dragon, Shilua was quite satisfied to have gained his first vassals. TCH. Actually swearing allegiance to Shilua. Now there won't be enough food. The red dragon cub snorted in boredom, lightly flicking his tail on the ground. What a clever fellow must have seen my powerful strength, right? No wonder I'm not the same as a year ago. It's just a pity that such powerful strength can't be used to crush that bastard Koraman. The blue dragon cub, Abel, shook his head with some emotion. He was obviously still resentful about losing to a green dragon when he was a whelp. This is Shilua. Just seeing him makes other creatures involuntarily choose to submit. The little white dragon didn't speak, just silently stared at Shilua, his eyes full of stars. Tigalia, are you the matriarch of your tribe? Shilua lowered his eyelids, looking down at the hyena man. No, I am not, great dragon lord. Tigu replied softly. It doesn't matter. From now on you are. Thank you for your trust, my dragon lord. Tiga's body trembled slightly. Now tell me about the Leah tribe. Yes, my dragon lord. Our Leah tribe is currently ruled by the matriarch Scar-Eye. Among the members there are 56 warriors and 17 children. We are the rulers of this mountain. What about the elderly? The elderly are also warriors. If they lose the ability to be a warrior, they can only die on the hunting path. 73 in total. Shilua nodded in understanding. He then glanced at the crownhorn giant deer, which was very large, at least 1 to 2,000 pounds after the dragon shared it. He then turned his gaze back to Tigu. Now take us to your tribe. As you command, my dragon lord. Tigu bowed respectfully. She seemed exceptionally intelligent and obedient. Shilua's gaze at her grew more satisfied. The 4 dragons followed the hyena men into action. After a winding journey, they were brought to a cave entrance. A group of hyena men gathered there. Some were resting, some playing, and others mating as if no one else was around. Among these hyena men, there were a few young ones that looked strange. They had less body hair than normal hyena men, were taller, and their heads seemed more human-like. Of course, what most attracted Shilua's attention was the center. A massively fat female hyena man weighing at least 300 pounds was lying on a blanket made of several animal skins. Several male hyena men, only about 1.5 meters tall, knelt on either side, massaging her back and shoulders. In front of her, another male hyena man occasionally handed her pieces of cut meat, enjoying a petty tyrant's lifestyle. "My dragon lord, this is the Leah tribe, and that one is our matriarch Scar-Eye," Tigga whispered. Hyena men level 3 to 6. Shilua observed these hyena men. Their strength didn't seem outstanding, with the strongest being on par with Tiggu. And the so-called matriarch Scar-Eye was only level 6. The hyena race should be ruled by the strong. How did this one become the matriarch? Could the other hyena men accept her? There was a hint of curiosity in Shilua's eyes. The hyena men then noticed this group of uninvited guests. One by one they began to whoop and holler. They grabbed iron-tipped spears from the ground and gathered around Scar-Eye, the matriarch. Scar-Eye looked up, gazing at Shilua and the 4 dragons. Shilua noticed a deep scar on the right eye of this obese matriarch. Only her left eye remained intact. That solitary eye regarded the 4 dragons with a flicker of surprise, yet she showed no panic. Instead, she slowly propped herself up on the animal hide and rose to her feet. "Oh, Tigga, what did you just say? Dragon Lord, you've sworn allegiance to these dragons." "Yes, great matriarch," Tigga replied. Having received an answer, Scar-Eye regarded the 4 dragons with keen interest. "Hyena man, mind your posture. Facing the great dragons, you should remain humble and fearful. Who allowed you to look at us with such eyes, eh?" The red dragon cub stepped forward, its body naturally radiating terrifying heat, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. A fierce dragon's might pressed towards Scar-Eye. "Young dragon, don't try to scare us with such boring tricks. There are over 70 of us hyena men here. You're nothing but a bunch of cubs. Do you really dare to fight us? You came here wanting our submission, didn't you? That's not impossible, as long as you agree to one condition," Scar-Eye said calmly with a certain air of authority. Of course, the truth was indeed so. If they were 4 ordinary young dragons facing so many hyena men, they would have little chance of victory. But unfortunately, Shilua and his group were no ordinary young dragons. At this moment, thanks to Shilua's efforts, even the weak Alan and Abel had reached level 7. They were comparable to ordinary adolescent dragons. Not to mention Shilua and Gordon. A condition. A lowly hyena man dares to negotiate with a dragon. "I'd rather eat you." The red dragon cub advanced slowly, hot air snorting from its nostrils. "Interesting, hyena man. I'm in a good mood now. Tell me your condition." Shilua said, not angered, but smiling. The obese female hyena man laughed upon hearing this. For some reason, Shilua felt her laugh was a bit lecherous. Then her gaze drifted downward, glancing at a certain part of his hindquarters, causing him to involuntarily shrink. "All my life I've had a dream. To breed and create a new race, one that is strong and intelligent. To achieve this, I have mated with many other races. But unfortunately, due to reproductive isolation, I couldn't give birth to a new powerful and intelligent race. Even the humans I captured long ago managed to get me pregnant and bear children. But those were all inferior products." Scar-Eye said, glancing at the few hairless human-headed young hyena men, then continued, "They are no smarter than us. Yet their bodies are as frail as humans. So I want to mate with you. No, any dragon will do. I want to mate with a dragon. Dragons can ignore reproductive isolation, so they can surely give me powerful offspring, far stronger than current hyena men. And wiser offspring. And I will be." The obese hyena man spread her arms, growing more excited. Shilua, hearing this, flashed a murderous glint in his eyes. His chest rose and fell slightly as he suddenly opened his mouth. A jet of water shot out. "What?" Scar-Eye was startled by Shilua's sudden attack, but as a hyena man, she reacted quickly, rolling to the side to evade. But the water jet followed without deviation, striking her throat. Scar-Eye felt a numbness spread through her body, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. A searing pain erupted in her throat, and soon a chill penetrated it. The water jet vanished. Scar-Eye, it could only clutch her throat, glaring at Shilua with shock and fury. Blood dripped steadily from her throat. Ugh, ugh, ugh. She let out a few intermittent sounds before the obese hyena man collapsed heavily to the ground. Wretched creature. Shilua's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Still unsatisfied, he slowly walked over and crushed her head with his claw. Powerful pressure squeezed down. Scar-Eye's entire skull emitted a series of cracking sounds until it shattered with a pop. Red and white matter spilled everywhere. The other hyena men were terrified, unsure of what to do without their matriarch. Heh, a base creature coveting dragon blood. Killing her like this is too merciful, Gordon said with a hint of regret. Hey, just killed like that. A pity. Abel also expressed regret, smacking his lips. Shilua turned abruptly, staring at the blue dragon cub in astonishment. Though dragons could appreciate the beauty of nearly all creatures on the Multilon star, that didn't mean they were blind. This obese hyena man was far from beautiful. Had the blue dragon cub's aesthetic been warped by the dragon inheritance? Suppressing his shock, he asked, "Do you find her beautiful?" No, I'm just curious about the offspring of a dragon and a hyena man. The cub rubbed his chin with a claw showing great interest. Maybe I'll try it someday. He added. Huh, truly a waste having a taste for such lowly creatures. Gordon sneered. Heh, hee hee. This time Abel the blue dragon cub unusually did not retort, he just smiled at Gordon as if plotting something. The white dragon cub Alan spoke. Shiloh, your water jet combined with lightning is amazing. The moment it strikes, it numbs the opponent's body, killing them instantly. This spell is now equivalent to a third-tier spell. Sharp observation, Alan. Shiloh praised. The combination of water and lightning. It had been one of his major research directions over the past year. The water jet he just used was now named the Lightning Water Lance. A long-range breath that used water as a conduit to continuously deliver lightning from a distance, numbing the opponent while piercing their body. Its power was indeed comparable to a third-tier spell. In one-on-one combat, if the opponent couldn't resist the paralysis effect, he could easily wear them down. It was one of his masterpieces. The white dragon beamed at the praise. It's mainly because I've been learning from Shiloh, which has made my mind sharper. The dragons chatted as if no one else was around. After a while, Shiloh finally turned his gaze to the hyena men. Alright, Scar Eye is dead. From now on, Tigu is your new matriarch. Yes. The hyena men hurriedly responded, then knelt in unison. Great dragons. From now on, you are our dragon lord, and everything we have belongs to you. Shiloh accepted their prostration. He was about to say more when the red dragon cub ran to the side of the cave. There some iron weapons and armor were piled up. They seemed to be spoils from adventurers killed by these hyena men. Was this red dragon cub so eager to claim them? Shiloh smiled inwardly, but then saw the red dragon cub pick up an iron weapon, without a word lie down and place it on his chest and belly, then breathe fire at it. This action stunned even Shiloh. He asked in astonishment, Gordon, what are you doing? Just watch. Shiloh, this is my secret technique. Once it's done, you'll never be my match again. Keep your eyes wide open. The red dragon cub stopped breathing fire, looking at Shiloh with a triumphant expression, and finally burst into laughter. Secret technique. Shiloh was dumbfounded. What kind of secret technique was that? Gordon, are you losing your mind because Shiloh is stronger than you and has subdued some followers? A secret technique that involves breathing fire on yourself. Even if you're a red dragon, you can't endure that for long, right? Abel said with a strange expression. Gordon, don't hurt yourself just because you're inferior to Shiloh. Pull yourself together. Alan said worriedly. Fools. All of you open your eyes wide and witness my secret technique. It's beyond your imagination. The red dragon cub continued laughing. Ignoring the other dragon's advice, he kept breathing fire on himself. Under the sustained high temperature, the iron gradually melted, flowing as liquid over the scales on his body. Only then did the red dragon cub stop breathing fire, then twisted his chest and abdomen to spread the molten iron more evenly. Slowly the iron cooled and solidified. The layer of melted iron tightly adhered to a dozen scales, as if fused. Seeing this, Shiloh showed a dawning realization, then exclaimed in surprise, you want to plate yourself with armor? Exactly. Surprised. Once this feat is accomplished, I'll have 3 layers of armor. Who can rival me then? Even your claws, Shiloh, won't be able to harm me. The red dragon cub stroked the plated armor on his scales, growing even more smug. That's not a bad idea. You actually thought of this. Impressive. Shiloh nodded in admiration. He hadn't expected this muscle-bound brute to have such a sharp mind. With 3 layers of armor, though Gordon was still a young dragon, his defense value would be terrifyingly high. As he said, even Shiloh's claws would find it hard to break through. Roar, you can do that. That's amazing. Gordon, help me too. I want armor plating too. Abel the blue dragon cub was envious, eyes shining. You? Forget it. Do you think you're a noble red dragon like me? Can your blue dragon scales withstand continuous high temperatures of over 1,000 degrees? Before the iron melts, I'd probably roast you. I have no interest in eating a fellow dragon's flesh. Gordon sneered. Abel was stunned. He looked at Shiloh in dismay. We really can't do that. Only the red dragon's body and scales can achieve this. Shiloh nodded, then added, but once we're adults with higher magic resistance, it should be fine. Abel looked disappointed. Adulthood was still far off for them. The young dragons could only watch as Gordon melted iron equipment piece by piece, turning them into armor plates attached to his scales. Gradually, the piled-up iron equipment was consumed. The red dragon cub's chest, belly, back, waist, limbs, and neck were all coated with a layer of iron armor. This made him look quite bizarre, but also imposing. Thud thud. The red dragon cub tried walking a few steps, and the ground emitted faint sounds. Shaw clearly noticed that the ground where he stepped had slightly sunk, and some larger stones were crushed to powder. This guy's weight had increased significantly. Shiloh carefully examined the plating on the red dragon cub. The thickness varied in most places. At the vulnerable neck, it was about 5 or 6 millimeters thick. On the limbs, it was only 2 or 3 millimeters, while the back and chest were 4 to 5 millimeters. The tail was even thinner, estimated at 1 to 2 millimeters. But even so, Shiloh calculated roughly this entire outfit must weigh at least 400 to 500 pounds. Despite the impressive length of the giant dragon's body, even Alan measured only about 4.5 meters in total. Yet after accounting for the tail, neck, and head, the little brute's torso was merely around 1.5 meters. Furthermore, Alan's frame was rather lean and slight, so his actual weight could not be much greater than that of an ordinary lion or tiger, certainly no more than 500 pounds at the most. 600 pounds perhaps was about right. And now this fellow, getting encased in a full suit of armor, was effectively carrying the weight of an entire Alan on his back at all times. This feeling is simply wonderful. The young red dragon puffed out his chest with immense pride, thoroughly savoring Abel's envious and bitterly jealous gaze. It's nothing but a layer of armor. What's the big deal? The young blue dragon muttered sourly. Shiluo, come on. Test it with your claws and see how my defense holds up. The young red dragon gazed proudly at Shiluo, then layered himself with another coat of molten earth armor. Shiluo looked at him somewhat at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he walked over and raked his claws across the red dragon's flank. Scritch, scritch, scritch. A piercing, grating shriek rang out. Shiluo lifted his draconic paw. Gazing at the young red dragon's waist, 3 deep scratch marks were clearly visible. Yet not a single drop of blood could be seen. Clearly the young red dragon's armor plating this time had achieved its intended purpose, making it exceedingly difficult for Shiluo to breach his defenses in a single strike. Ha. Do you see? This is my defensive prowess, Shiluo. What on earth can you do against me now? The young red dragon laughed arrogantly, spreading his forelimbs and dragon wings, as though the entire world lay beneath his feet. Mighty mutated young red dragon. Level 8 elite. Shiluo looked at the young red dragon. The system evaluation remained unchanged. But Shiluo knew that this dragon cub had made tremendous progress through this series of actions. It should have reached a level close to his own. If they were to engage in another brawl, even he might not hold the advantage. Unfortunately, the attribute panel could not provide more detailed data. Otherwise, this dragon cub's strength might have already reached level 8 of 50, or perhaps over 70, and the elite status might also have reached such values. And he had only just reached level 9 not long ago. If detailed, it might be level 9-1. The gap was truly not that large. Shiluo could be certain that this creature had greatly improved. Honestly, even he felt a hint of envy. Enhancing defensive capabilities was one of the most straightforward and effective ways to increase strength. After all, the vast majority of attacks were physical damage and magical damage. For instance, flames, frost, hurricanes, and so on. Though called magic, they actually dealt at most half physical and half magical. If you added a layer of iron armor, you could significantly reduce the damage received. After all, reality was not a game. A single magical attack could not completely define the type of spell damage. Shiluo gazed at Geduin. He thought to himself that having such a companion by his side meant he could never let his guard down. To retain the title of strongest young dragon, he had to find a way to cheat even more. After staring for a while, he suddenly paused and said, Geduin, give us a sprint. A sprint, eh? The red dragon cub also paused, then showed a contemplative expression. Now that you mention it, I do feel my body has become heavier. This means my speed should decrease quite a bit, but it doesn't matter. Speed is just a way for cowards to flee better. And I, Geduin Kennedy, I will crush every enemy who dares to stand in my way. The red dragon cub burst into laughter again at the end. After laughing, he began to run. Shiluo and the other 2 dragons observed carefully. They found his speed had indeed dropped significantly. Previously, Shiluo knew that this dragon cub, without using lightning flash, could sprint at about 90 kilometers per hour under normal conditions. But now it was probably only 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. He nodded slightly and said, speed has decreased a lot. For any other dragon, this would definitely be a loss outweighing the gain. But your stamina is the best among us, so it's not unacceptable. It has both advantages and disadvantages. Shiluo gave his assessment. No wonder the system didn't raise his evaluation, and it must have taken this into account. But it was probably close, so once he fully adapted. It doesn't matter. As long as I can defeat you. Let's fight, Shiluo. Let's see who is the strongest now. The red dragon cub looked at Shiluo with fierce battle intent. You know our current situation. Don't say such foolish things. At least wait until we reach juvenile dragons and are firmly established before considering internal conflict. Shiluo quickly refused. How disappointing for a dragon. Geduin pouted a bit regretful. He returned to the pile of equipment. He picked up a staff and a ring, grinning. This staff holds the breath of the ocean. The ring should be a defensive item. The quality is good. The total value should be around 39 gold coins. And not bad. I didn't expect these hyena men to obtain such spoils. With this plus the magic crystals we've hunted over the year, we'll have 72 gold coins. Shiluo added. Divided among 4 dragons, each gets 18. Woohoo, we're rich. We're rich. Abel said joyfully, letting out a series of strange cries. The nearby hyena men couldn't help but glance at this dragon cub. Their eyes were strange and stunned. But immediately Tigu glared at them, and all the hyena men lowered their heads, not daring to look around. Split equally, I think. The staff and ring should belong to Shiluo. After all, they are his subordinates. The little white dragon Alan said at this moment. Abel, who had been screeching, choked and glared at Alan with a dragon face full of gloom. Are you even a dragon? You don't even want gold coins. Your heart is only with Shiluo. That's too weird, isn't it? I'm just thinking normally. After all, Shiloah has always taken care of us. It's only right for him to take a little more. The little white dragon lowered his head and said softly, I say, all treasure should be distributed according to strength. Since Shiloah and I haven't settled who is stronger, we'll stick with the previous arrangement. Shiloah gets 46, I get 44, and you two get 5 each. That's fair. The red dragon cub Goodwin also spoke up. What are you saying? You and Shiloah take 90 and only give me and Alan 5 each. Abel was nearly fuming with rage. Of course, you two are so weak, getting 5 is already generous. The red dragon cub said with a matter-of-fact tone. Goodwin, you bastard. Abel roared in anger, wanting to tear him apart. All right, stop arguing. For now, we'll split the gold coins equally among us. Shiloah quickly intervened. He felt somewhat helpless. Except for Alan, while Goodwin and Abel acknowledged him to some extent, it was almost impossible for them to be as selfless and considerate of him as Alan was. Did Shiloah want to embezzle the money? Of course he did. But he couldn't, because surviving in the wild. He greatly needed the combat power of Goodwin and Abel. It wasn't worth antagonizing these two dragon cubs over some gold coins. Hearing this, Abel gradually calmed down. Goodwin, however, looked a bit disappointed. If they had done it his way, both he and Shiloah would have gotten more gold. What a pity. Shiloah was always too soft-hearted. Alan also shook his head with some regret. Seeing the dragons quiet down, Shiloah continued, since this staff is water attributed, I'll take it. As for this ring, Alan, you wear it on your claw first. After all, your close combat ability is the weakest. You still need to be careful of ambushes in battle. When we have a chance to sell it later, the money will be split equally. Is that all right? None of the dragons objected. Alan took the ring and put it on his smallest claw. It fit perfectly, which made him happily lick it from time to time. Shiloah took the staff and began testing its effects. He quickly understood its functions. It could also enhance the power of first-tier spells by 10% and came with a first-tier mist technique. The mist technique was a functional spell that filled the surrounding area with fog, serving to block vision and conceal presence. In Shiluo's opinion, it was quite decent. Its power was comparable to that of Alan's staff of natural life. As for that ring, after Alan activated it, all the dragons were able to identify it. The ring could be charged for use. After Shiluo fully charged it, it consumed approximately the magical power equivalent to 3 third-tier spells. That was quite a substantial amount indeed. In return, it could trigger a third-tier shield spell that would last for approximately 2 minutes. Of course, if additional magical power was supplied after those 2 minutes, it could sustain even longer. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. Both Shiluo and Alan were pleased. They spent some time examining their new equipment. Shiluo turned his gaze toward the nearby cave, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. You hyena folk, after migrating to these mountains, have actually developed a habit of dwelling in caves. Great Dragon Lord, we do not have such a habit. In fact, this cave was previously used to imprison Scar-Eye's male companions. However, those male companions have either perished or been devoured by her, leaving none remaining. Only one female captive remains inside. Tadeo responded hurriedly. Female captive. Shiluo mused, a flicker of interest crossing his draconic face before he said, bring her out, so I may see her. Yes, please wait, Honorable Dragon Lord. Tadeo said, then led several hyena folk into the cave. Soon a woman was brought out. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with flowing wavy hair in a vivid azure hue, a fair and delicate face, and dressed in a loose-fitting mage's robe. Even so, her chest was slightly prominent, giving her an exceptionally curvaceous figure. This drew a subtle spark of appreciation from Shiluo's eyes. Despite having seen stunning beauties enhanced by digital editing in his past life, Shiluo could not deny that this woman's beauty was truly top tier in the world. Half-blood caster, human merfolk, hybrid, level 5, elite, status normal, A caster. Human and merfolk. No wonder she was rated as elite minus. According to Shiluo's dragon heritage, humans were common, but merfolk were exceedingly rare. Belonging to the aquatic races and being among their most scarce members on the planet of Midrelank, they were no less rare than dragons in terms of pure numbers. They were also known as the favorites of the ocean. Renowned throughout the world for their breathtaking beauty, masterful water magic, and melodious voices. Shiluo felt a surge of surprise, quickly followed by regret. He was surprised to discover she was a hybrid. Such a pity she wasn't pure-blooded. If she were a full-blooded mermaid, Shiluo would likely be roaring with excitement right now. The reason was simple. Pure merfolk were simply too precious. With faces more stunning than even fairies, they were the ultimate desire of many male nobles across human society. Throughout all of human history, even the great dragons had heard tales of certain young nobles who had squandered their entire fortunes for a single mermaid. According to the dragon heritage, a mermaid's price typically exceeded 1,000 gold coins. Legends spoke of the most expensive ones fetching sums in the tens of thousands. They were truly worth their weight in gold. Such a pity. Truly a pity. Shiluo sighed, repeatedly lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a strange sound from beside him snapped him back to reality. Turning his head, Shiluo saw Gordon and Abel, the two young dragons, staring at the mermaid hybrid with their mouths agape, drool streaming down. Shiluo was taken aback. Had they been captivated by the hybrid's beauty? But what the red dragon pup said next instantly snapped him back to full awareness. Slurp. Slurp. Such a beautiful woman. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Look at her skin. So firm and smooth. Her flesh must be incredibly delicious, don't you think? Slurp. Slurp. Oh no. I can't take it. I can't stand it. I want to eat. I really want to take a bite. The red dragon pup's eyes gleamed with intensity as he kept advancing toward the hybrid. Slurp. Huh. Let's split her evenly. We've never encountered such a delicious treasure. I want to eat her lower body. According to my ancestors' memories, a woman's buttock meat is the most tender and delicious. Hee hee. Abel, drooling heavily, moved forward together with his companion. Wait. Don't. Please don't. I'm not tasty at all. Don't eat me. I beg you, don't eat me. Aren't you dragons? I'm still useful. I can give you gold coins. The hybrid was terrified, her delicate face draining of color as she retreated backward in panic. However, the two hyena folk beside her grabbed her simultaneously, preventing any escape and causing her legs to buckle in fear. So fragrant. So fragrant. I can't explain it, but this one's flesh is extraordinarily tempting. I must taste her immediately. The red dragon pup continued closing in. Shiluo quickly called out, wait. Gordon. Abel. Didn't you hear what she said? She can provide us with gold coins. Hold off on eating her. She might still have some value. Upon hearing this, the two pursuing dragon cubs immediately halted their advance. Gold coins came first above all else. Right? I almost lost my senses to hunger. Damn it. Thank goodness, Shiluo reminded me. Yes, gold coins are what matter. The red dragon pup nodded lightly. Regaining his usual aloof demeanor, he lifted his head and looked down upon the hybrid contemptuously. Come then, hand over the gold coins. Wait a moment. You don't seem to have anything valuable on you. How will you give us the money? The red dragon pup studied his counterpart. Noticing that aside from her somewhat tattered mage robes, which held little value, she possessed nothing of worth, his expression darkened with menace. His massive head inched closer toward the hybrid. Aye. The hybrid appeared on the verge of death from fright, her entire body trembling violently, her speech becoming increasingly garbled. Shiluo could bear watching no longer and stepped forward, pushing past the red dragon pup. Gordon, don't be so hasty. Look at how terrified you've made her. That's hardly appropriate. Watch how this is done. As he spoke, he offered the hybrid a warm smile. Madam, please compose yourself. They're merely teasing you. We're not the sort of dragons who feast on human flesh. Should you truly possess gold coins, hand them over, and we may well set you free. Despite our appearance, we are actually quite disciplined chromatic dragons. Perhaps touched by Shiluo's gentle expression, the hybrid's trembling subsided slightly, though fear still lingered in her voice. Very well. Let me explain. I'm actually from the nearby city of Nile. A few days ago, I came here on an adventure with my companions. I never expected to encounter this pack of hyena folk, and in the end I was captured. These hyena folk have been using me as leverage, forcing my teammates to deliver meat to them daily. Actually, I do have some assets back in Nile. If you could release me, I'm willing to offer you 50 gold coins as a reward. The hybrid's pleading expression, etched with sorrow upon her delicate features, would have been utterly overwhelming to Shiluo in his past life. He wouldn't have stood a chance against such an appeal. Fortunately for him, he was now a dragon, or rather a dragonette. His body had yet to fully mature, and desires toward the opposite sex couldn't cloud his judgment. Still the city of Nile, you say? It seemed to be the settlement closest to the Tate Mountains, still within the borders of the Gel Luo kingdom. The distance was merely 20+ kilometers from here, a detail Abel had mentioned earlier. Shiluo had a vague recollection of it. Madam, are you jesting with me? Release you and send you back. Shiluo's draconic expression darkened as he lowered his head slightly, the sunlight blocked from illuminating the lower portion of his face, casting an ominous shadow. The hybrid was startled. No, absolutely not. I'm being serious. I truly do have money, but it's all in the city. Please, you must believe me, she pleaded through tears. Sending you back is impossible. Didn't you mention having companions? Have them retrieve the gold coins for you, and we'll release you. Shiluo's eyes flashed as he spoke. My companions. Oh, great dragon lord. It's not that I don't want to send them. I simply cannot guarantee it. If they went to retrieve such a substantial sum, would they even return to me? Moreover, the places where I keep my gold coins are quite private, and I cannot risk revealing them to outsiders. Great dragon lord, I beg you to trust me. The hybrid begged desperately, tears streaming from her enormous sapphire blue eyes, making her appear increasingly pitiful and vulnerable. But, great dragon lord, this creature actually dared to address him that way. Such audacity. And moreover, setting aside his previous life, he was only 8.5 years old. Nevertheless, her words carried some merit. 50 gold coins. This might not represent all she possessed. If he recklessly sent others to collect them, they might abscond with the gold and abandon her entirely. However, certain claims made by this woman still required verification. Pondering this, Shiluo turned to the submissive Tadeo. What was the strength of this woman's previous adventuring party? And what of the individual who recently delivered the meat? What was his capability? My dragon lord, this woman's adventuring party consisted of 4 members, including herself, a warrior, a priestess, and an assassin. The warrior and assassin were particularly formidable. Even our clan's strongest members would struggle against them individually. Especially that warrior. He required 5 or 6 of our fighters just to hold him at bay. As for the priestess, her divine magic was exceptionally refined. Overall, they were a capable group. However, I am confident that with the power of our honored dragon lords, dealing with them would be effortless. As for the meat delivery, it was the warrior who handled that duty. The other two fled during the previous engagement when the situation turned unfavorable. Only the warrior stood his ground and fought to the end. Scar, I concluded the warrior harbored romantic intentions toward this woman, so he kept her as leverage, forcing the warrior to deliver premium meat from nearby Nile City along with supplies each day. Tadeo responded respectfully, providing thorough answers to every question. What mating? You vulgar hyena. Beck only harbors some fondness for me. The half-blood's face flushed crimson as they desperately protested. Upon hearing this, Shiloh nodded in understanding. Staring at the half-blood's face, a smile appeared. This is understandable. After all, this woman's appearance is truly excellent, and her figure is so remarkable that even a mage's robe cannot conceal it. More beautiful than most elves I have seen. It is no surprise she could captivate a human warrior. It is just a pity she is not among the rare specimens, otherwise she could surely fetch a good price. Shiloh sighed slightly. No, do not sell me. I really have money. I am still useful. Please. The half-blood continued to beg. Just then, a shout rang out from afar. Hyenas, I am here. I have brought everything you wanted. My, is that Lickdog here? Shiloh immediately turned his head and looked over. A man clad in chainmail with golden hair, standing over 185 meters tall and mighty, with a masculine countenance, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, carrying a leather bag, emerged from the shadows of the forest. After approaching somewhat, the human shuddered, a look of terror flashing across his face as he instinctively took a step back. Why are there dragons here? Human warrior level 8, roar. Shiloh raised an eyebrow. So he was a level 8 warrior. No wonder with a priest he could handle 5 or 6 hyena men alone. His strength was indeed notable. If not for the misfortune of encountering hyena men with such high intelligence and unity, ordinary monsters would indeed have no way to deal with them. Another human. This guy does not look nearly as delicious as this woman. The red dragon cub looked at this man and puckered its lips in mild annoyance. I think it is fine. Warriors have firm meat, and ordinary muscles are quite chewy. If you do not want it, I will enjoy it all myself. Abel the blue dragon cub remained enthusiastic. Shiloh could not help but swat him on the face with his tail, making the young dragon yelp and growled, You fool. Shut up. This guy like this woman is still useful to us. It is rare to see 2 edible humans in one day, and yet one cannot be eaten. What a bore. Abel walked away somewhat disinterestedly. At this moment, Shiloh redirected his gaze to the human warrior. He studied him carefully and noticed that the initial fear had actually disappeared. Instead, he wore a worried expression, gazing at the half-blood. Clearly, this Lickdog loved this female half-blood deeply. This pleased Shiloh, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Roar. Brave human. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shiloh Yutlaxisai, who has recently become the dragon lord of these hyenas. I apologize for my subordinates defeating your adventuring party and capturing the one you hold dear. My name is Beck. B. Beloved person. Is it? Me and Alice. We. This warrior suddenly became somewhat nervous, his words becoming unclear, occasionally glancing at the half-blood, and a blush slowly spreading across his face. Confirmed. This is a relatively innocent, high-quality Lickdog who deeply loves the half-blood. Ahem. Beloved person, or whatever. Currently it is just my one-sided feeling. No. Wait. You just said you apologized to us. Then can you release Alice and let us go? The human warrior Beck was initially somewhat shy, but as he spoke he seemed to realize the key issue, and quickly looked up to stare at Shiloh. Release? Of course not. Shiloh immediately shook his head. Not allowed. Did you not say you felt sorry for us? Abel was somewhat dumbfounded. These are 2 completely different matters. Apology is apology, release is release. How can they be conflated? Very well. I have expressed my apology, now we should discuss business. You would not want to let this woman Her name is Alice, right? You would not want her to come to harm, would you? Shiloh said. Yes. Beck's facial muscles twitched slightly, somewhat unable to understand the strange train of thought of the dragon before him. In that case, this is easy to handle. Your agreement with the hyenas, I will still follow. But what I want is not some meat and some junk. Do you understand? Shiloh stared at the human warrior, his eyes full of deep meaning. I understand. As long as you do not harm Alice, I am willing to do anything. Beck took a deep breath and replied. I seem to feel a bit of your sincerity now. Go have a good talk with your beloved first, and we will talk later. Shiloh graciously waved his dragon claw, signaling the hyena men to release the half-blood. The woman immediately freed herself and collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. Beck threw down the leather bag and hurried over with several strong strides, helping the half-blood up, his face full of anxiety. Alice, are you okay? Did they hurt you? I am fine. It is all thanks to you, Beck, otherwise I might have died. Thank you so much, Beck. The half-blood said with a bitter smile and a low voice. The 2 then chatted with each other for a while. The half-blood occasionally encouraged and praised the other. Shiloh listened quietly on the side for a while. His gaze gradually became strange. This man was undoubtedly a Lickdog, but this woman was no pushover. Although she agreed with the man everywhere and showed gratitude in her demeanor, there seemed to be a trace of resistance and even a hint of disdain for this man from the bottom of her heart. Heh, indeed a pitiful male lick dog. After making his judgment, he lost interest in continuing to listen. Instead, he walked over to the leather bag and opened it. Only then did he discover that it was filled with chunks of meat and some seemingly seasoning items. He picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The dragon's face immediately relaxed. No wonder that fat dog likes to eat it, so it is seasoned. Compared to plain meat, it is indeed much better, but this taste. Shilua felt somewhat familiar while eating. This taste seemed to have added some chili pepper and so on. It was very similar to certain things made specifically as meat seasonings in his past life. Perhaps this is what those people from Blue Star came up with. After all, the nobles of this world in terms of culinary taste are either sweet or super sweet. Shilua made this evaluation in his heart. Gordon and Abel, who had been quiet before, also ran over grabbing a piece of meat and stuffing it into their mouths. While chewing, the two dragons also showed satisfied expressions. Roar. The taste is really quite good. It is a failure that the dragon inheritance does not have memories in this regard. If this seasoning is sprinkled on that woman, it would surely be a delicacy. The two dragons tasted and spoke, their glances occasionally falling on the half-blood, making her shiver in terror. Meanwhile, Beck's face turned ashen. You two eat slowly. Come, Alan, you try it too. Shilua quickly called the white dragon over. The food in the leather bag was not much, only about 20 pounds in total, and it was finished in just a few bites. The red dragon cub and Abel seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Shilua, however, separated the half-blood and human warrior, who were still whispering, and then said to the human warrior, "Today's reunion, I believe, is about over. Brave human, now we should discuss my demands on you. First question, how many gold coins do you have in total?" The human warrior seemed somewhat hesitant. Human, you are hesitating. What are you hesitating about? Do not want to tell me. This shows your love for Miss Alice is not pure at all. Are you deceiving her? You just want to pretend to love her. Is that it? Do you dare say you love her? No, that is not it. I currently have a total of 19 gold coins. The human warrior immediately growled, and while saying this, he could not help but glance back at the half-blood. Seeing the other person looking at him with determination, he finally relaxed slightly. 19 gold coins. That does not seem right. Your armor, your sword, and your house. Are these included? Shilua raised his doubt. You. Fine. All my property amounts to 31 gold coins. This is definitely true. My house was bought by myself after becoming an adventurer and earning money in recent years, and it is not a big house. The sword and armor are also just ordinary quality. 31 gold coins, not bad. Shilua nodded. Since that is the case, then what follows is simple. Mr. Beck, please sell all your weapons, armor, and house. Then use 25 of those gold coins to buy tide crystals. Speaking of which, Shilua paused. Glancing at the red dragon cub, he said, Gordon, you previously melted weapons without permission. After deducting some gold coins, you only have the remaining 6 gold coins to buy flame crystals. Is that okay? I have no problem. The red dragon cub said indifferently. Then it is settled. Use the remaining 6 gold coins to buy flame crystals. Shilua looked at the human warrior. Okay, no problem. Beck said through gritted teeth, his chest and abdomen rising and falling. But weapons, armor, and the house cannot be disposed of that quickly. It is fine. I am not in a hurry. I can wait for you slowly. Shilua generously waved his claw. Wait, Shilua, did you make a mistake? Why are all 22 gold coins exchanged for tide crystals? What about my share? What about Alan's share? The blue dragon cub, Abel, suddenly ran over to Shilua's side, his upper body hovering, and grabbed Shilua's shoulder blade with his front claws and asked, Your share I will borrow at first. After all, I am in the mutation stage now, and you know my need for crystals. Besides, borrowing your money does not mean I will not pay it back. You could just consider the gold coins as still deposited with me, right? It is exactly the same meaning, is it not? It is just that the storage time is shifted a bit later, Shilua said calmly. This? Abel was somewhat astonished and slowly lowered the claws placed on Shilua's shoulder blade. He returned to a four-limbed stance. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Borrowing money from him and depositing money are the same principle. It does seem the same. Is it not just continuing to deposit money with Shilua? Have we not been doing this all along? Now it is just shifting the storage time a bit later. We are not without money. What am I worrying about? Abel thought, and suddenly understood, a smile appearing on the dragon's face. Shilua, you are right. I overthought it. It is fine, then I will lend it to you. If paying back later is later, so be it. After all, we are both blue dragons. We are the best brothers. Speaking to the end, this young dragon kept nodding, affirming his own words. I firmly support any decision Shilua makes. As long as Shilua becomes stronger, we can be safer. The little white dragon agreed very wisely. Hey, as for me, I do not need flame crystals anymore. Help me exchange them for red copper. I need them. Gordon said. Shilua looked at the red dragon cub somewhat unexpectedly, but immediately felt it was natural. You are actually preparing to change materials. It seems bloodline mutation has reached the next step. In terms of bloodline mutation, it seems I am one step ahead of you, Shilua. I will use this step to leave you far behind. The red dragon cub smiled proudly. Shilua looked at the other, but in his heart, he was calculating. Entering the next step of mutation bloodline, is it 30 or 40? The dragons reached an agreement. Shiloh then drove away the human warrior, urging him to quickly sell the house and equipment and then come back to reunite with the half-blood. Finally, the human warrior left, reluctantly looking back every few steps, until the other person completely disappeared from view. Only then did Shiloh have the hyenas lock the half-blood back in the cave. Then he led dozens of hyena men back to the previous residential mountaintop, catching all the wild rabbits there and bringing them here. He decided to move the nest here. It happened that there were not many prey left on that mountaintop. After everything was tidied up, a new breeding ground and the 4 dragons' nest were built. It was already afternoon. The 4 dragons began to do their own things. Learning spells, researching spells. The 4 dragon cubs were remarkably hardworking at this moment. The hyena men, seeing the 4 dragons ignore them, gradually regained some courage, but still did not dare to get too close to the 4 dragons. Instead, they migrated somewhat to the side, but still under the 4 dragons' watchful eyes. They did not need Shiloh to say much. When hungry, they would organize people to hunt or pick wild fruits themselves. They even considerately asked Shiloh if he needed anything. However, Shiloh refused. He just watched these guys eat on the side. Hyena men are omnivores, eating both meat and vegetables. Their demand for meat is not particularly high. This way, the problem of food and clothing is easily solved. This mountain range can accommodate creatures like Titan giant apes, also thanks to the extremely abundant wild fruits. Some banana varieties named coconut banana are extremely numerous here, and each one is as big as a human head, simply the favorite of many omnivorous creatures. Actually, dragons can also eat fruits and vegetables, but Shiloh does not like it. As humans and other creatures, they need to consider their bodies and pay attention to a balanced diet of meat and vegetables. But as dragons, they do not need to consider this at all, just like tigers. Instead, eating meat is more beneficial for their growth, enabling them to grow more robust. Abel and Alan do not be fooled by these 2 small cubs looking thin and small. That is only because they are compared to the 2 big guys, Shiloh and Gordon. In this way, even if it is not in time, there is more time to push back. Compared to ordinary dragon species, they were not frail at all. This allowed their physical strength to steadily increase. This was the advantage of dragons consuming meat. It was also the reason he had always been reluctant to eat other things. In truth, consuming many things could benefit a dragon's body. For instance, eating certain hard ores whose substances could even make a dragon's scales more rigid. Many dragons specialized in this diet. Unfortunately, the 4 dragon whelps had no money and no ores, so they could only rely on meat. Time slipped away quietly, soon arriving at night. The 3 dragons returned to their lair to rest. Xylo was about to return to the newly dug lair to sleep when he heard a series of screams from within the cave. Someone, come quickly. Come and see me, I still have something to say. It was the half-blood. Xylo glanced at the cave, then said to a hyena man standing guard nearby, bring her out, let's see what she wants to say. As you command, my dragon lord. The hyena man responded, and immediately brought the half-blood out. By then it was already dark. But this did not hinder the dragon with night vision. He could clearly see the half-blood, and there was a hint of anxiety on her face. After coming out, she glanced around. Because it was night, she stared at Xylo for a long time before saying, Mr. Dragon, I recall your name is Xylo Eutalaxis. Yes, it's me. Why are you calling so loudly at this hour? Have you thought it through? Are you ready to let that man named Beck retrieve your money to ransom yourself? Not to mention that man is deeply devoted to you. If you ask him to retrieve that sum, I believe he won't abandon you and leave. Xylo said with interest. I know he likes me, and I know he's a good person. But the place where I hide my money must never be known to outsiders, otherwise he will surely die. The half-blood, Elise said somewhat dejectedly. It seems you have some secrets. Xylo, seeing she didn't want to continue, didn't press further. He only said with slight regret, so why did you call me here now? I want to ask, Mr. Dragon, could you sleep with me? Elise said. Sleep together. Xylo's expression changed, and he looked at her with a strange gaze. Are you coveting my body? Or trying to bribe me? To escape alive? No. It's not like that, Mr. Dragon. I'm just afraid of your companions, especially the other blue dragon and the red dragon. They wanted to eat me earlier. If everyone falls asleep, what if they suddenly burrow into my cave and devour me? I don't want to become a pile of dragon dung after I die. Elise scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other dragons were nearby, then said pitifully, You're afraid of them, but not of me. I am also a dragon after all. You are different. You have shown great wisdom and maturity from the very beginning. You are a dragon of profound intelligence. Communicating with you brings me great pleasure. I believe you wouldn't do anything so barbaric. Besides, even if you don't consider my face, you should consider Beck and his gold coins. Please, I beg you. That's somewhat reasonable. Very well, you have convinced me. Xylo finally nodded. He glanced at his own lair, feeling a slight regret. It was full of water, certainly unsuitable for humans. So he had to resign himself to staying in the cave with this half-blood. He silently followed her inside. The woman harbored no ulterior motives, nor did she make any resistance or impractical moves. The cave was actually not large, its height just enough to accommodate one person, and its width only allowed 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. For Xylo, he had to lower his head slightly to enter. At the far end of the cave, he saw some torn clothes piled together, forming a makeshift blanket. Surprisingly, it was quite clean, as if it had been washed. This reminded him of the woman's identity as a spellcaster and her water attribute staff. He figured she must have used magic to clean it. The half-blood sat down on the blanket and said to Xylo, Mr. Xylo, thank you for heeding my request and accompanying me. I must take responsibility for my property. Xylo replied, Mr. Xylo, in your eyes am I merely property? Actually, I am very curious about you, Mr. Xylo. As you know, dragons are very rare to most people. Many in remote areas may never have seen one, only heard of them. This is my first time seeing one. Mr. Xylo, you are a chromatic dragon. Chromatic dragons are recorded in some texts as evil, cunning, and only knowing slaughter and destruction. But seeing you in person, I am greatly surprised by your difference. The half-blood chattered on her words, filled with curiosity and praise for him. Xylo listened quietly. Finally, the half-blood said, Mr. Xylo, do you think humans and dragons can be friends? Moi. Hearing this question, Xylo gave the half-blood a meaningful look. Of course they can. The half-blood smiled. But then Xylo added, metallic dragons befriend many little creatures, including humans. They like you little ones the way you like cats and dogs. They are also very patient, rarely resorting to violence, even with disobedient little ones. In contrast, I also like small animals. They are clever and cute. But I don't like disobedient ones. I would crush such a little creature and find a new one. After all, there are plenty of small animals in this world, aren't there? The half-blood girl's smile froze. After a moment she said, Mr. Xylo's words are very true. I like you prefer obedient and well-behaved little animals. It seems we share a connection. Perhaps we can truly become friends. If you say so, perhaps. Mr. Xylo, you seem very young. By dragon standards, are you still in your infancy? That's remarkable. At such a young age, you and your brothers have already claimed a territory. You might become an incredibly powerful Lord Dragon in the future. Xylo responded with boredom. The half-blood girl chatted for a while, seemingly sensing Xylo's lack of interest in these topics. After a silence, she said, Mr. Xylo, have you heard of the Descended Ones? I've heard a bit. Do you have dealings with them? Xylo perked up slightly. My family runs a tavern. I used to help there often, and I heard many people mention the Descended Ones. I've also seen quite a few of them. I envy them so much. They are favored by the gods. Even if they die, they simply return to their original world. They don't need to worry about death, so they can do whatever they want. A tavern. So you're a merchant's daughter. Rich as you are, you still hang out with a group of adventurers and venture into the Tart Mountains. You have great courage and freedom. Xylo said, it was because of listening to those Descended Ones that I secretly became an adventurer. The half-blood girl looked close to tears. Regret it now? Yes, I regret it. Don't regret it. As long as you cooperate, I can still spare your life. Then, thank you. By the way, it's been over 8 years since the Descended Ones first arrived. Have you seen any exceptionally powerful ones? Exceptionally powerful. It seems so. I've heard that a few fortunate ones received divine gifts and became powerful paladins and holy knights. Of course, the vast majority are mediocre. Many lack even magical talent, so they just wander around the cities causing trouble like a bunch of thugs. Some were lucky enough to join the Spellcasters Association, and a few seem to have formed their own guilds. Xylo listened to the information in her words. His eyes narrowed. Guilds of Blue Star people. That wasn't surprising. Almost all Blue Star people who played games would set up such things. But those who were blessed by the gods. Do you know how strong those divine gifts are? He asked. I don't know the exact level, but they possessed great power upon arrival, seemingly all above level 10. The god blessed. He hadn't expected such a group to exist among the Blue Star people. With gods directly granting them divine power, these fellows were at least level 10 or above. The exact level was unknown, perhaps level 15, level 16, level 18, or even higher. These guys were essentially cheating, and the gods were helping them cheat. Others started leveling from level 1, but they started from level 10, or even higher. This advantage was something even he couldn't compare to at the moment. After all, he was hatched from an egg, growing up honestly and leveling steadily. How could he match those who directly jumped levels with divine help? Of course, as a dragon, he had his own advantage, potential. He didn't believe the gods would directly create a body that could rival his own, which was also a cheat. A cheat in potential as a powerful aberrant dragon, for those Blue Star people. But what was the purpose of these beings? Humans and gods, regardless of their nature, all acted based on their own interests. If I were a god, why would I do this? Xylo pondered, and after a long while a look of understanding dawned on him. Mr. Xylo, what do you think of these Descended Ones? The half-blood girl asked from the side. No opinion, as long as they don't get in my way. But if they do, I'll simply crush them. Xylo replied. Truly worthy of Mr. Xylo. So domineering. The half-blood girl showed an expression of admiration, then chattered on again. Xylo grew impatient. He simply laid down, closed his eyes, and began to rest. But to his surprise, his consciousness sank once again, arriving at the mysterious sea. A line of pitch-black characters appeared. Junior Dragon Lord, you have subjugated your own followers and claimed 2 mountain peaks as your territory, becoming a Junior Dragon Lord. Reward 5 achievement points. Just 5 more points, the final 5, to reach 30. The next day, Shiluo felt something clinging to his tail, and in his drowsy state, gave it a slight flick. Snap. It hurt so much. A scream echoed at that moment. Shiluo quickly opened his eyes and saw the half-blood girl who should have been lying on a blanket made of tattered cloth clutching her waist and wailing in pain. After glancing once more at how close she was to his tail, Shiluo understood. This creature had been hugging his tail while sleeping. Stop wailing and keep your voice down. It's early morning, do you expect a dragon to get any rest? Ouch. Ouch. I don't want to, but it's just too painful. My waist feels like it's about to break, the half-blood girl cried out in agony. Shiluo pursed his lips and gazed outside the cave. Seeing the bright sunlight, he knew dawn had broken, so he simply stood up and crawled out. Stepping outside the cave, he noticed the two hyena men who had kept watch the previous night were gone, replaced by a large group dining nearby. Alan and Gordon were crouched on the ground casting spells to accelerate grass growth for the wild rabbits. Shiluo approached slowly. Alan whispered, Shiluo, why did you sleep in the cave last night? Could it be that you took a fancy to that human woman? That human woman isn't bad looking. She could serve as a tool for venting desires and reproduction if needed. Of course I think she'd make better ingredients, Shiluo replied coldly. The young red dragon murmured, it's all because of Gordon and Abel. Last night they insisted I stay with them, terrified you two would devour her while you slept. Shiluo retorted, to be praised as premium ingredients by me. She should feel honored to become my food. The young red dragon showed some discontent. Hearing his words, Shiluo shook his head. As expected of a true dragon's speech, too intense. He bellowed to wake Abel, who was still sleeping, and together they began accelerating grass growth to cultivate wild rabbits. Afterwards he continued studying and learning magic spells. They waited until afternoon. The warrior Beck appeared again, this time bringing tide crystals worth 19 gold coins. Obviously the equipment hadn't been sold. However, Shiluo was not in a hurry. He let him spend some time with the half-blood girl before sending him away again. Of course, before that, Shiluo took out part of the magic crystals he had saved over the year and gave them to Beck, asking him to continue exchanging them for magic crystals and a portion of red copper belonging to Gordon. Afterwards, Shiluo excitedly returned to the nest and consumed all the tide crystals. At that moment, Thunderfall Dragon Bloodline Concentration 27. 6. The next day, the goods arrived as scheduled. While the two were meeting, Shiluo couldn't wait and slipped into the nest to consume tide crystals worth 24.75 gold coins. Thunderfall Dragon Bloodline Concentration 28. 8. This made Shiluo increasingly pleased. According to the previous progress, every 10 increase in bloodline concentration should awaken new abilities, which would definitely strengthen his power considerably. He looked forward to it in his heart. He even let Beck and the half-blood girl spend a bit more time together. It wasn't until an hour later that he had them part. He gave Beck the 26 gold coins he had been saving in the green forest, asking him to purchase tide crystals on his behalf. After receiving the gold coins, Beck showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Looking at Shiluo, he said, Mr. Shiluo, on this trip back, I might encounter danger. What do you mean by that? Shiluo set aside his pleasant mood and couldn't help but ask. 10 or 20-something gold coins is no small amount. I've been purchasing this batch of materials twice in the past 2 days. I've already been targeted. If I continue tomorrow after I leave the city, they might organize people to make a move, Beck explained. So you want someone from us to go outside the city to protect you? Shiluo said. If possible, that would be best. I don't want the task you entrusted to me to fail, which would lead to being blamed by you and ultimately harm Alice. As Beck spoke, he affectionately gazed at the half-blood girl not far away. Protect this guy? Shiluo, let me do it. I'll go protect him. Abel volunteered immediately. Your strength is only that much. Go protect him. You might as well be going to die together. Let me do it. No matter who the enemy is, I can easily tear them to shreds. The young red dragon also spoke. Both young dragons showed unusual enthusiasm. However, Shiluo knew why they were like this. This was definitely a desire to kill people and then feed. These guys never stopped wanting to eat humans. Perhaps in their inherited memories, eating humans was something very tasteful and worth boasting about to other five-colored dragons. At least that's how it was in their youth. After all, if you haven't even eaten a human, how can you shamelessly call yourself an evil dragon? Isn't that ridiculous? Don't argue. Why don't we all go together? This was the little white dragon's proposal. Shiluo listened to the three dragons' words and analyzed silently in his heart. Should he believe Beck's words? He believed at least 80%. Whether to go protect or not, this had to be done. But absolutely not all dragons should go. In that case, what if Beck was lying? What if he had already contacted other experts? Relying solely on a group of hyena men, although their strength was not bad, was ultimately somewhat weak. If he was rescued, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Of course, it was also possible that this guy was deliberately luring them, over-coordinating with experts in the city wanting to kill the 4 dragons. That was also possible. To prevent this situation, only by having a dragon with excellent escape abilities to provide support would be the safest. Thinking about it, it seemed like only he could do it. Shiluo was the strongest with exceptional physical and magical abilities. Coupled with the flash of thunder, very few people could catch him. For now, his top speed was definitely 160 or 70 kilometers per hour. Although this high speed couldn't be maintained for long. But humans relying on 2 legs were not known for speed in the first place. Even other mounted units, in fact, were rarely able to catch up with him. I understand. This time I will accompany you to Nilo City. I will wait for you 2 kilometers outside the city. After you buy the goods, leave the city immediately and start running away at top speed. If you are caught halfway, I will intervene to rescue you. Understood? Of course it's best if you don't play any tricks, because if you do your dream lover will be dead for sure. While speaking, Shiluo didn't forget to warn the other party. Finally, he even glanced at the half-blood girl. Then he looked at Gordon, Abel, and Alan again. If this place is attacked, kill this woman directly. The 3 dragons nodded to half-blood girl, trembling in fear. Beck took a deep breath and said, "That's natural. It's best if you can accompany me. But, are you really okay with just 1 dragon? Human, don't doubt Shiluo's strength. He is the strongest dragon. Even golden dragons and red dragons are far inferior to him." The little white dragon growled immediately from the side, looking very displeased. "Shiluo, you actually got looked down upon by a weak human. This is truly surprising for a dragon. It seems necessary to properly teach this guy a lesson." The young red dragon said gravely. "If you want to teach him a lesson, leave it to me." Abel also said, "Wait. I don't look down on anyone, it's just. If I'm not mistaken, you dragon lords should be young dragons, right?" Beck hurriedly explained. "Don't scare this human." Shiluo stopped the young dragons. He looked at Beck and had no intention of teaching him a lesson. First, there was no need to waste magical power and physical strength. Second, if he injured the other party in combat, it would also cause trouble for himself. So he said calmly, "You just need to do as I say. Since you insist, then let's go," Beck said finally. Then he led Shiluo on the return journey. But before leaving, Shiluo threw the staff to Alan for safekeeping. Although this staff was water attribute, it was also quite good for him. But if fighting alone, carrying it felt somewhat awkward. As a dragon who cultivated both physical strength and magic, carrying a staff was not conducive to hand-to-hand combat. 1 dragon and 1 human, they didn't walk particularly fast. 20-something kilometers took a full 2 hours. By then it was probably around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. From several kilometers away, Shiluo could see the tall city wall ahead. He glanced around. He found that there were hardly any weeds around this road, only scattered gravel. So he ran to nearby tall grass and continued advancing with Beck. They walked until they were about 2 kilometers from the city wall. Only then did he lie still. This distance was still a safe distance. If he got any closer, he might be discovered by the sentries on the city wall. He lay prone. Using the surrounding grass to conceal himself, he gazed at the city wall from afar. Dumoulin Star, although its technology was not as advanced as Blue Star's, had many supernatural abilities. Therefore, many things like building materials could not be judged by normal standards. Just like the city wall before him. Even from far away with his giant dragon vision, he could see clearly. Based on the 2 city guards, he easily determined the entire city wall was nearly 10 meters high and 3 to 4 kilometers long. It was clearly abnormal for a city that wasn't particularly large to have such exaggerated wall defenses. Most likely the work of magic. There were still a few soldiers patrolling and scanning on the city wall. Shiluo whispered to Beck beside him, "All right, you can go in now. Remember to be quick. After buying the goods, run straight to my location immediately. Those guys might not even react in time." "I understand." Beck took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the city gate. As a local adventurer, the city guards were very familiar with Beck, and after seeing him, they simply nodded and let him pass. Beck walked on the smooth road paved with bluestone. There were many pedestrians on both sides, most wearing leather clothes, some strolling leisurely, others hurrying along. He glanced sideways. He saw several men in leather armor leaning against street lamp pillars. These men dressed like adventurers, but weren't doing what adventurers should do. Chatting and goofing off in taverns, or restocking equipment going on adventures. Instead, they looked like idlers, like a bunch of hooligans. Beck knew these guys' identities, and his heart jumped. He lowered his head and hurried his steps. But just then, among these hooligan-like men, a man about 22 or 23 years old cast his gaze over. Upon seeing Beck, he shuddered and growled, "The target is back." Hearing this, the others immediately perked up and looked around. Is this guy the target this time? Of course it's him. Purchasing crystals worth 10 or 20 gold coins for 2 consecutive days and running outside the city. In such a rundown place, how could a normal person have so many gold coins? And doing this kind of thing, it must be smuggling goods for wanted criminals who can't enter the city. After this job, the guild master said everyone gets a 200 reward. Another slightly older man spat out the dogtail grass in his mouth and whispered, 200,000. Honestly, I still think it's too little. This fat sheep probably has 100 gold coins on him, right? According to prices, 1 gold coin is worth 150,000. The dozen or so of us brothers only split 3 million in total, and that bastard guild master Luo took the biggest share himself. Someone muttered, slightly dissatisfied. It's already good to get a taste of the broth. Anyway, since I entered this world, my purpose has been to make money. Great God of capital above, please bless us to successfully catch this fat sheep. The older man whispered, took out a black wooden box from his chest with a red button on top. Not to brag, but those guys from our Blue Star really have good brains. Although this world has different rules and can't make communication devices like telephones, this thing works well too. Just press it, and the other integrated police radios can receive the signal immediately. Another person muttered from the side. They saw the older man gently press it. The entire box began to emit a soft beeping sound. Then he put the box back in his clothes and said, all right, Next Akuin and I will follow closely. You stay here and wait to assist the brothers who are coming soon. After saying this, the older man led a mohawk-haired youth and immediately tracked after Beck. On the road, other pedestrians saw them and quickly avoided like avoiding the plague. Ahead, Beck felt the commotion behind him, turned to glance back, and his expression immediately darkened. As expected, I've been discovered. Forget it, I can't control these things anymore. I just need to do as that dragon instructed. Only in this way can I save Alice. 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 I've even risked my life for you. He whispered. His pace actually slowed down, and he slowly walked into a luxurious shop occupying at least 1,000 square meters alone. More than 10 minutes later, Beck reappeared holding a small belt in his hand. At this time, not far from this shop, more than a dozen guys dressed like adventurers had already gathered, their eyes all fixed tightly on Beck. Under the gaze of these people, Beck walked toward the city gate again, until he reached the city gate. The two city guards looked at him, then at the dozen or so people behind him. It's so late. Are you sure you still want to go out now? As soldiers of Nilo City, I advise you not to leave the city recently. Within the city, those descenders shouldn't dare to touch you. Sorry, I have urgent business and must go out. Beck shook his head and said, then, good luck. The soldier nodded, watching Beck step out of the city gate, after which Beck sprinted into the distance at an astonishing speed. This guy discovered us. Quick, follow him. Among the dozen or so who had been following Beck, a man in quality leather armor and battle boots with a cape on his back roared loudly. The dozen or so immediately broke into a run, closely following behind Beck. However, these guys did not slowly catch up. Instead, the distance between them gradually widened. An 8th-level warrior is certainly no weakling. Though lacking supernatural power, their raw strength and agility were extraordinary. On Blue Star, they would certainly qualify as mini superheroes. At this moment, his speed reached an impressive 45 kilometers per hour, and he maintained it steadily. Damn it, this guy isn't ordinary. He's wearing armor and carrying a sword, yet he can still run this fast. If this continues, we'll never catch him. A pursuer roared in frustration, watching Baker's receding figure. He swung an iron sword menacingly in his hand. Xiao Gao, stop and give me a speed boost. I'll intercept him. The man clad in premium leather armor wore boots and a cape bellowed. Another man in similar leather armor wielding a staff immediately halted and raised his wand. May swift winds always accompany you. Hasten step. As Xiao Gao murmured the incantation through his staff, a green radiance erupted around the leather-armored man's legs, further augmenting his speed. Perfect. Just like that. Now watch me. Command Featherfall. Upon his words, the man stamped both feet upon the ground. His war boots flared with light, enveloping him. Suddenly, he seemed utterly weightless. Each stride covered 6 or 7 meters. Swish, 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 like a swift deer bounding across the plains, he closed the distance to Baker with astonishing speed. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the pursuit behind him, Baker glanced back, and his expression shifted to surprise. Yet he showed no fear. He continued fleeing until the moment the attacker drew near and swung his blade. Then with remarkable precision parried with his own sword before counterstriking to create distance, resuming his escape. Your combat prowess is indeed formidable. No wonder you dared venture outside the walls alone. But however skilled you may be, you stand no chance against more than a dozen of us. The man growled and pressed his pursuit. Leveraging his speed advantage, he repeatedly closed in on Baker, yet each time was repelled by deft parries. Through numerous such encounters, he still couldn't land a single blow. In the distance, Shiloah lay hidden within the tall grass, watching Baker approach alongside the dozen pursuers trailing behind him. A peculiar expression crossed his draconic visage. Human warrior level 3 to 5, human caster level 5, human priest level 2 to 7. Among this group, only 4 were warriors. A single caster, yet 11 priests. And the priest relentlessly pursuing Baker ranked a full 7th level. Judging by his gear worth at least 30 or 40 gold coins, Shiloah found himself bewildered. These priests wore no vestments, but instead donned warrior-like leather armor and carried swords. Were these truly priests rather than warriors? While combat clerics existed, they typically donned specialized sacred garments, not leather armor. What in the world was leather armor doing on priests? Watching the pursuers draw closer, Shiloah could remain concealed no longer. The soil about him surged upward, coating his body like living armor. Then slowly rising from his prone position among the grass, a voice erupted in shock. Fuck. What the hell is that thing? Shiloah's draconic face shifted to recognition. So they were countrymen, descenders from Xia Nation. That explained their classes perfectly. After all, believing in deities was the prerequisite for entering this world. Priests made complete sense. Strange gear. That was expected. It would have been more unusual to see warriors or casters instead. Once you factored in they were descenders, everything suddenly made sense. Thank goodness you're still here. I've brought what you asked for. Let's work together and eliminate these guys. Baker quickly retreated to Shiloah's position, tossing his belt over his shoulder as he kept watch on the approaching descenders. You've done well, but you're not needed here. Stay back. I'll handle these people. Shiloah spoke calmly. Baker looked startled but obeyed anyway. Shiloah showed no urgency to attack. Instead of tension, he regarded the man who'd just unleashed a string of colorful profanity with mild amusement. Keeping a cautious distance of 30 to 40 meters, the man studied Shiloah up and down. Only after his companions caught up did he venture, a dragon. Definitely a dragon. President, look at those limbs, wings, tail, and head. Absolutely. Never thought I'd see a dragon here. Are we lucky or unlucky brothers? Xiao Gao, you're our caster. You've read the most books since coming to this world. This dragon doesn't look particularly large. Do we stand a chance? Xiao Gao pondered briefly before responding. According to the Great Dragon Codex, a dragon of this size should still be a wormling, though he appears somewhat robust. Those horns suggest a blue dragon, and the gray dust coating his scales is likely earthrock armor. So we can take him down. If he's truly a wormling, it should be manageable, Xiao Gao confirmed. Shala had been listening to this exchange, and the more he heard, the more disturbed he became. These fellows actually intended to hunt him. He spoke immediately. Gentlemen, I am Shilua Eutraxis. I see each of you possesses considerable talent. Why not join my service and become the dragon's claws dominating this region together? President, this wormling seems to want us as his subordinates. One descender remarked in bewilderment. I understand perfectly, the president replied casually. His eyes remained fixed on Shilua for a long moment before he continued. Joining you isn't out of the question, but what's in it for us? Benefits. Shilua's lip twitched. Damn it, he'd nearly forgotten that detail. These fellows from Blue Star were nothing like the vile followers of Multi-Mink. The evil cultists might serve for protection or out of fear for a dragon's power, but expecting these Blue Star natives to work for nothing was pure fantasy. He furrowed his brow, then relaxed it. Benefits. Naturally, there will be some. To ensure my subordinates possess adequate strength, I can teach them spells. Spells. The soul caster Xiao Gao's eyes gleamed. But the president scoffed. What use is that to us? Can ordinary people even learn spells? Damn it, out of all 16 of us, only Xiao Gao can study magic. What good does teaching me do anything? No way. If you truly want to recruit us, why not offer something practical? Most of us are followers of the god of wealth. If you can provide enough gold coins, we'd gladly join you. Hold on. I'm actually a devotee of the god of love. If Lord Dragon has any beautiful sisters among your followers, I might consider joining you. Don't dragons usually have dark elves and bird demons under their command? Gold coins. Girls. Even if I had them, I'd never share with you lot. Shilua's anger flared instantly. Refuse. Then perish, he roared. Flash of lightning. Lightning crackled across his entire body as he launched himself toward the descenders with powerful leaps from his hind legs. Here he comes. Quick, buff me. I'll hold him. The president let out a roar. The 11 priests behind him began channeling divine magic. Though individually low level, they could still manage the most basic spells. But as followers of the god of wealth, their methods of casting divine magic differed from ordinary priests. Thus the entire group shouted in unison, President, make sure you expense this. Expense it. Expense it. Hurry up. O great goddess of wealth, please hear my prayer. I offer 10 copper coins as sacrifice to. O great goddess of wealth, please hear my prayer. I offer 10 copper coins as sacrifice to. The group chanted together, but before they could finish, Shilua had already closed the distance. Roar. The thunderous dragon's roar exploded beside their ears, forcing every praying priest to abruptly interrupt their incantations. Then Shilua opened his maw and unleashed a bolt of lightning straight into their president, followed by a sweeping tail strike that crashed down with tremendous force. Whoosh! There was barely any time to react. The president's body was struck by Shilua's tail and sent flying sideways over 10 meters away. With a heavy thud, he crashed onto the ground. Damn! Damn! Xiao Gao, didn't you say we could win? You fool! Lied to me. The fallen president, though not yet dead, blood steadily escaping his lips, glared resentfully at the team's soulcaster. But by now neither Xiao Gao nor anyone else could spare him a thought. Some raised their weapons to strike at Shilua, while others remained stunned. Shilua showed no signs of slackening despite having sent their leader flying. He gave another low growl, and a blinding light suddenly erupted. The nearest few howled in pain, instinctively covering their eyes with both hands. Others attempted to intervene, but Shilua had already seized one by the ankle, lifted him aloft, and began swinging him about. Whoosh, crash, bang. Ea! Screams mingled with the sound of bodies colliding. Several descenders who tried to close in were sent flying. Shilua wreaked havoc like a tiger among sheep. Though these fellows had 11 priests without capable warriors to shield them, they never got the chance to cast their divine magic. Before long, 16 corpses littered the ground. Shilua leisurely began collecting their gear. So strong. Baker, who had been watching the whole spectacle with detached interest, stood utterly stunned. This had been a team of 16. Warriors, casters, and priests combined. Their coordination may have been poor, but still, 16 people. Even 2 of him wouldn't have stood a chance in direct combat. And yet, all of them had been effortlessly slaughtered by this single wormling. What exactly was this dragon? His speed was absurd, his strength terrifyingly immense, and those 2 spells, Shocking Grasp and Flash. These were merely basic spells, but the timing of their deployment was impeccable, and the casting speed was utterly ridiculous. Was this really just a wormling? Why was he so versatile and flawless? It felt as though even a 10th level warrior wouldn't surpass him. 10th level warrior. Wormling. Doubt flickered in Baker's eyes as he slowly approached Shilua. Mr. Shilua, you're truly formidable. No wonder you dared to come alone to stop the pursuers. Shillua ignored him entirely. He simply gathered all the equipment, piling it together as he calculated. Aside from the president's gear, these items don't seem worth much. A caster living this poorly. And why do they only carry worthless silver and copper coins? He shook his head slightly while speaking, then turned his gaze to Baker. Where's the goods? Hand them over. They're all inside, Baker whispered, handing Shillua the leather pouch. Shillua opened it and beheld a massive sea-tide crystal, visibly satisfied. Eagerly, he tore off a piece and placed it in his mouth, performing bloodline refinement technique right before Baker's eyes. Watching Shillua lie motionless on the ground, seemingly in meditation, Baker stood transfixed. At the same time, he lightly gripped the sword in his hand, squinting his eyes. But in the end, he relaxed his grip. After a long while, Shillua opened his eyes and casually glanced at him. I thought you might try something. A direct slash at my neck, and I might have actually been killed by you. Mister Shillua, please don't joke about such things. How could I ever raise a hand against you? Alice is still in your possession, Baker said with a bitter smile. Huh, what a devoted man. I appreciate someone like you, and I believe your efforts will surely be rewarded. Keep fighting, brave warrior. After praising him, Shillua tore off another piece of sea-tide crystal. This repeated several times until sunset. Only then was the entire crystal completely digested. But Shillua, gazing at what lay before him, wore a face as grim as constipation. Stout mutated blue dragon wormling, level 9, excellent. Mutated bloodline thunderfall dragon, 29. 8 extreme thunder dragon, 7. Damn it. Just 0. Too short. Fuck. Why only this little bit? Mister Shillua, are you alright? Baker, who had been watching him intently, was frightened to his core. Shillua sharply turned his head, glaring directly at Baker, which made Baker retreat 2 steps in terror. Baker, return to the city. Now, sell your weapons and armor to me below market price. Then buy sea-tide crystals for me. Hurry. WH. What? Baker froze. Don't you understand? Your weapons and armor should be worth 6 or 7 gold coins, right? Go sell them. For gold coins is fine. Then immediately buy sea-tide crystals and bring them to me. Alright, I understand. Baker replied, then returned to the town. About an hour later, he returned to Shillua's side with a thoroughly dejected expression. Mister Shillua, I sold the weapons and armor for a total of 4 gold coins, all exchanged for sea-tide crystals. Excellent. Shillua responded, took them, and quickly chewed and swallowed them. Familiar energy erupted within his body, absorbed by every part, every cell. He felt his body experiencing a subtle sense of fullness. At this moment, his physique underwent a novel transformation. He opened his eyes. Shillua stared fixedly at that line of text. Mutated bloodline thunderfall dragon, 30. The other evaluations remained unchanged. The grade was still 9, excellent. Shillua was not surprised by this at all. He had only just reached level 9, excellent, so it was not easy to improve. But he could indeed feel that after this time, he had grown significantly stronger. At the very least, he had once again widened the gap that Gordon had previously closed with his plated armor. The potential of that red dragon cub was indeed considerable. As a blue dragon, Shillua was inherently inferior to him, and the innate abilities he currently possessed, strong rapid growth, were the most direct boost to his strength, but they only served to bridge the inherent racial gap between them and even surpass it by a small margin. The advantage of sharp claws and fangs was largely neutralized by the opponent's plated armor. High-speed healing was not a combat-type talent and could not give him an edge in battle. Breath enhancement was quite useful, though. High-speed casting, on the other hand, was not very effective in a one-on-one fight. Thus, despite Shillua having a plethora of talents, the red dragon cub, as a naturally mutated dragon, was a born prodigy and a year older than Shillua. These talents did not allow him to pull far ahead of his opponent. It was not until his mutated bloodline reached Thunderfall Dragon I-30 that he silently mourned for the cub who had always been trying to catch up to him. No matter how talented you are just a mutated red dragon. You have mutation, or I have it too. And I can also cheat in other ways. How can you ever catch up, kid? He looked at his own body. By now the earthen armor had faded away. His scales had become even more azure and lustrous, the watery sheen flowing more distinctly, and a veil of mist danced over the surface of his body. Master Shillua, you seem to have changed a lot, Beck said, staring at him in astonishment. Shillua did not reply, merely extending a claw. A single drop of water appeared at the tip of his claw, then slowly began to grow. It swelled until it was the size of a human fist. Gradually the fist began to change. An oval slowly grew out from the left side, then the right, then the bottom, until at that moment, with a splash, the entire water sphere burst, losing control and falling to the ground. Master Shillua, what is this? This is form change. Shillua replied calmly, but an unmistakable joy spread across his face. Form change. The full term is spell form change. Generally, one must be a caster of at least level 15 to master this technique. It is a prerequisite for learning certain high-level spells above the 6th tier. Once mastered, it allows one to easily alter the shape of a spell simultaneously, enabling faster casting, mana conservation, and multiple effects. For example, you might cast a mere 1st-tier water condensation spell. But if you have mastered form change, that water condensation can become a 2nd-tier water blade or water shield. Thus you can cast a water blade faster and with less mana. Or suppose you cast a wall of fire to block an enemy. but then the enemy either passes through the wall or dodges it. At that point your fire hasn't been extinguished and you want to reuse it. You can transform it into a dragon of fire or a fireball at a much smaller mana cost than normal casting. And if Shiloah mastered it, he could make his water breath far more lethal. He could turn a 2-finger-wide breath into a 1-finger-wide or even narrower stream. Of course, this required an extremely high level of control over form change. Shiloah's control over the water sphere just now was barely half a step into the door. He was still far from being able to apply this technique in combat. In addition, he had also mastered a new bloodline ability. He glanced at Beck and said, "You, go get a sword and strike me." "What does this dragon want now?" Beck was startled and quickly said, "Master Shiloah, please don't test me. I really dare not do that. TSK, just do as I say. Otherwise I'll go back and kill Alice." Shiloah said impatiently. Beck was so frightened that he hurriedly picked up a sword and swung it at Shiloah. But just as it was about to make contact, a massive torrent of water suddenly erupted from the gaps between Shiloah's scales. It directly blocked the incoming sword, and the powerful impact nearly made Beck stumble. However, as a level 8 warrior, he managed to steady himself and retreated several steps. "Master Shiloah, what is this again?" Shiloah looked at Beck, who was soaked like a drowned rat, and nodded with satisfaction. This move, he decided, would be called Waterfall Shield. By consuming the dense water elements stored in his body, he could wash away approaching enemies, leaving them in a drenched state that reduced their agility. It could even block enemy attacks. Imagine if a group of archers shot arrows at you. Dozens or hundreds of arrows flying in. With this Waterfall Shield, all the arrows would be completely blocked. The move might seem unimpressive, but if used well it could be a great asset. Shiloah was not known for his defense, though he did no earthen armor. It could effectively withstand damage, but an ordinary fighter with sufficient strength could hack through Shiloah's earthen armor with a weapon and even break through his scales to inflict some injury. At this point Shiloah had already gained 2 levels since the attack by the professionals in Greenwood, but his defensive capabilities had not increased much, unless he used other spells to enhance his defense. And some hunters, if they had strong enough arms, could still harm him. But with this Waterfall Shield things were different. However, the move had a drawback: it consumed a considerable amount of water elements. Even with Shiloah's body's full reserve of water elements, he could only use it 3 times. After this enhancement his mana was also about 1.9 times that of a normal blue dragon. Additionally, after reaching 30 bloodline concentration, Shiloah, like Gordon, no longer had any need for tide crystals. Through his bloodline, he knew that he now needed a treasure called conch stone. This treasure was usually found inside a creature called the immortal conch snail, a type of gemstone, and was also a material for crafting water elemental staffs. Its market price was generally higher than that of tide crystals, costing about 41 silver coins per ounce. This made him a bit frustrated, because compared to the copper or Gordon needed, which cost only 18 silver coins per ounce, his conch stone was undoubtedly more expensive. The road ahead would require more and more gold coins. Moreover, conch stone might be hard to find in some small places. Alright, now help me gather the weapons and equipment on the ground, and then we'll return to the Tate Mountains. Beck's eyes lit up at the words, and he immediately shouted an affirmative, diligently helping Shiloah pack up and begin the journey back. Of course, before that, Shiloah cremated all the bodies of the invaders. It was already nightfall when the dragon and the man returned. But none of the 3 dragons were asleep. Instead, they were gathered together with a group of hyena men looking somewhat tense. It was only when Shiloah appeared that they relaxed. The little white dragon ran over cheerfully like a dog greeting its owner. "Shiloah, you're finally back. You were gone too long this time. We thought you had run into danger." "It's just that I couldn't resist using all the tide crystals I had just obtained," Shiloah replied. Just then Gordon also approached. He looked Shiloah up and down, even circling him. "You look a bit different again. Your bloodline has improved quite a bit, hasn't it?" "Not bad, not bad. Only like this can you be my rival. If I had left you far behind so easily, it would have been boring. Oh, by the way, are those the spoils from this trip on your back?" "Wow, so many spoils. Oh, this cloak, these boots, this sword, and this leather armor. They all seem pretty decent. They should be worth a lot, right? Quick, Gordon, come take a good look." That little rascal Abel quickly unloaded the equipment from Shiloah, laid it on the ground, and after examining it shouted to the red dragon cub. The red dragon cub immediately came over to take a look. This cloak has a toughness effect which can effectively block piercing damage. The boots are enchanted with a lightness spell. This sword has a weight-reducing ability. Even though it's a 2-handed sword, it weighs no more than a 1-handed sword. The leather armor. These together are worth 41 gold coins, pretty good. As for the rest, maybe 2 gold coins total. The red dragon cub swept his eyes over and stated everything. How to put it, none of it seems very useful, at least not for dragons. If we gave them to the hyena men, that would be a complete waste. As for these equipment, I plan to give the ordinary ones to the hyena men. As for the valuable ones, strictly speaking, they are entirely my personal spoils. But I'm a generous dragon, and we're brothers, so I'll still share some with you. Since Beck's equipment was pawned, what was originally worth 6 gold coins became 4, but after all, it was my fault. So I'll compensate you a bit from this batch of equipment. How about this? Out of the 41 gold coins, I take 20, and you each take 7, alright. Shiloah said. He had no intention of keeping it all for himself. Although he had indeed killed the invaders alone, there was a problem he had to address. That was the other two young dragons had also volunteered to fight, but he had stopped them. He had to bear some responsibility for that. This was a duty he had to shoulder as the eldest among the four dragons. Otherwise it would be hard to win their trust. All of them were young dragons surviving in the wild. Starting internal strife over petty gains would not be wise. Young dragons were not loyal subjects. Their selfishness ran deep and some sacrifices were necessary. Of course. Except for Alan. I unconditionally support Shilua. The little white dragon immediately responded to Shilua's call. I have no problem either since I didn't do anything and just got free gold coins. Those gold coins should have been all mine. You got off easy, Shilua. The red dragon cub was a bit annoyed but didn't say more. The young dragons finished their discussion. Shilua suddenly glanced at Beck. Alright, your task is done. You can go back now. Off. Beck was stunned, his mouth wide open. What? How can this be? Master Shilua, it's so late now, and I helped you carry the equipment back. Can't you let me stay? I can't see the road in the dark. You an adventurer? Afraid of the dark? Since that's the case, I'll give you this. Shilua said, walking to a tree and breaking off a thick branch. He lit it with a flame spell and handed it to Beck. Here, take it. Can you see clearly now? Aye. Beck was almost fainting from anger. Alright, stop stammering. Hurry back. Oh, and take these equipment and try to sell them as soon as possible. Shilua shoved all the invader leader's equipment into Beck's arms. Finally, Beck could only glance at the cave entrance and leave looking dejected. Shilua happily crawled into the burrow. The half-blood girl was not asleep yet, but was sitting on the carpet muttering something anxiously. When she heard Shilua's footsteps, she looked up. Is that Master Shilua? It's me. Oh, thank goodness. Master Shilua, you're finally back. I was really worried something had happened to you. The half-blood girl said with a worried expression. Are you afraid of losing your own life? If I die, you're doomed. Shilua sneered. The half-blood girl was choked by his words. A hint of helplessness appeared on her face. Master Shilua, I truly am worried about you. Oh, I believe you. Did Master Shilua encounter enemies this time? Yes, but I killed them all. As expected of Master Shilua, truly formidable. The half-blood girl chattered on. Shilua listened for a while, and then began to sleep. The next day, he again felt the sensation of his tail being held. But this time he didn't flick it away, or he just opened his eyes and looked over. The half-blood girl was lying under him, arms wrapped around his tail, still fast asleep. Looking at the girl's sleeping face, he had to admit that she was indeed very beautiful. After admiring for a moment, he pulled out his tail and left the cave. Early in the morning, he saw Beck standing not far away, staring at the cave entrance with a longing look. When Beck saw Shilua emerge from the cave, his face visibly turned green. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. You're here so early? Did you sleep at the foot of the mountain last night? Shilua asked. No, absolutely not. Good morning, Master Shilua. Is Alice inside? Beck took a deep breath and asked. Yes, she's sleeping soundly. I see, that's good. Beck's face turned even greener. How, you're not thinking I did something to that woman, are you? I'm still a young dragon, even if I wanted to, I don't have the ability. Shilua reminded him. He didn't want this high-quality simp to change his mind, which could cause unexpected trouble. Master Shilua, you misunderstand. How could I think such a boring thing? I'm sure you were inside for. Shilua listened for a while, and then began to sleep. The next day, he again felt the sensation of his tail being held. But this time he didn't flick it away, or he just opened his eyes and looked over. The half-blood girl was lying under him, arms wrapped around his tail, still fast asleep. Looking at the girl's sleeping face, he had to admit that she was indeed very beautiful. After admiring for a moment, he pulled out his tail and left the cave. Early in the morning, he saw Beck standing not far away, staring at the cave entrance with a longing look. When Beck saw Shilua emerge from the cave, his face visibly turned green. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. You're here so early? Did you sleep at the foot of the mountain last night? Shilua asked. No, absolutely not. Good morning, Master Shilua. Is Alice inside? Beck took a deep breath and asked. Yes, she's sleeping soundly. I see, that's good. Beck's face turned even greener. How, you're not thinking I did something to that woman, are you? I'm still a young dragon, even if I wanted to, I don't have the ability. Shilua reminded him. He didn't want this high-quality simp to change his mind, which could cause unexpected trouble. Master Shilua, you misunderstand. How could I think such a boring thing? I'm sure you were inside for. Beck was almost fainting from anger. Alright, stop stammering. Hurry back. Oh, and take these equipment and try to sell them as soon as possible. Shilua shoved all the invader leader's equipment into Beck's arms. Finally, Beck could only glance at the cave entrance and leave looking dejected. Shilua happily crawled into the burrow. The half-blood girl was not asleep yet, but was sitting on the carpet muttering something anxiously. Protect Alice's safety. Bei-Ku heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. Gee. Shilua let out a laugh, then sent Bei-Ku to meet with Alice. About half an hour later, he finally managed to drive the other away. To keep this sycophant on a leash, he had to offer some sweeteners, but must never give too much. Watching the retreating figure, Shilua was reminded of yesterday. The descender had been killed, but that did not mean the trouble was completely resolved. As a Blue Star human from his past life, Shilua naturally understood the typical mindset of Blue Star humans. Having suffered such a great loss, if it were him, he would never let it go so easily. Although they couldn't enter Dominrank Star for the next year, they could still spread information through others on Dominrank Star. Spread the news that there was a young dragon near Nile City. This might lead people to Tate. No, it would definitely lead them here. After all, it wasn't difficult. All they had to do was follow Beiku. Shiluo had actually considered last night whether to kill this human warrior, but after thinking it over he decided against it. Not to mention that this guy was currently his only human for laundering goods. Even if he killed him, could he truly conceal his tracks? Probably not. Beiku, as an adventurer and an 8th level warrior, must have some local fame. Previously, the hyena man Tigu had also said that there were 2 other adventurers with Beiku, and those 2 should also know the full story. They knew that Beiku hadn't given up on Alisai. They also knew that Alisai was still in the Tate Mountains. To truly hide himself completely, Shiluo would have to leave the Tate Mountains. But even so, would he really be safe? By going somewhere else, could he ensure he wouldn't be exposed again? That was clearly impossible. Shiluo had learned about the local geography from Abel a year ago. The Tate Mountains. To the north lay the sea. To the southwest was the neighboring country Sophia. Crossing the border could invite attacks from the neighbor, making it even more dangerous. To the south lay Nile City and other nearby human towns. To the east was a vast green forest. In such an environment, where could he flee? It would be better to stay put in the Tate Mountains. At least here, there were Titan giant apes which ordinary strong individuals would not dare approach. Besides, Shiluo actually had some confidence in his current 4 dragons and the hyena men. With himself at level 9, Gordon at level 8, 2 level 7 dragons, and over 70 hyena men, this was already a considerable force. He would not fear ordinary border lords or minor nobles. If those Blue Star humans sent someone to spread news on Dominrank Star, then the first problem was whether the people of Dominrank would believe it. Even if they did, how powerful would those be who were willing to come to the border to investigate? Moreover, spreading the matter might not be entirely bad for Shiluo, because it could very likely attract Barbara the female dragon. This female dragon was now nowhere to be seen. If she knew his whereabouts, she would definitely come to protect him at once, and might even attract other young dragons. Of course, the more likely scenario was that those guys would not let the news spread freely, because it was not in their interest. Blurting the news out would be satisfying, but what would they gain? If it were him, he would at least find a way to compensate for the losses. And what would be the most effective way to make up for the losses? Shiluo lay on the ground in deep thought. After a long while, a look of contemplation appeared on his face. However, no matter what, increasing his own strength was absolutely the right move. The most crucial point was that even if he ultimately failed completely, he was confident he could escape, since the northern part of the mountains was near the sea, and he was a blue dragon with the bloodline of the Thunderfall dragon. Diving into the sea and living in it was no problem for him at all. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to give up everything he had. Standing up, Shiluo looked at the hyena men and shouted loudly, "Tigu! Great Dragon Lord! I am here!" The hyena man, Tigu, hurriedly scurried over. Shiluo appraised her for a moment, noticing that this hyena had already put on the leather armor and weapons that belonged to the descender brought back yesterday. The outfit fit Tigu, who stood a little over 1.7 meters tall, quite well. He nodded and said, "This set of equipment suits you well." "Yes, I must thank the Dragon Lord for your generosity. I will always wear this equipment and fight for the Dragon Lord's will." The hyena man quickly expressed his loyalty. Well said. You are a clever hyena man. Under your leadership and my command, the entire hyena tribe will surely reach another peak. But your hyena tribe now seems different from when I first saw you. Tigu was puzzled by Shiluo's sudden question. After a moment of stupefaction, he replied respectfully, "I wonder what the Dragon Lord wishes us to do. When I first saw you, I saw a group of hyenas mating and playing seemingly very at ease. But now facing me, you've become very restrained. Look at them over there doing nothing but staring at me. That's not good. Playing isn't really important, but mating is a key activity for a race's development. This must not change," Shiluo said meaningfully. Tigu opened his mouth and quickly realized, "I understand. The Dragon Lord wants us to reproduce quickly. I'll go inform the tribe immediately." Tigu said, seriously about to leave. But then Shiluo called him back and continued, "Wait. I haven't finished speaking yet. Besides this, I want you to make more javelins and drill the other hyenas more." "Yes, we hyena men will not disappoint the Dragon Lord's expectations," Tigu growled. "Besides this, are there any other forces nearby? Or any beastman tribes?" Shiluo asked again. "Of course, Great Dragon Lord. On a nearby mountain, there is actually a group of boar men. These creatures have huge appetites. After eating all the wild fruits on their own mountain, they often go to other mountains. Our hyena tribe wasn't originally here either, we were driven here by them." Tigu replied. "Boar men?" Shiluo's eyes lit up. These creatures were far stronger than hyena men. They were naturally robust with immense strength and astonishing endurance. And with their thick layers of fat, they were born warriors. A single boar man could easily take down several hyena men. They were quite excellent minions. Shiluo was immediately tempted. Tigu, seeing Shiluo's expression, seemed to sense something and quickly said, "Dragon Lord, those boar men are very powerful. Their leader Ganya is said to be a descendant of the boar demigod Makabaka and the legendary boar hero Bakas, possessing an incredibly powerful physique and strength. At this point Tiga's face showed worry, clearly afraid that Shiluo, a young dragon, would be beaten up if he went. But Shiluo, upon hearing this, was not afraid. Instead, he became even more interested. Demigod. It was not a title of power like legendary, but rather a proof of identity. It was a descendant who possessed the bloodline of a deity. They were born wholly possessing bloodline talent abilities far stronger than most dragons. Among them, those with dense bloodlines could even become the pinnacle of legendary beings. Across the entire Damarank star, they were legendary beings generally existing only in the divine realms of their parent gods. Baka's, the offspring of the demigod Makabaka, actually possessed legendary strength as well. Although Gangya was only one of his countless descendants, he still possessed at least a trace of demigod blood right. Such a boar man's strength was indeed worth looking forward to. But if such a thing could intimidate a dragon, wouldn't that be ridiculous? When it came to competing in bloodline power, what had the dragon race ever feared? He turned his head and glanced at Gordon, who today was not studying magic, but training his body, seemingly wanting to adapt faster to the plated armor. Gordon, come here. Huh, you want me? The red dragon cub was startled. Meanwhile, the blue dragon cubs Abel and Alan, who were studying magic, also immediately ran over. Abel growled at Shiluo. Shiluo, what are you doing? Why did you call Gordon, but not us? Don't tell me you're secretly giving him something good. Alan looked at Shiluo without speaking, but his dragon eyes held a hint of doubt. On the contrary, the red dragon cub snorted, hot air blasting from his large nostrils as he glanced disdainfully at Abel. Isn't that only natural? After all, you're so weak. Even if there were good things, giving them to you would be a waste. You annoying dragon, can't you stop bringing that up? Do you think you can keep being arrogant? Once my magic improves further, I'll definitely make you kneel and beg for mercy. Abel growled discontentedly. Stop arguing. The reason I called Gordon alone is that there is a boar tribe nearby. I plan to take him along to subdue that tribe. Here, naturally, I need to leave 2 reliable dragons to guard against any enemy attacks. Abel, you are the smartest blue dragon besides me, so it's most appropriate to leave it to you. Shiluo stopped the 2 dragons from arguing and said, the smartest blue dragon besides you. Hee. Huh. Shiluo, you really understand me. Leave it to me. The blue dragon cub smiled proudly, raised his paw, and patted his chest with a loud thud, while looking triumphantly at the red dragon cub. The smartest blue dragon besides Shiluo. Gordon muttered this phrase repeatedly, finding it increasingly strange. Shiluo looked at the 2 dragons. But he thought to himself, there are only 4 dragons here. Besides me, a blue dragon. Isn't he the only other blue dragon? If he's not the smartest, then who is? He looked at the red dragon cub, who was still pondering the art of language, and lightly patted him. Then he left with Tigu, who had already given orders to the other hyenas, and a dozen or so hyena men. Seeing that Shiluo ignored his advice, Tigu naturally did not say more. As a clever hyena man, he knew what he should and shouldn't do. As a subordinate, offering advice to the master, saying it once, and informing the master of the known intelligence was enough. The rest was up to the master to judge. As for being verbose and trying to change the master's mind, especially when the master was a dragon, was that asking for a quick death? The 2 dragons and a group of hyenas soon entered the Boar Men's Mountain. As soon as they stepped in, Shiluo sensed the uniqueness of this mountain. The wild fruits that could easily be found on trees had become very scarce. Some peels and shells were casually thrown on the ground. Along the way, even carnivorous animals were rarely seen. Not until the sound of Ayo, 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 Ayo reached Shiluo's ears from afar did Tigu, who had been leading the way, speak respectfully. My dragon lord ahead is the Boar Men's tribe. Roar. Finally here. Boar men. Their meat actually tastes pretty good. If they don't know what's good for them, we'll kill them all and eat them. What we can't finish can be stored as provisions. The red dragon cub growled, already scheming other plans. Let's go check it out first. Don't be impulsive. Just follow my orders. Don't attack unless I say so. Shiluo warned them. They continued forward until they reached a small stream. There unexpectedly was a large open space. In the open space stood 20 or 30 sizable wooden huts. A group of boar men formed a circle, watching 2 boar men inside, who were over 1.8 meters tall, obese, bare-chested, and wrestling with each other. The watching boar men kept grunting and howling. These idiots are competing in strength. Roar, it's almost the same as our contests back in the Green Forest. Huh, but they're not that impressive. If it were me, I could send them all flying in an instant. The red dragon cub stretched his neck, his dragon eyes fixed on the circle, showing a hint of reminiscence. His voice was not restrained and was directly heard by a boar man. That boar man slowly turned around. Upon seeing Shiluo, the 2 dragons, and the hyena men, he showed a look of surprise and quickly shouted, my brothers and sisters. Turn around quickly. 2 dragons and a group of hyena men have invaded our territory. Hearing this, the boar men all turned around. Even those wrestling in the middle stopped and looked at Shiluo's side. Shiluo also stared intently at the boar men. Adult boar man level 4 to 7, strong boar man level 9 elite, strong boar man, a level 9 elite creature. Shiluo couldn't help but turn his gaze to one of the giant boar men, who stood over 2.3 meters tall with a protruding belly and limbs as thick as tree trunks. This giant boar man, upon seeing the 2 dragons, immediately lifted a broadsword that was 1.5 meters long. The broadsword was originally not small, but compared to the boar man's body it appeared very small. Shiluo guessed that this boar man weighed at least 700 to 800 pounds. This guy must be the leader of the boar men gangya. Moreover, he was most likely a descendant of the boar demigod Makabaka from many generations ago. Foreign dragons and hyenas. This is the territory of our boar kin. Outsiders are unwelcome. If you do not wish to provoke war, withdraw at once. An overwhelmingly powerful boar man stepped forward from the crowd carrying a broadsword over his shoulder and staring at them with an unfriendly gaze. Roar, are you the chieftain of this group of boar kin? Steel Fong. Excellent. Excellent indeed. You appear exceedingly strong. Clearly you possess considerable power. I am Gordon Kenneth, the strongest red dragon of the future. Now I shall bestow upon you the highest honor here. Kneel before me and pledge your allegiance. You shall have the privilege of becoming my vassal. The young red dragon crossed its forelimbs over its chest, gazing proudly at the boarkin. What the devil? This bastard is actually trying to snatch the vassals I have set my eyes on right from the start. Shilua's expression darkened silently, cursing the young red dragon for its cunning. So it wants to subjugate us as vassals. Humph. No wonder, after all, we boarkin are born warriors. This is known to all inhabitants of Duomisolin. We are nothing like those useless hyena-kin. The boarman chieftain rumbled in a deep voice, a hint of pride in his expression. That goes without saying. Otherwise I would not have taken an interest in you. Hee hee hee. Shilua, your first batch of vassals are hyena people, while my first batch of vassals are boarkin. It seems I am more suited to becoming a lord dragon than you. The young red dragon said, still glancing at Shilua as it spoke. But its moment of triumph was short-lived. The boarman chieftain spat on the ground in disdain and declared, I, Steel Fong, am a descendant of the demigod Makabaka, possessing noble demigod blood and tremendous strength. Our clan follows only power. What strength do you, a mere dragon whelp, possess that would make me submit? Huh. The smug expression on the young red dragon's face froze, its demeanor darkening almost instantaneously. You pigs would dare defy a dragon's command. Seeking death. Death. By the power of 2 dragon whelps. The boarman chieftain scoffed. The other boarkin beside him simultaneously grasped their weapons. Massive stones hewn from the earth, or spears, and iron swords wrested from unsuspecting adventurers. Over 60 boarkin stood in formation, their combined mass creating an intimidating presence. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. It has been far too long since I last tasted pork. The young red dragon snarled, ready to unleash its fury. Shilua quickly seized its tail, halting its advance mid-step. Instead it turned its head angrily toward Shilua. What are you doing? Calm yourself. Killing them would be simple, but we came here to subjugate them. Shilua urged him on. Should a fight break out, he held no fear of these boarkin. Although among them stood one tier 9 elite minus boarman. But to be honest, in a one-on-one duel Shilua would not object. Even Gordon, he believed, could kill the opponent. But those dozens of other boarkin were no easy foes. The boarkin's strength was formidable. If they charged in a desperate melee all at once, a dozen hyena people would surely perish. Even Shilua and the 2 dragons might sustain injuries in such a confrontation. In Shilua's estimation, this would be an ill-advised course of action. More critically, these creatures possessed substantial potential. Once subjugated and properly equipped, their capabilities would undoubtedly escalate to a higher tier. To slaughter such high-caliber vassals on a whim was simply wasteful. He harbored keen desire for these boarkin. Gazing at the boarman chieftain Steel Fong, he asked, Boarkin, your reluctance to become our vassals suggests you doubt our strength. Naturally. What strength could 2 dragon whelps possess? Become your vassals. Shall I protect you instead? How absurd. The boarman chieftain sneered, baring his white teeth. A mere pig. Dares to provoke a dragon time and again. The young red dragon's eyes burned with intensifying ferocity. Since you question our strength, why not test it in competition? Shilua proposed. A contest. Exactly. Upon arrival, I observed you grappling to test your strength. Your confident demeanor suggests equal assurance in your own power. Why not compete in the same manner? Whoever falls trips, or is pushed down loses. If we prevail, you become our vassals. Should we lose, we depart immediately, Shilua declared. Agreed, no problem. The boarman chieftain promptly accepted. Shilua raised an eyebrow. These boarkin proved unexpectedly accommodating. So if they lost, they simply departed, but winning meant taking both sides. Accepting such an lopsided challenge without hesitation, were they foolish? Or perhaps overly confident in themselves? In Shilua's assessment, the latter proved more likely. A test of strength. How intriguing. Pig. Prepare to witness the power of the red dragon. Gordon roared with laughter, advancing forward. Only to realize after 2 steps, he remained stationary. This grievance prompted him to glare resentfully at Shilua. Damn it. Shilua, release your grip. Stop clutching my tail. This one is mine. You don't intend to steal these vassals as well, do you? No. Merely offering a word of caution. This boarman descends from a demigod, and may prove formidable. Shilua mused further on who ultimately claimed these boarkin as vassals. It seemed inconsequential. Regardless of whether they served Gordon, Shilua reasoned, he could still command them. As long as they remained united, his vassals became his strength became his, and even the dragon itself would eventually be his. A mere demigod. What significance holds such a title once I reach maturity? The young red dragon scoffed, radiating supreme arrogance. He vigorously shook his tail free from Shilua's grasp and slowly advanced toward the Boorman chieftain. Then let us compare our strength. Whether the red dragon's power or the strength of a demigod's descendant proves greater. The Boorman chieftain declared in response, swinging his broadsword before proceeding forward with measured steps. The remaining Boorkin emitted grunts and howls to rally their chieftain until the pig and dragon converged. Upon comparison, the young red dragon towered over the Boar chieftain, standing on hind legs that exceeded 3 meters, even excluding its neck. Including its neck and head brought it to nearly 5 meters, making their embrace seem like beings from entirely different planes of existence. Like giants confronting children. Though the young red dragon appeared to hold absolute advantage, the Boar chieftain surpassed it in sheer mass and muscularity. The young red dragon placed its claws upon the Boorman chieftain's shoulders, looking down with eyes full of contempt. While the Boorman chieftain wrapped his thick arms around the red dragon's waist. Pig, raise your head and behold the majesty of the red dragon. This is the greatest honor of your life. The young red dragon sneered from above. The strength of Boorkin rivals none, not even a dragon. The Boar chieftain grunted his reply. Enough. On my count of 3 you may begin. Listen well. 3, 2, 1, begin. Shilua growled from the sidelines. The dragon and boar locked in combat reacted upon hearing his words. Their responses diverged sharply. The young red dragon remained motionless, showing no sign of exertion, while the Boorman roared and tensed every muscle. Thick serpentine veins pulsed along his limbs as the dragon's body gradually shifted backward. You can move my dragon body. Indeed, you possess some strength, but this alone falls far short. The young red dragon sneered, extending claws from its hind legs to dig into the ground while applying pressure with its forelimbs. The Boorman could no longer budge him an inch, continuing to strain and roar in place. Ha ha ha. Pig, do you feel the chasm between us? This is the power of a red dragon. Within this might no despair. The young red dragon laughed triumphantly at the Boorman's struggling form. Beside Shilua, the hyena people exchanged looks of reverence and envy. Such is a dragon. Even a young one possesses power beyond comparison with other races. The Boar chieftain Steelfang already possessed an imposing physique renowned for strength and endurance. Despite being a demigod's descendant, he still couldn't match a juvenile red dragon. The other Boorkin continued cheering for their chieftain. Shilua felt somewhat surprised. A tier 9 elite minus creature. Just this. Even in their most favored domain, they cannot overcome a dragon of universal expertise. He realized he had somewhat underestimated his companion, having anticipated a more thrilling contest of strength. Enough. I'm growing weary of this. Pig, let me now truly demonstrate the power of a red dragon. The young red dragon growled and finally exerted force. Its forelimbs seized the Boorman's body and lifted it slowly. Just as it prepared to throw him off, the chieftain unleashed a mighty roar. Makabaka, grant me your power. Let my ancestors stand with me. Ayo. In the next instant, crimson mist rose from the Boar chieftain's body. His frame expanded at a visibly rapid pace. 2, 3 meters. 2, 5 meters. 2, 6 meters. Though the height increase seemed modest, his muscles surged with newfound intensity, advancing 2 full tiers. His weight had increased by at least 300 to 400 pounds. Roar, you have a hidden trump card. This is Berserker Rage. Ridiculous. Do you believe this suffices to defeat me? Defeat a red dragon. The young red dragon remained dismissive. It struggled violently to hurl the opponent away, yet the Boar chieftain clung desperately to its waist. The momentum instead caused it to stumble. The Boorman stomped hard upon the ground, let out another thunderous roar, and remarkably reversed the situation to hoist the young red dragon aloft. Strong Boorman, level 10 elite minus. Holy crap, what manner of frenzy technique is this? It just jumped a full level. Transformed into a level 10 elite creature. Shilua's eyes nearly bulged from his head. Upon the young red dragon's draconic face, a look of astonishment now surfaced. Still processing the shift, it found itself lifted high into the air before being slammed down with tremendous force. Boom. The ground groaned under the combined weight of dragon and Boorman. Only now did the young red dragon lie prone on the ground, gazing at the Boorman astride it with a dazed expression, mouth agape in stunned disbelief. Roar, I have won. Makabaka blesses me. With my ancestors' power I surpass even the red dragon. Roar. The Boar chieftain leapt from the dragon's back, flexing his arms in triumphant celebration. The surrounding Boorkin erupted in deafening roars at that very moment, rallying behind their leader. Received cheers. Until this moment, the red dragon cub finally reacted. He erupted in fury, leaped up from the ground, and roared, "Damn it! You boar! How dare you cheat? You used bloodline magic." Huh? What are you talking about, dragon? When did we ever stipulate that bloodline magic is forbidden? The berserk Boorman asked in confusion. Damn mongrel. I'll eat you. The red dragon cub instantly became furious and was about to pounce. But Ciro saw the situation was unfavorable and quickly grabbed Gordon's tail. Let go of my tail, Ciro. I'm going to kill these guys and store them as food. The red dragon cub glared at him and roared. We indeed never agreed not to use bloodline magic. The pure contest of strength was just wishful thinking. This is related to the same kind of contest we had when we were young, when we competed purely with strength. This time we tricked ourselves. You don't need to be so angry. It's just a small accident, Zero said calmly. But even so, I still want to kill him. Just a mere Borman. The Red Dragon Cub was still angry. The contest isn't over yet, Gordon. This Borman hasn't won yet. He only achieved a small success through some clever tricks or our little oversight. But next I will show him what a true dragon really is. Zero said, Damn, are you going to fight? These guys are clearly mine. Isn't it the same? We are friends. And our strength is equal. If I win, doesn't that mean you win? Even if they are my followers, you can just command them whenever you need. Whose followers are that important? This. Can it be the same? The Red Dragon Cub stammered. Why not? Do you think your strength is inferior to mine? Or are we not friends? The Red Dragon Cub's furious expression froze, and he stood with a frown. Then it's the same. I can beat him. You can beat him too. So no matter who wins, it's the same. He is my follower, and naturally yours too. Relax, Gordon. Zero said again, patting the Dragon Cub's shoulder. The Red Dragon Cub stood dumbfounded, pondering Zero's words. The more he listened, the more sense they made. That's true. You make sense. Whether you win or I win is the same. I just held back. But this time, Zero, you must not hold back. Let this Borman truly witness the power of a dragon. The Red Dragon Cub looked at Zero solemnly. Of course. Zero nodded heavily and stepped past the Red Dragon Cub. The next match is between you and me. As long as you continue to defeat me, we will immediately withdraw. No problem. Of course, I see your condition is off. I can let you rest for an hour. With that, Zero looked at the opponent. Ha ha ha. The descendant of the demigod Makabaka fears no challenge. A red dragon lost to me. Do you, a blue dragon, think you can defeat me? This Borman was now extremely proud, both nostrils pointing to the sky. A group of Bormen howled incessantly. Obviously, defeating the Red Dragon Cub just now was a highly boast-worthy achievement for them. Was he being looked down upon by a pig? Zero's face darkened as he slowly approached the opponent. The Borman also walked slowly over, and just as they were about to grapple each other, Zero's claw reached out. Fatigue, spell weakness, spell shrink, spell 3, grayish-brown, snake-like beams of light one after another within seconds flew into the Borman chieftain's body, causing his originally extremely strong red glowing body to shrink from 2.6 meters to 2.4 meters. Then he took a heavy breath, showing a hint of fatigue. But immediately he shook his head violently and glared at Zero with a hostile expression. What are you doing? You actually used magic. You just used bloodline magic when competing with my companion. I'm only using a few spells now. Is it not allowed? Zero replied calmly. How can it be the same? I used bloodline magic. It's the power from my ancestors, the Borman said angrily. How is it different? I used magic which comes from myself. And you dare to use your ancestors' power. Is that power yours? How can you have the nerve to use it? Zero retorted, leaving the Borman speechless. Stop the nonsense. Let's start. Or are you afraid? You can only use bloodline magic yourself, but forbid others from using spells. From this perspective, the so-called descendant of a demigod is nothing special. The Borman forcefully snorted 2 streams of air from his nostrils and roared, the descendant of Makabaka fears no challenge. Blue Dragon, your magic cannot defeat me. Come, witness the power of a demigod's descendant. With that, the Borman grabbed Zero's waist with his still thick and sturdy arms. Zero's claws also rested on the opponent's shoulders. After a call to start before the Borman could exert his strength, brilliant lightning erupted from Zero's body. Crackling. Streaks of lightning continuously spewed from his body, engulfing the entire Borman chieftain. Mere lightning cannot defeat a demigod's descendant. Blue. Despite the paralysis from the lightning, the Borman's sturdy body still retained control. He could even roar out. But his body was still affected, his strength and agility were greatly reduced. Then in the next moment, a tremendous force no less than that of the Red Dragon struck him. The Borman chieftain was lifted heavily, and then slammed down. He lay on the ground stunned, staring blankly at the sky, as if he never expected to be so easily defeated. The other Bormen who had been cheering suddenly choked their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. The chieftain with Makabaka's bloodline. Just lost like that. How is it possible? The chieftain even defeated a red dragon. Zero lowered his head, looking at the Borman chieftain, his voice somewhat deep bore. Do you see? This is the power of a dragon. Not limited to brute strength. We are also the best spellcasters in the world. Even if you luckily achieved a victory, due to a small accident, you will soon taste the bitter fruit of defeat. Because you have never truly defeated us. The blood of the demigod descendant you are so proud of is far from comparable to ours. All dragons, even some ordinary ones, are not inferior to the so-called demigod offspring you speak of in terms of bloodline alone. And Gordon and I are among the best of the dragon race. We possess powerful mutated dragon blood. With such a huge gap, do you think you have the qualifications to match us? Gordon and I are only in our infancy now. When we grow up, do you think there is anything in this world that can stand against us? Open your eyes. See this world clearly. See the true strong. Then revere me. Worship me. Adore me. Zero's words echoed like a bell in the Borman's mind. Gorton the red dragon cub ran over his dragon face, almost splitting with a grin, looking down at the Boorman on the ground with a condescending and contemptuous gaze. See that? You lowly Boorman. This is the true power of a dragon. You are not even worthy of me using magic. Did barely winning against me who held back by relying on bloodline magic make you proud? Don't be too overconfident. Not far away, the hyena man Tigu looked at Ciro with a flicker in his eyes, his mind stirring. Indeed, among these dragons Ciro was the leader. And the strongest one. My choice was indeed correct. Humph. The Boorman, who had been lying on the ground grunting upon hearing the red dragon cub's words, immediately snapped back to attention and stared fixedly at him. You insignificant Boorman. Are you stunned by the magnificent appearance of the great red dragon? I allow you to gaze upon me. The red dragon cub said proudly. Humph. The Boorman grunted a few times, got up from the ground somewhat dejectedly, ignoring the red dragon, and stared at Ciro. Blue dragon, you win. You are right. You are only in infancy. Yet you have already defeated me. I am convinced. You are a true strong one. In the future you will dominate a region. I am no match for you. I, Ganya Iron Wrist, am willing to serve you as my dragon lord. From now on, under the shadow of your dragon wings, I will crush all creatures who dare to oppose you. Please tell us your name, great dragon lord. With that, he lowered his head to Ciro's body and touched his forehead to Ciro's dragon scales. This was the Boorman's oath of allegiance ceremony. My name is Ciro Eutraxis. I accept your allegiance here, Ciro replied calmly. Seeing this, the other Boormen also shouted. All of us Boormen will follow behind Chieftain Ganya Iron Wrist and serve the great dragon lord Ciro Eutraxis. Oh, very good. Ciro nodded slightly. The Boormen were successfully subjugated. A total of 56 individuals with only 8 young ones. But even the young ones were between levels 1 and 3. This was a significant increase in strength. Even if a crisis arose later, he would be more confident to face it. In a good mood, he gently swished his tail, humming a tune in his heart. The red dragon cub watched from the side with a hint of envy. But upon recalling Ciro's words that your followers are my followers, he didn't mind much. The two dragons led a large group of Boormen and a dozen hyena men marching in force. Some animals and monsters living on the hills howled and gave way from afar, making the journey unimpeded. Ciro noticed something. The Boorman chieftain's berserk state lasted only about 5 minutes before it ended. In the end, he only showed a slight hint of fatigue, as if it was no big deal. This was completely different from the usual weakness after berserk. He couldn't help but ask, Ganya, what's the deal with your berserk ability? Doesn't it have any side effects? Great Dragon Lord. Normally my berserk does have a cost, but it's fine. Because I've gotten used to it. The Boorman patted his protruding belly, making slapping sounds, and said proudly, used to it. Ciro was somewhat stunned. Yes, my berserk can only be used once a day. I remember when I first awakened this ability, after using it, I almost lost all combat effectiveness. That feeling was very unpleasant. I couldn't accept myself like that, so I wanted to overcome it. Then I started using berserk once a day. Slowly I got completely used to it. Now even after berserk ends, my combat ability is hardly reduced. Because I'm used to it, the Boorman chieftain said proudly. Ciro opened his mouth, somewhat surprised. In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, this